Sourcing Step-by-Step Introduction to Sourcing Free Items by Valentin Vishnyakov, published by Infinia Publishing. Copyright 2025 Infinia Publishing, all rights reserved. Introduction. In a world dominated by consumption and convenience, the practice of sourcing free items stands out as a refreshing alternative. It's a reminder that value doesn't always come with a price tag, and that creativity, resourcefulness, and community connections can transform the way we acquire, use, and even profit from the things around us. This book is your comprehensive guide to the art of free sourcing, a practice that goes beyond mere cost saving. Whether you're looking to reduce waste, support a more sustainable lifestyle, or build a profitable side hustle, free sourcing offers endless opportunities. From curb alerts to online platforms, from upcycling discarded goods into treasures to reselling them for profit, this book equips you with the knowledge and strategies to turn trash into treasure. Why free sourcing? Free sourcing isn't just about frugality, it's about unlocking potential. A scratched dresser on the curb could become a stunning statement piece in your home. An old laptop left for recycling might only need a minor repair to serve someone else. Beyond individual items, free sourcing fosters a shift in mindset, valuing creativity over consumption, prioritizing reuse over waste, and seeing possibility where others see discard. Who is this book for? This book is for anyone who wants to explore the value of free items. You might be a budget-conscious individual trying to furnish your home, a creative soul eager to upcycle and design, or an aspiring entrepreneur looking to flip free finds into a steady income stream. Regardless of your goal, the principles of free sourcing apply universally, providing benefits that extend far beyond monetary savings. What you'll learn: the basics of free sourcing, discover where and how to find free items, from local curb alerts to online platforms like Craigslist and FreeCycle. Practical strategies, learn how to evaluate, clean, repair, and repurpose items with minimal effort and maximum impact. Building a system, organize your sourcing efforts for efficiency and sustainability, ensuring you get the most out of every opportunity. Success stories, be inspired by real-life examples of individuals and communities who turned free sourcing into personal, creative, or financial success. Why this matters: at its core, free sourcing contributes to a more sustainable and connected world. It reduces waste, extends the life cycle of everyday items, and strengthens local communities. By adopting this practice, you're not only saving money but also participating in a movement that values resourcefulness and environmental responsibility. This book is more than a guide, it's an invitation to reimagine the way we interact with the material world. Each item you find, upcycle, or share tells a story, and this book equips you to make those stories meaningful. As you journey through the lessons, tips, and success stories, you'll uncover a deeper appreciation for the value hidden all around you. Welcome to the world of free sourcing, where creativity meets opportunity, and the possibilities are endless. Let's get started. Lesson 1. What are free items? Free items, at their most fundamental level, are goods or products that you acquire without any direct cost. They can come from a vast range of sources and typically require no monetary payment upfront. People often give away items for various reasons: they've upgraded to newer versions, they're moving and don't want excess baggage, or they just want to declutter. While free items might seem insignificant to some, they can hold tremendous value for individuals who recognize resale opportunities, appreciate upcycling, or simply want to save money. When you're on the lookout for such items, understanding the motivation behind why people give things away helps you identify true gems amid what others consider unnecessary clutter. In many communities, free items take on different forms and include nearly anything from electronics to furniture. In some cases, you might stumble upon entire sets of dishware left over from someone's downsizing efforts, or stacks of used books a neighbor no longer needs. By remaining watchful and well-connected, you can secure these items before they end up in landfills or at recycling centers. Recognizing this broad spectrum of possibilities is crucial, as you're not limited to one category. The mindset that free means junk or worthless is often untrue. Many free items can still be in excellent condition. Another key factor in understanding free items is the connection between personal preferences and material possessions. Everyone has varying needs, wants, and living arrangements. What doesn't fit someone else's lifestyle or personal taste could be perfect for yours. Hence, it's common to see brand new items in the free section of online listings or placed curbside for anyone to take. Whether it's a never-worn jacket or a piece of equipment that's been replaced by a newer model, free items often reflect the fast-paced shift in consumer trends. Free items are also a gateway to reducing waste and practicing more sustainable consumption. By intercepting items on their way to disposal, you're contributing to the circular economy, where goods remain in use for as long as possible. This sustainable approach doesn't just save you money or create a revenue stream when you decide to resell, it also makes a positive impact on the environment. The simple act of salvaging something from the trash or responding to a curb alert post can help cut down on unnecessary waste. On the flip side, it's also important to note that not every free item is of resellable quality. Sometimes an item is offered free because of major defects or hidden issues. As a savvy free sourcer and potential reseller, you have to develop an eye for evaluating condition and viability. This skill involves understanding what can be repaired or upcycled and what items are too far gone to be worth your time. Through experience and research, you can hone this ability and effectively determine the hidden value or potential pitfalls in the free items you come across. When you think about free items, it's tempting to focus exclusively on consumer goods, gadgets, clothing, furniture, and more. However, free can also apply to informational resources, services, or even intangible benefits. While this lesson focuses primarily on the physical aspect of free items, it's helpful to recognize that the idea of receiving something valuable without financial cost extends into other domains too. This broad view builds a mindset of resourcefulness, which is critical to uncovering opportunities in everyday life. One reason people may offer free items is emotional attachment. For instance, someone might have an old heirloom that they don't want to sell, but they also lack space for it. Rather than discarding it or placing a price tag on it, they'd rather gift it to someone who they feel will appreciate it. Such possessions might be in good shape and hold sentimental value. Recognizing when emotion is part of the equation is useful, because building rapport with the giver can increase the likelihood of them passing along more free treasures to you in the future. Free items can also be a product of changing life circumstances. Job relocations, family expansions, or downsizing from a large home to a smaller one often create surplus belongings. Whether it's furniture that no longer fits in a new place or baby items that are outgrown, these transitions result in giveaways. In these situations, speed can be your greatest ally. Once people decide to let go of things, they usually want them gone as soon as possible. Being ready to respond promptly and coordinate pickup sets you apart as a reliable recipient. Sometimes, free items surface due to changes in trends and technology. A classic example is when an individual upgrades to a new smartphone or TV and decides to give away the old model. Even though these items might be slightly outdated, many remain in perfectly usable condition. For a reseller, these aging technologies or fashion trends can still attract buyers who prefer lower costs or enjoy retro aesthetics. Being aware of consumer behavior, both in your local community and online, broadens your opportunities for finding value in otherwise discarded items. Additionally, certain businesses may also give away products that are unsellable under typical conditions. This could involve manufacturer defects, items that are past their sell-by date but still safe for certain uses, or excess promotional goods from a marketing campaign. While these items might not come with an attached receipt, they're still often in workable condition for personal use or resale. Understanding that businesses operate on specific inventory turnover goals helps you see why such freebies become available. Having insight into these behind-the-scenes motivations reveals numerous chances to acquire merchandise without cost. On a practical level, it's useful to comprehend the logistics of how free items get transferred from giver to receiver. For instance, online platforms might allow people to list items under a free category, or neighborhoods may host periodic swap meets where individuals can bring their unwanted goods for others to take. Knowing how these exchanges happen allows you to position yourself to acquire the best freebies quickly and efficiently. In-person events, such as community swap days or curbside collection schedules, often have a dynamic where people try to dispose of many items in one go. Neighbors might set things out on the sidewalk with a simple sign, "Free, take what you need." It's during these times that you can gather a variety of goods in a single day. Being prepared with a vehicle capable of hauling larger items, or even just sturdy bags for smaller treasures, makes the collection process more streamlined. Online exchanges usually happen through marketplaces or specialized groups dedicated to giving away items. Some users create group chats or forums where they announce the availability of products that are free for pickup. In these digital circles, the key factors are speed and clear communication. Sending prompt, polite messages and being flexible about pickup times helps build your reputation as someone who follows through. As word spreads, people might proactively reach out to you before making a public post, saving you the hassle of competing with others. An interesting component of these logistics is the etiquette involved. Most communities that engage in free item exchange maintain certain unwritten rules. For instance, if you request an item and schedule a pickup, you're expected to arrive on time and not haggle for additional items that weren't initially offered. Treating the giver's schedule and property respectfully fosters goodwill, which can translate into more free items in the future. Good manners aren't just polite, they're strategic when cultivating a reliable pipeline of free goods. Even if you're operating primarily online, face-to-face encounters are common because most people don't want to ship bulky items. You'll often need to meet locally. Ensuring you have a safe way to connect with strangers, such as meeting in a public place or bringing along a friend if you're visiting a private residence, protects both parties. While many free item transactions go smoothly, it's always important to prioritize your personal safety and adopt best practices when coordinating pickups. The concept of free can sometimes evoke skepticism. People might wonder, why would anyone give away something for nothing? This hesitation is partially due to ingrained beliefs that most things of value should come with a price. Breaking down this mental barrier is important. Many societies are built on mutual aid or gifting traditions, where community members regularly share what they have in excess. Realizing that the impulse to give is not only about the item's monetary value helps you appreciate the generosity inherent in some transactions. Another angle to consider is how the free label shifts the perceived value of items. When people see a price tag, they start analyzing whether it's worth it. But when something is free, they might be more inclined to take it without too much deliberation. This can be advantageous if you act quickly, but also means there can be a lot of competition in the free space. You're not just contending with potential buyers, you're also up against anyone willing to take a chance on a free item. Because of the demand for free items, timing is often everything. Whether it's an online marketplace post or a curbside giveaway, those who respond fastest often get first dibs. This reality underscores why dedicated resellers set up notifications and stay active on various platforms. If you're casual about it, you might miss out on prime opportunities. However, with consistent effort, you'll soon establish a routine that lets you nab free items before the competition. People's emotions toward ownership can also play a role in how free items become available. We live in a fast-changing world, with new fashion lines, technology releases, and home decor trends popping up regularly. Items that were once cherished can lose their appeal in a short span of time. As people seek to keep up with the latest trends, they offload older possessions. When you're tapping into these cycles, you're essentially recycling value, preventing functional products from going to waste and possibly making a profit by finding them a new home. At the same time, it's valuable to recognize potential red flags. If an item is free because it's broken, you need to quickly assess whether the cost to repair or upcycle is worth the investment. Similarly, items exposed to pests or mold could pose health risks. Always conduct a careful inspection. It's not just about whether you can salvage the item, but also about what kind of time and resources you're willing to pour into it. A thorough initial check ensures you avoid later disappointments. Understanding free items in the context of personal finances opens another layer of insight. Acquiring items at no cost can significantly reduce living expenses. You might outfit your entire apartment with free furniture, from the couch in your living room to the desk in your home office. This not only saves you money but can free up funds for other necessities or investments. Over time, these incremental savings add up and help you allocate your resources more strategically. In the sphere of reselling, free items form the basis of a near-zero-cost inventory strategy. Traditional retailers and even online sellers often factor in the cost of goods purchased at wholesale or discount rates, but if your supply chain consists largely of free items, your profit margin can be substantially higher. That's one reason many experienced resellers actively seek out free goods. They can flip them quickly for pure profit or hold onto them for a higher return if they spot niche demand. Moreover, adopting a lifestyle where you actively look for free items can lead you to discover unexpected passions. Perhaps you pick up a free sewing machine and discover a love for altering and repurposing vintage clothing. Or maybe you come across free art supplies and uncover a hidden artistic flair you never knew you had. By exposing yourself to new materials and tools at no cost, you're not just saving money, you're also broadening your horizons in ways you might have overlooked otherwise. Beyond personal growth, free items also foster community. When neighbors and friends share resources freely, a sense of camaraderie builds. People become more mindful of what they have and how it could benefit someone else. For resellers, relationships formed in these community settings can become profitable networks. Once word spreads that you're willing to pick up items quickly and courteously, people may proactively contact you before listing things online or hauling them to the curb. It's also worth noting the philanthropic aspects of free items. If you're obtaining goods without cost, you can choose to channel them into charitable acts. For example, some resellers arrange donations of unsold free items to local shelters or community centers. When supply outstrips demand in your resale channels, you can pivot to giving, thereby contributing to a cycle of generosity. The sense of fulfillment you get from seeing these items benefit someone else can be just as rewarding as the profit from selling them. While free items may seem widely available, it's critical to develop a strategy for finding and securing them. A scattershot approach where you occasionally scroll through a free listings page or rely on chance discoveries will net fewer results. Consistency, alert systems, and networking are keys to successfully scoring the best free goods. Even something as simple as regularly checking community bulletin boards or local websites can yield an array of opportunities that go unnoticed by less diligent folks. For many people, particularly those starting to explore the world of free sourcing, the sheer variety of items can be overwhelming. It helps to hone in on categories you're most interested in or have the expertise to resell. For instance, if you have a knack for fixing electronics, focusing on free gadgets could be more profitable than dabbling in furniture you're not equipped to restore. Specializing doesn't mean you ignore all other opportunities, rather, you ensure you don't get stuck with items you cannot effectively flip or use. There's also a social aspect to consider. The individuals giving items away may have an emotional attachment or want reassurance that their beloved possessions are going to someone who will genuinely appreciate them. Demonstrating gratitude and interest can make the giver feel better about handing over something that once held personal significance. This approach can also lead to word-of-mouth referrals, where the same person mentions your name to friends or family looking to offload items. An advantage to sourcing free items is the minimal financial risk. If an item doesn't sell or turn out to be as valuable as you initially believed, your monetary loss is zero. The main costs are your time and effort. This framework allows you to experiment with different niches or listing platforms without the pressure of recouping your expenses. In many ways, it's a playground for entrepreneurial exploration, letting you test marketing methods and pricing strategies with very low stakes. Nevertheless, time and effort are not negligible factors. Transporting, storing, cleaning, or repairing free items can become labor-intensive, especially if you accumulate a large volume. Establishing a manageable system from the start is wise. Think about your storage capabilities, the tools you have for repairs, and how much time you can dedicate to listings and shipping. Finding a balance between opportunity and manageability ensures you don't burn out or get inundated with unsorted freebies. It's helpful to remember that free items are not always easily recognizable. Sometimes they appear as broken, old, or leftover goods that others pass over. But a keen eye can spot opportunities others miss. If you see an outmoded TV stand in decent physical shape at the curb, it might simply need a fresh coat of paint and minor repairs to become a trendy statement piece. This skill, envisioning the after potential, is the cornerstone of a successful free sourcing approach. Another form of free items comes from promotional giveaways. Businesses frequently distribute merchandise like t-shirts, pens, water bottles, or tech accessories at conferences and events to build brand awareness. While a single promotional pen may not be worth much, a bulk of them could provide some resale opportunities, especially if you know how to brand them differently or bundle them with other items. Understanding the marketing mindset behind free promotional items can help you anticipate large hauls, particularly after trade shows or corporate gatherings. Construction sites can be a source of free materials like wood scraps, bricks, or leftover fixtures that can be repurposed in DIY projects. Such items might not immediately appear to have high resale value, but the building and crafting market is large, especially among hobbyists who seek affordable materials. Offering bundles of reclaimed wood, for instance, can attract artisans or remodelers looking for a rustic aesthetic. Keeping an open mind about non-traditional freebies broadens your sourcing horizon. It's crucial to network with people who frequently come across free items. Movers, for example, often encounter clients who want to dispose of excess belongings. By forming a relationship with local moving companies, you might be the first person they call when they have leftover furniture or boxes of personal effects. This direct line to freebies saves you from scouring public listings, as you effectively become the designated recipient for goods clients no longer need. A good practice is to stay informed about local regulations. In some areas, large-scale disposal days are scheduled where residents can place bulky items at the curb for pickup. Knowing the timeline for these municipal events gives you a strategic advantage. You can plan a route to drive around neighborhoods, collecting items before waste management trucks arrive. This approach might require an efficient system of identification. Learning which neighborhoods tend to discard higher value goods helps you optimize your route and avoid aimless driving. Developing a personal brand as the free item person can be surprisingly beneficial. When friends, neighbors, and colleagues know you're always interested in unneeded goods, they're more likely to contact you before throwing things away or listing them publicly. Over time, a steady stream of freebies can flow your way without much active searching on your end. However, managing this influx means setting clear boundaries and expectations. Let people know what types of items you are willing to accept and pick up promptly. As you refine your skill in spotting valuable free items, you'll also gain insight into pricing strategies for resale. Just because you got an item for free doesn't mean it has no market value. Determining how much people are willing to pay for it requires market research and an understanding of supply and demand dynamics. In some cases, items might sell better with a slight refurbishment or creative marketing angle, while others could move quickly if priced to sell. Your role as a middleman or middlewoman in the free sourcing chain can also evolve. You might find that you're better off wholesaling some freebies to specialized resellers who can fix or repurpose them. This arrangement can save you time if you're not equipped to do repairs or hold inventory for long periods. By focusing on the types of items you handle best, you can optimize both your time and your profits while still ensuring that nothing goes to waste. There's also the educational aspect of free items. Children and young adults can learn valuable life skills by participating in sourcing and repurposing. For example, a teenager might learn the basics of appliance repair after picking up a free coffee machine that needs minor tinkering. This hands-on experience can spark creativity and a sense of self-reliance. In addition, it can teach lessons about sustainability and entrepreneurship early on. Remember that free doesn't remove the need for courtesy and professionalism. Even though you aren't paying cash, you're entering an exchange that involves someone else's property. Being polite, punctual, and transparent about your intentions not only secures the item at hand but also sets a positive impression. Givers often talk among themselves, and a reputation for treating free items, and their owners, with care can lead to more consistent opportunities down the road. One aspect of free items that sometimes goes overlooked is the cultural or historical value. For instance, older books or vintage decor might hold interest for niche collectors. Although they're offered free because someone doesn't see their personal value, the collector's market might pay a premium. A dated camera, for example, might seem worthless to an owner who's moved on to digital photography. Yet, a film enthusiast could be eager to pay for such a find. Recognizing these niches comes from research, curiosity, and engagement with enthusiast communities. Free items can also have sentimental or symbolic significance. For instance, family photo frames or memorabilia might be given away because the original owner no longer has the space or emotional bandwidth to keep them. You can either preserve these items for historical or sentimental reasons or pass them on to collectors or individuals who appreciate their backstory. While this type of free item might not always yield high resale value, you might find satisfaction in preserving a piece of someone's personal history or rehoming it to a place where it will be cherished. In the broader context, understanding local customs and traditions can also be advantageous. Some neighborhoods or towns have traditions like Free Weekend, where everyone sets out items they don't need. These events can be treasure troves if you plan appropriately. You might also discover specialized local practices where certain community holidays or festivals encourage exchanging items as gifts or donations. By staying in tune with these local rhythms, you can position yourself to benefit from cultural norms that promote the sharing of resources. Free items often serve as learning materials. You might pick up a broken gadget to study its inner workings, eventually repairing it or using it for parts in another device. The knowledge gained from such experiments can be invaluable. Over time, this accumulation of skills, whether in repair, restoration, or creative repurposing, becomes a major asset that sets you apart from other resellers who rely solely on buying and selling pre-owned goods. Lastly, there's a philosophical angle to consider. Free items challenge the assumption that everything of value has a monetary cost. This perspective can shift how you view possessions, consumer culture, and even relationships. When you recognize how much useful and desirable stuff gets discarded daily, you may start to question what else is wasted in our economy or personal routines. It's an ongoing invitation to be more mindful, resourceful, and open to the idea that wealth can come in forms beyond money. As you reflect on the wide scope of what free items can be, you'll notice their potential to reshape your life, finances, and worldview. Whether you're hunting for items to resell or simply trying to live more sustainably, understanding the essence of free expands your appreciation for resourcefulness. It's a mindset shift that encourages you to see value where others see clutter. Rather than viewing yourself merely as a beneficiary of someone else's cast-offs, you become a key player in a circular economic system that reduces waste and maximizes utility. Free items can be the stepping stone to entrepreneurship. If you successfully flip a few free finds for a profit, you might realize there's a business opportunity in scaling this process. Because your cost of goods is practically zero, you have a unique advantage over traditional retailers. You're not weighed down by high overhead costs, and you have the flexibility to test multiple sales platforms, from online marketplaces to local pop-up sales, without incurring big losses. In addition, sourcing free items can uncover unexpected connections. You'll likely interact with people from different walks of life, many of whom might share similar passions for sustainability or thrifty living. These relationships can evolve into collaborations. Maybe you partner with a local upcycling artist who can transform the materials you find into one-of-a-kind creations. Or you might connect with property owners who need help clearing out their basements, giving you first choice on items before they're even considered for disposal. Furthermore, free sourcing can be an adventure, adding variety to your daily routine. Instead of monotony, each day might present a new lead, a barn full of antique furniture, a box of rare records, or a garage stacked with vintage apparel. Each opportunity invites exploration, problem-solving, and creativity. Over time, you'll become part treasure hunter, part restorer, and part entrepreneur, roles that keep the process engaging and fulfilling. Ultimately, comprehending what free items are goes beyond mere definitions. It involves understanding the human impulses and life situations that make people give things away. It's about recognizing the broader benefits, economic, environmental, social, and even personal, that come from engaging in this cycle of redistributing resources. With this foundation, you're better equipped to navigate the world of free sourcing confidently and ethically, setting the stage for deeper learning in the lessons to come. Lesson 2. The benefits of sourcing free items. When people think of free items, their minds often jump directly to the immediate financial advantage, but the benefits stretch well beyond saving a few dollars. In this lesson, we'll explore the varied and often surprising rewards you can reap from sourcing free goods. By diving deeper into the many upsides, you'll see how acquiring items at no cost can transform not only your bank account but also your mindset, your relationships, and your approach to entrepreneurship. One clear benefit of free items is how they encourage you to step into a more resourceful lifestyle. Instead of feeling pressured to purchase new goods, you start looking at existing resources with fresh eyes. Whether you're salvaging materials for creative projects or simply scoring some gently used home decor, the notion of free unlocks a new perspective on consumption. That change in mindset can extend into other areas of life, prompting more sustainable living choices and a willingness to look for cost-saving measures where you never would have before. A crucial secondary benefit is how sourcing free items promotes environmental responsibility. Each time you pick up something at no cost, you are preventing it from ending up in a landfill. The cumulative impact of such efforts can be substantial, reducing overall waste and conserving the materials and energy it would have taken to produce and transport a new product. People often underestimate the ecological footprint of manufacturing, shipping, and disposing of consumer goods. Sourcing for free can help you contribute to a more circular economy where items get multiple lifespans instead of a quick toss into the trash. Sourcing free items can also boost your sense of community engagement. Many avenues for finding free goods revolve around local groups, community swaps, or neighborhood events. As you become more active in these spaces, you'll meet people who share similar values or who are similarly trying to reduce waste. Friendships can form over curb alerts and shared interests, leading to a more connected neighborhood or social circle. This communal interaction isn't just a nice perk, it can lead to a support network that introduces you to even more opportunities. Finally, an often overlooked benefit is the opportunity for personal growth. Acquiring free items sometimes involves minor repairs, cleaning, or a bit of restoration, and developing these hands-on skills can be deeply rewarding. You might learn to refinish a piece of wood furniture or repair a small electronic device, discovering talents you never knew you had. Over time, you gain expertise that not only saves you money but can also become a source of pride and entrepreneurial potential. One of the most apparent advantages of sourcing free items is the financial relief it can offer for individuals and families on tight budgets. From a college student furnishing a dorm room to a single parent trying to cut expenses, free goods can make a world of difference. By replacing the need to purchase certain essentials, these no-cost finds allow people to redirect funds toward pressing needs like rent, bills, or savings. This improved financial health translates into less stress, more breathing room, and a sense of security. Even if you're not financially strapped, free sourcing aligns perfectly with strategic money management. Every dollar not spent on an item can be invested, saved, or used to pay down debt. Small decisions accumulate into substantial gains over time. For instance, furnishing an entire living room with complementary finds can easily save you hundreds, if not thousands, of dollars. Those savings, in turn, can go toward building an emergency fund or financing an entrepreneurial venture. Free items, therefore, can be an integral part of anyone's plan for wealth building. Beyond individual finances, sourcing free items can open doors to small-scale philanthropy. By obtaining goods at no cost, you're in a position to share or donate them to others who might need them even more. Items that you can't or don't want to resell become valuable donations to local charities, shelters, or community centers. This dynamic creates a ripple effect. Each free item you take and pass along can serve multiple lives, continually benefiting people who might not have the means to acquire such goods otherwise. Sourcing free items can also enrich family life by turning it into a bonding activity. For example, parents and children can explore curbside giveaways or local, free day, events together. Kids can learn early lessons in frugality, creativity, and environmental stewardship, all while spending quality time with loved ones. The excitement of discovering a hidden treasure fosters a sense of adventure, turning ordinary weekends into memorable scavenger hunts. In the professional realm, obtaining free items can bolster your entrepreneurial or side hustle ambitions by providing you with a near-zero cost inventory. Whether you plan to resell, upcycle, or use found materials for a new product, starting a small business with free resources drastically lowers your overhead. This head start is something many aspiring entrepreneurs never get to experience. By deferring or eliminating the cost of goods, you position yourself for higher profit margins and a greater chance of sustaining your new venture in the long term. Another often overlooked benefit is the joy and satisfaction you get from giving an item a second life. When you snag a free item that might have otherwise gone to waste, you're participating in a redemptive cycle that feels inherently positive. Many people find great fulfillment in rescuing overlooked items from the trash heap, breathing new life into something that appeared destined for disposal. This emotional reward can be deeply motivating, especially if you're someone who values making a tangible difference in everyday life. Free sourcing also cultivates practical knowledge that you can leverage personally or professionally. Suppose you pick up a dilapidated table on the curb and restore it with some sanding, staining, and varnishing. Through that experience, you learn about woodworking techniques, types of wood, and appropriate finishing products. If you decide to sell that restored piece, you've not only earned money but also enhanced your skill set. Over time, you can become a recognized expert in refurbishing furniture or repairing electronics, expertise that might even open doors to teaching workshops or offering paid consulting. Moreover, gaining a reputation as someone who effectively uses and redistributes free items can boost your social standing in your community. Neighbors and local businesses might turn to you as a reliable solution when they have items they want to clear out. Word-of-mouth referrals can lead to premium giveaways, and soon enough, you'll be on the speed dial of property managers, event organizers, or families planning big moves. Your involvement in these networks deepens, and with it comes an ever-increasing flow of valuable connections and goodwill. Sourcing free items also helps you break free from the consumerist cycle that often defines modern society. Instead of measuring success by how many brand new products you can buy, you might find yourself celebrating the cleverness of finding and reusing what's already out there. This shift can make life feel more creative and less driven by relentless purchasing pressure. You begin to discover abundance in reuse, rather than scarcity in every sales campaign urging you to purchase something new. Finally, consider the intangible benefits, humility and gratitude. When you accept items freely offered, you acknowledge the kindness or generosity of others. That same gesture might inspire you to pay it forward whenever you find yourself with surplus goods. Over time, an ethos of thankfulness permeates your daily life. Each free item you acquire serves as a reminder of community support, mutual aid, and the interconnectedness of human relationships. One major benefit of sourcing free items is how it strengthens local economies and small business ecosystems. When you rescue items destined for the landfill and give them a second life, whether through direct usage or resale, you're extending the economic cycle of those goods. In turn, your refurbishment or repurposing efforts may require local services. Perhaps you hire a handyman to help with repairs, or you purchase paint and other materials from a neighborhood hardware store. These peripheral transactions inject life into small-scale economies, fostering a cycle of local growth. Additionally, sourcing free items often results in networking opportunities you wouldn't find otherwise. Let's say you acquire some vintage furniture from an estate giveaway. While picking it up, you meet the homeowner's relatives who happen to be downsizing another property. A casual conversation might lead to an invitation to check out a barn full of antiques. In this way, every free item can be a gateway to a broader social and business network, offering consistent leads that keep your pipeline full of new items to repurpose or sell. From a practical standpoint, the organizational skills you develop while sourcing and managing free items can be quite valuable. You'll learn how to efficiently store inventory, maintain lists of contacts, and schedule pickups. These are transferable skills that apply to a range of personal and professional contexts. Being able to organize logistics smoothly can set you apart in your day job or other entrepreneurial endeavors, as it showcases discipline and attention to detail. Another underrated benefit is the aesthetic exploration that becomes possible. By constantly cycling through different styles and pieces, you can experiment with various decor themes or fashion statements without draining your bank account. This creative freedom allows you to refine your taste, gain an eye for design, and possibly attract a following on social media. People love to see before and after transformations, and each free find you renovate can become part of a portfolio that highlights your flair for style. Lastly, sourcing free items has a profound psychological benefit: the thrill of the hunt. Similar to treasure hunting or bargain shopping, there's an undeniable rush in finding a valuable or unique piece at no cost. This sense of adventure often keeps people motivated, turning free sourcing into a hobby that they look forward to each week. When something is both fun and potentially profitable, it's more likely to become a stable, long-term pursuit rather than a passing fad. One of the most significant, long-term benefits of free sourcing is that it fosters a culture of generosity and sharing. By actively participating in free item exchanges, whether by picking up or giving away, you help normalize a more communal mindset around goods. Neighbors begin to view each other as resources, not competitors, and the entire community can grow more resilient and cooperative. The simple act of circulating items without an exchange of money reinforces a sense of shared purpose and collective well-being. In addition, sourcing free items can sharpen your negotiation and communication skills. While you're not always negotiating a price, you do negotiate pickup times, logistics, and occasionally the terms of acquiring larger hauls. Effective communication, such as being clear about your interest, responsive in setting up a meeting, and polite in all interactions, helps you stand out. Givers often choose reliable individuals who make the process easier, so your tact and courtesy can lead to more consistent success. Free items also create dynamic learning experiences for families who homeschool or those who simply want to instill practical life lessons in their children. Imagine turning a pile of free art supplies into a family craft session that teaches creativity, design, and possibly even entrepreneurship if the kids decide to sell their finished artwork. Lessons in budgeting, problem-solving, and resilience can emerge naturally from real-world scenarios, making education both hands-on and fun. Another substantial benefit is the flexibility free sourcing provides for charitable initiatives. Let's say you run a small community outreach program that offers clothing, food, or household items to families in need. By cultivating a network of sources for free items, you can significantly expand the range and quantity of goods you provide. This can elevate your program's impact, helping more people access the essentials they require to get back on their feet or maintain a comfortable standard of living. Finally, sourcing free items can help you build credibility as a person who prioritizes sustainability and social responsibility. In an age where consumers are increasingly mindful of environmental impact, your commitment to reuse and recycle can become part of your personal or business brand. Whether you're sharing your eco-friendly practices online or simply explaining to acquaintances how you scored a fabulous find, you're demonstrating that it's possible to live stylishly and comfortably while reducing waste. Sourcing free items naturally enhances adaptability, a skill that's increasingly valuable in a fast-changing world. When you're used to dealing with random assortments of goods, from kitchen appliances to sports equipment, you learn to figure out practical uses or resale possibilities on the fly. This nimble thinking extends into other areas of your life, making you more resourceful at problem-solving in general. Moreover, free sourcing can help reduce feelings of burnout or overwork. If you're engaged in a high-pressure job or juggling multiple responsibilities, the act of going on a treasure hunt for free items can serve as a therapeutic break. The excitement of discovering a must-have item or the meditative process of refinishing a piece of furniture can provide a healthy outlet for stress. You're still being productive, potentially adding to your income or improving your home, but in a manner that feels more like a creative release than a chore. Another positive outcome is the cultivation of a minimalist approach to life. While it may seem paradoxical that sourcing free goods encourages minimalism, it can happen because you become more conscious of what you bring into your space. Not every free item is worth taking, you learn to be selective, focusing on what truly adds value. Over time, this habit can lead to a more curated, intentional lifestyle where every item you own serves a purpose or brings genuine joy. Free sourcing often inspires innovative thinking, especially for entrepreneurs. Perhaps you see a broken lamp that, with some modifications, could become a one-of-a-kind statement piece. Or you come across scrap fabric that can be stitched into unique tote bags. These little sparks of creativity can evolve into full-blown business ideas or passion projects. When the cost of raw materials is essentially zero, you have more room to experiment and iterate without fear of financial loss. Lastly, it's important to acknowledge how sourcing free items can bolster resilience in times of crisis. Economic downturns, natural disasters, or sudden life changes can lead to financial strain for many people. Having a reliable way to acquire necessary items for free can lessen the impact of these hardships. Whether it's clothing for growing kids, basic furniture for a new living space, or essential household goods after a major relocation, free items can provide a safety net that eases uncertainty and helps people get back on their feet more quickly. Free sourcing can open unique opportunities for small-scale manufacturing or craft businesses. If you routinely pick up discarded pallets, for instance, you could transform them into rustic coffee tables, planters, or shelving units. By publicizing these eco-friendly creations, you tap into a market hungry for sustainable and handmade products. The materials are free, your labor adds value, and consumers appreciate the narrative behind reclaimed goods. This business model can flourish in local markets and online platforms alike. One additional benefit is how sourcing free items teaches you the art of quick decision-making. You often have to act swiftly when something pops up in a free online listing or a neighborhood curb alert. If you hesitate, someone else may snatch the item first. Over time, this practice of making fast yet informed choices hones your intuition about the resale or upcycling potential of items. You become adept at scanning an object, quickly assessing its condition, and envisioning what needs to be done to monetize or use it. Moreover, collecting free items can be a catalyst for building specific expertise. Perhaps you start by casually picking up free laptops or old computers. As you fix them, you gain enough knowledge to not only refurbish them for resale but also to offer repair services. Similarly, someone who consistently acquires damaged vintage furniture might evolve into a skilled restorer, commanding higher prices for professionally refinished pieces. Each free pick becomes a stepping stone toward mastery in a particular domain. Free sourcing can also serve as an antidote to the disposable culture we live in. When you routinely engage with items that others have labeled unwanted, you start to see that much of what we discard still holds usable life. By rescuing these goods, you're effectively rebelling against the notion that we must perpetually replace rather than repair or repurpose. This mindset fosters a more ethical and mindful approach to ownership, one that values longevity over convenience. Additionally, sourcing free items encourages the development of strong spatial awareness. As you bring in newfound objects, you'll need to figure out how to store or display them efficiently. This might involve learning organizational principles, figuring out creative ways to stack or hang items, or optimizing your workspace for quick retrieval. Over time, you get better at judging how much space an object will occupy and where it can fit in your home, studio, or storage unit without causing clutter or confusion. At the community level, widespread free sourcing can spark local economic revitalization. Imagine a neighborhood where people routinely share or exchange goods. Those who upcycle or repair items may decide to open storefronts or pop-up markets to sell their creations. This can attract visitors from other areas, increasing foot traffic and revenue for neighboring shops and restaurants. A culture of thrift and resourcefulness, far from discouraging business, can actually fuel a vibrant local scene where innovative, eco-friendly enterprises thrive. Sourcing free items is also an opportunity to combat social isolation. When you're involved in free item exchanges, attending community markets, joining online groups, or hosting swap parties, you frequently interact with others. Especially for individuals who work remotely or are new to an area, these connections offer a simple way to make friends and find common ground. Everyone likes a good deal, and in the free sourcing world, camaraderie often blossoms from the mutual appreciation of a great find. From a mental health standpoint, the reward system associated with finding free items can uplift your mood. You get an instant sense of accomplishment each time you secure something valuable or useful at no cost. This positive reinforcement can help offset stresses in other parts of your life, creating a more balanced emotional landscape. Over time, the act of hunting for freebies might become a welcome respite, an enjoyable pastime that pays you back in both tangible items and positivity. Additionally, once you become well known for sourcing free items, you may be approached for collaboration or community projects. Nonprofits might invite you to speak at workshops, sharing tips on how to locate, clean, and redistribute free goods to underserved communities. Schools might ask you to lead a course on DIY refurbishing. Your reputation as a resource-savvy individual opens doors to philanthropic work that can enhance your leadership skills and sense of social contribution. Finally, there's an empowering aspect to sourcing free items that shouldn't be underestimated. Knowing you can furnish your home, clothe your family, or stock your inventory without breaking the bank imparts a sense of independence. It's a reminder that you have the ability to sustain your needs, or even grow a profitable venture, outside traditional consumer pathways. This sense of autonomy can be liberating, fueling a more courageous attitude toward life's challenges and opportunities. Free sourcing provides an excellent testing ground for entrepreneurs who want to experiment with different markets or product categories. Perhaps you aren't sure whether there's a strong demand for refurbished cameras in your area. Rather than invest heavily in buying used stock, you can wait to spot free or extremely low-cost cameras to refurbish. If they sell quickly, you gain confidence in that niche. If they don't, your loss is minimal, and you can pivot to something else. Another benefit lies in the storytelling potential. Each free item often comes with a unique history, where it came from, how it was originally used, and why it ended up being discarded. When reselling or showcasing the item, weaving this backstory can enhance its appeal. Customers may be drawn to a piece's journey of rescue and restoration, making them more willing to pay a premium for the narrative as well as the item itself. This approach transforms what could be a mundane transaction into a meaningful connection between the buyer and the product. By focusing on free items, you also learn to be flexible in your style and offerings. You can't always predict what you'll find next, so you adapt your business or personal usage around the goods that come your way. In some cases, this spontaneity sparks surprisingly profitable ventures. Maybe you never imagined selling retro board games, but after finding a set of them for free and seeing how well they sell, you realize there's a niche market you can tap into. Free sourcing can help you navigate inflationary periods or times of economic instability. When prices of consumer goods skyrocket, the ability to access or redistribute free items becomes even more valuable. Not only can you maintain a comfortable standard of living, but you might also become a key local provider of essentials during financial downturns. This buffer against economic turbulence offers peace of mind that many consumers lack when they rely solely on retail purchases. Lastly, there's a creative freedom that comes from having a rotating inventory of items you didn't pay for. You're less constrained by the sunk costs of each piece, making it easier to experiment. Maybe you reupholster a sofa in a bold fabric just to see how the market responds, or you take a vintage gadget apart to see if you can repurpose its parts for a completely different creation. Because your initial investment is zero, you can afford to try approaches you might otherwise deem too risky. In the broader scope of personal development, sourcing free items can be transformative. It requires discipline, organization, community engagement, and creativity, all of which are universally beneficial traits. As you refine these skills, you carry them into other areas of life, from professional settings to personal relationships. The ability to see potential where others see junk is a mindset that extends well beyond material possessions. Moreover, the continual cycle of acquiring, refurbishing, and possibly reselling free items teaches you how to handle both success and failure gracefully. Some items will be smash hits and sell immediately, others might not garner any interest. You learn to adapt, pivot, or even give those less successful finds a way to someone who can use them. In this process, you develop resilience and a willingness to iterate until you find what works. Sourcing free items also resonates with a growing cultural emphasis on sustainability. You'll likely find that many people admire your dedication to reducing waste and making the most of available resources. This admiration can translate into social capital, especially on platforms like social media where posts about upcycling or zero-waste living can go viral. When your community sees the tangible impact of your efforts, your influence grows, and you might inspire others to adopt similar practices. Another compelling aspect is the sense of empowerment it brings. Realizing you can meet numerous needs without spending money fosters a feeling of self-reliance. You're no longer at the mercy of fluctuating market prices or marketing campaigns designed to convince you to buy new. This empowerment can extend into advocating for environmental and social issues, as you have direct experience in how collective small actions, like sourcing free items, can cumulatively make a difference. Ultimately, the benefits of sourcing free items encompass far more than just the monetary perk of spending less. They touch on personal growth, community building, environmental stewardship, entrepreneurial innovation, and the enrichment of daily life with a sense of adventure and purpose. By recognizing these layered advantages, you can approach free sourcing with a well-rounded strategy, one that integrates not just financial objectives, but also deeper values of sustainability, cooperation, and continual learning. Lesson 3: Understanding supply and demand for free goods. When we discuss free goods, we rarely think of them in formal economic terms. Yet, understanding the supply and demand for items that cost zero money can provide invaluable insights for anyone looking to source and potentially resell them. Supply reflects how many people or entities are giving away items at any given time. Demand, on the other hand, indicates how many individuals are actively seeking those items, whether they intend to use them personally or resell them. Although people might assume that anything free will automatically find a home, there's more nuance involved. One crucial consideration in supply and demand for free goods is local versus broader market dynamics. At the local level, you may encounter surplus items when residents move or hold seasonal cleanouts. This local supply can vary significantly from one neighborhood to another. In areas with frequent turnover, such as college towns or urban centers, there tends to be a higher supply of goods because people are more mobile. By contrast, a rural region might have fewer disposable items but also fewer takers, affecting both supply and demand simultaneously. The perceived value of free goods also plays a role in demand. Even at zero cost, items that align with popular trends or essential living needs tend to attract more interest. For instance, a stylish, gently used office chair often disappears faster than a dated piece of furniture with visible wear. This phenomenon parallels standard market behavior. Items in greater demand, for reasons of utility or aesthetics, tend to be claimed more quickly. Being aware of these microtrends gives you an upper hand if you're looking to secure and flip valuable pieces. Another dynamic that impacts the supply of free items is the economic climate. In periods of economic downturn, some people tighten their belts and choose to sell rather than give away. This can reduce the overall supply of free goods. Conversely, in prosperous times, individuals may be less inclined to deal with the hassle of selling and more likely to give items away to declutter quickly. Monitoring general economic conditions, along with local events like citywide move-out days, helps you anticipate when free item supply might surge. Demand is also shaped by regional culture and attitudes. In communities where sustainability, zero waste, or communal living are prioritized, the appetite for free items can be quite high. People in such communities often have the mindset that adopting used goods is both economically and environmentally responsible. In areas where brand new purchases are perceived as a status symbol, demand for free items can be lower, giving you less competition but also indicating fewer potential recipients if you aim to resell. Thus, understanding cultural inclinations allows you to gauge the real demand landscape in your locale. While it might seem paradoxical to talk about pricing free goods, the concept of perceived value influences demand in ways that mimic traditional markets. Potential recipients make decisions based on factors like the brand, condition, and potential utility of the item. Even if an object costs nothing, if they don't see it as beneficial or appealing, they won't bother claiming it. Hence, one key element of free market demand is how strongly an item resonates with prospective takers' preferences, lifestyles, or immediate needs. Supply disruptions play a part as well. Consider events like large-scale renovations or business closures. Such occurrences can flood the market with a sudden surplus of free items, everything from office supplies and furniture to shelving units and decor. When supply outstrips immediate demand, items that might typically find quick takers can linger unclaimed. Although it might seem like a dream scenario for free sourcers, oversupply sometimes diminishes interest because people become selective when there's a glut of choices. You might even see a curious paradox: some good quality freebies get overlooked because everyone is busy targeting the trendiest or most easily resold pieces in that surplus. On the demand side, urgency often spurs movement. If an item is time-sensitive, like perishable food or goods that become outdated seasonally, demand spikes shortly after they become available. For instance, a free air conditioner offered during a summer heatwave will likely be snatched up quickly, whereas the same unit offered in winter might attract minimal attention. Understanding seasonal variables and short-term shifts in local climate or social events helps you see demand patterns that might not be evident to casual observers. Another aspect is the life stage of potential recipients. Younger adults, such as college students or recent graduates, often demonstrate a high demand for free items that furnish apartments or fulfill practical needs. Families with growing children might constantly look for free clothing and toys. Seniors downsizing might not be as eager to pick up new items, but they could be more open to giving things away. By identifying the dominant age groups in your community, you can gauge the demand for specific categories of freebies, guiding your own sourcing strategy. Digital platforms also exert a major influence on the supply and demand equation. Online communities dedicated to free items, like local Facebook groups or specialized freebie apps, can greatly expand visibility, drawing more takers for each listing. This makes demand more fluid. An item posted in a popular group can attract interest from a broad audience, sometimes leading to intense competition. Meanwhile, smaller or more niche platforms might yield fewer takers but can be an excellent source of specialized items. Observing which digital spaces your community favors is a way to predict how quickly free goods are claimed and by what types of people. One powerful tool in understanding supply and demand for free items is data tracking. Although you aren't charging money, you can still keep records of which types of items appear most frequently in free listings and how quickly they vanish. Over time, these notes can help you detect patterns. Maybe you see that electronics are consistently snapped up within hours, whereas outdated furniture lingers for days. Armed with that information, you can refine your approach, focusing on items likely to attract serious interest or command higher resale value. Demographics deeply shape the supply side. In affluent neighborhoods, you might find a higher turnover rate of goods, as households upgrade more often. This can mean a steady stream of in-style or high-quality freebies. Yet, if those neighborhoods have fewer local recipients or if the area's culture discourages taking used goods, you might encounter less competition when picking them up. Conversely, in lower-income areas, items may be used until they're worn out, resulting in fewer high-quality freebies. Demand there might be stronger, because free goods meet essential needs, creating a tug-of-war over resources whenever something decent is offered. Social stigma also plays a subtle but significant role in the demand for free items. Some people shy away from taking items labeled free out of fear they'll be judged as unable to afford new goods. Others enthusiastically embrace freebies as thrifty and eco-friendly. This cultural tension can shift the dynamics of demand. If you aim to resell, you should be aware of any negative perceptions, especially if they prevent certain demographic groups from participating. Sometimes a simple rebranding, calling items pre-loved instead of free in your marketing, can attract a wider audience and subtly boost demand. Competition among free sourcers also influences how supply is distributed. In areas where many people hunt for freebies, you'll need to move quickly and leverage multiple networks to secure the best picks. High competition might push you to explore less traveled avenues or build relationships that give you a first look at items before they go public. At the same time, if you happen to be in a community with few active free sourcers, you can often take your time and still find excellent items unclaimed. This variability underscores the necessity of understanding local market conditions. A particularly fascinating area of demand revolves around upcyclers and creative hobbyists. These individuals look for goods, like wooden pallets, fabric remnants, or old furniture, they can transform into art, decor, or functional items. While these objects may seem less obviously valuable at first glance, in the eyes of a skilled DIYer, they hold potential. This niche demand can sometimes rival mainstream interest, driving up competition for items that might otherwise be overlooked. By knowing these specialized demographics exist, you can predict when certain, low-value, freebies will still be in high demand. Market saturation can happen even with free items. For instance, if one household floods a local marketplace with dozens of used children's toys, people searching for toys may quickly grab what they need and then drop off the platform for a while. That leaves additional toy offerings with fewer takers. Understanding saturation points is helpful if you regularly flip kids' items, because timing your postings or pickups can mean the difference between success and a cluttered garage. When supply becomes scarce, say, during winter holidays when many families aren't moving or decluttering, demand for certain categories might still be high. Parents looking for gifts, for example, might hunt for free toys. But if not enough people are giving them away, you see a mismatch between supply and demand. This mismatch creates opportunity for the agile free sourcer who knows where to look. By staying attuned to cyclical patterns, you can anticipate times of scarcity and plan your sourcing accordingly. A phenomenon that often emerges in the free goods ecosystem is the collective rummage. Think of it like a local gold rush. When word spreads of a major giveaway, like a commercial office offloading file cabinets and desks, demand spikes sharply as multiple parties rush to claim the best pieces. Meanwhile, supply can also be massive in that moment, leading to both an abundance of items and intense competition for anything perceived as highly valuable. Observing how these surges happen, and which items vanish first, provides real-time lessons in local preferences and competition. Perceived convenience is another factor shaping demand. Someone may want an item badly but might pass on it if the pickup location is far away or if the item is bulky. Free goods that are easy to transport typically move first, especially in urban areas where parking and hauling can be challenging. If you're aiming to resell, you can work around this by offering pickup assistance or having a vehicle ready. Serving as a problem solver in these logistical hurdles can significantly increase your chances of claiming sought-after items. Cultural and social events have a noticeable effect on supply and demand, too. Music festivals, fairs, or marathons might generate a slew of leftover freebies, such as promotional merchandise or lightly used equipment. While this creates a spike in supply, demand can be short-lived if people don't see immediate utility in these items. Conversely, if the event is aligned with a popular brand or trend, the demand for branded freebies can be incredibly high. In either case, being aware of the local event calendar helps you anticipate sudden shifts in the free goods market. One underlying concept that profoundly affects supply and demand for free goods is opportunity cost. Individuals giving away items are often sacrificing potential cash income because they believe a quick, no-hassle giveaway is simpler. On the demand side, potential takers weigh the time and effort required for pickup against the item's perceived benefit. Understanding that both sides are evaluating cost in forms other than money, time, convenience, labor, reveals how free transactions can mimic traditional buyer-seller negotiations. Another vital perspective is the role of social proof. When people see that an item has already garnered interest or multiple inquiries, it can increase their desire to claim it. This is a form of demand acceleration, driven by the fear of missing out, FOMO. Even though the item is free, the social cue that others want it can make it more attractive. Conversely, if an item sits unclaimed for days, people may assume it's undesirable, even if it's quite useful. This phenomenon underscores the subtle psychology that shapes the free goods marketplace. Technology plays a central role in channeling supply and demand to each other. Automated notifications for free listings can cause a flurry of responses within minutes of a new post. This tech-enabled speed fosters a flash demand scenario, where the item goes from available to claimed in record time. Meanwhile, some platforms have rating systems that help you find high-quality givers or takers, increasing the reliability of each transaction. Mastering these digital tools is crucial for staying competitive in a fast-paced free goods environment. Macro-level changes, such as shifts in consumer preferences or global economic trends, eventually trickle down to free item markets. For example, a growing consciousness about environmental sustainability might elevate the demand for used clothing or eco-friendly household supplies. Conversely, a tech boom might push more laptops and gadgets into the used and free segment as individuals upgrade frequently. Paying attention to these larger cultural shifts allows you to anticipate future booms or lulls in particular categories of free goods. Finally, personal motivations add another dimension. Some people give things away purely out of generosity or a desire to declutter, while others do so to build social capital. On the demand side, individuals might claim free items for nostalgia, curiosity, or purely financial considerations. These varied motivations can produce a wide array of outcomes in supply and demand patterns. Understanding these personal drives can help you better empathize with givers and takers, tailoring your approach to acquiring or distributing free goods more effectively. One subtle issue in the free goods arena is quality control. When someone offers an item for nothing, potential takers may be wary about its condition. This wariness can reduce demand if the listing does not provide clear details or photos showing the item's state. Providing transparency about flaws, wear, or other characteristics can actually heighten demand because trust is established. In many ways, this mirrors the trust-building process in paid marketplaces but with the added twist that no money changes hands. Understanding the concept of diminishing marginal utility can also be enlightening. For example, the first free piece of furniture you pick up might be highly valuable to you because it meets an immediate need. But as you accumulate more items of the same type, each additional piece might feel less essential, lowering your personal demand. On a broader scale, if a community already has ample supply of a particular item, like outdated televisions, then future offerings will likely experience reduced demand because the market, even a free one, is saturated. Supply inflation can sometimes arise from corporate or institutional giveaways. Schools may discard old textbooks or computers en masse, or businesses might purge older office furniture when upgrading. These large-scale giveaways temporarily flood the market with identical or similar goods. If the product category is popular, like laptops, demand might match or exceed the supply. But if the item is niche or outdated, the market can become glutted, and interest might wane. A free sourcer who recognizes these cycles can position themselves to grab inventory before it becomes a burden on the marketplace. Seasonality influences not just overall demand but also how quickly free items move. Think about holiday decor. In late November and early December, demand for free festive decoration spikes. By January, that same supply will have fewer interested takers. This cyclical pattern appears in many item categories, from winter clothing to gardening tools. Mapping these seasonal ebbs and flows helps you strategically plan your sourcing. You can bank items in off-peak seasons and release them when demand is high, though with free items, you'll still consider your storage costs in terms of space and effort, if not money. Sociopolitical factors sometimes ripple into the free goods landscape. In times of civil unrest or uncertainty, people might hang on to possessions longer, fearing they won't be able to replace them easily, which reduces the supply of freebies. Conversely, relief efforts after natural disasters can encourage massive item donations, temporarily inflating supply. In such cases, demand might be high among those affected, but the distribution mechanics can become complex. Being aware of major socio-political changes in your region helps you interpret sudden shifts in free item availability and need. A hallmark of a well-functioning free goods marketplace is equilibrium, where the quantity of available freebies meets, or comes close to, the number of people willing to take them. However, equilibrium in a free context can be fragile, swayed by local events, personal sentiments, and even social media trends. A single viral post praising the virtues of a certain type of free item can lead to a run on that item, temporarily upsetting the balance. Understanding this volatility is critical if you plan to systematically source freebies for resale. In many cases, the concept of substitution emerges in free goods demand. If you can't find one item, you might accept a different but similar item at no cost. For instance, if you're searching for a free dining table and only a large desk is available, you might repurpose it as a table in the short term. This substitution effect expands the pool of items that people will consider, occasionally increasing demand for goods that might otherwise be overlooked. Observing how people substitute can give you insights into which items have hidden potential. Over time, repeated exposure to free goods marketplaces can shift local behaviors. People who might have been hesitant at first can become enthusiastic participants once they see others benefiting. This can create a feedback loop. As more people give items away, more individuals show up to claim them, further encouraging givers to list even more. The result is a thriving ecosystem where the supply-demand cycle perpetuates itself. If you want to cultivate a strong network of free sourcing, you can help foster this cycle by sharing success stories and demonstrating the benefits. In some regions, philanthropic organizations step in to redistribute free items to those in need, effectively altering local supply and demand. These groups might set up donation drives or coordinate pickups, streamlining the process of connecting givers with recipients. While this approach is excellent for community welfare, it can shift availability for those who rely on casual transactions. Knowing how philanthropic redistribution efforts are structured can help you position yourself to either collaborate or look elsewhere if those channels absorb a significant portion of local freebies. Another aspect of free goods demand is the phenomenon of novelty appeal. Items with unique, quirky, or vintage characteristics might experience surprisingly high interest, even if their practical utility is low. Retro signs, antique suitcases, and old-fashioned electronics can draw collectors or enthusiasts who snap them up immediately. Novelty seekers often don't mind traveling or investing a bit of effort for something special, so their demands can overrule typical constraints like distance or minor flaws. Identifying these novelty markets can open doors to specialized resale channels. Social networks shape supply in subtle ways. Someone might be more likely to offer an item for free if they believe a friend or local acquaintance will benefit. This tends to happen in tight-knit communities or online groups with strong personal connections. Because trust is already established, supply flows more readily, people feel good about helping someone they, even loosely, know. In such networks, you may see an insider advantage, where being a recognized member leads to early tips on impending giveaways, thus giving you first pick. The psychology of gratitude also plays a role in both supply and demand. A giver might feel appreciated if a taker shows genuine enthusiasm for their free item, fostering a sense of goodwill that encourages more giveaways in the future. On the flip side, some takers thrive on that warm feeling of receiving a needed item from a kind stranger, prompting them to share positive reviews or thank you posts, which can boost community morale and spark even more participation. Awareness of these emotional factors can guide how you interact with others in free goods forums. Cultural traditions and community-based events influence the seasonal supply of certain goods. Consider wedding decor. After a wedding season, some couples may give away centerpieces, table settings, or decorative arches they no longer need. Likewise, after major holidays, you might see a surge in holiday-themed items being passed on for free. Tracking these annual cycles enables you to plan specialized sourcing strategies. For example, if you know that post-wedding season yields an abundance of decorations, you can prepare to claim those items quickly or market them to future brides and grooms. Overaccumulation can occur when takers pick up freebies they don't truly need or plan to use. This can temporarily reduce overall demand since those items sit in someone's garage or basement, essentially removed from the market. However, over time, these stockpiles often re-emerge as free giveaways once the taker realizes they have too much clutter. This cyclical pattern creates waves of supply and demand, where items recirculate within the community multiple times. Familiarity with these waves can help you strategically wait for second or third rounds of certain items. Sometimes they come back to the market in even better condition or with additional pieces included. At the broader level, global communication and shipping networks can also shape free goods availability. Some people browse local free groups when traveling and might pick up items to take home if they find something truly special. This cross-regional movement adds complexity to local supply and demand. In areas with high tourism or frequent visitors, you may encounter free items that originate from distant regions, or conversely, see local items claimed by out-of-towners. Understanding these travel-influenced exchanges can help you spot unique opportunities to acquire or distribute freebies. The invisible hand of the free goods marketplace operates similarly to paid markets, but with distinct motivations. Instead of price signals, the prime incentives are decluttering, environmental consciousness, altruism, or community engagement. Whenever someone posts a free item, they effectively communicate that their perceived cost of retaining it is higher than the benefit of giving it away. Takers respond by weighing whether the benefit of acquiring the item outweighs their logistical costs in obtaining it. This dance of preferences underpins the entire supply-demand relationship in the free world. Gentrification and neighborhood changes can disrupt local free goods supply. As an area becomes more upscale, residents might replace older furnishings with designer pieces, temporarily boosting the supply of freebies. However, if the new population is wealthier, they may have less interest in claiming used items, reducing demand. Conversely, when an area experiences economic challenges, demand for free essentials might skyrocket, but the supply may also diminish if people hold on to their belongings longer. These patterns underscore the importance of staying aware of neighborhood-level changes. The interplay of preference intensity also matters. When someone desperately needs a bed for an overnight guest, their demand for a free bed is intense, and they might pounce on the first listing that appears. If another user merely wants a second bed for occasional use, their demand is less urgent. Observing these differences can guide how you compete for items or how you time your own giveaways. Catering to the most urgent demand can be a strategic move in a bustling free goods community, ensuring you secure in-demand items or provide them to highly motivated takers. Another subtle point is that brand recognition persists, even in the realm of free goods. An item labeled with a known, reputable brand often draws more attention, as users assume higher quality or durability. So, if you see a well-known furniture brand listed for free, even if the piece has minor scuffs, it might still attract a flurry of interest. Understanding which brands have strong recognition among local takers lets you focus your energies on claimable items that have better long-term resale prospects. Online feedback loops further reinforce supply and demand in intangible ways. A positive interaction, where a giver feels appreciated and a taker shows gratitude, can prompt that giver to post more items, effectively increasing supply. Similarly, a taker who finds an excellent free item may share their success, inspiring others to join the group or keep an eye out for future listings. These cumulative experiences gradually shift the cultural norms around free giving and receiving, making it more accepted and mainstream. Understanding supply and demand for free goods isn't an academic exercise, it's a practical map for navigating real-life opportunities. By applying these concepts, you can align your sourcing and reselling strategies with the times and places where supply is highest and demand is most robust. Such alignment reduces wasted effort and helps you zero in on the most profitable or personally useful finds. Rather than relying on chance, you can plan your routes, set alerts, and focus on categories you know will move quickly in your local community. If you're interested in growing a reselling venture, this knowledge helps you time your product releases. Suppose you anticipate a wave of free furniture in early summer when many leases end. You can gather items in June, spruce them up in July, and then list them for sale in August, right before students return to campus or new tenants settle in. Demand for cheap but sturdy furnishings spikes at that time, so your prospects for quick flips multiply. By thinking a few steps ahead, you transform random freebies into a coherent business strategy. Supply and demand dynamics can also guide how you present free items to potential recipients. If you notice that certain categories, like children's items, are in perpetual high demand, you might group them together as a starter kit. This bundling approach can attract specific audiences, such as new parents on a budget. You meet their need for convenience, while also ensuring a quick turnover of your freebies. In a sense, you create your own mini-market within the larger free goods marketplace. On a more personal level, awareness of supply-demand shifts helps you make informed decisions about your own possessions. If you notice that certain electronics become obsolete quickly, you might choose to pass them on while demand is still decent, rather than letting them collect dust. You can cycle items out at strategic times to maximize their chance of finding a new home, thereby reducing clutter and ensuring those objects remain useful to someone else. Lastly, appreciating the ebb and flow of free goods fosters a greater sense of connection to your community. You begin to notice how life events, births, graduations, marriages, relocations, intersect with patterns of giving and receiving. This awareness transforms the act of sourcing freebies into a meaningful engagement with local culture and social dynamics. Instead of being just another transaction, free goods become a thread that weaves neighbors together, forging a cycle of generosity and gratitude that benefits everyone involved. Lesson 4: Identifying local opportunities for free items. In many ways, local sourcing is the foundation of finding free items. It involves being mindful of what's happening in your immediate vicinity, from community events to everyday sidewalk giveaways. By looking closely at local activities and understanding the unique dynamics of your neighborhood, you can uncover a variety of opportunities for free goods that you might not notice at first glance. These opportunities can take many forms, such as excess produce from a community garden, leftover merchandise from a small business closing, or even discarded treasures sitting by the curb. One of the first things to recognize is that local opportunities for free items can be seasonal. Certain times of the year, like spring cleaning season or the weeks surrounding major holidays, see a surge in people decluttering their homes. During these periods, homeowners may be more willing to part with furniture, clothing, and other belongings at no cost. Identifying these seasonal patterns is often as simple as keeping your eyes open for increased yard sales, local cleanup days, or neighborhood-wide trash pickup schedules. The more proactive you are during these times, the more likely you are to find free items before they disappear. A strong local strategy also involves knowing your neighborhood's culture. Some communities prioritize sustainability and environmental consciousness, which makes them more open to practices like free cycling or hosting swap events. Conversely, neighborhoods driven by frequent remodeling or high turnover might offer curbside giveaways on a regular basis. By talking to neighbors, community leaders, and even local real estate agents, you can gain valuable insight into the habits and traditions that yield free items. Sometimes a little bit of local knowledge can go a very long way. Additionally, local sourcing can help you build relationships that lead to ongoing streams of free items. For instance, if you consistently pick up leftover produce from a local farmer's market, vendors might start saving boxes of unsellable, but still edible fruits and vegetables for you. Similarly, if you connect with the owner of a nearby thrift store, they might set aside items they can't sell, giving you first dibs before they discard them. These relationships often arise organically when you show consistent interest and reliability, making the entire sourcing process more efficient and fruitful. Perhaps the biggest advantage of local opportunities is convenience. You save on transportation costs and time, and you don't have to deal with shipping or long-distance logistics. This convenience factor lowers your overall effort and can boost your profitability if you're reselling. Even if you're just picking up items for personal use, local pickups mean you can squeeze sourcing trips into your daily routine without major disruptions. When you focus on nearby sources, you build a tight network that makes free item acquisition feel almost effortless once you know where to look. Local bulletin boards, both physical and digital, are underrated gold mines for free items. Your town hall, community center, libraries, and certain grocery stores might have cork boards where people pin notices about moving giveaways, free furniture, or items they want to pass on. Spending a few minutes each week scanning these boards can reveal hidden gems that never make it to online listings. Likewise, local Facebook groups, next-door communities, and other neighborhood apps often feature daily posts about free goods. While these platforms don't always have high-ticket items, they're still an excellent resource for discovering smaller things like household decor, school supplies, or children's toys. One key to effectively using bulletin boards, whether physical or online, is to act fast. Free items, especially ones with obvious value, can disappear within hours of being posted. Setting up alerts on digital platforms and making a habit of quickly checking them in your downtime can help you beat other takers. Another tip is to build a respectful reputation on these platforms. Thanking people publicly for their generosity or providing small tokens of appreciation can make others more likely to offer you items in the future, simply because they know you'll pick them up without hassle and express gratitude. Local businesses can also be a fruitful source. Small retail shops, cafes, and restaurants regularly clean out storage rooms or replace equipment, which might lead to discarded items that are still perfectly usable. You could find anything from chairs and tables to chalkboards and light fixtures. Forming a friendly rapport with local business owners or employees goes a long way. By letting them know you're interested in unused or slightly damaged goods, you position yourself as their go-to person when something needs to be hauled away. This simple conversation can evolve into a steady pipeline of free, salvageable products. Schools and educational institutions present another avenue. Teachers and administrators often discard textbooks, desks, or supplies that no longer fit the curriculum or facility requirements. If you have a connection with a local school, you might be able to reclaim items that would otherwise end up in the dumpster. The key here is timing. Many schools do their major cleanouts at the end of an academic year or during extended breaks. Marking these periods on your calendar and reaching out proactively can yield a treasure trove of books, art supplies, and even classroom furniture. Don't forget about public events that might generate free leftover items. Community concerts, festivals, or fairs often have leftover promotional items, food, or decorations. If you volunteer or network with the event organizers, you may be able to claim items before they are thrown out. This approach is particularly useful if you're looking for bulk quantities of certain goods, like branded t-shirts or reusable water bottles, that were created for event attendees but weren't all distributed. These leftovers can sometimes be resold or repurposed into crafts, making them a unique opportunity for creative entrepreneurs. Local thrift stores and donation centers can serve as valuable resources for finding free goods, even if they primarily sell items to the public. Occasionally, these organizations receive more donations than they can handle, especially around the holidays or during spring cleaning season. They may set aside items that do not meet their resale criteria, like clothing in need of minor repairs or products that fall outside their typical inventory focus. If you build a relationship with the staff, they might let you pick through these extras at no cost. It's not guaranteed, but it happens often enough that establishing a friendly rapport can pay off. Similarly, local shelters and non-profit organizations might accumulate surplus donations of items that don't align with their mission or immediate needs. A food bank, for instance, might receive donated kitchenware they can't distribute. A shelter might get baby items they can't store. Partnering with these organizations through volunteering or financial support can open the door to an arrangement where you receive items that would otherwise go to waste. This scenario benefits everyone. The organization frees up space, and you gain a free inventory of items you could use, donate elsewhere, or resell. Municipal recycling centers and waste management facilities are overlooked yet rich in opportunities. While many items are indeed beyond salvage, some facilities allow community members to sort through drop-off items that are still usable. This permission is often informal, so you must inquire politely or build a rapport with the staff. You might rescue anything from lightly used furniture to appliances that only need a simple repair. Always confirm the rules and safety precautions. Some areas have strict regulations against scavenging, while others encourage rehoming items to reduce landfill waste. Another local asset is your city or county's official website or social media accounts. Local governments sometimes host free disposal days, where residents can get rid of bulk trash or donate large items without incurring extra fees. These events can be a gold mine for free sourcing. With careful planning, you can drive through areas where people are offloading goods, picking up valuable items right before they're hauled away. Additionally, some municipalities partner with non-profit organizations to direct certain types of discards, like mattresses or electronics, to specialized recycling centers, which can be prime places to find hidden gems. Public libraries are another hidden spot for free items, especially books and media. They regularly weed out older volumes or donate excessive duplicates. While some libraries sell these off at bargain prices, others may simply give them away. If you have a passion for reading or reselling used books, establishing a relationship with local librarians could land you boxes of free literature. Furthermore, libraries sometimes host community events where people bring in items to swap, think puzzles, board games, or arts and crafts supplies. Keeping tabs on library event calendars can help you anticipate when these gatherings happen. Connecting with landlords and property managers can be a strategic move. When tenants move out, they often leave behind perfectly good furniture, kitchen utensils, and other household items. Because landlords need to clear these units promptly for the next tenant, they may discard or give away what remains. If you position yourself as someone who can quickly remove unclaimed items, landlords might call you first instead of arranging for professional hauling. This relationship benefits you, free inventory, and them, a faster turnover time. Local yard sales and garage sales also yield opportunities for free pickups. If you cruise by at the end of the day, many sellers don't want to pack everything up and haul it back into their homes. Some will set up a free box or curbside pile for leftovers. Others might give away items if you offer to take multiple things off their hands. It's about approaching the situation politely. You can say, "I see you still have a lot left. Would you like me to take some items so you don't have to put them away?" Often, the relief of not dealing with leftover items is enough motivation for the seller to say yes. Local online classifieds also provide a direct route to identify free opportunities. Platforms like Craigslist, OfferUp, or Facebook Marketplace have free sections dedicated to items people don't want to sell but prefer not to throw out. By setting search filters for your city or region, you can zero in on potential pickups. The key to success here is speed and courtesy. Respond quickly, offer a flexible pickup schedule, and confirm any details. Your reliability builds goodwill, which can lead to more successful connections in the future. Keeping your eye on local demolition and renovation projects can help you source construction materials or even salvage architectural elements. A building scheduled for renovation might have doors, windows, light fixtures, or cabinets removed and tossed. If you develop a rapport with contractors or property owners, they might let you take what you want before the demolition begins. These types of opportunities are especially valuable if you're into refurbishing and reselling unique items. Old, solid wood doors or vintage doorknobs can be quite marketable once cleaned up or repurposed. Don't neglect smaller community gatherings like church rummage sales or charity fundraisers. After these events, there's often a surplus of donated goods left unclaimed. Organizers may be willing to let you take items for free rather than dealing with storage or an extra trip to a donation center. This approach can be mutually beneficial. You relieve them of a logistical burden, and you gain a fresh stock of potentially valuable goods. By showing appreciation and making the volunteers' jobs easier, you establish yourself as a courteous partner for future events. Local hotels and hospitality venues occasionally discard furnishings during renovation cycles. Beds, dressers, nightstands, and lamps might all be replaced at once, resulting in a huge supply of used but often still serviceable items. Getting in touch with hotel managers or following local business news can alert you to upcoming remodels. While large chain hotels may have strict disposal contracts, smaller or independently owned establishments could be open to letting you haul items away for free. Being prepared with a truck or van ensures you can handle larger furnishings on short notice. Community centers and recreational facilities are another source of free items. They might replace sports equipment, furniture, or audiovisual systems as they update their offerings. If you have children enrolled in local programs or if you volunteer at these facilities, you may get advance notice when items become available. Maintaining friendly relationships with staff members means they'll remember you when it's time to dispose of or replace equipment. This can be particularly lucrative if you specialize in a niche category like gym equipment or children's sports gear. Establishing yourself as an unofficial neighborhood helper can help you identify free item opportunities. When people know you're the go-to person for quickly removing old appliances or furniture, they'll reach out rather than deal with the hassle themselves. This reputational approach does require you to be prompt, polite, and capable of lifting or transporting bulky items. However, the payoff is that you often get first dibs on unexpected treasures. In many cases, neighbors might not even think to list an item online, they'll just contact you directly if they know you're always interested. For those who enjoy nature, local farms and agricultural operations can be a surprising place to find freebies. Farmers sometimes end up with surplus seeds, tools, or even leftover produce that can't be sold due to aesthetic imperfections. By fostering friendly connections, maybe by visiting farmers markets or volunteering at a local farm, you can position yourself to receive these leftovers. While produce might be perishable, it can still be used for your own household, donated, or even transformed into preserves you can sell or gift. Agricultural tools, if offered, can be refurbished or resold to gardeners or homesteaders. Some local artists or creative collectives regularly swap supplies. Whether it's paint, canvases, clay, or crafting materials, artistic communities often have a culture of sharing or bartering. If you yourself are creative, you can attend art meetups or workshops and express your interest in salvaging or rehoming in used materials. The collaborative nature of the art world means people are usually open to letting go of surplus supplies, particularly if they know you'll put them to good use or redistribute them to other artists. Local social media challenges, like decluttering or minimalism trends, can lead people to give away items en masse. For instance, a group challenge might encourage participants to get rid of one item per day for a month. By following these local social media trends, you stay tuned into an uptick of free item postings. You may even propose a virtual event or hashtag where participants commit to giving their unneeded items to others instead of throwing them away. This coordinated approach not only yields freebies but also fosters a sense of community and shared purpose. Libraries, community centers, and local newspapers sometimes publish help wanted or personals sections where people post items they want to get rid of. Though this practice was more common in the past, it still exists in many smaller towns. Scanning these listings regularly can reveal hidden gems. Sometimes older adults, less adept with online platforms, post traditional classified ads to give items away. By reaching out politely and offering a quick pickup, you position yourself as a reliable solution to their decluttering needs. Observing your local infrastructure can also help you spot free items. If you notice a pattern of bulky trash days or special curbside collection schedules, that can be a prime time to find discarded furniture or appliances. These designated days are set by municipal services to handle oversized items that don't fit regular trash bins. By planning your route and timing, you could load a truck full of potentially valuable items before the sanitation crew arrives. Make sure you're following local regulations, as some regions frown upon or prohibit curb shopping. Neighbors who are moving or downsizing are often under pressure to clear out items quickly. Keeping track of "for sale" or "for rent" signs in your neighborhood can tip you off to upcoming moves. You might politely inquire whether the departing residents have possessions they don't plan to take with them. People in the midst of a move frequently prefer to give things away rather than go through the process of listing and selling. Because they're juggling a host of other tasks, your willingness to remove the items promptly can be an enormous relief. Small, specialized clubs or hobbyist groups in your area can also be a gateway to free items. For example, a model train club might have leftover tracks or scenery elements, a photography group might have outdated lighting equipment they're happy to offload. By immersing yourself in these niche communities, either as an enthusiast or a supportive outsider, you learn about surplus gear that doesn't have a strong market but could be valuable to you or someone else you know. Building friendships within these groups means you'll get the inside scoop before items are posted anywhere else. Local flippers or resellers can also be an unexpected ally in your quest for free items. While they often buy and sell goods for profit, they sometimes come across items they can't use, store, or flip effectively. This might include incomplete sets, items with minor damage, or objects outside their niche. If you cultivate a relationship, they might pass these items on to you for free or in barter, especially if the effort required to sell them exceeds their potential profit. By positioning yourself as someone who is willing to pick up odd or low-margin items, you become a resource that helps them streamline their business. Keeping a vigilant eye out for moving sale signs is another tactic. While moving sales typically list prices, many people hosting them will transition to a free approach toward the end of the day, especially if they're on a tight timeline. By casually visiting at the last hour or contacting the seller beforehand to express interest in unsold items, you can often negotiate taking leftovers without cost. This strategy is more likely to succeed if you're prepared to remove the items quickly and without hassle. Sometimes, local hardware stores or home improvement centers throw out slightly damaged goods, like paint with a dinged can or mismatched tiles left over from a big order. If you inquire politely, perhaps after establishing some rapport with store employees, you might be able to claim these discards instead of seeing them end up in a dumpster. This scenario can be advantageous if you have DIY or upcycling skills, as damaged materials can still be perfectly functional for many projects. Attending local government auctions or surplus sales can also yield free or nearly free opportunities. While these events typically involve bidding, it's not unheard of for items to go unclaimed or be sold for pennies. Once an auction concludes, leftover items might be given away just to clear space. Checking your city or county's official website can keep you informed about upcoming auctions of office equipment, vehicles, or electronics. Even if you don't score free stuff during the auction itself, networking with attendees or auction organizers can open doors to future giveaways. A slightly more unorthodox method is to stay informed about local bankruptcies or store closures. These unfortunate events lead to liquidations where everything, from fixtures to display racks, is removed. While some merchandise might be reserved for creditors, a significant portion could be deemed worthless in financial terms but still hold practical or resale value. If you approach the liquidation team or property management politely, you might be allowed to cart away items they have no intention of selling. It's not always guaranteed, but it's worth exploring if you notice a store has shuttered its doors. Food-focused opportunities exist within local grocery stores and bakeries. Many have policies against donating or reselling day-old bread or blemished produce, causing them to toss items that remain edible. Although regulations can be strict regarding perishable goods, some businesses set aside these items in a separate area or donate them to animal farms. By discussing with the store manager or staff, you may find arrangements that let you pick up certain goods for free. If resale of edible items isn't your goal, you could still use them for personal consumption or even compost for gardening projects. Community potlucks, charity dinners, or cultural festivals often end with leftover cooked or canned food. If you attend these gatherings regularly, you might volunteer to help with cleanup. In doing so, you get a chance to claim untouched surplus items. While this form of sourcing primarily addresses food needs, it can free up your personal grocery budget or allow you to share with neighbors. Over time, people learn you're the person who can help distribute extra servings or ingredients, reinforcing your reputation as a resourceful contributor to the community. Local repair shops, whether they fix computers, bicycles, or appliances, occasionally have a graveyard of items abandoned by customers who declined to pay for repairs or never returned. These items might be free for the taking if the shop has tried and failed to contact the owner. Although you'll need to handle potential repair costs, you might acquire a perfectly serviceable piece of equipment for nothing. Building trust with repair shop owners or mechanics ensures they think of you first when faced with unclaimed items. Hotels, convention centers, and meeting halls sometimes discard promotional materials, banners, or branded merchandise after events. While these items may seem worthless at first glance, the materials, such as sturdy vinyl banners or large foam boards, can be repurposed for various DIY projects. If you're crafty or know people who upcycle, these supplies can become raw materials for bags, decor, or art installations. Getting to know the event staff or management at these venues can keep you in the loop whenever they need to clear out leftover event paraphernalia. Local beverage distributors or breweries sometimes replace their promotional signs, glassware, or branded items. If you're a collector or know collectors, these pieces can carry nostalgic or aesthetic appeal. A stack of branded beer glasses or a neon sign might fetch a decent price on the resale market, especially among fans of that brewery. By attending local taproom events or talking to bar owners, you can get the inside track on upcoming brand refreshes. While not every brand item is valuable, certain ones can become cult collectibles over time, making them well worth picking up at no cost. Some neighborhoods hold annual, free-for-all events where every household can place unwanted goods at the curb for neighbors to take. These can be more organized versions of spring cleaning, often coordinated through social media or community newsletters. Marking these dates on your calendar and preparing a route ensures you can capitalize on the wide assortment of items. This is especially helpful if you're searching for specific categories like baby gear, tools, or home decor. The sense of community often adds a social aspect, and you might meet neighbors who become regular sources of good leads. Local printing shops periodically discard misprints, leftover paper stocks, and promotional materials from cancelled orders. While some of these byproducts might be scraps, others could be perfectly usable posters, stationery, or cardstock. If you have a creative streak or operate a small business that uses printed materials, these freebies can significantly reduce your costs. By establishing rapport with the shop owner, you ensure that you become their go-to person for recycling or repurposing any surplus paper goods. Even local universities or colleges can offer ample free sourcing opportunities. Students vacate dorms each semester, discarding clothing, mini-fridges, electronics, and furniture. Some institutions host designated move-out days or swap shops to prevent waste. If you're quick, you can swoop in to find high-quality items left by students who don't want to lug them back home. Along the same lines, the campus itself might retire old lab equipment, library books, or office furniture, which you can claim if you network with the right departments or staff. Connecting with your town or city's historical society can be another unique avenue. When they update exhibits or reorganize storage rooms, they might part with old replicas, duplicates, or display items. If you like vintage decor or historical artifacts, these freebies can be intriguing. Even if resale isn't your primary goal, you could accumulate a fascinating personal collection. Volunteering or attending society events allows you to be privy to these clear-out sessions, ensuring you're among the first to see what's available. Lastly, local technology recycling events present a specialized opportunity. Communities often host collection drives for electronic waste, aiming to dispose of outdated computers, phones, or audiovisual equipment responsibly. However, many people drop off items that still function, or could be repaired with minimal effort. By collaborating with event organizers, you might be allowed to sift through the donations before they're shipped off for recycling. This can be especially profitable if you have experience refurbishing electronics, as you can turn these cast-offs into functional products ready for resale. One of the best ways to identify local opportunities for free items is to adopt a habit of exploration. Drive different routes, walk through neighborhoods you don't normally visit, and stay curious about any sign that indicates items might be available. When you notice moving trucks, estate sale signs, or large dumpsters in front of a home under renovation, it's worth a polite inquiry to see if any items are up for grabs. Over time, you develop a keen eye for these subtle indicators, allowing you to act quickly and scoop up high-value freebies. Participating in local online forums or chat groups expands your knowledge of what's happening around town. Whether it's an outdoor festival that might lead to leftover chairs or a warehouse closing its doors, your fellow community members can provide real-time updates. By actively contributing, answering questions, sharing tips, or showing appreciation, you establish a positive presence. When people see you as helpful and respectful, they're more inclined to message you privately about upcoming free items before making a public post. Another strategy is to find a partner or buddy who shares your enthusiasm for free sourcing. Working together can be more fun and more efficient. You can split the workload. One person handles digital research and sets notifications, while the other drives around or visits local businesses to inquire about discards. This collaborative approach helps you cover more ground while also offering a support system. If one person can't pick up an item due to scheduling conflicts, the other can step in, maximizing your collective reach. Occasionally, nonprofits or community organizations run repair cafes or workshops where volunteers fix broken items brought in by residents. If you attend or volunteer at these events, you might find people who choose not to keep their newly repaired belongings. Some attendees simply want to learn about repairs or do a community service, then realize they no longer need the item. By letting them know you're interested, you could walk away with something that's been professionally mended and is now completely functional. Ultimately, the best way to identify local opportunities for free items is to maintain a curious, open-minded attitude. Talk to people, look at bulletin boards, check social media groups, and keep an ear out for word-of-mouth tips. Fostering genuine relationships is often more effective than any single strategy. When people trust you and believe you genuinely care about them, about reducing waste, or about giving items a second life, they're eager to clue you in on the next chance to pick up something for free. Over time, you'll find that your local community is teeming with opportunities. All you need to do is tune in, stay prepared, and act quickly when you spot a promising lead. Lesson 5. Online platforms for free items. Online platforms have revolutionized how people connect with each other, and that connectivity extends to giving away and finding free items. Whether you're searching for furniture, clothing, or miscellaneous household goods, digital tools offer an unprecedented opportunity to find items at no cost. In the past, these types of transactions happen primarily through word of mouth or community events, but today, a range of specialized websites, apps, and social media groups have made it simpler than ever to locate and acquire freebies. The key is knowing where to look, how to navigate these platforms effectively, and how to stand out in a crowd of potential takers. A major benefit of online platforms for free items is the level of organization and filtering they provide. Most of these digital spaces allow users to browse listings by category, location, or keywords, making the search process more efficient than driving around aimlessly or hoping to stumble upon something valuable. Additionally, many sites offer alert systems so that you receive notifications when items you're interested in are posted. This combination of easy discovery and immediate updates places online platforms at the forefront of modern free item sourcing. Another aspect that makes online platforms compelling is their sheer scope. You're not restricted to the closest garage sale or what's left at a local curb. Instead, you can browse items from across your city or region, expanding your range of possibilities and increasing the odds of stumbling upon high-quality or niche items. While you do have to factor in travel time for pickups, the wide net you cast often yields more options, including goods that might be harder to find through local channels alone. This breadth transforms free sourcing into a treasure hunt with virtually infinite possibilities. Beyond efficiency and reach, digital platforms create communities around the concept of free giving and receiving. Many users frequent these spaces not just to find items but to engage with a circle of people who share an interest in sustainability, generosity, or decluttering. These communities thrive on mutual aid, with some people routinely posting their own giveaways and others scanning the listings for what they need. Becoming a recognized name in such a community can lead to private messages or direct offers before items even go live, further enhancing your sourcing opportunities. It's also worth noting that online platforms for free items often include built-in safety features or user rating systems. While nothing is foolproof, these features offer a sense of security when meeting strangers to exchange goods. User reviews, profile verifications, and group guidelines help minimize risks, setting a standard for civility and honesty. When employed wisely, meeting in public places, remaining courteous, and using the platform's messaging system, these digital avenues can be both safe and rewarding, making them a prime channel for sourcing items without cost. Many people begin their online free sourcing journey with general classifieds websites. These sites often have a dedicated, free, section, making them easy to navigate. Listings typically include photos and descriptions, which helps you judge whether an item is worth pursuing. You might find everything from gently used appliances to entire living room sets. Because these platforms have been around for quite some time, they're well known and attract a substantial user base, both givers and takers. This high traffic leads to fast-paced turnover, so you need to check listings regularly and respond promptly to secure the best finds. Social media marketplaces serve as another powerful tool. Platforms known for connecting friends and family have expanded into peer-to-peer selling and giving. The major appeal here is convenience. Many people already spend hours on these social networks, so responding to a local listing requires little more than a quick message. In these marketplaces, free items can be found under a free or giveaway category. Because listings are tied to personal profiles, you often get a glimpse of who you're interacting with, adding a layer of trust to the transaction. However, the competitiveness can be high, so speed and courtesy are crucial. In parallel, specialized freebie websites and groups cater to those who specifically want to give away or get items at no cost. These networks foster a sense of community and mutual support rather than focusing on monetary exchange. Members typically share philosophies around reducing waste, simplifying life, or helping neighbors in need. By participating actively, whether through donating items yourself or engaging in discussions, you earn a positive reputation. Being recognized as a responsible and grateful taker can lead others to offer you valuable items privately, which can be a huge advantage when high-demand goods appear. Apps dedicated to local neighborhoods can be surprisingly effective for discovering freebies. Some neighborhood-based platforms let you see posts only from residents within a certain geographic radius. This tight focus can significantly reduce the competition you'd face on larger or citywide sites. For those lacking personal vehicles or the time to travel far, neighborhood apps can be an excellent starting point, since you're only looking at listings within a manageable distance. And because the user base is often smaller, the atmosphere can feel more personalized and friendly, with people more willing to help neighbors than random strangers from across town. In each of these online spaces, communication skills matter. Crafting a polite, concise message that addresses the giver's main questions, such as when you can pick up and how soon you can be there, boosts your odds of securing items. Slow or vague responses frequently lead to missed opportunities, as someone else might swoop in with a clearer plan. While you shouldn't overpromise, like saying you'll arrive in 5 minutes when you can't, being flexible and transparent sets you apart from less courteous takers who risk flaking or showing up late. One of the first challenges many encounter when sourcing free items online is the sheer volume of listings. Websites, marketplaces, and social media groups can flood your screen with posts. Filtering becomes essential. Learn to set search parameters, whether by type of item, location, or keywords, to avoid wading through countless irrelevant posts. Some platforms let you create alerts based on saved searches. With these alerts in place, you'll get notified the moment something matching your criteria appears, giving you a leg up on other potential takers. An often overlooked but highly effective technique is browsing at off-peak hours. Many people post items during the evening or late at night after they've had time to declutter or organize. Checking listings in the early morning might reveal hidden gems that haven't yet garnered attention from daytime users. Similarly, some platforms experience lulls in user activity on weekdays, so scanning them during these times could land you an unclaimed treasure. Being strategic about when you search can make the difference between quickly securing an item and scrolling past a claimed post. Images in listings can be both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, clear photos let you assess an item's condition. On the other, appealing images often garner more interest, increasing competition. Learning how to interpret less-than-perfect photos can give you an advantage. Sometimes a dimly lit or blurry picture conceals a high-quality item, leading others to overlook it. If you see potential, politely ask the poster for additional details or photos. In many cases, you'll be the only one who bothered to dig deeper, allowing you to secure a gem everyone else ignored. The description fields in free item listings also require close attention. Many posters provide hints about their motivation for giving something away, whether it's a time crunch due to moving or simply wanting to declutter. This information can guide your communication approach. If they mention needing the item gone by the weekend, offering to pick it up immediately can seal the deal before anyone else. Additionally, reading the entire post ensures you don't ask redundant questions, like the item size, if it's already listed. Demonstrating that you carefully read their post conveys respect and increases your credibility. Comment sections in social media groups can be revealing, too. Sometimes people indicate they're interested but fail to follow up. Observing these threads helps you gauge whether an item is truly claimed. In some communities, posters follow a first come, first served guideline, while others prioritize people in need or ask for a personal story about why you want the item. Familiarizing yourself with these unwritten rules makes you a more effective participant. You can present your case respectfully and follow the group norms to become a favored recipient of future giveaways. Privacy considerations play a significant role in online free item platforms. Both givers and takers may be cautious about sharing personal information. Some people prefer not to post exact addresses until they've interacted with a potential taker. Respecting these boundaries is crucial. If someone asks you to meet in a public spot rather than at their home, accommodate their request graciously. This level of courtesy not only keeps the transaction safe but also fosters a comfortable environment that encourages repeat interactions and word-of-mouth referrals. On the flip side, practicing personal safety is essential when meeting strangers. Opt for public meeting places whenever possible, like a local coffee shop parking lot, to pick up smaller items. For larger goods, where a home visit might be necessary, consider bringing a friend or letting someone know where you'll be and when you expect to return. Trust your instincts. If a situation or communication feels off, it's perfectly acceptable to cancel a pickup. Being vigilant about safety not only protects you but also reinforces the notion that these platforms can remain a positive, trustworthy space. Etiquette also factors heavily into online free item transactions. If you claim an item but then decide you no longer want it, inform the giver as soon as possible rather than ghosting them. A reputation for flaking can deter others from choosing you in the future. Likewise, if you're picking up an item that's especially heavy or fragile, offer to bring extra help and appropriate transport. Showing consideration for the giver's time, property, and effort helps maintain goodwill in the community, ultimately increasing the number of opportunities you'll have to score valuable freebies down the line. Many online platforms have strict rules to keep the atmosphere friendly and organized. Common guidelines include prohibitions against selling items you claimed for free within the same group, preventing spamming or self-promotion, and mandating polite communication. Familiarize yourself with these rules to avoid getting banned or reprimanded. While not all communities disallow reselling, some do. Even if it's not prohibited, it's wise to remain discreet about flipping free items for profit, at least in the same forum where you found them. This subtlety respects the spirit of the group and lessens the risk of backlash. Over time, consistent participation can lead you to develop virtual friendships or alliances. You might frequently spot the same names claiming items you also like, or you might see a poster offering high-quality freebies time and again. Reaching out privately to say thanks, or even to trade tips, can bolster your standing in the group. Collaborative relationships can emerge, where you and another user coordinate pickups or split bulk freebies. These small gestures of community building can accumulate into a strong personal network that amplifies your success in finding excellent no-cost goods. One of the unique opportunities of online sourcing is the ability to branch out geographically. If you have reliable transportation or if you're already planning a trip to a nearby city, you can check that city's free item listings as well. Expanding your search radius might reveal offers you wouldn't see if you restricted yourself to your immediate neighborhood. While you'll need to balance travel costs and time, broadening the scope can be worthwhile for higher value items or specialty goods that are in short supply locally. Alongside general free item groups, you can often find niche communities. These focus on particular categories like children's items, outdoor gear, or crafting supplies. Niche groups help you target your interests more precisely. For instance, a group dedicated to sewing might list surplus fabrics, patterns, and even sewing machines, all for free. By focusing on a community that shares your passion or resale specialty, you can develop a reputation and get first dibs on valuable, category-specific giveaways. International or national freebie forums may also exist, though they require careful logistics. If an item is small and can be shipped cheaply, you might arrange for the sender to mail it. However, remember that once shipping is involved, the item is no longer entirely free, someone has to pay those costs. Sometimes a compromise can be made, you cover the shipping while they provide the item. Keep in mind that not everyone is comfortable shipping items they intended to give away locally, so gauge the giver's willingness before making big plans. A fruitful approach to finding more free items is to create your own wanted post. Some online groups or marketplaces allow members to post requests for specific items they need. A well-crafted request explains why you want the item, how soon you can pick it up, and maybe even what you can offer in return, like a small favor, a homemade treat, or just a promise to pay it forward. Surprisingly, many people have items they aren't actively trying to give away but are willing to part with if they see someone genuinely needs or wants them. Being proactive in this way can yield unexpected treasures. A final tactic that often goes overlooked is combining digital tools. For example, you might spot a valuable free item on one platform, then reach out on social media to see if any of your local friends can help pick it up. Alternatively, you could create a short post on your personal social media profile stating the type of free items you're seeking. Friends, acquaintances, or coworkers might have exactly what you need collecting dust in a garage. By casting a wide, multi-platform net, you amplify your chance of landing noteworthy items without straining any one community. Leveraging search engines to find specialized freebie sites can be surprisingly effective. Typing in specific queries, like free furniture in your city, or free household items online exchange, can unearth smaller platforms or forums you didn't know existed. Some might be local boards run by community members, while others could be part of a national network. Taking time to explore these lesser-known spaces can pay off in a big way since competition is often lower. People typically gravitate to major platforms, leaving untapped treasures on smaller sites. Another strategy involves using hashtags on social media platforms, especially those that support public hashtags. Searching for tags like hashtag free items, hashtag curb alert, or hashtag zero waste can bring up localized offers or lead you to relevant communities. Additionally, local hashtags associated with your city name, like hashtag free in Portland or hashtag NYC freebies, may exist. Harnessing hashtags allows you to find items posted by individuals who might not be aware of specialized freebie groups but still share freebies with their broader social circle. An interesting phenomenon in online giveaways is the concept of first dibs for active community members. Some group admins or frequent posters will mention that they prefer to give items to people who regularly participate or have a proven record of reliability. This dynamic can be informal, just a notion among members, or it might be a stated rule. If you're new to a group, being friendly and helpful in comment threads can gradually build up your reputation, increasing your chances of being chosen when you express interest in an item. In certain online communities, a practice called offer/ask thrives. People first post something they're offering, then follow it up with something they're seeking. This balanced approach encourages reciprocity, so consider adopting a similar strategy. Even if you only have small items to offer, like books, kitchen utensils, or craft supplies, putting them up for grabs shows that you're invested in the give-and-take spirit. Others see this generosity and may feel more inclined to grant your requests, creating a harmonious cycle of exchange. Certain apps designed for minimalism and decluttering are also worth exploring. While these apps mostly help users track the items they discard, some have community features for local giveaways. By installing and exploring these minimalism-focused apps, you can stumble upon entire bundles of items users want to let go quickly. The user base tends to be highly motivated to simplify their lives, so they're more likely to give things away for free rather than haggle over prices. Joining early or being an active participant can pay dividends as the community grows. One underrated source of information about online freebie platforms is word of mouth. You might hear about a local Facebook group or specialized website from friends, coworkers, or family members. A quick conversation about how you furnished your living room at no cost could prompt someone to reveal their favorite app or group you haven't yet discovered. Maintaining open lines of communication with your social network can lead to surprising tips, as people love sharing successful methods for saving money or reducing waste. Awareness of scams is pivotal. While most online free item communities are genuine, some individuals exploit them. Red flags include requests for upfront money, supposedly for shipping, insisting on meeting in isolated areas, or giving inconsistent information about the item's condition and location. If something feels suspicious, trust your gut. Reputable freebie groups often have guidelines and moderators who remove suspicious posts, so make sure you know how to report bad actors. Staying vigilant ensures your free sourcing journey remains positive and free of headaches. Keep in mind that certain platforms might cater to specific demographics. Senior-focused forums might have residents giving away older furniture or collectibles. Student-centric boards could feature textbooks, mini-fridges, or dorm essentials. If you align your searches with the interests or life stage of the group's core members, you dramatically boost your odds of finding relevant items. This targeted approach helps you sift through cluttered listings and zoom in on the freebies that match your personal or resale goals. Using online maps in tandem with freebie posts can streamline your pickups. For example, if you see multiple enticing listings in one neighborhood, plan a route to grab them in a single trip. This approach is particularly useful in sprawling cities, where traffic and time constraints can make individual trips for single items less worthwhile. By clustering pickups, you maximize efficiency and can collect multiple free items in one outing, turning a quick browse of listings into a highly productive venture. Sometimes, givers explicitly state they prefer someone who will actually use the item rather than flip it for profit. While it's your right to do what you want once the item is in your hands, unless group rules say otherwise, be mindful of the giver's feelings. If you do plan to resell or upcycle, consider being transparent in a polite way if asked directly. Otherwise, focus on expressing genuine appreciation for the item and explaining how it will be put to good use. Sensitivity to the giver's perspective goes a long way in maintaining a positive community vibe. In addition to standard marketplaces and freebie groups, some online platforms specialize in wish cycling, where people specifically request items they'd like to see rescued from disposal. This type of platform fosters creativity and resourcefulness. Users might need jar lids for an art project, old magazines for collages, or scrap fabric for quilting. Because these lists can be quite specific, you have the chance to rehome items that might otherwise go to waste. Even if you're primarily a taker, browsing wish lists might spark ideas about items you already own and don't need, strengthening your ties to the community. Occasionally, local charities or non-profits maintain online portals where they list items they've received that are free to the public. These might be surplus donations or specialized goods that don't fit the charity's immediate needs. Keeping tabs on these portals can be fruitful. While the main purpose is to help those in financial or social need, many charities also want to avoid sending usable items to landfills. If they have an excess of something, they may welcome anyone willing to pick it up, ensuring the organization can keep their storage areas manageable. Certain online events or campaigns encourage people to give something away every day for a month. Communities supporting these challenges post daily images or lists of the items they've donated. Following these hashtags or group pages can lead to a steady stream of freebies throughout the event. The atmosphere tends to be enthusiastic, and participants often gain satisfaction from seeing their stuff find a new home. If you keep up with these daily giveaways, you'll frequently spot interesting items that might otherwise slip through the cracks. When you find an item you want, speed of response is crucial. However, that doesn't mean you should ignore courtesy. Sending a thoughtful, concise message, "Hi, I'm very interested in the coffee table. I can pick up today around 6 p.m. Let me know if that works," typically yields better results than a curt, "Is this available?" Engaging respectfully not only improves your chances of securing the item but also sets a positive tone for any future interactions. Many givers prioritize takers who communicate well, as it reduces the stress of coordinating pickups. After successfully claiming an item, following up with a brief thank you note can make a lasting impression. A simple message saying, "Picked up the bookshelf, thank you so much. It's perfect for my study," can encourage the giver to remember you positively. Some people even share a photo of how they're using the free item, which warms the giver's heart and might inspire them to offer more items. This kind of post-transaction gratitude is a small gesture that strengthens online community ties and can lead to fruitful, ongoing relationships. Don't underestimate the power of group events facilitated by online platforms. Some freebie communities organize swap meets or free days, where everyone congregates to exchange items in person. While these gatherings are partially offline events, they're usually coordinated through an online hub, making them easy to discover if you're involved in the group. Attending such events offers an excellent chance to meet people face to face, see items up close, and possibly leave with a carload of freebies. Plus, you expand your network of local givers, some of whom may contact you directly when they have future giveaways. If you notice certain users frequently post high-value freebies, consider building a friendly rapport with them. Comment on their posts with appreciation, or send a polite message expressing interest in any similar items they might part with in the future. They might just remember you when they decide to upgrade that next piece of furniture. This proactive approach allows you to skip the open bidding process of a public post. Be tactful, though, you don't want to come across as pushy or opportunistic. A little gratitude and genuine interest can go a long way in forging valuable connections. In many regions, online freebie platforms also host curb alert sections where people announce items they've left outside for anyone to pick up. These alerts often require a swift response since the items are first come, first served. While they resemble traditional curbside finds, the digital announcement means a broader audience knows about them, potentially intensifying competition. Having notifications enabled for curb alerts in your vicinity helps you snag items before they disappear, though be aware this requires flexibility and the ability to go on short notice. Sometimes you'll come across bulk listings where a user is clearing out an entire house or storage unit. Such postings can be a goldmine, as they might include everything from furniture and electronics to kitchenware and decor. Often, the poster wants everything gone as quickly as possible, meaning they're open to letting you take multiple items. Approaching bulk listings with a methodical plan, like bringing a truck and maybe a helper, allows you to capitalize on these large-scale giveaways. If you do a good job clearing out their space, the poster might even throw in extras not listed online. Occasionally, freebie listings can be gems in disguise. A post might mention an item that sounds mundane, like a broken computer monitor or old wooden cabinet, but upon closer inspection, you might realize the monitor just needs a replacement cord or the cabinet is an antique. Learning to read between the lines and asking clarifying questions can reveal potential for resale or upcycling. Don't hesitate to do a quick internet search to gauge an item's value or fixability. This sense of curiosity and initiative often uncovers hidden opportunities that others pass over, simply because they didn't bother to investigate. As you become adept at using online platforms for free items, remember to pay it forward. Share some of your own unneeded belongings instead of tossing them in the trash. Not only do you free up space in your home, but you also sustain the culture of giving that makes these communities thrive. This reciprocal participation nurtures goodwill, making it more likely that people will grant your requests or offer you first pick on their giveaways. The most vibrant freebie communities are those where members seamlessly shift between roles of giver and taker, fostering a cycle of abundance. Evaluate your time and energy budget and diving into digital freebie hunting. It's easy to spend hours scrolling through listings or traveling across the city to pick up a single item. Decide beforehand how far you're willing to travel and how often you want to check posts. While free sourcing can be exhilarating, especially when you score big, staying mindful of your schedule and prioritizing high-value finds helps you remain efficient. Ultimately, a well-structured approach ensures you don't burn out or end up with a house full of random freebies that you barely use. Another powerful tip is to maintain a wish list or inventory of the items you're seeking. Keeping this list handy allows you to quickly evaluate new posts, so you don't waste time on things you don't need. It also enables you to stay focused, minimizing clutter. If you see something that isn't on your list but you're tempted to take it, just in case, pause and ask yourself if it genuinely aligns with your goals, whether personal use, gifting, or resale. This discipline keeps your free sourcing purposeful and prevents your living space from becoming overwhelmed. While many people use online platforms to find free items for personal use, you might have a resale plan. If so, gauge each community's stance on flipping. Some spaces have no issue with it, while others consider it against the spirit of free exchange. To maintain harmony, be discreet and respectful. It may be wise to avoid publicly discussing your resale activities within the group. Nonetheless, you can still absolutely profit from free items if you carefully choose items in high demand, refurbish them if necessary, and market them well. Over time, you can build a side hustle or even a full-fledged business from these free acquisitions. In summary, online platforms for free items offer unparalleled access to goods that people are happy to give away at no cost. From specialized websites and apps to social media marketplaces, a variety of digital spaces cater to the act of giving and receiving without monetary exchange. The best strategy involves a combination of speed, courtesy, and targeted searching, bolstered by consistent engagement and a willingness to reciprocate. By implementing these tips and remaining vigilant, you can tap into a steady flow of free goods that enrich your life or fuel a profitable venture, all while contributing to a culture of mutual aid and sustainability. Lesson 6. The psychology behind giving things away. Many people assume that those who give things away for free are simply being charitable or seeking to declutter. While both can be true, the underlying motivations are often more nuanced and deeply connected to human psychology. Understanding these psychological drivers can help you identify consistent sources of free items, enhance your communication with givers, and even shape your own approach to letting go of your belongings. When you grasp the motives behind people's willingness to part with possessions, you're better equipped to find hidden opportunities and build more meaningful, mutually beneficial relationships in the realm of free sourcing. One powerful driver behind giving things away is the desire to create a positive self-image. Many individuals have a deeply ingrained need to see themselves as generous, kind, or helpful. By bestowing free items on others, they reinforce this self-perception. This process can be especially strong in communities where altruism is valued or in times when individuals are feeling particularly grateful for what they have. They may believe that by offering possessions without monetary exchange, they reaffirm traits like compassion and goodwill. If you're aware of this motivation, you can approach prospective givers in a way that affirms their generosity, increasing the odds they'll pass along valuable items to you. A second psychological factor is the pursuit of social connection. Offering items for free is often a gateway to establishing brief but friendly interactions with neighbors, acquaintances, and even strangers. People like the idea of forging a positive bond, however fleeting, over an act of giving. Many freebie transactions include a conversation, a handshake, or a warm exchange of thanks. These small moments of connection can be meaningful in a society that sometimes feels isolated. Recognizing the role of social bonding means you can approach these interactions in a friendly, open manner, making people more inclined to give to you repeatedly. Emotional relief is another reason that some individuals give things away rather than sell them. Owning too many items can be stressful, leading to feelings of guilt or anxiety about cluttered spaces. By parting with possessions freely, people can experience an emotional release. They avoid the complexity of pricing and haggling, sidestep potential buyer complaints, and find the process simpler, quicker, and more satisfying. This motivation suggests that if you can position yourself as someone who can swiftly and smoothly take items off a person's hands without complications, you'll likely be welcomed as a dependable recipient of freebies. Finally, there's the concept of clearing karmic debt, a spiritual or philosophical notion that giving away possessions can help one feel balanced, blessed, or more at peace. Some see this as a way to pay it forward, believing that kindness shown to others will circle back in some form. While not everyone holds these beliefs, they do significantly influence certain communities or individuals. When you show genuine appreciation and respect for this perspective, you might find that these givers are happy to reach out to you whenever they have something to offer. Sometimes, giving away belongings satisfies a deeper need for autonomy and control. People with an overabundance of objects can feel burdened by what they own. Deciding which items to keep, sell, or toss can be overwhelming, but choosing to give something away for free can restore a sense of agency. By proactively deciding to gift possessions to others, they assert ownership over their environment and their choices, rather than feeling ruled by clutter. In these scenarios, approaching someone who's in the midst of downsizing or reorganizing and offering a stress-free pickup can be a win-win. They regain control of their space, and you gain free items. Guilt is also a subtle driver in the psychology of giving. Many of us have items that cost money but are never or rarely used. Letting those items gather dust can stir feelings of wastefulness or regret. Offering them for free becomes a way to alleviate that guilt. When individuals see their unused possessions being embraced by someone else, the negative emotions associated with poor spending or hoarding habits can fade. By gently reassuring a giver that their item will be put to good use, or that you know exactly how to restore or repurpose it, you can help ease any lingering guilt they feel about giving it away, making them more comfortable with the transaction. Another consideration is the desire for decluttering without friction. Selling items can be time-consuming, involving numerous messages, bargaining, and no-shows from buyers. Givers who are short on time often skip the selling process altogether. They find that a quick giveaway allows them to move forward without the logistical hurdles of pricing, meeting prospective buyers, or dealing with shipping. If you understand this, you can streamline your pickup process by being punctual, flexible, and communicative. This efficiency can turn you into the go-to person they contact whenever they decide to do another round of purging. A fourth motivating factor is reciprocity, even if it's an unspoken one. People may give away items with the expectation, conscious or otherwise, that good deeds will circle back. In some tight-knit communities, giving items for free practically becomes a social norm, with the hope that if the giver is ever in need, someone else in the group will return the favor. To foster this reciprocal mindset, you could adopt small gestures of gratitude, such as bringing a note of thanks, a home-baked treat, or simply offering help in the future. By embedding yourself in this cycle of goodwill, you increase your chances of being remembered when more freebies arise. Finally, there is the thrill of minimalism. For some, parting with possessions offers a taste of freedom from consumer culture. People who follow minimalist ideals often feel a psychological release when they reduce their material footprint. They may find pleasure in shedding items they no longer need, believing it aligns with a purposeful lifestyle that values experiences and relationships more than things. Recognizing this mindset and communicating your own interest in sustainability or purposeful living can create a comfortable rapport. It shows you respect their journey toward minimalism, and that can be a compelling reason for them to share valuable giveaways with you. The influence of personal identity cannot be understated. Items people own often reflect who they think they are or who they aspire to be. When that identity shifts, perhaps someone leaves a particular hobby behind or changes their personal style, they may feel compelled to purge the old items that no longer align with their new sense of self. By giving them away, they can quickly move on from a past identity that feels out of place in their current life. If you show genuine curiosity and respect about their story, that vintage camera collection sounds interesting, how did you get into it? You might build enough trust for them to offer even more items that align with that outdated identity. Another psychological component is the symbolic value attached to belongings. Certain items might carry memories of specific life stages or relationships. When those memories become painful or no longer serve a positive purpose, parting with the physical object can help a person move forward emotionally. By offering a safe, appreciative landing spot for these possessions, you can encourage people to let go. A warm acknowledgement of the item's sentimental history. It sounds like this old rocking chair has been through a lot of family moments, I'll make sure it finds a good home, can assure them they're not discarding their memories, but rather entrusting them to someone who recognizes their past significance. Social pressure also plays a part. Sometimes, individuals become aware that holding on to too many items might be judged negatively by friends, family, or society. If they publicly commit to a decluttering challenge or minimalism movement, they could feel compelled to follow through by giving things away. These external motivators may be subtle, but they provide the impetus people need to part with possessions more freely. By demonstrating that you understand these motivations, perhaps congratulating them on their decluttering progress, you position yourself as a supportive ally, making them more likely to choose you as the new owner of their cast-offs. Another angle is the fear of regret. Oddly, many people cling to items they don't need because they worry they might need them in the future. However, once they overcome that fear, whether by necessity or encouragement, they might opt to give items away quickly to avoid second-guessing themselves. The moment they find someone who seems truly eager or capable of using the item, it becomes easier to let go. By explaining how you plan to utilize or repurpose the object, you help them overcome lingering doubts, making the giveaway feel like the right choice. Lastly, there's a cathartic aspect to giving. For some, handing items over can be a form of emotional cleansing, especially if the possessions remind them of stressful times or complicated experiences. By consciously gifting the object to someone else, they symbolically release the baggage it carries. Recognizing that this might be a delicate situation, you can offer reassurances about how the item will be cared for, or you can simply convey empathy for whatever led them to give it away. In doing so, you facilitate a transaction that not only benefits you tangibly but also supports them emotionally. The role of cultural norms in shaping giveaway behavior cannot be overlooked. In some societies, giving is woven into daily life and revered as a communal responsibility. Large family networks or close-knit neighborhoods may naturally exchange items without thinking about profit. In these cultural contexts, giving is a collective act that bonds people together. If you enter these networks respectfully and reciprocate when possible, you become accepted as part of that community fabric, greatly expanding your opportunities to receive free items. In contrast, other cultural settings might view material possessions as markers of success, making it less common for people to publicly give away valuable items. Still, even in these environments, individuals may choose to anonymously donate or quietly pass things along to avoid the social discomfort of handouts. By understanding these nuances, you can adjust your approach to be more discreet or personalized. Showing that you appreciate someone's desire for privacy or anonymity can strengthen trust, allowing for ongoing connections to emerge. Another piece of the puzzle is the sense of purpose giving can inspire. People often like to feel that their possessions can live on to serve someone else. This is especially true for items that once had emotional or monetary value. Givers take comfort in imagining that the tool, furniture, or clothing will continue to fulfill its purpose rather than gather dust in a corner. By describing how you'll use the object, whether you plan to repurpose it, donate it to a charity, or keep it in your family, you validate the giver's sense of purpose, making them more enthusiastic about handing it over. For some, giving free items aligns with a moral or religious belief in charity. Certain faith traditions emphasize almsgiving, generosity, or sharing one's blessings with those less fortunate. By providing an easy outlet for someone to practice these values, you connect on a deeper ethical level. Expressing gratitude and demonstrating that you respect their moral stance can solidify a bond that might extend far beyond a single transaction. They could become a regular source of free items as they continuously practice the tenets of their faith. The desire for emotional closure also influences giveaway behavior. Imagine a person going through a significant life event, a divorce, the loss of a loved one, or a move to another country. They may need to rid themselves of possessions that tether them to a painful or burdensome chapter of their life. By offering to take those items, you become part of their healing process. Tread gently, and show that you understand they might be processing complex emotions. A kind, empathetic approach can encourage them to continue sharing items they no longer associate with a brighter future. A noteworthy aspect of giveaway psychology is the quest to save time and effort. People often realize that listing items for sale can be a drawn-out process, posting ads, haggling over price, scheduling meets, and dealing with last-minute cancellations. Giving items away cuts through that complexity. It's a shortcut to clearing space, and a relief for those who value convenience over potential monetary gain. By promoting yourself as someone who makes pickup seamless, prompt, dependable, and low drama, you strengthen your appeal to givers who prioritize efficiency. Emotions can be surprisingly mixed when people give things away. There's often pride in being generous, but also a tinge of regret about letting a once-cherished item go. For instance, someone might give away a collection of rare vinyl records, feeling both proud to share them with a true music lover and melancholic about closing that chapter of their own musical journey. Showing genuine enthusiasm for the collection while acknowledging the sentimental value can ease any emotional tension. This considerate approach can set you apart from other takers who only care about the material benefit. An individual's stage of life also shapes their openness to giving. Younger adults, for example, may cycle through interests and hobbies more quickly, generating a steady output of items they no longer need. Retirees might downsize from a large family home to a smaller apartment and wish to distribute their belongings among appreciative recipients. New parents, amid constant changes in their household, might regularly give away items once their child outgrows them. By recognizing these life transitions, you can position yourself as a helpful participant in each person's journey, whether that means providing quick pickups for a soon-to-be empty nester or relieving a new mom of baby clothes that no longer fit her toddler. A subconscious force in many giveaways is the desire to cultivate a personal legacy. Some people like the idea that an object they once loved will continue to have a story beyond their ownership. They might hope the new owner will maintain its significance, pass it on to future generations, or use it in a creative way. If you can articulate how you'll integrate the item into your life or business, or how you'll preserve its unique qualities, you fulfill that longing for a continued narrative, making them more willing to give. Curiosity can also come into play. Certain givers find it exciting to see how others will transform or use their items. Whether it's an old lamp turned into a modern statement piece or outdated technology refurbished and donated to a community center, the notion that something old can be reborn can be quite enchanting. If you have a flair for upcycling or an eye for design, sharing your creative vision for a free item can pique a giver's interest. They may select you over other prospective takers because they're intrigued to watch a new chapter of the item's life unfold. Many people feel powerless in a consumer-driven society where purchases pile up. Deciding to give items away can be an act of reclaiming agency, almost like a quiet protest against overconsumption. By choosing to let go rather than sell, they distance themselves from the mindset that everything must have a monetary price. Showing solidarity with these ideals, expressing your own frustrations with wasteful consumer habits or your appreciation for shared resources, can forge a genuine connection. The giver sees you as a like-minded ally in resisting the status quo, which makes them more open to future giveaways. In some circles, giving items freely can elevate one's social status. Much like how philanthropy can earn wealthy donors' esteem, smaller gestures of generosity within a community can yield social kudos. Neighbors might praise someone who frequently gives good stuff away, saying things like, "They're always so generous." This recognition can feel rewarding. If you publicly thank them in community groups or share how much their giveaway helped you, you reinforce that elevated status. The result is a feedback loop. They experience positive attention and continue giving. Conscience plays a crucial role as well. People become more environmentally aware and decide that discarding usable items is unethical. They might view giving away possessions as a moral responsibility to reduce landfill waste. If you communicate that you share this environmental concern, perhaps talking about upcycling plans or your commitment to lowering your carbon footprint, you'll resonate with their conscience-driven approach. They'll be glad to see their items go to someone who not only saves them from the trash but actively supports a more sustainable lifestyle. At times, individuals will give away items as a symbolic gesture of trust. In some spiritual or personal development practices, letting go of belongings fosters vulnerability and connection with community. The act of giving can affirm their faith in human goodness. They trust that you, a stranger, will treat their stuff with care. To nurture that trust, remain conscientious in how you pick up items and how you handle any follow-up communication. If you show reliability and a genuine interest in their well-being, that sense of trust can deepen, paving the way for an ongoing exchange of items. Lastly, for certain givers, there's a desire to avoid the messy or uncertain aspects of commerce. People may dread negotiations, prefer not to post prices, and dislike the risk of a dissatisfied buyer. Offering items for free erases this tension. The expectation level is lower, and people are more appreciative when they get something at no cost. By maintaining a gracious, upbeat attitude, thanking them enthusiastically and making the process as transparent as possible, you reinforce their belief that free exchange is simpler and more rewarding than a traditional sale. Ego depletion is a psychological phenomenon that can influence generosity. When individuals are mentally or emotionally drained, perhaps after a tough workweek or personal stress, they might find it too exhausting to navigate a typical selling process. It's easier to skip the complexities and simply give items to the first reliable person who shows interest. By exhibiting a calm, organized approach, you make it easier for them to say yes to you. A quick, no-nonsense conversation and a painless pickup might be exactly what someone with depleted mental resources needs to finalize the transaction. Nostalgia can also push people to give items away under specific conditions. A family might have grown children who no longer need their old toys, but the parents hold sentimental value for them. Seeing those toys being cherished by another child can warm their hearts, turning the act of decluttering into a joyful trip down memory lane. Demonstrating genuine gratitude, especially with children or families in mind, can be a persuasive factor. It assures them that their beloved possessions will continue creating happy memories for someone else. Social contagion of generosity occurs in tight-knit groups. When one person starts giving away items, others may follow suit because it becomes the norm or a topic of friendly competition. An online forum or neighborhood group might suddenly have a flurry of free listings after just one or two people post generous offers. By staying alert to these surges in activity, you can catch the wave of group-driven giveaways. If you show public thanks or highlight the generosity you've encountered, you might encourage even more people to jump on the bandwagon. A related idea is that giving fosters a sense of abundance. Paradoxically, by letting go of items, some people feel richer rather than poorer, as though they have enough to share. This perception of abundance can be uplifting and reinforce a positive self-concept. If you reflect this energy, perhaps by praising them for sharing and pointing out how it brings goodness into the community, you feed the giver's sense of well-being. They may then feel more inclined to keep giving, especially if they connect the act of letting go with feeling abundant and fulfilled. Lastly, the emotional bond between the giver and the taker can grow stronger when the taker genuinely appreciates and respects the item's story. By listening to the item's background, maybe it belonged to a grandparent or was purchased during a milestone event, you can deepen the emotional resonance of the exchange. This approach shows that you don't just see the item as a resource but also acknowledge its sentimental worth. Such a respectful stance can leave the giver feeling validated, which is often a key ingredient to making them comfortable about continuing to share. Sometimes, giving away items meets a subconscious need to atone for impulsive shopping. In a society where impulse buying is easy, people occasionally feel remorse after accumulating objects they don't truly need. Handing those items over for free can serve as a self-imposed corrective measure. They might feel better knowing the purchase wasn't entirely wasteful if it ends up in the hands of someone who will truly appreciate it. By showing that you genuinely value or plan to use the item, you help them reconcile any guilt they feel about acquiring it in the first place. Psychologists talk about loss aversion, the idea that people dislike losing things more than they enjoy gains. Giving something away for free can mitigate the sting of loss, because the individual reframes it as a positive act of generosity rather than a financial sacrifice. In that sense, the satisfaction derived from a good deed can overshadow the discomfort of letting go. If you highlight how the item will benefit you or someone else, you reinforce that sense of positivity, helping them feel they've made an enlightened choice instead of suffering a loss. In familial or friendship circles, giving items for free can strengthen relationships. Parents might pass along heirlooms or essentials to children moving into their first home. Friends might share hobby-related items as a way to bond over shared interests. In these cases, the emotional context of strengthening ties overshadows any monetary considerations. If you're on the receiving end, be mindful of the relational aspect. Show your appreciation not just for the item but also for the bond it reinforces, whether it's a friend, neighbor, or extended family member. This focus on connection can lead to ongoing generosity. A phenomenon known as self-signaling occurs when individuals use their own actions as evidence of who they are. By giving items away, they observe their behavior and conclude, "I must be a generous person." This self-affirmation can be deeply rewarding and shape how they conduct themselves moving forward. If you show heartfelt thanks or demonstrate how their generosity has positively impacted you, you reinforce their self-perception. The cycle becomes self-sustaining. They keep giving to uphold that positive identity, and you remain a prime beneficiary. Moreover, some people experience what's called compassion fatigue when inundated with calls to donate money or time. Giving physical items feels more tangible and less taxing on their finances or schedule. They might find it simpler to part with a tangible product rather than donate more cash or volunteer more hours. This approach can still satisfy the innate desire to do good. By positioning yourself as a responsible steward of their items, perhaps showing how you upcycle them or pass them along to those in need, you offer a low-stress outlet for their compassionate impulses. In certain personality types, there's a preference for decluttering and orderliness. These individuals might have a strong aversion to disorder and clutter. Once they decide to purge, they do it thoroughly. They'll gladly give items to the first reliable taker because it quickly resolves the tension they feel about disorganization. If you respond swiftly with a structured plan, they'll perceive you as the antidote to chaos, potentially leading them to contact you before listing items publicly in the future. A sense of closure can also be pivotal. People often hold on to items associated with unfinished ambitions, like a half-finished craft project or musical instrument they never mastered. Parting with these objects for free helps them accept that certain aspirations won't materialize, freeing emotional space to pursue new endeavors. When you reassure them that you, or someone you know, can carry on that project or actually make use of the item, it alleviates any sense of failure they might harbor. You become the pathway to closure, transforming what could have been a regretful farewell into a hopeful handoff. People who are philanthropic by nature might use free item giveaways as mini acts of charity. They might not have the means for large donations but can still make a difference in small, consistent ways by giving away used clothing, household goods, or specialized gear. This approach aligns with their intrinsic desire to help others. If you're open about how the item will improve your life or your community, you validate this philanthropic self-image and encourage ongoing generosity. Instead of a one-time exchange, you might enjoy a long-term flow of freebies as they continuously fulfill their charitable inclinations. In some households, power dynamics influence the act of giving. Perhaps one partner insists on a clutter-free home, while the other is fine with accumulating stuff. The compromise might be to regularly purge unneeded things, sometimes giving them away rather than selling them to expedite the process. If you realize you're working with someone who's under internal household pressure to clear space, offering a quick pickup and a friendly smile can meet a real need. This supportive approach can make you their favorite solution for domestic harmony. Finally, novelty plays its part. After owning something for a while, people can lose interest and crave something new. They may give away an older item to justify getting a replacement that excites them. By offloading the old, they feel freer to embrace the new without guilt or storage issues. If you show excitement for their old item, highlighting its features or how it's exactly what you've been looking for, they'll likely feel validated in their decision to pass it along. Your enthusiasm can turn what might have been an ordinary purge into a rewarding moment. All these psychological motivations come together to paint a complex picture of why people give things away. It's rarely just one reason, often a mix of emotional, social, cultural, and practical factors blend into a final decision. Understanding this complexity arms you with empathy, letting you craft your approach in a way that aligns with each giver's mindset. If you can match your behavior to their underlying motivations, whether it's helping them close an emotional chapter or fueling their sense of altruism, you enhance your chances of receiving a steady flow of free items. Empathy remains the most powerful tool for navigating this emotional landscape. Genuinely understanding a giver's personal story or circumstances sets the tone for a deeper connection. Approaching the process with courtesy, genuine interest, and gratitude resonates across all the hidden motivations we've discussed. This is why many experienced free sourcers talk less about the item itself and more about the giver's backstory or concerns. By focusing on people rather than possessions, you build bridges that can extend well beyond a single transaction. Another crucial takeaway is that reciprocity doesn't always have to be monetary. In many cases, a sincere thank you, a quick follow-up message, or a photo of how you're using the item can be enough to satisfy the psychological drivers of generosity. These small gestures are relatively easy for you to provide but can be deeply meaningful to the giver. They affirm that their act of giving was worthwhile, which can spur them to continue sharing items in the future, possibly offering them to you first. Strategically, this lesson underscores the value of an adaptive approach. Not every person who gives things away does so for the same reasons. Some might prioritize quick, no-hassle pickups, while others crave a heartfelt connection or a sense of social contribution. Tailoring how you interact based on the signals you pick up, are they rushed, sentimental, socially motivated, makes you stand out from others who simply say, "I'll take it." By honing your observational and interpersonal skills, you increase the likelihood that givers will see you not as just another taker but as a considerate partner in their process of letting go. In the end, the psychology behind giving things away isn't just an academic exercise. It directly impacts your success in sourcing free items. Once you understand the myriad reasons people part with their possessions, you can meet them where they are, offering empathy, efficiency, reassurance, or whatever else they need to feel positive about the exchange. This capacity to cater to the giver's deeper motivations is what transforms free sourcing from a simple transaction into a meaningful, human-centered experience. By applying these insights in your day-to-day interactions, you'll not only secure more freebies but also help foster a community of trust and generosity that benefits everyone involved. Lesson 7. Legal and ethical considerations. When sourcing free items, it's easy to get caught up in the thrill of discovering hidden gems or saving money. However, there are important legal and ethical considerations to keep in mind to ensure that you're acting responsibly and respecting both local regulations and community norms. By understanding these obligations, you protect not only your own interests but also those of the people offering items, your neighbors, and anyone else involved in the process. Being informed about local laws and ethical standards also helps maintain a positive reputation, fostering continued access to valuable leads and forming strong, trust-based relationships. In this lesson, we'll explore key legal and ethical factors that shape the world of free item sourcing, providing you with a solid framework for staying on the right side of the law, and your conscience. Local regulations vary tremendously, and what's perfectly acceptable in one municipality might be strictly prohibited in another. Before grabbing items off a curb or diving into a dumpster, it's crucial to check municipal ordinances regarding waste collection and personal property. Some cities treat anything placed on public sidewalks as fair game, while others deem it illegal to remove items that have not been explicitly marked as free, even if they're on the curb for pickup. Overlooking these rules can result in fines, trespassing charges, or run-ins with law enforcement. Taking a few minutes to review city guidelines can save you significant hassle and potential legal costs later on. Municipalities may also regulate large item disposal or require special permits for collecting certain categories of goods. For instance, electronics disposal can involve strict e-waste guidelines in your region. If you pick up a television set that someone left on the curb in an area with e-waste regulations, you might inadvertently break the law if you don't follow the proper procedure. Familiarizing yourself with these rules not only helps you avoid penalties, but also positions you as a conscientious collector, someone who is knowledgeable and respectful of the community. This reputation can open doors to ongoing collaborations and tips from local residents. Even within a single city, homeowners associations, HOAs, can set their own rules about curbside items. In some neighborhoods, leaving goods on the curb might violate community standards, meaning the item's owner could face fines. If you're the one collecting the item, you might be caught in the middle if the HOA accuses you of encouraging a violation. To steer clear of such complications, it's wise to confirm with the homeowner that they have the right to place items curbside for free pickup. Respecting these neighborhood-level rules showcases your professionalism and courtesy, important traits that encourage future referrals. Besides official codes, there's also the practical matter of timing. Some municipalities schedule bulk pickup or large trash day once a month. The assumption that an item on the curb is free might be wrong if it's simply waiting for the city to collect it. Although many people do freely take items on bulk pickup days, it's still prudent to be sure the owner intends for them to be taken by anyone. A polite knock on the door can clarify intentions, preventing misunderstandings and reinforcing that you're operating above board. Another issue in local regulations is that certain items, like mattresses or large appliances, might pose specific disposal challenges. Some areas forbid leaving these items out in plain view due to public health risks, like bedbugs or exposed chemicals. If you collect such items without verifying their condition or the local policies around them, you could be held liable if something goes wrong later. Staying informed about which items require special handling, and ensuring you have the means to handle them safely, keeps you legally compliant and ethically sound. Property rights are a cornerstone of any legal system, and navigating them ethically is critical when sourcing free items. Even if an item appears abandoned, it might still be legally considered someone's property until explicitly relinquished. For example, a piece of furniture on a private driveway might not be for public taking, even if the owner is intending to dispose of it eventually. Without explicit permission, you risk accusations of theft or trespassing by entering private property to collect something. Clarity is everything here. A quick conversation or even a sign that reads, "Free, take me," can dispel ambiguities and protect you both legally and ethically. Dumpster diving, a popular method for finding freebies, is particularly fraught with property rights issues. In many regions, the contents of a dumpster are considered private property until hauled away by a waste management service. Some courts have ruled that trash in certain contexts is public domain, while others hold that rummaging through a dumpster behind a locked gate is trespassing. Even if local regulations don't forbid dumpster diving, business owners might object if you're on private property outside of business hours. Consulting local laws and ensuring you're on public land, or have the owner's permission, represents the safest route. Property owners sometimes place disclaimers to deter people from taking items. You might see signs that say, "Not for public removal," or "Don't take." Respecting such notices is both a legal and ethical must. Even if items look like they've been thrown away, the clear statement indicates the owner's intentions. In some cases, people put an object outside to rearrange a garage or clean up a yard and do not want it permanently removed. Ignoring explicit warnings not only violates property rights but also damages your reputation if you're seen flouting the wishes of the rightful owner. Another element to consider is that property rights can extend to intangible matters like brand image or intellectual property. For example, if you collect branded merchandise, like T-shirts or promotional displays, some companies might be particular about how those items are used or resold. While legal issues related to brand usage are less common at the individual level, it's prudent to remain mindful of how you present or repurpose such items. Demonstrating awareness of potential intellectual property concerns shows that you're a responsible operator in the free item marketplace. Confiscation by local authorities can come into play if property rights are ambiguous. If someone reports a suspicious person taking items from a property, or complains that the property was not clearly marked as free, law enforcement might intervene. Although you may be released without charges, the time and stress involved are never pleasant. Being transparent, such as texting or emailing the item owner for permission, helps you keep a record proving that you acted in good faith. Documenting your communications provides a safety net in case questions arise about whether you had the right to remove those goods. Liability is another core legal consideration. Once you take possession of a free item, the question arises, who is responsible if that item malfunctions or causes harm to a user? Generally, if you acquire something for free and pass it on or resell it as is, you might limit your responsibility, but not always. In certain jurisdictions, product liability can extend to everyone in the chain of distribution, even if there was no explicit purchase involved. This is especially relevant for items with potential safety hazards, like electrical appliances or children's toys. It's wise to perform at least a basic inspection of anything you pick up. Look for frayed wires, sharp edges, or missing parts that could pose a danger. If you notice significant defects, be cautious about passing the item on without addressing these issues. Selling or gifting goods that are unsafe can lead to legal repercussions if someone is hurt. Even if you aren't required by law to test every item, a small amount of diligence protects both your conscience and your potential liability. Think of it as a quick, pre-flight check to ensure the item's safe usage. Some resellers choose to include a simple disclaimer like, "Item is used, as is, with no warranty," in their postings. While disclaimers don't offer bulletproof protection in all legal systems, they can demonstrate that you acted in good faith, informing potential recipients that they're accepting the item with any known or unknown defects. In addition, disclaimers can reduce misunderstandings about refunds or liability. If you're frequently sourcing freebies to flip for profit, consult local legal guidelines or an attorney for peace of mind. An upfront approach can spare you from unexpected disputes down the road. Another liability concern involves health hazards. Furniture can harbor bedbugs, mold can lurk in older electronics, or certain items may contain toxic substances. If someone unknowingly acquires a contaminated or harmful product from you, you could face serious complaints or even lawsuits. Being thorough in cleaning, testing, or at least disclosing the item's condition not only demonstrates your integrity but also lowers the chance of legal conflict. Knowledge is power here. If you know an item has been in a damp basement for years, say so. That transparency can mitigate issues and keep both parties informed. If you plan on refurbishing or upcycling items, extra care is crucial. For instance, painting over a piece of furniture to make it look new might inadvertently seal in issues like insect infestation or structural damage. If a buyer or recipient then discovers the problem, they might argue that you failed to disclose a hidden defect. Documenting your refurbishing process, taking before and after photos, and making it clear what was done can shield you from accusations of misrepresentation. Ethical conduct here goes a long way, both in avoiding legal pitfalls and in building a reliable reputation. Transparency in the free sourcing realm is closely tied to ethical behavior. Even though you're not charging money for an item, you're engaging in an exchange of goods and trust. If you've discovered that an object has a serious flaw, it's misleading to pass it on without warning. Honesty about an item's condition respects the recipient's autonomy and their right to make an informed decision. This principle holds true whether you're giving items away for free or planning to resell them later. Clarity fosters a fair exchange and upholds the community's well-being. Ethical considerations extend beyond the condition of the item. For example, if a business discards items containing personal data, like outdated customer records or old computers with hard drives, you should think twice before casually picking them up for personal gain. There may be privacy rights or data protection laws at stake. If you do acquire such things, the ethical path is to ensure any sensitive data is responsibly handled or destroyed. Being cavalier with people's information can lead to ethical quandaries and legal consequences if personal data ends up in the wrong hands. Another ethical dimension is ensuring you don't exploit or manipulate people who give items away. Some givers have little time or resources and might be under stress, like individuals facing eviction or businesses going bankrupt. While there's nothing inherently wrong with accepting items from urgent situations, there's a fine line between being opportunistic and being exploitative. Approaching these scenarios with empathy, possibly offering small gestures of help, or at least treating the giver respectfully, preserves human dignity. It also keeps the broader practice of free sourcing aligned with a spirit of mutual support rather than ruthless gain. Fairness also matters when operating in a community of free item seekers. If a group has an unwritten norm, such as, first to comment gets the item, it's poor ethical form to circumvent that by privately messaging the giver and offering something special in exchange. These tactics can sow distrust, leading to disputes and damaging the sense of camaraderie that makes free sourcing communities work. Participating in a fair and transparent manner fosters goodwill, increasing the likelihood that people will alert you to upcoming freebies before they're publicly posted. Lastly, consider the long-term impact on the environment. Even though items are free, taking something you don't actually need, only to trash it a week later, doesn't support sustainability. Ethical free sourcing means being mindful. Are you rescuing items from the landfill and giving them a new life, or are you stockpiling stuff that will eventually go to waste anyway? Balancing your own excitement with responsible consumption ensures that the broader goal of waste reduction and resource sharing remains intact. Safety considerations intertwine with both legal and ethical standards. Meeting strangers for pickups, traveling to unfamiliar neighborhoods, or rummaging through unlit areas after dark can pose personal risks. From a liability perspective, if an incident occurs on someone else's property while you're collecting items, questions might arise about who's responsible. From an ethical standpoint, it's important to respect the property owner's safety and comfort as well. Agreeing on public meeting spots for smaller items or scheduling pickups during daylight hours benefits everyone. Self-protection also includes verifying whether an item poses immediate physical hazards, such as a broken electrical cord in a device or nails protruding from a piece of furniture. Should you accidentally injure yourself on someone's property, liability can become a contested issue. Adopting personal safety precautions, like wearing gloves, checking load limits when lifting heavy objects, and bringing a friend along, serves not just your well-being but also prevents awkward blame scenarios if accidents happen. An easy step is to communicate clearly. Ask for details about the item's size or condition before you show up. Related to property owner safety, never assume you can just walk into someone's yard or open their gate to pick up an item, even if they told you it's free. Common courtesy and respect for boundaries dictate that you confirm the location and manner in which you'll retrieve the item. This is especially crucial if the owner isn't home. A misunderstanding in such situations can escalate quickly if neighbors observe what they perceive as trespassing. Always clarify pickup arrangements, and if something feels off, err on the side of caution and reschedule when the owner can be present. There's also a cyber safety element. When interacting online, particularly in freebie groups, be conscious of how much personal information you share. While you want to be accessible enough that people trust you, oversharing your address, routine, or other sensitive data could open the door to fraud or harassment. Use reputable communication channels, confirm the authenticity of the giver's profile if possible, and remain mindful of potential red flags. The safer you are, the less likely you'll find yourself in an uncomfortable or dangerous exchange. On the flip side, if you're giving away items, it's ethical and prudent to consider the safety of the recipient. If something poses a risk, like a recalled baby car seat or a damaged power tool, don't just pass it off. Either repair it before handing it over or make the recipient fully aware of the problem so they can make an informed choice. This small act of diligence keeps your local free sourcing community safer and fosters an atmosphere of trust, crucial for its long-term vitality. Documentation may not be the first thing that comes to mind when grabbing freebies, but it can be surprisingly useful. Keeping simple records of significant transactions, especially ones involving high-value items, can protect you if questions later arise about ownership or condition. A quick text exchange or email confirming that, yes, you can have my sofa for free. Pick up by Saturday, can serve as proof that you had permission to remove the item. This is particularly helpful if neighbors or local authorities ever question the legitimacy of your acquisition. For items you're planning to resell, basic documentation of any refurbishing work you do can help demonstrate that you acted responsibly. This is especially relevant if the new owner later claims a safety issue or defect. Having before and after photos, along with notes about repairs, can illustrate the lengths you went to in making the item usable. Ethically, it shows you care about the product's quality. Legally, it can help defend you against accusations of negligence or misrepresentation. Documentation also extends to financial records if your free sourcing transitions into a side hustle or full-fledged business. Even though the items are free, you might have business expenses for transportation, cleaning supplies, or refurbishment materials. Keeping track of these costs can be important for tax reporting, ensuring you don't blur personal and business finances. Consult a tax professional if you're moving beyond casual reselling to ensure you follow any applicable regulations, such as collecting sales tax or reporting business income. Additionally, written agreements can come into play in certain specialized contexts. For example, if you negotiate with a local business to regularly pick up their leftover promotional items, a simple written memo specifying what you're taking and when can prevent disputes. It might seem formal for a free arrangement, but clarity ensures that both sides have the same expectations, like who retains liability if someone later claims the promotional items were brand new and intended for sale. This level of professionalism helps build trust and can lead to more stable partnerships. If you're functioning within an online platform that has built-in rating or feedback systems, consider leaving notes about the transaction that reflect a mindful perspective on legal and ethical aspects. You might mention that the giver was clear, gave you permission to pick up items, and so forth. Doing so solidifies your reputation as someone who is thorough and principled, which can attract more opportunities and let you sidestep shady deals. Respecting cultural and personal boundaries is an often overlooked but fundamentally ethical consideration in free sourcing. Some items might hold religious or cultural significance that isn't obvious to an outside observer. If you find yourself collecting something like ceremonial garments, religious texts, or culturally sacred objects, it's prudent to inquire gently about any protocols or restrictions. Even if no legal rules apply, cultural respect fosters harmonious community relations, helping ensure free sourcing remains a positive, inclusive activity. Similarly, if the individual giving away the item seems emotionally attached, even though they're parting with it, tread carefully. Asking too many prying questions or showing insensitivity can feel invasive, making the experience distressing for the person who's already grappling with letting go. Balancing a friendly curiosity with emotional awareness is key. Express gratitude, and if they share a personal story, listen empathetically without pushing them to reveal more than they're comfortable with. This approach highlights your ethical stance, cultivating trust and goodwill. In some communities, privacy concerns are very high. Elderly individuals or those in vulnerable situations might fear being scammed. They might worry that giving someone their address for item pickup could expose them to risks. Offering alternative meetup spots or clarifying that you're open to a public exchange, like meeting in the parking lot of a busy grocery store, can alleviate those concerns. This not only respects their need for safety but also sets a cooperative and considerate tone for the entire transaction. Another sensitive boundary involves the state of an item's cleanliness or readiness. Some cultures or families have specific standards for hygiene before parting with household goods. If you show up and start rummaging through boxes in a way that disregards their preferences, you may offend them, even if they're giving you the items freely. Asking, "Is it okay if I open this and check inside?" can demonstrate respect. Small courtesies like removing your shoes at the doorway, if that's a custom in the household, also convey humility and respect. Gender and social dynamics can also shape comfort levels in free item exchanges. A single individual living alone might prefer not to invite strangers inside. By offering to take only items placed outside the home, you respect their space and minimize discomfort. Similarly, if you notice a cultural or religious practice, like gender segregation in certain communities, adapting your pickup strategy to align with those customs reveals your sensitivity. Ethical sourcing aims to ensure not just the legality of the transaction but also the dignity and comfort of everyone involved. The broader social impact of your free sourcing efforts ties closely to ethical considerations. Some worry that enthusiastic collectors might deplete resources meant for those in more dire need. For instance, if you're quick to snap up items from charity events or community freebies primarily targeting low-income households, your actions can be perceived as unfair. Think about whether you genuinely need the items or if you're simply capitalizing on accessibility. Balancing personal gain with community responsibility fosters an environment where everyone can benefit appropriately. Another dimension of social impact is how your actions might shape local norms. When you behave ethically, knocking on doors to confirm items are truly free, offering to help owners with heavy lifting, or respecting set group rules, you set a positive example. This micro-leadership can transform how others approach free item sourcing, leading to a healthier ecosystem overall. Conversely, if you're caught bending rules or exploiting loopholes, you may inadvertently encourage others to follow suit, resulting in a more chaotic and distrustful community. Additionally, you might consider paying it forward by occasionally using your platform or online presence to highlight local charities or philanthropic causes. For example, if you've built a reputation as someone who flips free items, you could donate a portion of your proceeds to local shelters or youth programs. This step isn't legally mandated, but it can significantly boost your ethical standing and reinforce a collective spirit of good. When the community sees you combining personal benefit with broader social good, your network of supporters and informants grows exponentially. Being transparent about your intentions is another way to maintain ethical clarity. If you plan to resell items, you don't necessarily need to announce it in every interaction, but you shouldn't lie if asked directly. Many givers simply want their items gone, so they don't mind if you flip them, but others might have moral or sentimental objections. If a community or group explicitly disallows flipping, you should respect that rule or source your freebies elsewhere. Overstepping these boundaries can cause friction, limit future opportunities, and tarnish your credibility. Lastly, consider the environmental angle. Are you truly reusing, recycling, or upcycling the items you collect, or are you grabbing freebies indiscriminately only to discard them later? Ethically, your role as a free item sourcer can be a powerful force for reducing waste, so long as you remain mindful about how and why you take each item. Taking on more than you can handle or letting items deteriorate before redonating them can undercut the sustainability argument. Maintaining a balanced, conscientious approach ensures that your free sourcing contributes positively to the community, the environment, and your personal aims. All these legal and ethical considerations converge in the practical reality of free sourcing. By taking the time to understand municipal codes, property rights, liability constraints, and community standards, you shield yourself from legal trouble and uphold the integrity of the practice. Equally, by acting with empathy, respect, and a strong moral compass, you foster an environment in which owners feel comfortable giving you their items, and other collectors respect you as a fair participant. In many ways, free sourcing can be seen as a social contract. Givers trust that takers won't exploit them, trespass, or violate local regulations. Takers assume that givers are being honest about the item's condition and their permission to offer it. By abiding by this implicit contract, you encourage more people to participate, expanding the ecosystem of free items and forging a stronger sense of community. Breaching it erodes trust, not just for you personally, but for others who rely on the same networks. Striking a balance between personal gain and communal well-being is the essence of ethical free sourcing. The process becomes smoother, friendlier, and more open when everyone, buyers, sellers, givers, and takers, feels that their rights and dignity are respected. Legal compliance forms the backbone of this environment, while ethical mindfulness brings it to life. The best free sourcing practitioners seamlessly merge both, ensuring they never have to worry about run-ins with the law or pangs of conscience. Being proactive about these considerations sets you apart. Let others see that you're not just a random collector but someone who knows the guidelines, values fair play, and cares about mutual benefit. Word gets around quickly, especially in local or online communities focused on freebies. Over time, you'll find that people willingly give you high-quality items and approach you first with leads, confident you'll handle them responsibly. It's a virtuous cycle built on respect and legality. Ultimately, adhering to legal and ethical standards transforms free sourcing from a purely transactional act into something deeper, a chance to contribute to a culture of reuse and generosity, to extend the life of products, and to cultivate meaningful connections. When you operate within this framework of integrity, you can enjoy the thrill of free discoveries with peace of mind, knowing you're not just getting something for nothing but also giving back in ways that preserve harmony and mutual trust. Lesson 8. Tools and apps for finding free items. A thriving digital landscape now offers countless ways to find freebies with just a few taps on your phone or clicks on your computer. These tools and apps serve as modern-day treasure maps, guiding you toward valuable goods that someone else no longer wants. At their core, these technologies simplify the discovery process. Instead of guessing where free items might pop up, you can use specialized platforms that aggregate listings, alert you to new postings, and even help coordinate pickups. Embracing these tools means stepping away from happenstance and into a world where free finds become a predictable and manageable part of your routine. One of the biggest advantages of using dedicated apps is how they reduce guesswork. Instead of relying on luck or word of mouth, you can systematically scan a feed of newly added freebies. This structured approach ensures you won't waste time scouring dozens of unrelated listings. Many of these apps also let you save searches or create filters. Maybe you only want furniture or electronics, so you receive notifications only when relevant items become available. That level of customization not only saves time but also helps you pounce quickly on items before they're scooped up by others. These platforms also create virtual communities united by a common goal: sharing and reusing goods for everyone's benefit. Some apps were founded on principles of environmentalism or community building, aiming to reduce landfill waste while encouraging a cooperative spirit. By getting involved, you don't just claim free items, you also engage with others who believe in sustainability and mindful consumption. That communal feeling can lead to more meaningful connections, private leads on items not yet posted, or tips on local events where giveaways happen in bulk. Another valuable feature is the ability to communicate directly with item owners. Rather than sending blind emails or leaving voicemails, you can often chat through the app's built-in messaging system. This immediacy fosters a sense of accountability and authenticity, as both parties can see each other's profiles, ratings, or past activity. For the person giving away an item, knowing they're speaking with a trustworthy individual can make them more inclined to set aside something specifically for you. For you, quick communication is key to securing items in high demand. As you incorporate these apps into your sourcing routine, you also learn to interpret the nuances of digital listings. A photo might be blurry, yet the text description suggests hidden quality. A user might be new to the platform, which could mean less competition for their post. Over time, you sharpen your skills in reading between the lines and navigating each tool's features. This evolving mastery of digital sourcing gives you a distinct edge over casual browsers, ensuring you're the one who consistently snags the most valuable freebies. When exploring various tools, it helps to consider platforms designed primarily for free listings. Many people start with broad, well-known classified sites that have a dedicated, free category. Others prefer specialized apps geared exclusively toward giveaways and community sharing. These narrower platforms attract users who are serious about decluttering or gifting items for zero cost, potentially reducing the time you spend filtering through irrelevant posts. By trying both large and niche communities, you discover which environment best matches your preferences and local culture. While standard browser-based websites remain popular, mobile apps are particularly convenient for on-the-go discovery. Whether you're waiting in line at the grocery store or commuting via public transit, you can scroll through fresh listings in real time. If something catches your eye, perhaps a gently used sofa or a box of rare books, you can message the owner on the spot, increasing your chances of being first in line. The spontaneous nature of mobile usage boosts your responsiveness, which is crucial when competition for high-value freebies is fierce. Some tools stand out because they integrate with social media, allowing you to see when friends or acquaintances are giving away items. This interconnected approach fosters a sense of trust, as you're not dealing with strangers but rather with people in your extended network. You might feel more comfortable picking up a big-ticket item, like a TV or a table, from someone you have mutual friends with. On the flip side, people might be more inclined to part with cherished possessions if they know they're going to a friend of a friend. Keyword search functionalities are a major boon of dedicated freebie apps. Instead of manually scrolling past irrelevant posts, you can type in exact terms like baby crib, kitchenware, or art supplies. The platform then aggregates any matching listings, possibly even allowing you to set up alerts that ping you whenever such a listing appears. This targeted approach can exponentially boost your sourcing efficiency, letting you focus on categories you're most interested in, whether that's items for personal use, resale, or creative upcycling projects. Beyond simple searching, some apps use algorithms to suggest items you might like. By tracking your activity, these platforms build a profile of your tastes and typical categories. Perhaps you frequently click on listings for vintage decor or mid-century furniture. Over time, the app will learn to surface similar posts higher up in your feed. While this might sound like a minor feature, it can significantly enhance your experience by reducing noise. It also adds an element of serendipity. You might discover freebies in new categories you never thought to search for, all because the tool's recommendations spark your curiosity. Reviews and user ratings are another key element of modern tools for free sourcing. By gauging how others have experienced transactions with a particular giver, you can make more informed decisions. If someone routinely posts misleading pictures or cancels pickups last minute, you'll see that reflected in their reviews. Conversely, a user praised for quick communication and accurate item descriptions is likely to provide you with a hassle-free exchange. This feedback mechanism enhances trust, benefiting both givers and takers who uphold fair and honest behavior. Many popular apps now allow you to filter by location, sometimes as specific as your street or postal code. This hyperlocal focus is invaluable when you want to minimize travel time and expenses. By zeroing in on your immediate neighborhood, you can capitalize on freebies literally just around the corner. This convenience might encourage you to pick up bulkier items, such as a dresser or coffee table, which you might otherwise skip due to lengthy transport requirements. Additionally, hyperlocal emphasis fosters a sense of neighborhood cohesion, as you frequently interact with the same cluster of residents in your area. Notification settings can be your best friend, or a source of annoyance if misused. In the context of freebie hunting, real-time alerts are often a necessity. If an item is highly desirable, think a lightly used smartphone or a modern sofa, it might be claimed within minutes. Customizable notifications let you stay on top of these posts without feeling overwhelmed. You can set the frequency and type of updates you want, immediate pop-ups for certain categories, daily digests for others, or email summaries if you prefer less frequent nudges. Striking the right balance is crucial so you remain responsive without constantly checking your phone. Some platforms go beyond mere listing of items, incorporating community discussions or forums. These spaces allow members to share tips on refurbishing, upcycling, or reselling items. You might read a post from someone who successfully transformed a battered bookshelf into a chic display unit, complete with before and after photos. Such content can inspire you to try your hand at creative modifications, increasing an item's market value if you decide to flip it. Plus, engaging in these discussions positions you as an active community member, strengthening your reputation and possibly leading others to contact you directly with offers. A handful of tools bundle multiple functionalities, like ride sharing, neighborhood watch, and free listings, into one cohesive platform. While these multipurpose apps might not always delve as deeply into specialized features, they do provide a one-stop shop for community interactions. If you're someone who likes to keep your digital life consolidated, having a single app for local alerts, free item posts, event announcements, and community chats can be appealing. The downside is that freebies might be just one among many features, so the platform's user base might not be as dedicated to free sourcing. Nonetheless, a broad user base can translate into more unique listings overall. When exploring digital tools, it pays to do a little detective work. Some lesser-known or region-specific apps can outperform big-name platforms if they cater to a devoted local community. Reading online forums or social media threads about free item sourcing in your city can reveal hidden gems. People might share anecdotes about an underrated app where competition is lower and the success rate is higher. By branching out from mainstream channels, you bypass the crowd and capitalize on a more intimate, possibly tighter-knit user base. For those who treasure spontaneity, real-time, curb alert features can be thrilling. Certain apps let users instantly broadcast items they've just placed outside. These ephemeral posts typically include a photo, a brief description, and a rough location. The race is on as soon as the alert goes live. If you live nearby and can act fast, you might snag a valuable piece of furniture or a sought-after collectible. This immediacy satisfies the thrill seeker in many free sourcers, injecting a bit of adventure into the process while still relying on technology for efficiency. Group chat apps can also play a role in free sourcing, especially if you form a network of like-minded friends or neighbors. Through these informal channels, you can share quick updates about items you come across, either to claim them yourself or to pass the tip to someone else who needs them. While this approach doesn't offer the structure of a dedicated freebie platform, it can foster stronger personal connections. A friend might message you directly with a photo of a blender they no longer need, effectively skipping public listings altogether. This peer-to-peer synergy can be particularly fruitful if you trust each other's discretion and reliability. Another category of tools focuses on upcycling and do-it-yourself communities, connecting people who want to give away raw materials for creative projects. Apps like these might specifically highlight scrap wood, leftover paint, or secondhand crafting materials. If you're skilled in repurposing, you can transform these scraps into profitable or useful items. Such specialized apps often showcase user projects, tutorials, or event listings for swap meets. By immersing yourself in these creative-focused platforms, you not only find free materials but also glean invaluable insights from a community of fellow makers. In the realm of modern technology, artificial intelligence is making subtle inroads into free item sourcing. Some innovative platforms use AI-driven recommendations, scanning your history of claimed items to predict what else might interest you. Others leverage computer vision to categorize photos automatically, reducing the reliance on user-created tags. While these features may not be mainstream yet, they point to a future where your digital tools become increasingly intuitive. You might open an app one day and see a curated feed of freebies that match your style or goals without having to manually refine your searches. Among the most frequent complaints about digital platforms is dealing with flaky users, those who promise an item or arrange a pickup but then vanish. To address this, many apps include user verification processes, where people link social media profiles, verify phone numbers, or even confirm their addresses. Though such measures aren't foolproof, they help weed out spam accounts and encourage more responsible interactions. If verifying your identity leads to a more reliable experience with serious givers, it might be worth the extra steps. As you dive deeper into multiple platforms, staying organized becomes crucial. It's easy to get lost in a flurry of notifications, direct messages, and appointment reminders for pickups. Some people maintain a spreadsheet or note-taking app to track ongoing conversations, item conditions, and arranged meeting times. This overview ensures you don't accidentally double-book or forget a scheduled pickup, which can damage your standing with the giver and potentially lose you a coveted item. A little administrative effort goes a long way in preserving a polished, trustworthy reputation in the free sourcing world. While using these tools often involves reading item descriptions and glancing at photos, don't underestimate the power of persuasion if more details are needed. Sometimes a listing is vague, perhaps someone wrote assorted houseware with a single blurry image. If the post is intriguing, send a polite message inquiring for specifics. The item might turn out to be a collector's set of vintage dishes or a barely used high-end blender. People sometimes post hastily, and a friendly question can unveil valuable information that others won't bother to ask for, giving you an edge in claiming the prize. Another helpful tactic is setting up separate communication channels for sourcing. Creating a dedicated email address or using a phone number just for freebie transactions keeps your personal or work inbox uncluttered. This separation also adds a layer of privacy. Should the relationship with a giver or another user sour for any reason, your main contact details remain secure. Plus, it's easier to filter and organize your messages when everything related to sourcing is centralized in one place. This can be especially handy if you're juggling multiple platforms at once. When it comes to item pickup, some apps now feature built-in scheduling tools. The owner can input time slots they're available, and you can confirm the one that suits you best. This automation reduces the back-and-forth messaging that often leads to no-shows or confusion. If you're serious about scaling up your free sourcing activities, look for platforms with scheduling capabilities. By trimming wasted time spent coordinating logistics, you can focus more on scanning new listings and securing high-value finds. Efficiency in both communication and scheduling sets you apart as a reliable, organized taker. Beyond the individual apps, aggregator websites or meta apps compile postings from multiple platforms into one unified feed. These powerful tools spare you from manually hopping between various listing sites. You'll see free items from multiple sources aggregated into a single interface, sometimes with filters that let you refine your search by distance or category. Though aggregator sites aren't always perfect, they may not refresh listings in real time or fully capture local nuances, they can still streamline the overall search process, offering a broad overview of what's available nearby. Map-based tools are another rising trend. Instead of scrolling through a textual feed, you browse a map dotted with pins indicating where items are located. Clicking on a pin reveals the listing's details, photos, and a direct link to message the owner. The visual nature of this approach helps you plan routes if you want to pick up multiple items in one outing. It also eliminates the guesswork of whether something is truly close to you. If you have limited transportation options, spotting items within walking or biking distance becomes far simpler with a map-based interface. For those willing to travel longer distances, certain apps let you expand your search radius to entire regions or even states. Perhaps you're planning a weekend trip or visiting family in another city. You can check if there are interesting freebies along your route or near your destination. This approach transforms a mundane road trip into a sourcing adventure. You might return home not just with holiday memories but also with a carload of items you picked up from multiple towns. That said, always weigh travel expenses and time against the value of the freebies you're chasing. An underutilized feature on many platforms is user tagging or following. If you notice a particular person frequently offers high-quality items, maybe they're constantly redecorating or upgrading electronics, you can often follow them so you get a notification whenever they post. This tactic fosters a semi-personalized feed, ensuring you don't miss updates from givers whose style or categories align well with your goals. Building such micronetworks can yield a steady flow of targeted freebies, as you'll see new offers from favored users before they get lost in the broader feed. Language settings and multilingual capabilities might also influence your success. In regions with diverse populations, some listings might appear primarily in a language different from your own. Adjusting your platform's language filters or using translation tools can open doors to listings that others skip. For example, if you're proficient in both English and Spanish, scanning listings in both languages can effectively double your catchment of freebies. Overlooked posts might still contain valuable items, just waiting for a bilingual taker willing to bridge the language gap. Safety has become a major focus among developers of free sourcing apps. Some have incorporated features such as trusted meetup spots, where local businesses or community centers partner to provide well-lit, camera-monitored areas for item exchanges. Using such locations reduces the potential risks of meeting at someone's home, especially if you're picking up small items that don't require large vehicle transportation. For those new to free sourcing, starting with these secure spots helps build confidence and ease any worries about personal safety. Reputation and user credibility tools continue to evolve. Some platforms use a point or badge system, awarding active users for reliability, communication quality, or prompt pickups. Over time, you accumulate a visible track record of successful transactions. Givers might see your excellent score and feel comfortable reserving items for you, skipping the first-come, first-served scramble. On the other side, repeated no-shows or negative reports can lower your standing, making it harder to acquire in-demand freebies. While these reputational mechanics vary by platform, they all aim to reward respectful, dependable behavior. Another emerging trend is community moderation. Instead of relying solely on algorithms to vet listings, some apps empower dedicated community members to flag suspicious posts or highlight particularly good offers. Volunteer moderators might check if photos are genuine or if descriptions match the item's reality. This communal oversight fosters a spirit of self-policing. People feel responsible for maintaining the quality and trustworthiness of their platform. As a user, participating constructively by reporting spam or praising honest givers helps sustain a healthy environment, which ultimately benefits everyone seeking freebies. Platforms with built-in payment options might seem counterintuitive for free item sourcing, but they can be handy in borderline cases. For instance, someone might offer a bundle of objects for free, but require a small fee for one premium item within the batch. Or you might need to chip in for shipping if the giver lives far away. Having secure payment channels integrated into the app means you can handle these hybrid situations without switching to external platforms. Even if you intend to stick strictly to no-cost deals, a built-in payment feature can act as a fallback if you decide it's worth covering minimal expenses for a higher-value item. Some tools are moving toward subscription models, offering advanced features for a nominal monthly fee. These perks might include early access to listings, additional filters, or exclusive chat channels where top-rated users can exchange items privately. Whether such upgrades are worth the cost depends on how seriously you pursue free sourcing. Casual participants might find the free tier sufficient, while committed resellers or upcycling enthusiasts might justify the expense for a competitive edge. Evaluating what these premium features genuinely bring to your workflow helps ensure you invest wisely. Integration with social media platforms is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, linking a freebie app to your social accounts can expedite sign-up, sync contacts, and let friends see your activity. This fosters trust, as people feel more comfortable dealing with someone whose real-life identity is verified by a familiar social network. On the other hand, it can expose personal information or create clutter on your timelines. Weighing privacy against convenience is essential. If you enjoy broad visibility, connect your profiles. If you prefer to keep your personal life separate, opt for a dedicated account or skip the integration. Niche interest groups frequently overlap with free sourcing apps. For instance, a platform might host separate communities for pet supplies, automotive parts, or vintage clothing. Some even provide an internal group feature where members with specialized needs or passions gather. If you're focused on a specific category, say you restore classic cars, joining these niche groups can save you from wading through irrelevant listings. You'll also network with peers who might offer insider tips, like where to find discontinued parts or how to salvage materials from old vehicles. The tight focus of these specialized communities can yield deeper relationships and more consistent offers. Offline collaboration features exist in certain advanced platforms. For instance, you might see an option to pool resources or requests. If you and a neighbor both want garden tools, the app could suggest combining your inquiries to negotiate a bulk pickup from a local horticultural center that's discarding older supplies. This collective approach encourages synergy among users, letting you tackle bigger opportunities that might be impractical to handle alone. By teaming up, everyone benefits from shared transportation, reduced individual effort, and the possibility of snagging more items that might otherwise end up in a landfill. If you're a fan of yard sales and thrift stores, some apps blend online listings with live event announcements. They show you where neighborhood sales are happening, which can be goldmines for freebies after the sale ends. Alternatively, an organization might host a free day event that's announced exclusively through the app. Attendees gather at a local community center or park, each bringing items to give away. Knowing about these real-world gatherings through digital channels puts you ahead of the curve, especially if you're strategic about timing your arrival or bringing a vehicle to haul larger goods. Public reviews of the app itself can guide you when deciding which tool to invest time in. Look at what users say about the app's reliability, community quality, or user interface. Constant crashes or poorly moderated listings can thwart your efforts, no matter how good the concept is. Conversely, glowing testimonials about an active, helpful community might mean the platform is worth exploring deeply. Make sure to read reviews from people in your general region, because an app that thrives in one city might be dormant or underused in another. A strong advantage of digital tools is the analytics and insights some of them provide. Certain platforms display the average response time to listings, the typical number of inquiries per item, or even the best posting times for maximum visibility. Savvy free sourcers can reverse engineer these insights to become better takers. For example, if the data shows that most new listings appear on weekday evenings, that's when you should be most active. If you learn that users in your neighborhood tend to respond slowly in the morning, you might get first dibs on fresh posts during those hours. Cross-platform coordination is another technique employed by power users. Imagine spotting a valuable item on one app that lacks robust messaging features. You could quickly verify the user's identity on a different platform that offers better communication tools, thus ensuring a smoother transaction. Or maybe you see that an item was listed for free in one place but someone else posted a question about it in a social media group. Linking those two conversations might yield clarifications or confirm that the item is still available. This detective-like approach can be a game-changer when tracking hot items or bridging platform gaps. Some apps incorporate gamification elements to keep users engaged. You might earn badges for successfully giving away items or for offering helpful advice in community forums. While not everyone cares about digital trophies, these reward systems sometimes come with perks, like priority placement in listings or the ability to broadcast your requests to a wider audience. If you find motivation in achieving incremental goals or climbing a leaderboard, these gamified experiences could turn your free sourcing journey into a fun, ongoing challenge. Beyond the direct acquisition of items, some tools encourage skill building or resource sharing. You might find an option to request help repairing a free item you picked up. In turn, the platform could connect you with local hobbyists or professionals willing to guide you. This educational angle resonates with those who enjoy DIY projects or want to learn new techniques for restoring or upcycling. Over time, you accumulate knowledge, making you more proficient at spotting items with hidden potential that can be turned into high-demand products. Hyperlocal marketing tactics can also complement your use of digital tools. If a platform allows personal profiles or mini bios, mention your interests and what you're seeking. For example, if you collect vinyl records, letting people know might prompt them to contact you whenever they stumble upon a box of old LPs. By shaping your online presence around your key interests or resale niches, you invite targeted offers. People love feeling that their items go to someone who truly appreciates them. This personal branding can be just as important in free sourcing as it is in conventional business. Blending digital tools with real-life networking amplifies your results. For instance, after using an app to score a few good finds from one particular user, you might stay in touch, exchanging phone numbers or social media handles. Over time, they might alert you directly about future giveaways before posting them. You become a trusted contact, bypassing the competition. By regularly meeting face-to-face with local givers and maintaining friendly rapport online, you solidify relationships that can lead to exclusive offers in the future. Though technology streamlines the quest for free items, remember that it's only one part of an effective sourcing strategy. It's still vital to keep your eyes peeled offline, watching for curb alerts, rummage sales, or word-of-mouth leads. Digital platforms excel at providing breadth, but they're no substitute for physical observation and in-person connections. Finding the right blend of online and offline efforts ensures you're not missing out on hidden treasures that never make it to an app. If you plan to expand your free sourcing into a small venture, analyze the data generated by these apps. Track how many successful pickups you've completed, which neighborhoods yield the best items, and which categories bring the highest resale value. Some apps will let you export or visualize your interactions. Even simple record keeping, like noting each item's condition and ultimate selling price, can help you refine your approach. Over time, you'll spot patterns. Perhaps certain times of year produce better results or a particular type of listing consistently yields high profit flips. With so many tools and apps available, it's wise to experiment. Download a few that look promising, spend a couple of weeks testing each, and see which fits your lifestyle. Evaluate how user-friendly they are, whether the listings match your local interests, and whether you find yourself overwhelmed or underwhelmed by notifications. Don't be afraid to uninstall an app that feels clunky or unproductive. Focus on the platforms that resonate with you and offer consistent, high-quality leads. In the final analysis, tools and apps are indispensable companions in modern free sourcing. They open doors to a wider range of items, facilitate faster communication, and bolster safety and trust through review systems and community features. Yet their true power emerges when combined with your initiative, etiquette, and the hands-on tactics you've learned so far. By leveraging digital platforms, you can systematically uncover opportunities that would otherwise pass you by, accelerating your progress toward a sustainable, cost-effective, and even profitable approach to acquiring the goods you need. Embrace these technologies with a strategic mindset, and you'll watch your free sourcing endeavors scale to new heights, always guided by efficiency, collaboration, and a keen eye for what's truly valuable in the zero-cost realm. Lesson 9. Building a sourcing routine. When you first explore the world of free item sourcing, it's easy to operate on impulse, scouring online listings or driving around aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon valuable finds. Yet a more structured approach can greatly enhance your results. A strong sourcing routine offers clarity and momentum, keeping you focused on high-yield strategies while minimizing wasted effort. By setting consistent schedules and objectives, you free up mental bandwidth, making each step more effective. Over time, you'll notice that your routine not only saves you time and money but also fosters a sense of progression as you learn and refine your methods. A first step in building this routine involves clarifying your primary goals. Are you sourcing free items for personal use, to expand a resale business, or for creative upcycling projects? Goals shape your schedule and help you decide when and where to search. Someone flipping items for profit might check online listings multiple times a day, while a casual hobbyist could manage with a weekly sweep. Defining your intentions gives you purpose. It ensures that each action, from setting alerts to planning pickups, is aligned with measurable outcomes, whether that's a certain monthly profit margin or simply outfitting your home at minimal cost. Time blocking is a powerful way to incorporate free sourcing into your life. Instead of letting random opportunities disrupt your day, designate specific periods to monitor listings, respond to messages, or make pickups. Maybe you spend 30 minutes each morning scanning local, free groups, or dedicate part of every Sunday to scouting neighborhood curbs. This disciplined approach makes free sourcing feel less haphazard and more like a deliberate component of your week. You'll avoid both burnout, by cramming everything into an already packed schedule, and missed opportunities that arise from inconsistent attention. Another cornerstone of a strong routine is route planning. Driving across town for each single item can quickly become exhausting, especially if traffic is heavy or distances are long. To optimize your efforts, you might cluster pickups by neighborhood, planning a circular route that lets you collect multiple items in a single outing. This approach saves fuel, reduces travel time, and makes the entire experience more enjoyable. Over time, you'll get a sense of which neighborhoods are more fruitful, tailoring future routes accordingly. Consistency also matters in how you check back with your existing sources. If you establish good relationships with certain businesses or neighbors who often have items to give, build a simple follow-up system. Perhaps you email or text them once a month to ask if they're clearing anything out soon. You can even set calendar reminders for peak decluttering times, such as after major holidays or during seasonal transitions. This punctual habit keeps you top of mind for givers, ensuring they reach out to you first. By weaving these small follow-ups into your weekly or monthly schedule, you nurture a pipeline that can bring you free items reliably, with far less effort than cold searching online. Once you have the broad outlines of a routine, you'll want to decide on the specific digital platforms that will anchor your daily or weekly checks. Different apps cater to different segments. Some excel at curb alerts, others at large household giveaways, and still others at niche upcycling materials. To avoid overwhelm, pick 2 or 3 that best fit your focus, maybe a large classified site, a community-based freebie app, and a niche group for your specialized interest. By narrowing your scope, you can delve deeply into each platform's features, from filtering by location to customizing alerts for certain item categories. Sticking to a consistent posting and messaging etiquette is equally important. If your routine includes responding quickly to new posts, draft a standard friendly message that can be tailored with details. A quick introduction, your name, your interest in the item, your availability, might sound basic, but it saves you mental energy when you're sending many messages daily. The streamlined approach also boosts your odds of success because givers often favor the first polite, organized taker who responds. Embedding these communication steps into your routine ensures you rarely miss out on high-demand items due to slow or sloppy responses. Next, refine your approach to phone alerts or notifications. Receiving endless dings can become a distraction, but ignoring alerts means you might miss out on time-sensitive freebies. Balance is key. Consider having push notifications only for ultra-hot keywords, like moving sale or high-end furniture, while scheduling set times to manually check broader listings. This hybrid model grants you breathing space while still ensuring that key opportunities don't slip by. Over time, you'll fine-tune your notification settings so you stay well-informed yet not overwhelmed. Dedicate a segment of your week to item evaluation and preparation. Especially if you plan to resell or repurpose, you'll need time to inspect and, if needed, clean or repair each piece. A routine that includes a weekly workshop day means you can gather items picked up throughout the week and systematically go through them. By batching these tasks, rather than trying to do them in scattered intervals, you become more efficient. You also maintain better quality control, ensuring you catch hidden defects before they become bigger issues. Consider introducing a mini-review process for your sourcing routine. After a month or 2 of consistent effort, pause to assess what's working and what isn't. Are there specific neighborhoods yielding more value? Are certain app alerts rarely producing viable leads? Maybe you're spending too long traveling to pick up items with minimal resale or personal use potential. Document these observations in a simple spreadsheet or journal. Then, tweak your routine accordingly, drop unproductive methods, double down on successful ones. This reflection ensures you continue to evolve and refine your sourcing strategy, making each future month more fruitful than the last. An essential part of building a sustainable routine is managing your physical space. Accumulating free items can quickly overwhelm your home or workspace if you don't establish a system for sorting and storing them. Designate areas for items awaiting inspection, items ready to use or sell, and items earmarked for donations. Labeling these zones or shelves streamlines your daily workflow, when you return from a pickup, you'll know exactly where to place each item. Over time, you'll avoid clutter-induced stress and maintain a clear overview of your inventory. Just as important as physical organization is digital organization. Consider using a note-taking app or spreadsheet to log each item, where it was sourced, its condition, and any planned next steps, like repair needed, cleaning needed, or ready for sale. You can even add columns for expected resale price, actual sale price, or the recipient if it's a donation. This system becomes a repository of insights, which items flip quickly, which ones languish, and which sources prove most fruitful. A few minutes spent updating records each day can save you countless hours wondering where something came from or what you intended to do with it. Scheduling is another big piece of the puzzle, especially when coordinating with multiple givers. If you're collecting items from different neighborhoods, you might need to juggle times that work for each person. To prevent chaos, employ a shared calendar that syncs across your devices. Whenever you confirm a pickup, input the address and any relevant notes, like drive around the back alley or neighbor's house is purple. This practice helps you keep track of appointments and ensures you don't accidentally double book. It also signals reliability to givers, who appreciate someone who's on top of logistics. You may also wish to incorporate a weekly or monthly giving back routine. This might mean you set aside items that turned out to be less useful than anticipated or that require more repair time than you can spare. Rather than letting them languish in your storage, you could donate them to a local charity, create a free post yourself, or share them within a community group. This habit keeps your inventory lean and fosters goodwill among local networks. People who see you practicing generosity may be more inclined to think of you when they have items to part with. Adaptability is key to maintaining your routine over the long term. Life circumstances change, maybe you shift neighborhoods, start a new job, or find your interests evolving. Rather than clinging to old methods, treat your routine like a living document. If your new job has you commuting early, maybe you pivot to searching listings in the evening. If your creative focus shifts from furniture restoration to vintage clothing, your weekly schedule might prioritize rummaging through different sources. By staying flexible, you ensure your routine remains a robust framework rather than a rigid set of rules that no longer align with your current reality. The idea of batching tasks can be a game changer in your sourcing routine. Batching refers to grouping similar activities together to streamline your workflow. For example, you can dedicate a specific time slot for scanning all the freebie apps, rather than checking them sporadically throughout the day. Similarly, lump together your photo taking, listing, and item prepping tasks. The mental switch from one type of action to another consumes time and energy. By batching, you maintain momentum on one set of tasks, improving efficiency. Over weeks and months, these small improvements in daily operations compound into significant time savings. Another creative angle is to embed sourcing into your daily commute or errands. If you drive past certain thrift stores, recycling centers, or known, high-yield neighborhoods on your way to work, set aside a few extra minutes to cruise by likely spots or check drop-off bins. You're not going out of your way, just leveraging the routes you already take. Over time, this habit can yield surprising finds with minimal extra effort. It also fits well with a busy lifestyle, turning routine errands into mini scavenger hunts that gradually build your inventory of free goods. Don't neglect the power of networking within your routine. Perhaps you regularly attend local gatherings, church events, hobby clubs, or town hall meetings. By letting others know about your interest in collecting free items, you expand your potential leads. If you systematically follow up with these contacts, say, sending a gentle monthly reminder or posting updates in a community chat group, your routine begins incorporating social outreach. The more people know about your sourcing, the higher the odds they'll think of you first when they have items to give away. Keeping a flexible fallback day in your weekly schedule can cushion you from unexpected changes. Suppose you plan to do pickups on Saturday mornings but a giver suddenly can only meet Sunday afternoon. If you have that day partially open, you can accommodate them without derailing the rest of your commitments. This small buffer, an open day or a free evening, offers room to maneuver, preventing last-minute cancellations or changes from wreaking havoc on your entire routine. Over time, this simple contingency strategy adds resilience to your sourcing plan. A systematic approach to personal safety should also be part of your routine. Before heading out for a pickup, check that you have a charged phone, a friend or family member who knows your location, and, if needed, assistance for lifting heavy items. Routinely meeting in public locations or well-lit areas can be a default policy when items are portable. Embedding these safety checks into your schedule, perhaps a quick mental or written pickup checklist, ensures they become second nature. You maintain not only efficiency but also peace of mind, knowing you're prepared for each encounter. Tracking how you spend your sourcing time can yield eye-opening insights. You might think scanning listings takes just a few minutes, but when tallied, it could consume hours each week. Similarly, you might realize you're driving more than you expected, cutting into profits if you're flipping items. Periodically timing or logging these activities reveals inefficiencies or hidden time sinks that sabotage your routine. By identifying these bottlenecks, maybe a particular platform that rarely yields good finds, or a route that consistently causes delays, you can prune away low-value tasks and reinvest that time in higher-yield actions. Consider setting routine-based performance goals. For instance, if you aim to flip items, you might set a target for a certain profit margin each month. Then, you track how close you come to that number. Alternatively, if your objective is personal use, your performance might involve furnishing one new room in your home each quarter using only free sources. These goals give structure to your routine, pushing you to refine your methods. If you're underperforming, you adjust. If you're exceeding expectations, you can raise the bar. The routine remains dynamic, guided by clear benchmarks of success. Building microhabits can help your routine become less taxing. A microhabit is a small, easy-to-execute action that, when repeated, produces significant outcomes over time. For instance, each morning, you might spend 5 minutes scanning the top listings on your favorite app. Once that's done, you proceed with your day. This minimal, consistent commitment ensures you never miss out on early bird opportunities. Similarly, a microhabit of checking your calendar each night for the next day's pickups prepares you mentally for upcoming logistics. By anchoring these tiny behaviors to existing daily routines, like your morning coffee, they become almost automatic. Seasonal adjustments are also crucial. For example, large furniture giveaways often spike during spring cleaning or at the end of academic semesters in college towns. Planning your routine around these cycles means you'll ramp up certain activities, like scanning local campus groups, during known peak periods. Conversely, in midwinter, you might direct more energy toward inside tasks such as refurbishing stockpiled items. Recognizing these seasonal ebbs and flows lets you allocate time and resources where they'll have the most impact, rather than forcing a uniform approach year-round. Simplicity remains a guiding principle. If your routine becomes too complex, juggling dozens of apps, hyper-detailed spreadsheets, and elaborate pickup routes, you risk fatigue and burnout. Aim for a streamlined set of strategies that you can execute reliably. Prune any elements that no longer serve you. If you once thought you needed to join 5 Facebook groups but find you consistently get the best leads from just 2, drop the excess. This curation ensures your routine feels manageable and sustainable, leaving you energized instead of drained. A simpler, consistent routine often outperforms a sprawling, convoluted one that's hard to maintain. Collaborations can strengthen your sourcing routine. Perhaps you team up with a friend who also hunts free items, dividing your territory so you each scout different neighborhoods. You can trade leads if you spot something the other person might need. This partnership can also help with shared transportation costs, split storage spaces, or joint workshop days for refurbishing. By weaving collaborative actions into your regular schedule, like a weekly check-in call or a monthly swap meet between friends, you amplify your results without doubling your workload. Plus, it injects a social element, making the process more enjoyable. If you're reselling items, coordinate your sourcing schedule with your sales platforms. For example, if you hold a live online auction every Friday, make sure your pickups and refurbishing tasks occur in the first half of the week. That way, you have fresh inventory to showcase. This synergy between acquisition and selling processes ensures a consistent cycle of new listings, preventing your shop from going stagnant. Planning each step along this chain, from spotting an item to listing it for sale, solidifies the backbone of a well-oiled free sourcing machine. Handling peak hours for online listings can also be strategic. Some local groups have more posts in the early evening when people return from work. Others might see a surge around lunchtime. Observing these patterns over a few weeks lets you refine when you check your feeds. If you discover that your best finds typically pop up at 8 p.m., structuring your schedule to include a thorough feed check at 7:55 p.m. can dramatically improve your odds of claiming items first. By paying attention to rush times, you position yourself to scoop up freebies before anyone else even sees them. A good routine often balances quick pickups with thorough verification. While speed can be crucial for snagging popular items, you don't want to waste time on items that are broken beyond repair or not what they seem. If an online post lacks sufficient details or photos, incorporate a step where you message the giver for clarification. Doing this promptly, rather than rushing to drive an hour, avoids major disappointments. Over time, you'll sense which postings are safe bets and which need more scrutiny. Embedding this evaluation step into your routine spares you from unproductive trips. One surprisingly overlooked piece of a sourcing routine is budgeting for minor costs. Even though items are free, you might pay for fuel, parking, tolls, cleaning supplies, or small parts needed for repairs. If you don't track these expenses, they can erode the profit margin of a resale endeavor or turn free into costly. Making it a habit to log these costs weekly keeps you aware of your net gains or losses. If you notice that certain pickups routinely cost too much relative to the item's value, you can refine your strategy, maybe grouping pickups more efficiently or being more selective about which items you chase. Streamlining your negotiation process can also support a routine that runs smoothly. Although you're not typically negotiating a price for free items, you might negotiate details like pickup windows or bundling multiple items. Being able to politely but assertively propose your schedule, "Could I grab these on Saturday at 10 a.m.?" saves endless back-and-forth messaging. It also demonstrates reliability, which many givers appreciate. When your routine includes a clear method for quickly reaching a mutually beneficial agreement, you stand out from flakier responders who waste time with indecisiveness. Automation can play a helpful role in your routine, especially if you use email filters or app-based alerts. Some advanced platforms let you create rules like, if a post in my radius includes keywords, free furniture, send me an immediate push notification. While it takes time to set up these filters, once they're active, you reduce manual searching and free up mental space for higher-level tasks like evaluating items. This automation can be particularly powerful if you juggle free sourcing alongside a busy work schedule or family obligations. After an initial investment of time, the system works quietly in the background. Planning for item turnover is another facet of a sustainable routine. If you're continually picking up items, you need a strategy for how and when you'll part with them. Some people hold monthly yard sales, while others post daily to online resale marketplaces. Whichever method you choose, embed it into your schedule so your home or storage unit doesn't turn into a cluttered labyrinth. Regularly reevaluating your inventory, moving out slow-selling pieces, donating items you can't fix, keeps your workspace manageable and ensures you have room for new arrivals. Reflection on your personal energy levels can also refine your timing. Some people are morning larks who function best at 6 a.m., while others only hit their stride after lunch. If you handle communication or route planning during your peak hours, you'll be sharper and less prone to mistakes, like mixing up addresses or forgetting to confirm a pickup. Conversely, you might prefer to do hands-on tasks like cleaning or repairs during a quieter evening slot when you can focus without distractions. Syncing your tasks with your natural energy rhythms elevates your routine from merely efficient to sustainably productive. Revisiting the concept of relationship building, you might create a simple, contact rotation. Perhaps each Friday, you message or email 2 or 3 prior givers just to say hello, ask if they have anything else coming up, or share how you used the item they gave. This small gesture cements goodwill, and people love seeing their old possessions given a second life. By consistently reaching out in a polite, non-pushy way, you nurture an ongoing rapport that often translates into first dibs on future items. Integrating these micro-outreach habits into your routine fosters a long-term, reliable network of helpful contacts. Handling unexpected changes is a hallmark of a well-built routine. Givers might cancel at the last minute, or you might find a must-have item that requires immediate pickup, clashing with your usual schedule. The key is embedding a mindset of readiness rather than rigidity. If a prime opportunity arises, you can shuffle your plans, provided you've maintained that buffer zone in your week and kept your calendar in an easily adjustable format. Your routine should serve as a guide, not a prison, allowing for quick pivots when truly golden opportunities appear. A strong sourcing routine also includes strategies for self-care. Sourcing is often fun and profitable, but it can become all-consuming if you aren't mindful. Adding mini breaks or days off from checking listings can refresh your perspective. Building boundaries, like no sourcing activities after a certain evening hour, prevents burnout and nurtures a healthier relationship with the process. Ironically, stepping back periodically can make you more eager and effective during your on times, ensuring consistent quality in your engagements. Developing a system for item triage helps keep your space and schedule under control. The moment you acquire a new piece, decide, will I keep it for personal use, flip it soon, or store it for a future project? This immediate categorization helps you move it to the correct area in your home or workshop, set a timeline for dealing with it, and avoid the dreaded pile of stuff I'll figure out later. By building this triage step into your pickup routine, perhaps you have a quick labeling process. Each item finds its place without languishing in confusion. Don't overlook the emotional side of sourcing. Sometimes, items come with backstories or sentimental attachments from the giver, and you might get caught up in a conversation that extends your pickup time. Creating a small buffer in your schedule for friendly chats can prevent you from feeling rushed. While it's not always possible to linger, being open to these moments can deepen relationships and occasionally reveal hidden opportunities, such as the giver mentioning a relative who also wants to declutter. By allowing a little human time in your routine, you enrich the experience beyond mere transactions. Large-scale planning also has a place in your routine, especially if you foresee bigger sourcing opportunities, like estate liquidations or seasonal neighborhood giveaways. You might mark key dates on your calendar, perhaps a monthly citywide curb day, or a friend's yard sale that's known for leftover items. By anticipating these events weeks in advance, you can adjust your schedule to maximize availability. This might mean freeing up a weekend to rent a truck or coordinate with a helper. The ability to plan far ahead for big hauls sets you apart from casual pickers who only react last minute to listings. Integrating knowledge sharing into your routine can keep you motivated and updated. Maybe once a month, you join a local workshop or online forum to learn a new upcycling skill, like painting techniques, minor upholstery, or electronic repair. By scheduling skill acquisition, you become better at transforming free items into higher value pieces, boosting your returns if you resell. Even if you only source for personal use, these skills help you improve your home environment and reduce waste. A routine that includes continuous learning transforms sourcing from a static hobby into a dynamic, ever-growing practice. Celebrate milestones to keep yourself engaged. It can be easy to overlook how much progress you've made, both in refining your routine and in acquiring quality items, if you never pause to acknowledge achievements. Simple acts, like noting that you successfully furnished 2 rooms entirely with free goods, or that your monthly side income reached a new high, fuel your enthusiasm. Regularly scheduling reflection and celebration ensures your routine doesn't feel like an endless grind. It also highlights the tangible results of your systematic approach, reinforcing the value of each habit you've established. Leveraging technology for accountability can enhance your discipline. For instance, you could use project management apps to create tasks like check platform A at 9 a.m. or contact local hotel about renovation leftovers by the 15th. Completing these tasks daily or weekly builds a streak that the app tracks, encouraging consistency. Some people even pair up with a sourcing buddy online, exchanging weekly progress updates. Knowing that someone else will see your achievements, or missed tasks, can provide the extra push to adhere to your routine, especially in the early stages when habits are still forming. Balancing spontaneity and structure is an art. While you want a robust routine, there's also fun in occasionally just hopping in your car to see if any unexpected curbside treasures appear. You might designate a free roam slot once a month to explore new neighborhoods or visit rummage sales without strict planning. These random outings can lead to surprising discoveries and break up the monotony of a rigid schedule. Integrating this spirit of adventure prevents your routine from becoming stale, yet you remain anchored by the systematic habits that guide your day-to-day efforts. Keep an eye on how your routine affects others in your household or community. If your spouse, roommate, or children find themselves navigating around piles of items, tensions can arise. You might need to communicate clearly about your sourcing schedule, storage spaces, and how you'll handle items that don't pan out. It can also help to involve them in the process. For example, a family member might enjoy helping you refurbish furniture or verifying new listings. When your routine is transparent and collaborative, it garners support rather than resentment, strengthening relationships instead of straining them. Always maintain a sense of adaptability as your routine matures. You may start with daily checks, then realize a more relaxed pace suits your lifestyle. Or you might begin with a single app, only to discover a newly launched platform that's much more fruitful. By embracing an iterative mindset, you continuously refine your method, never growing too complacent. Each season, every change in personal circumstances, and all new technological developments can become catalysts for upgrading your routine. This openness keeps sourcing fresh and ensures you remain competitive in acquiring top-tier freebies. Learning to delegate is another advanced technique. If your free sourcing venture grows, you might not have the bandwidth to handle every step, from scanning listings to driving pickups to refurbishing. Perhaps you hire a part-time helper or collaborate with another local enthusiast. Delegation allows you to focus on higher-level decisions, choosing which niches to expand into, negotiating bigger pickups, while someone else manages routine pickups or basic repairs. By weaving delegation into your established system, you can scale up without sacrificing quality or becoming overwhelmed. Periodically reevaluating your underlying motivations keeps your routine in perspective. Over time, you might realize your reasons for sourcing have evolved. Maybe you no longer need many free items for personal use and are more drawn to the environmental impact or the potential side income. If your why shifts, your routine should shift too. This reflection prevents the routine from becoming an empty checklist and restores a sense of purpose. Aligning daily tasks with your current motivations ensures your schedule remains both logical and fulfilling. Cultivating gratitude is a subtle yet powerful element of any sustainable routine. Each free item you acquire is an opportunity made possible by someone's willingness to give, be it an individual or a business. Taking a moment to appreciate that generosity, even privately, enriches the entire experience. You carry a more positive energy into each interaction, which people sense. Over time, this positivity can circle back as more offers and stronger relationships. Incorporating small gratitude practices, like sending a thank you note or simply reflecting on your good fortune, lends a depth to your routine that goes beyond the practicalities of acquisition. In the end, a well-structured sourcing routine isn't just about finding items without cost, it's about orchestrating a rhythm that harmonizes with your goals, resources, and lifestyle. You tailor your schedule to maximize productivity, minimize friction, and cultivate rewarding human connections. Every habit, from your morning app checks to your monthly reviews, contributes to a living system that grows with you. By maintaining clarity, efficiency, adaptability, and community-mindedness, you elevate free sourcing into a fulfilling, sustainable practice, one that continually yields benefits in both tangible items and the intangible rewards of problem-solving, creativity, and shared generosity. Lesson 10. Staying organized while collecting free items. Many people step into free sourcing excited by the thrill of finding treasures at no cost, only to end up overwhelmed by clutter soon after. Without a solid system to keep track of what you have, where you got it, and what condition it's in, the joy of collecting can quickly turn into stress. Staying organized helps you manage your space, your time, and your peace of mind. It's not just about keeping tidy rooms. It's also about building a clear mindset that allows you to seize new opportunities and responsibly handle the items you gather. Having a framework for sorting, labeling, and storing ensures you can keep hunting freebies while avoiding chaos. A simple way to start is by identifying the most common categories of items you pick up. Maybe it's furniture, clothing, electronics, or crafting supplies. Once you know your main categories, you can plan storage solutions accordingly. For instance, large, stackable plastic bins can work for clothes. A dedicated shelf in your garage might hold small appliances. By grouping items right from the moment they enter your home, you lay the foundation for easy retrieval and evaluation later. This organized approach saves you from rummaging through random piles when you need something specific. One key to organization is recognizing that not every freebie is worth keeping. Developing a quick screening habit goes a long way. When you spot something interesting, ask whether you realistically have the time, space, or skills to put it to good use. If the answer is no, it's better to let it pass. This selective mindset helps you avoid accumulating items that just gather dust. If you do grab something on impulse, set a deadline. If you haven't found a real use for it in, say, 2 or 3 weeks, consider regifting it, donating it, or responsibly disposing of it. As you establish these routines, it helps to label items or containers with brief but informative notes. Basic details, like where you found the item, any identified flaws, and your plan for future use, can be written on masking tape and stuck to the item. This tactic might seem tedious at first, but it prevents the frustration of discovering a random box of stuff months later with no memory of its origin or purpose. Clear labeling supports your long-term organization goals and keeps each item's story transparent. Digital tools also assist with organization. Simple spreadsheets or note-taking apps allow you to log items as they come in. You could record details like acquisition date, condition, and potential resale value or personal use. By reviewing this digital catalog periodically, you gain insights into your patterns. Maybe you notice you're scooping up too many clothes or ignoring promising electronics. That knowledge becomes your compass for refining sourcing habits, ultimately making your entire operation more coherent and efficient. Limiting the chaos of free sourcing begins with strong physical storage methods. A designated space for new arrivals, a corner of the garage, a small section of the basement, helps you process items systematically. Instead of dropping that newly acquired chair in your living room, place it in a receiving area so you can assess its condition without disrupting your household. This receiving zone acts like a small, intake station, ensuring every piece you pick up goes through the same funnel: arrival, inspection, storage assignment, or immediate repurposing. Making use of vertical space is a game changer. Shelves and wall-mounted racks allow you to store items without hogging valuable floor area. If you frequently find large pieces, like desks or dressers, consider adjustable shelving systems so you can rearrange heights to accommodate bigger items. By thinking vertically, you expand the capacity of even a modest room. Label each shelf or rack segment to correspond to the categories you've set: clothing, electronics, decor, so you can walk in and quickly locate what you need. Another helpful strategy is creating a work or cleaning station, where you can immediately deal with basic fixes or deep cleans. Items often come with small repairs needed: a wobbly table leg, a lamp missing a light bulb, or a scuffed surface that needs polishing. Having a ready-to-use area with essential tools, like screwdrivers, cleaning solutions, spare parts, encourages you to tackle these tasks swiftly, preventing them from accumulating. If an item only needs 5 minutes of repair, better to fix it right away than let it languish for weeks, further complicating your storage situation. Think about planning a rotation system for items you aren't actively using. For instance, you might reserve one rack for high-priority pieces, things you plan to sell, gift, or repurpose within a short window. Another rack could be medium priority, holding items you intend to handle within the next month. Anything beyond that time frame should be reconsidered. Do you really need it? This rotation helps keep your eyes on what's truly important, preventing indefinite storage of items with no clear future. Amid all these storage tactics, keep in mind the importance of airflow and climate control. Certain freebies, like old books or electronics, can get musty or damaged in damp basements. If you can, place a small dehumidifier or ensure your storage area has decent ventilation. This preserves the condition of your collected items, making them more valuable if you resell them or more pleasant if you plan to keep them. A well-maintained environment ultimately supports your broader organizational goals. Even the best storage system can't fix disarray if your daily habits are inconsistent. Incorporating a simple, in-out rule ensures that you balance new acquisitions with letting go of items no longer needed. Every time you pick up something substantial, try to remove an older piece from your collection, perhaps by donating it or passing it along to a friend. This one-in one-out approach keeps your overall item count in check, reducing the chance of becoming overwhelmed. Keeping a monthly or bi-monthly inventory check can highlight what's piling up. Set a recurring date, like the first Sunday of the month, to walk through your storage area. Ask yourself, what's still here? Is everything in the correct zone or labeled properly? During these sweeps, you might rediscover overlooked items that you now realize have no real purpose. Rather than letting them continue to occupy space, move them out. Regularly clearing dead weight prevents your environment from spiraling into a cluttered mess. If you're sourcing items primarily for resale, treat your operation like a mini-business. Keep receipts or logs of any money you spend on repairs or cleaning supplies. File these details, and track which items sell quickly and at what price. This information becomes part of your organizational structure, guiding you toward more strategic acquisitions in the future. For example, if secondhand microwaves are easy to fix and flip fast, you might focus more on those while skipping bulky wardrobes that take forever to move. Such clarity emerges only if you maintain organized records. Furniture and larger objects often pose the biggest organizational headache due to their size. If you frequently pick up big items, invest in dollies or hand trucks for easy movement. Develop a set path for transporting them from your vehicle to the storage area, reducing the risk of collisions with walls or other items. Placing heavy items on casters or using portable risers can help you reconfigure your space at a moment's notice. You'll find that a well-thought-out plan for maneuvering big pieces lowers stress dramatically. Setting micro-deadlines for each item also fosters better organization. For instance, you might decide to clean or photograph an item for resale within 3 days of acquiring it. If that window passes, you either expedite the process or reconsider whether it's worth keeping. This gentle self-imposed structure keeps your workflow moving. Instead of letting random acquisitions stack up, you give yourself checkpoints to confirm whether you're truly following through on each item's intended purpose. Clutter can accumulate subtly. You might think that each item is a small addition, but over weeks, these incremental pickups balloon into an unmanageable collection. Cultivate awareness of your space limitations. If you live in a small apartment, maybe limit yourself to a certain number of bins or shelves. Once those are full, you must cycle out older items before adding new ones. This boundary prevents aimless accumulation and trains you to be more selective with each find. Being transparent with family members or roommates about your system can prevent frustration and confusion. If everyone in the household knows the difference between the receiving area and the ready-to-use area, they're less likely to move items around haphazardly. Communication also fosters teamwork. Others might help you clean or sort if they understand how your labeling works. Organization flourishes when everyone respects the system rather than treating it as your personal quirk. When dealing with sensitive items, like electronics containing personal data or paint cans that might be hazardous, set aside a dedicated place for them until you can dispose or handle them safely. For instance, old computers might need data wiping, while leftover paint requires specific drop-off sites. Grouping such items ensures they don't get mixed in with everyday stuff or inadvertently given away. A small hazard zone or special handling corner in your storage ensures you address these items with the care they deserve. Consider dividing your sourcing activities by day. Maybe Mondays are for checking online listings, Wednesdays for picking up items, and Saturdays for cleaning or repairs. This day-specific approach can keep you from feeling overwhelmed by trying to do everything at once. It builds a sustainable rhythm. You know exactly what's on your plate each day and can mentally prepare for it. If an opportunity arises outside your designated day, you can evaluate whether it's truly worth adjusting your schedule. Being mindful of duplicates is another organizational tactic. If you already have 2 sets of similar tools or multiple versions of the same appliance, do you really need another one just because it's free? Having a no duplication or only one backup allowed rule encourages you to reflect on each item's real necessity. This not only saves space but also deters the hoarding mentality that often creeps in when freebies are abundant and tempting. Clarity about future intentions keeps your collection from spiraling. When you bring something home, decide, is it for personal use, for an immediate flip, or for a future project? Marking these intentions ensures you don't throw everything into one giant, ambiguous pile. Items for personal use might go to a designated household supplies area, while goods for flipping have their own labeled shelves. For those special craft or upcycling projects, a separate zone can hold these inspirations until you're ready to start. Organized by purpose, your stash remains functional rather than chaotic. Maintaining a sense of scale is equally important. If you run a small operation from your garage, it's easy to overestimate how many items you can handle. Keep an honest inventory of how much space you really have and how many hours you can devote to cleaning or repairs each week. When you exceed those limits, you're not just clogging your physical area, you're also draining your mental energy. Organizing is as much about self-awareness as it is about neatness. Effective labeling becomes even more crucial if you're dealing with various sizes of items. For a simple system, consider color-coded stickers. Maybe red means needs repair, yellow means clean but untested, and green means ready to go. Accompany these stickers with brief written notes so you can glance at a shelf and instantly see the status of each piece. This visual shortcut saves you from rummaging through everything whenever you wonder if that mixer or lamp is in working order. Batch processing your tasks helps maintain clarity. For instance, you can set aside a specific day to photograph items for sale, then list them online in one go. Another day might be for packing and shipping any items you've sold, or for making donation runs. This approach prevents task switching, fatigue, and gives you consistent weekly checkpoints to ensure you're not accumulating a backlog. Over time, you'll refine these batch processes so they become second nature, an integral part of how you stay organized. Remember to preserve receipts or digital confirmations for any items that, while free to acquire, might cost you a small fee for disposal or specialized recycling. Knowing you spent a bit of money on disposing of fridge's refrigerant can inform future decisions about whether picking up old appliances is worth the trouble. Organization includes financial tracking. If you're consistently shelling out disposal fees, it might be more prudent to skip certain freebies altogether, no matter how enticing they appear initially. Self-awareness also extends to your personal bandwidth. If you notice you're swamped with items you haven't touched in weeks, it's time to slow down new acquisitions. Resist the fear of missing out. There will always be more freebies. Pace yourself by imposing a temporary freeze on pickups until you've processed or distributed what you already have. This discipline keeps your environment manageable and ensures you remain excited rather than overwhelmed by your collecting hobby or side hustle. Staying organized benefits greatly from a consistent naming convention. If you store items in boxes, label them with both a category and a short descriptor, like kitchen tools, blender parts and spare utensils. On a digital note or spreadsheet, record the contents in more detail. This layered system, physical labels plus a digital index, means you always have two ways to find what you need. Should a friend ask if you have an extra blender component, you can quickly check your index without tearing through every box. Plan regular donation or giveaway events if you notice an overflow. Maybe once every season, you host a small, free yard day, where neighbors can browse items you've decided aren't keepers. This fosters good community relations, keeps your space under control, and might even lead to new sourcing connections. The act of letting go also feels liberating. It's a reminder that not everything you pick up needs to be kept forever. Sharing in this way prevents stagnation and clutter buildup. When you're short on space, consider exploring modular storage solutions. Furniture like storage ottomans, foldable shelves, or stackable crates can adapt to changing inventory levels. For instance, if you have a surge in electronics one month, you can quickly reconfigure your crates to accommodate them, then fold or repurpose the crates later. This kind of flexibility can be a lifesaver when your free sourcing patterns fluctuate. You won't need permanent bulky shelving for all possible scenarios, just a few adaptable modules you can rearrange as needed. Don't underestimate the power of a clean, well-lit environment. Installing extra lighting in your garage or basement helps you see clearly what you have, reducing the temptation to shove things into dark corners. A bright, tidy space fosters a sense of pride and control. You're more likely to maintain order if you actually enjoy spending time in your storage or workshop area. Periodically sweep floors, wipe down surfaces, and reorganize a bit, turning your storage zone from a dusty afterthought into a space that supports your objectives. Once you refine your organizational approach, consider documenting it, especially if others help you. A simple guide pinned on a wall can detail your color coding system, how to label items, and the location of essential tools. This turns your operation into a repeatable process rather than a chaotic scramble. If you step away for a vacation or a busy period, whoever steps in will understand your system at a glance, maintaining continuity in how items are handled. Rotating stock is a technique borrowed from retail. Items stored too long in the same spot become invisible because you grow used to seeing them. By occasionally rearranging or rotating boxes and shelves, you force yourself to reevaluate each piece. This can spark fresh ideas. Maybe you realize an item you'd forgotten about actually has excellent resale potential, or it might confirm that a particular piece should be let go. Physical movement triggers mental reassessment, ensuring nothing languishes indefinitely. Keep a small repair kit readily accessible to tackle minor fixes on the spot. Items like loose screws or wobbly legs often don't require elaborate tools, just a screwdriver and some glue might do. Placing this kit where you do your initial item check ensures you don't lose momentum. If you have to hunt around the house for a screwdriver, the repair might never happen. By removing small barriers to action, you streamline the entire process of turning an unready freebie into something functional. If you find yourself storing many seasonal items, like holiday decor or sporting equipment, rotate those into deeper storage when out of season. Label them clearly and place them at the back or top of your storage area until needed again. This frees up prime space for items you're actively working on or flipping. It also keeps your day-to-day zones uncluttered, as you won't be tripping over Christmas lights in July or beach umbrellas in snowy December. Monitor your emotional attachments too. Sometimes, you pick up a free item because it seems cool or nostalgic, yet months later, you can't bring yourself to get rid of it, even though you have no practical use for it. Gently challenge this hesitation. Ask if the item genuinely enriches your life or if it's just a pleasant idea you never fully embraced. Letting go of such fantasy self items or impulse acquisitions opens space, physically and mentally, for things that align better with your real goals. Digital backups of important documents or instructions for items you collect can be a lifesaver. If you pick up something like a sewing machine or power tool lacking a manual, search online and store the PDF in a cloud folder. Label it with the item name so you can easily reference it later. This prevents frustration when you need a specific part number or maintenance guideline. Over time, you build a mini digital library that supports your collection. Organized digital information pairs seamlessly with your well-structured physical space. Maximize ease of movement in your storage zones. Keep aisles clear so you can quickly fetch or return an item without dismantling an entire pile. If possible, aim for a layout where you can access each shelf or container directly, rather than burying some behind others. This principle, akin to first in, first out in inventory management, ensures older pieces aren't forgotten behind layers of newer acquisitions. Maintaining open pathways also reduces the risk of injuries and accidents. A helpful tip is to keep small boxes or bags in your vehicle for unexpected finds. If you stumble upon a curb alert on your way home, you'll have an immediate way to store and secure small pieces or fragile objects. Similarly, a blanket or tarp can protect furniture from scratches or weather. By planning for these random moments, you avoid hastily cramming items into your car in a disorganized manner, which can create a mess or even damage your new acquisitions. Consider setting up a short, to-do card with each item you store. This card lists any steps needed, cleaning, minor fixes, or part replacements, along with a target date. Place the card in a clear plastic sleeve on or near the item. This visual prompt reminds you each time you walk by that this piece has pending tasks. The strategy works well for maintaining momentum, so you don't end up with an intimidating backlog of projects that never move forward. Every few months, take a step back and see how your organizational methods are holding up. Are there recurring pain points, like boxes that always seem to overflow or certain categories that are perpetually disorganized? Tweak your system in response. Maybe that category deserves a bigger bin, or maybe those boxes need subdividers. Organization isn't static, it evolves with your habits and inventory. Staying flexible and open to incremental changes keeps your environment well-ordered and fluid in the long run. Group similar tasks for maximum efficiency. Rather than cleaning items piece by piece each time you pick something up, accumulate a small batch if it's practical, then do one big cleaning session. Likewise, if you need to test multiple electronics, set them up together in a testing corner. This method consolidates your efforts, allowing you to maintain a consistent process. Grouping tasks is a small detail, but over months of free sourcing, it significantly reduces repetitive transitions and idle time. Preserving items in good condition also fosters better organization. For instance, if you collect a vintage record player, store it with dust covers or in a climate-stable area. Proper care stops your inventory from deteriorating or becoming a burden. You might keep basic maintenance supplies, such as polish, fabric protectors, or anti-rust sprays, on hand. Taking quick preventative measures saves you from dealing with a ruined item later, ensuring your collection remains valuable and neat. Sometimes, you'll notice that an item's condition or complexity is beyond your capabilities. A complicated antique might need specialized restoration or large furniture might require professional reupholstering. Decide early if you'll outsource this. If so, set up a folder for business cards or contact details of local professionals. Organization doesn't stop at your own skill set, it extends to forming a network of trusted repair shops or specialists. That way, you can quickly turn problem items into success stories without them lingering in a limbo of indefinite intentions. Don't underestimate the value of labeling technology. Simple label makers are quite affordable, and they churn out neat, adhesive tags that beat scribbled handwriting in terms of readability. A uniform labeling style makes your storage visually coherent. If you prefer digital solutions, you can generate QR codes linked to an online spreadsheet, scanning them with your phone for instant item info. While high-tech approaches aren't necessary for everyone, they can be game changers if you handle a large or evolving inventory. Lastly, plan for the future. If you foresee your free sourcing taking off, maybe as a side business or an increasingly active hobby, ensure your organizational scheme can scale. Perhaps start with well-built storage that can expand, or adopt digital logs that handle more extensive data. A forward-looking mindset prevents you from having to overhaul your system later when you've outgrown rudimentary methods. By building robust organization principles now, you lay the groundwork for seamless growth, keeping your environment stable and your enthusiasm high. Even with the best intentions, items will slip through the cracks. It's crucial not to blame yourself harshly when a piece goes missing or a stash of duplicates re-emerges unexpectedly. Instead, treat these moments as feedback. Ask what triggered the oversight: did you fail to label properly, or did you skip a monthly inventory check? Continuous improvement is the essence of staying organized. Each small mishap is an opportunity to refine your process, thereby preventing larger accumulations of clutter in the future. If you collaborate with others, be it family, friends, or employees, ensure everyone is trained on the basics of your system. A brief orientation session, explaining your labeling codes or how to log items digitally, makes a difference. People are more likely to follow a system when they understand its logic. You'll reduce friction and misplacements if everyone feels invested in the organizational method, rather than perceiving it as an arbitrary set of rules you impose. When an item's future is unclear, create a decision pending zone with a strict time limit. Mark a date on it, perhaps 2 weeks from now, by which you must decide to keep, fix, flip, or discard it. This prevents indefinite storage of uncertain objects. As the deadline approaches, reevaluate the item's viability. If you're still unsure or unmotivated to work on it, that signals it may not be worth your space. Eliminating indefinite limbo fosters clarity and ensures your inventory remains actively useful. Be mindful of digital clutter too. If you track items in multiple apps or spreadsheets, unify them periodically. Duplicate entries or half-complete logs can create confusion, especially if you forget where you recorded certain data. Pick a primary platform, perhaps a Google Sheet or a dedicated inventory management app, and stick to it. By consistently updating one source of truth, you maintain transparency about each item's status and location, which translates into a cohesive organizational system. Finally, celebrate your wins. Each time you seamlessly locate a needed item, quickly flip a piece for profit without rummaging, or donate to someone else with minimal fuss, acknowledge that your organizational methods are paying off. These victories might seem small, but they represent the success of your systematic approach. Staying organized while collecting free items is not a single action, it's an ongoing practice of mindful decision-making, consistent upkeep, and a willingness to adapt. By embracing that reality, you transform from a mere collector into a confident curator of your own evolving inventory. Lesson 11: How to spot value in free items. When you first start collecting free items, it's natural to feel uncertain about whether you're picking up something truly valuable or just accumulating clutter. Recognizing value often means looking beyond an item's immediate appearance to identify qualities that make it worth keeping, using, or reselling. This can involve everything from understanding brand names and materials to assessing the item's rarity or potential for restoration. By training your eye to spot these hidden attributes, you can transform a seemingly ordinary find into a real treasure. A key part of seeing value in free items is getting familiar with different materials and craftsmanship. Some pieces are mass-produced using cheap plastics, but others might incorporate hardwoods, quality metals, or hand-stitched fabrics. Even if a piece looks dated, high-grade materials or construction techniques can significantly boost its worth. For instance, a worn, solid wood table might be far more valuable than a newer one made of pressed particle board. Learning to distinguish genuine leather, real wood, or sturdy metal frames from synthetic or flimsy options ensures you don't overlook items with strong intrinsic value. Rarity plays a huge role in determining whether something is truly special. Certain discontinued electronics, vintage clothing, or out-of-print books can fetch a surprising price if you know their market demand. By staying curious about trends and niche collector communities, you gain insight into items that might otherwise seem mundane. An old gaming console that's no longer produced, for instance, can command a premium among retro gamers eager to relive their childhood experiences. Recognizing these obscure markets can turn a routine pickup into a hidden gem that yields substantial profit or personal satisfaction. Original packaging and documentation can elevate a free item's appeal. If you come across something with its manual, box, or authenticity certificates, that's a strong sign it could hold above-average worth. For collectors, an item that retains all its original paperwork often appears more legitimate and complete. Even if you're not a collector, having the item's history at your fingertips helps you justify a higher resale price or properly maintain it for your own use. Whenever possible, check if the giver has any accompanying documentation before you walk away. Evaluating current demand is crucial. Some items might be valuable during certain seasons, while others gain popularity when trends shift. For instance, gardening tools may spike in worth during spring, while ski equipment might be hot in winter. If you're looking to resell, keeping a pulse on these cyclical patterns helps you decide when it's best to pick up and list items. Even if you plan to keep something for personal use, understanding that it's in demand can guide whether you pick up multiples, share them with friends, or trade them for something else of equal value. Understanding brand significance is another pathway to recognizing value. Some manufacturers have long-standing reputations for quality and craftsmanship, leading used items bearing their logos to carry enduring worth. For instance, certain cookware brands, famous for durability, can still fetch a good price in secondhand markets. If you're uncertain, a quick online check can help you confirm a name standing. Over time, you'll develop a mental Rolodex of reliable brands, allowing you to grab high-potential items on instinct. In the world of electronics, outdated tech doesn't always mean worthless tech. Retro game consoles, classic media players, and even vintage computing equipment can be in hot demand among hobbyists or collectors. For instance, an older iPod model might be prized by those who appreciate its original design or want to mod it. Spotting these opportunities means looking past the assumption that newer is always better. Some people are willing to pay a premium for nostalgia or the unique functionalities of older devices. Condition is a central factor, but don't let surface issues deter you if the underlying structure or mechanics are sound. Furniture with a few scratches can often be refinished, while tarnished metal items might polish up beautifully. Assess whether the time and effort required to restore an item is justified by its potential resale or personal value. If the bones of the piece are strong, minor aesthetic flaws shouldn't stop you from picking it up. With a little DIY or a professional refurbish, the item could regain its former glory. Limited editions or special runs can drastically boost an item's desirability. This applies to all sorts of categories: art prints, vinyl records, figurines, or even specialized tools. If something was produced in small quantities or features a unique design, it may command higher interest among enthusiasts. Look for production numbers, artist signatures, or any distinguishing marks indicating exclusivity. While not everything labeled limited is truly rare, combining rarity with quality materials and a well-known brand can be a recipe for significant value. Local market nuances matter too. What's abundant in one region could be harder to find elsewhere, making it more prized. For example, mid-century modern furniture might be common in areas where certain styles of houses were built, but it could be scarce and desirable in a different city. If you connect with your local community, through online groups, auctions, or small businesses, you'll develop a feel for what's in short supply. Recognizing these local quirks means you'll have an edge when a relevant free item surfaces, as you can quickly spot its regional demand. Sometimes, the hidden value lies in the components rather than the whole item. A broken vintage radio may be worthless as a functioning device, but its intact tubes, knobs, or speaker components could sell well to hobbyists seeking authentic parts. If you're comfortable with deconstructing items, you can salvage and resell the valuable pieces separately. This parting out strategy can be lucrative for electronics, furniture, or even appliances. Identifying reusable sections requires a bit of technical knowledge, but the payoff can make a seemingly junk item well worth picking up. Artwork presents another realm of potential. Not all paintings or prints are valuable, but certain signatures, limited editions, or unique artistic styles can spark collectors' interest. To spot valuable art, look for an artist's name and check if they have a track record of exhibits or sales. Even if you're not an art expert, you can quickly research the artist online to see if their work has a following. Vintage posters, original drawings, or well-executed oil paintings often hold more value than hastily mass-produced decor. Antiques, by definition, carry age and historical context that might elevate their worth. However, not everything old is automatically valuable. Condition, rarity, and provenance all come into play. For example, a 19th-century dresser that retains its original brass fittings could be a gem, but a similar piece missing half its hardware might struggle to fetch a good price. When sifting through free antiques, you want to gauge how much restoration is needed and whether any historical integrity remains. If the piece is relatively intact with visible age-appropriate wear, that can be a strong sign of authenticity and desirability. Media collections, like books, records, or even old VHS tapes, can hold hidden value, particularly if they're out of print or part of a cult following. Certain rare editions or special pressings can be surprisingly profitable. For instance, some jazz records are sought after for their original covers, while certain first editions of popular novels can be highly collectible. Condition is vital here, too. Sealed or well-preserved copies are more appealing, so scan for tears, mold, or heavy yellowing. If you find a set in good shape, it's often worth a deeper look to see if the titles are in demand. Industrial or commercial-grade items can be a jackpot if you know where to look. Used restaurant equipment, workshop tools, or metal storage units can appeal to a range of buyers, from small business owners to home-based crafters looking for heavy-duty materials. These pieces are usually built to withstand intense use, making them long-lasting investments. Spotting brand markings or verifying their load capacity can help confirm you're dealing with professional-grade gear. And because it's often oversized and unwieldy, competition for these freebies might be lower, giving you an even better chance to pick up something genuinely valuable. One subtle sign of value is craftsmanship detail, such as dovetail joints in wooden furniture. These joints signal a level of skill and longevity you don't often see in cheaper pieces. Similarly, well-fitted drawers and doors, hand-carved decorations, and high-quality finishings point to an item that was built to last. If you spot these techniques, like mortise and tenon joints or intricate marquetry, it suggests the piece could be premium. Even if it needs a bit of polish or reupholstery, the underlying quality often justifies the restoration. Textiles are another area where value can hide. Handwoven rugs, high thread count linens, or vintage quilts might have a niche audience willing to pay a premium. Check labels for fiber content, like wool, silk, or Egyptian cotton. Inspect for damage, especially moth holes or stubborn stains. Some specialized cleaning can rescue a piece that looks dingy at first glance. Vintage textiles, embroidered pieces, or items with cultural significance, like specific patterns or motifs, can be particularly in demand, so don't dismiss a stack of old fabric too quickly without a closer look. Signatures, labels, and maker's marks are your best friends when hunting for hidden worth. Many items, from pottery to cutlery, bear a small stamp or engraving indicating their origin. A quick online check can confirm whether that maker is known for craftsmanship or if it's just a generic brand. Some porcelain or ceramic marks are easily searchable, showing if the piece hails from a renowned workshop. Over time, you'll recognize certain hallmarks or brand stamps at a glance, giving you a major advantage in deciding what to pick up. Custom or bespoke items can also surprise you. An intricately carved wooden bench might not have a brand name, but if it's uniquely crafted by a local artisan, it could attract enthusiasts for custom decor. Likewise, a hand-sewn dress with unusual detailing might stand out to vintage fashion collectors. When you see something that clearly required skill to create, it's worth examining further, even if you don't recognize a brand. The uniqueness alone can make it valuable to a niche market that appreciates one-of-a-kind craftsmanship. Books are deceptively simple yet can hide significant worth, especially if they're rare editions or associated with famous authors. For instance, first editions with intact dust jackets can be particularly valuable. Check publication dates, edition statements, and whether the author has autographed the copy. Condition still matters, so watch for torn pages, missing covers, or scribbled annotations. Even non-collectible books can hold academic value if they're out of print or specialized in a certain field. Occasionally, entire sets of encyclopedias, though heavy, may have decorative or resale worth if they're from well-known publishers and in good shape. Practical usability contributes significantly to an item's value, especially if it's functional and meets a current need. A working air conditioner or space heater in the right season can be highly in demand, even if it's an older model. Tools that remain operational, like drills, saws, or sewing machines, often have broad appeal. Before taking them, do a quick test if possible, plug them in, check the noise, see if they power up correctly. If you confirm they're functional and safe, that's a major green light for real-world value. Market research is a critical step if you plan to resell. Platforms like online marketplaces can give you a quick glimpse of how similar items are priced. While you're at the pickup location, you can do a quick search for vintage chest brand X or antique lamp style Y to see how they're listed in real time. This allows you to gauge if your free find has a decent resale range. If prices are strong and the item is in decent shape, you'll know you're on to something valuable. Historical significance can elevate an item's appeal. This might involve pieces that reflect a specific era, such as mid-century modern furniture or Art Deco lighting fixtures. Alternatively, it could be memorabilia tied to a notable event, place, or public figure. Recognizing these connections comes easier if you keep educating yourself about design periods or cultural milestones. Even if the piece isn't in perfect condition, its tie to history can spark interest among collectors or fans of retro aesthetics. Uniqueness and curiosity also factor into perceived value. Odd or whimsical items, like a rare toy from decades ago or a quirky piece of local craftsmanship, can attract niche buyers who love conversation starters. If something catches your eye because it seems unusual, that's often a sign to probe deeper. A big part of spotting value is letting your intuition lead you toward items that aren't just generic. While mainstream goods can also be profitable, these weird, offbeat finds sometimes command surprising premiums precisely because they're so different. Sustainability trends can boost the worth of certain items. As more people seek eco-friendly alternatives, they might prefer sturdy, long-lasting goods over new, disposable products. That means well-made, durable pieces from the past might be viewed as more valuable today than they were a generation ago. For example, glass storage jars, cast iron cookware, or metal garden tools can appeal to eco-conscious buyers, especially if they're in reusable condition. Recognizing this cultural shift in demand helps you gauge whether an item's old-fashioned build quality is actually its biggest selling point. Taking the time to examine hardware, hinges, or fasteners can reveal a piece's structural integrity. When you open drawers, do they glide smoothly, or do they stick and rattle? If you tilt a chair, are its joints wobbling? Even small details like the type of screws used can signal the care, or lack thereof, put into the item. Higher-end furniture or household pieces often feature better quality hardware that stays functional longer. Spot these clues, and you'll quickly see if the item is a stable investment or a potential headache. Many free items require minimal maintenance to restore them to a marketable condition. A thorough cleaning, a fresh coat of paint, or basic upholstery repair might be all that's needed. If you own or can borrow the right tools, you can transform a dingy object into a clean, polished piece that's more attractive to buyers. Before you pick something up, mentally calculate the effort required for refurbishment versus its likely return. This practical approach keeps you from acquiring more projects than you can realistically complete, while also helping you identify items that truly pay off. Don't dismiss items that come with missing parts, like a dining set lacking one chair or a lamp missing its shade, if replacements are easy to source. Sometimes all you need is a universal part or a quick trip to a thrift store to find a matching piece. The key is ensuring that these replacements don't become a money sink. If you can cheaply and quickly rectify the flaw, the item could still hold strong value. On the other hand, if proprietary components are impossible to find, the piece might remain incomplete, dragging down its worth. Reaching out to specialized communities is a smart step in verifying an item's potential. If you're unsure about a piece, posting photos on forums dedicated to antiques, collectibles, or restoration can yield quick feedback. Enthusiasts are often eager to share insights about makers' marks, production dates, or restoration tips. This approach not only saves you from guesswork but also connects you to passionate experts who might even become your customers if they see something they like. Spotting value is sometimes a team effort, especially for novices still honing their eyes. Be mindful of local regulations or restrictions when evaluating items. Some areas have strict rules about reselling certain electronics or storing large appliances. If you pick up a piece that's illegal to transfer or costly to dispose of, you could end up in a bind. When in doubt, do a quick check for any local laws affecting that category. Ensuring you can legally own, refurbish, or resell an item is part of spotting real value, because no matter how good something is, it's not profitable if compliance issues block you from actually putting it to use or selling it. Long-term functionality matters too. Even if something appears workable now, consider how well it might hold up over months or years. For instance, a plastic lawn chair could be fine for a single season but become brittle in winter temperatures. This concept also applies to older electronics that might work at first but have no easily replaceable parts if something breaks. If you want to resell, buyers often ask about expected lifespan or potential issues. Being able to honestly confirm durability amplifies the item's perceived value. Watch for items with brand-specific resale markets. Some niche brands, whether in guitars, cameras, or sports equipment, have enthusiastic followings willing to pay top dollar for older models. If you see a name you vaguely recall as being kind of famous, it could be worth grabbing and investigating further. You might uncover a lively market on social media groups or specialized forums where people frequently trade or auction these goods. The brand alone can make or break an item's potential. Check whether an item's design, style, or color aligns with current aesthetic trends. Modern minimalism might favor sleek lines, while a booming cottagecore movement might thirst for rustic, cozy pieces. If you're tapped into design blogs or watch popular home improvement shows, you'll sense these shifts. When you recognize that a free piece fits an in-demand style, it's likely to sell faster and at a better price. Trend awareness transforms a dated look into a trendy, vintage find, in the eyes of the right buyer. Versatility can also raise an item's value. A modular shelving unit, adjustable table, or convertible futon appeals to a broad spectrum of users, from college students to families. When an object can serve multiple functions or fit different room layouts, its resale or trade potential grows. Even for personal use, a flexible design ensures you can repurpose it if your needs change. Spotting an item's adaptability helps you determine if it's likely to remain useful, making it more inherently valuable than something single-purpose with limited scope. Scarcity in your immediate community can transform a humble item into a prized commodity. For example, if you live in a city lacking many secondhand furniture stores, a well-built couch offered for free might be snapped up quickly by local apartments or dorm residents. This idea extends to specialized tools or equipment. If something is hard to come by where you live, you can seize that local demand. Conversely, if the market is flooded with a certain category, the item's actual value might drop, even if it's technically worth more in other places. Cultural or regional significance can elevate an item's appeal. If it reflects local heritage, like hand-carved crafts from indigenous communities or historically significant artifacts, it may command attention among museums, cultural centers, or art enthusiasts. Even smaller objects like local pottery or region-specific folk art can intrigue collectors who focus on that area's cultural output. By recognizing these ties, you demonstrate that your free find isn't just an object, it's a piece of tradition or historical narrative, which can greatly enhance its desirability. Educational potential can create a niche market, particularly for items like scientific equipment, musical instruments, or educational toys. Parents might value a well-crafted microscope or a sturdy keyboard that helps their children learn. A free globe or telescope could be of interest to homeschoolers. As digital learning grows, tactile, hands-on tools can still hold a special place. Spotting how an item could fit into an educational setting, especially if it's well-built, can uncover new paths to value, whether through selling or donation to the right institution. Another angle is synergy with upcycling trends. Sometimes, an old door can become a trendy dining table, or a broken violin might be turned into a decorative wall piece. Platforms showcasing creative transformations can spark interest, and if you're handy, you can repurpose the item yourself for a potentially higher sale price. When scanning freebies, think about whether it has the makings of a unique DIY project. This approach taps into the popularity of sustainable and crafty living, boosting the item's appeal to those who love reimagined furniture or decor. Items featuring unique typography or graphics, like vintage signs, old packaging, or brand logos, can be collectibles on aesthetics alone. Retro design enthusiasts often seek out items from certain decades for their nostalgic or stylized look. Even mundane objects, cereal boxes, soda crates, or gas station signage, can fetch decent sums if they're iconic enough. Carefully examine any freebies with bold design elements, especially if they sport older brand marks. If it's an eye-catching relic of a different era, there's likely someone out there who wants it as a decorative piece. Bulk sets or complete collections can exhibit value beyond individual pieces. A single plate might be common, but a full dinnerware set from a respected brand or era can appeal strongly to home decorators or event planners. Similarly, a lone tool may be forgettable, but a cohesive set of matching wrenches is a time saver for mechanics. If you spot an item that's part of a larger matched group, see if the rest is available. Having a complete set often multiplies the total worth, giving you a reason to gather all the components if possible. Look for cross-category appeal. Some objects cut across different interests. An antique camera might intrigue both photography buffs and vintage decor collectors. A wooden crate with old brand lettering could charm both furniture upcyclers and brand memorabilia enthusiasts. If an item attracts more than one type of buyer, its pool of potential takers expands. That versatility is a clue that you found something with a broader market, making it easier to move if you choose to sell. Keep an eye out for items that incorporate real metals, especially silver or gold plating, or even brass. Stamps indicating silver content, like 925 for sterling silver, can be a strong sign. While you're unlikely to stumble upon large amounts of pure gold, gold-plated flatware or small trinkets might still hold added worth. Similarly, tarnished brass objects can polish up to a stunning shine. Precious metals or semi-precious materials confer a baseline value that might overshadow cosmetic imperfections in the piece's design. Be aware of items once used in professional settings. Commercial-grade kitchen appliances, heavy-duty sewing machines, or industrial shelves often surpass consumer-grade products in durability and reliability. Restaurants, tailor shops, or warehouses typically invest in equipment that can handle daily, intensive use. If such equipment comes up for free, it could remain valuable for years, whether for your personal projects or for resale to someone else with professional ambitions. Just ensure it's still operational or that any needed repairs are feasible. Repairs or parts for items with a cult following can be particularly sought after. People who own a classic car or a vintage stereo might need obscure replacements. If you stumble upon these items, especially if they're small, easy to store, or in decent shape, they can be prime targets for enthusiasts desperately seeking spares. Look for brand or model numbers that ring a bell, or that you can quickly verify online. A single functional part may fetch enough to justify picking up something that appears incomplete or broken. Time sensitivity influences perceived value. If you have the right item at the right moment, like a free baby crib in a neighborhood with expectant parents, that match can be gold. Being aware of your community's events or cycles can help. Large gatherings, sports seasons, or local festivals might spike demand for certain freebies. For instance, if a big cycling event is coming, an old bike might see a surge in interest. Spotting this seasonal or event-based angle lets you pick up freebies that meet an immediate local demand, amplifying their short-term worth. Packaging plays a key role in how you present an item's value if you plan to sell. A clean, well-documented piece is more appealing than something thrown haphazardly into a box. If you notice a free item already has original foam inserts or packaging materials, you're at an advantage. People feel more confident buying something that's protected as it was from the factory. Even if the original box is missing, you can still gather suitable packaging to display it nicely. This sense of care or completeness reassures potential buyers that the item is in reliable condition. Fragility shouldn't automatically discourage you, but it does require careful consideration. Fragile antiques or glassware can be valuable, yet the risk of damage in transit is higher. If you're prepared with bubble wrap, sturdy boxes, or a safe storage area, you can handle these items successfully. But if your situation lacks the means to protect them, you might find the item more trouble than it's worth. Weigh the potential profit or personal enjoyment against the logistical effort and cost needed to keep a fragile piece safe. Always conduct a final gut check. Despite all the technical indicators, brand reputation, condition, rarity, a piece might still feel off for you. If you sense it doesn't fit your goals or capabilities, it's okay to pass. Value is partly subjective, and your time, space, and energy are finite resources. Being selective ensures you retain enthusiasm for the items you do pick up, rather than feeling weighed down by possessions that don't align with your direction. Stay aware of smaller items that can be bundled. 10 old vinyl records might not hold major worth individually, but grouped by era or genre, they become more appealing to a collector searching for that vibe. The same goes for children's toys, kitchen utensils, or sets of postcards. Bundling can raise perceived value since buyers appreciate the convenience of acquiring a cohesive set. So, if you see a scattered pile that looks like it could form a themed collection, gather them thoughtfully to enhance their collective significance. Lastly, never underestimate the power of a little polish. Some freebies are diamonds in the rough. A quick dusting, a careful wipe down, or minor aesthetic enhancement can reveal the item's real beauty. Something that looks dull in a dimly lit garage might glow with potential once properly cleaned and displayed. By visualizing how an item could appear in its best light, you develop the habit of noticing subtle details that turn a seemingly average find into a standout piece. This mindset shift is what ultimately helps you master the art of spotting value in free items. Lesson 12. Avoiding common pitfalls in free sourcing. Pitfall 1. Taking on more items than you can handle. A common mistake when diving into free sourcing is overcollecting. The sheer excitement of acquiring items at no cost can lead you to accept everything in sight. Before you know it, your living space becomes a maze of boxes, bags, and bulky furniture. One way to dodge this pitfall is by clarifying your actual needs and available space beforehand. Decide whether you're sourcing for personal use, profit, or a combination of both. Then, set boundaries on the type and quantity of items you'll bring home. This self-imposed filter protects you from becoming a victim of your own enthusiasm. Pitfall 2. Neglecting quality checks. Some free items look promising at a glance but carry hidden defects, electrical issues, severe wear, or missing components. If you fail to do a basic inspection, you might end up wasting time, space, and even money on repairs. A simple solution is to develop a quick checklist approach. For appliances, plug them in if possible. For furniture, test stability. For electronics, look for missing cables or suspicious odors. While you can't always diagnose major problems on the spot, practicing a brief once-over makes it less likely you'll cart home complete duds. Pitfall 3. Ignoring pickup logistics. Grabbing free items often requires transportation planning. If you don't consider how you'll move that large dresser or hefty mattress, you might find yourself scrambling for a borrowed truck at the last minute. Worse yet, you could damage the item or your vehicle trying to force it into a space that's too small. To sidestep this hassle, think about vehicle capacity and lifting help in advance. Keep bungee cords, blankets, or a dolly on hand for heavier pickups. By refining how you transport goods, you ensure your newly acquired items remain intact, and you avoid injuries or property damage along the way. Pitfall 4. Lack of communication with givers. Another overlooked pitfall is poor coordination with the person offering the free item. If you don't confirm timing and location clearly, you risk frustration on both ends. Someone might wait for you when you're running late, or an item could be taken by another recipient if you don't arrive promptly. A quick text to confirm the pickup address and time can prevent mix-ups. Additionally, be courteous and transparent. If you must cancel or reschedule, let them know right away. This basic communication courtesy fosters goodwill and often leads to smoother, more frequent opportunities down the road. Pitfall 5. Overlooking hidden costs. Free doesn't always mean zero expenses. Some items may require minor repairs, special cleaning products, or disposal fees if they turn out unusable. For instance, picking up an old refrigerator might obligate you to pay a small charge for refrigerant removal. Similarly, an otherwise nice couch might be infested with pests, requiring fumigation. To steer clear of unwelcome surprises, incorporate a mental budget for each item's potential costs. Ask questions about its condition, do a quick inspection, and factor in any fix-up or hauling fees before committing to the pickup. This realistic view helps you separate true bargains from money pits. Pitfall 6. Failing to prioritize safety. It's easy to get swept away by an enticing listing, but safety should remain a top concern. Meeting strangers to collect items can pose risks if you ignore common-sense precautions. Always opt for a public meeting spot when the item is small enough to transport, or bring a friend if you need to pick up from a private residence. Let someone know where you're going and how long you expect to be out. This approach not only protects you physically but also gives you peace of mind, ensuring that the thrill of a free find doesn't overshadow basic personal security. Pitfall 7. Going solo on large items. In the quest for a valuable piece of furniture or equipment, you might forget that bulky objects are rarely manageable by yourself. Trying to lift a big couch alone can lead to back strain or damage to the item. Enlisting help, whether from a friend, family member, or hired hand, can prevent injuries and property damage. Even just having one extra person to balance weight or navigate stairs significantly reduces mishaps. When you anticipate collecting something large, coordinate your help in advance. A simple plan, like scheduling a pickup when your helper is available, spares you from last-minute scrambling and potential accidents. Pitfall 8. Skimming over legal boundaries. Some areas have local ordinances dictating what can be taken from curbs, alleys, or dumpsters. If you assume anything placed outside is fair game, you might violate trespassing or dumping laws. This risk is more prominent when dumpster diving behind businesses, where ownership of discarded goods can be a legal gray area. Before collecting items in questionable spots, review municipal regulations or ask property owners for permission. The last thing you want is a hefty fine or an uncomfortable run-in with law enforcement over something that was supposed to be free and hassle-free. Pitfall 9. Hoarding versus collecting. A subtle but significant pitfall is slipping into hoarder-like behavior. There's a fine line between a well-curated collection and a disorderly pile of items you'll never use. When every sidewalk find or online listing tempts you, it's easy to lose track of what you genuinely need or can handle. Over time, you might feel overwhelmed by clutter, or relationships might strain if your living space becomes unusable. Establishing firm rules, like the one-in one-out policy or setting a maximum storage capacity, keeps you from crossing that line. Check in with yourself periodically. Are the items you gather aligned with your goals, or are they simply piling up? Pitfall 10. Misjudging item value. Free sourcing can lead you to either overvalue an item, thinking it's rarer than it is, or undervalue it, missing a hidden gem. Without some market awareness, you risk squandering opportunities or hauling home junk that never sells. Take a moment to research typical resale prices for similar goods. Basic online searches or a quick look at local marketplace listings help you gauge whether the piece is truly worth your time. Over time, your instincts sharpen. However, trust but verify, especially if an item seems too good to be true or if your gut tells you it might not be as special as it appears. Pitfall 11. Overextending your repair skills. Although many free items only need a little TLC to become functional or attractive, some require a level of expertise or specialized tools you simply don't have. It's tempting to think you can figure it out, but certain repairs, like reupholstering a complex sofa or fixing a complicated motor, can quickly snowball in cost and time. Assess your skill set honestly before picking up a project piece. If the fix looks complicated and you're not prepared to outsource it, it might be smarter to pass. Taking on tasks beyond your ability can stall your momentum, leaving you with half-finished repairs that clog your workspace. Pitfall 12. Neglecting cleaning and maintenance. Some freebies come with dirt, stains, or odors that are more stubborn than you expect. Failure to address these quickly can let the problem intensify, mildew grows, rust spreads, and pests can multiply. As soon as you bring an item home, it's wise to have a designated cleaning routine. Keep basic supplies like disinfectant, gloves, and gentle solvents on hand. If you store items for a while without cleaning them, musty smells or pests can invade other belongings, compounding the issue. A little preventive maintenance on day one makes your final usage or resale far smoother. Pitfall 13. Dishonesty about reselling. In some communities, especially free-cycling groups, certain givers prefer their items go directly to someone in need rather than be flipped for profit. If you intend to resell, it can create tension if you're not transparent and the giver finds out. While you don't have to broadcast your business model, avoid outright deception if someone explicitly asks about your plans. Honesty preserves trust in your local freebie network, ensuring you're not banned or ostracized. If the group rules discourage reselling, respect them and source your inventory in spaces more open to that practice. Pitfall 14. Skipping documentation. When an item has unclear ownership or you pick it up from a large event leftover, it's possible someone later questions your right to possess it. Failing to confirm permission can lead to awkward disputes if, for instance, a neighbor accuses you of theft. A quick photo of the posted free sign, a screenshot of your chat with the giver, or a short text stating permission helps safeguard you. This record acts as a basic paper trail, proving you obtained the item legitimately. It's especially important when collecting bigger or more valuable pieces, where misunderstandings or accusations can have higher stakes. Pitfall 15. Being unrealistic about storage. It's easy to undercalculate how much space items consume, especially bulky furniture or large boxes of miscellany. If your home, garage, or storage unit is already tight, accumulating freebies can create chaos. Even smaller items stack up fast, and you might end up unable to walk through your own rooms. Before each pickup, ask yourself, where exactly will this go? If you don't have a clear answer, like an open shelf, a designated storage bin, or a planned spot in the garage, take a pause. Saving space for truly meaningful or profitable finds is wiser than filling every corner with random freebies. Pitfall 16. Impulse grabs at the end of yard sales. Many yard sales end with a free table where leftover items are placed. While it's a great way to snag freebies, the impulse to grab everything can overwhelm you with junk that others have already bypassed. There's a reason those items remain unsold. Before scooping them up, examine condition and potential value. If it's truly usable or resellable, go for it. Otherwise, resist the temptation to load your trunk with someone else's cast-offs. A strategic approach keeps you from hauling home a load of worthless items that remain worthless in your own space. Pitfall 17, no follow-up plan for bulk finds. Some of the largest hauls come from estate cleanouts, business liquidations, or moving leftovers. These can be goldmines, but they also produce massive volumes of random things, half of which might not be worth keeping. If you dive in without a sorting strategy, you could end up drowning in an avalanche of unexamined objects. Approach bulk pickups with a plan, gather items in an organized manner, label boxes as you go, and decide quickly which ones you'll keep or discard. This prevents you from simply shifting a mountain of stuff from one location to another, and it ensures you capitalize on the genuinely good stuff. Pitfall 18, failing to test tech thoroughly. While a quick plug-in test is better than nothing, electronics can have hidden issues that only appear after longer usage. A laptop might power on but have a faulty battery that dies within minutes. A television could show flickering pixels after an hour of use. If possible, run items for a short while. If that's not feasible, at least research common failure points for that model. Make sure you look for missing accessories, like charging cables or special remotes. A thorough check might feel time-consuming, but it saves you from investing further in electronics that turn out to be lemons. Pitfall 19, overlooking the emotional toll. Sourcing free items can be fun, but it can also become exhausting or stressful if you overcommit. Driving all over town, juggling pickup times, and responding to messages can feel like a second job. Additionally, the excitement of free deals might feed a perpetual sense of urgency, making you anxious about missing out. Stepping back to evaluate your mental well-being is crucial. If the process is draining more energy than it's worth, or straining personal relationships, take a break. Setting manageable goals and boundaries preserves the joy of free sourcing and keeps burnout at bay. Pitfall 20, being unprepared for seasonal swings. Many freebies appear in sync with yearly cycles, spring cleaning, back to school, holiday decluttering. If you're not aware of these seasonal patterns, you might find yourself inundated with certain item categories, like bulky winter gear in spring, when you have limited off-season storage. Alternatively, you might miss peak windows, such as late August in college towns where students discard loads of furniture. Planning your approach by season helps you gather relevant items at the best times, maximizing the chance of quick use or resale. Failing to align with these natural cycles can leave you with out-of-season stock that clogs your space and your time. Pitfall 21, ignoring simple fixes. Sometimes, a small flaw, a loose hinge, a missing screw, or a chipped edge, causes people to deem an item worthless and give it away. If you don't see the easy fix, you might also overlook it or deem it useless. By spending a moment to evaluate minor issues, you could discover a high-potential piece that just needs a modest repair. This can be especially true for wooden furniture or older appliances that are otherwise in excellent condition. Missing out on an easy fix equates to passing up free opportunities that could be quickly turned into functional or profitable assets. Pitfall 22, underestimating the effort of upcycling. Upcycling projects look amazing in online tutorials, but they can take considerable time, skill, and materials. If you grab multiple items with the idea of turning them into stylish decor or refurbished furniture, you may end up overwhelmed by half-finished projects. To avoid this trap, be realistic about how much free time and motivation you actually have for creative transformations. Start with 1 or 2 feasible projects. Gain confidence and skill before hoarding a warehouse of future upcycles. Knowing your own bandwidth ensures you don't drown in a backlog of well-intentioned but incomplete reinventions. Pitfall 23, accepting items with questionable histories. Occasionally, you'll encounter freebies that raise red flags, like a device with suspicious modifications or furniture that might have come from a condemned building. Taking such items can involve hidden legal or safety risks. If a piece seems potentially stolen, it's wise to walk away. Similarly, if you sense it's contaminated by mold, pests, or hazardous substances, weigh that risk heavily. Trust your instincts. Free goods should bring benefits, not complications. While verifying an item's backstory isn't always straightforward, you can at least ask a few questions or trust your gut if something feels off. Pitfall 24. Being inflexible about pickup times. Flexibility can be key in securing desirable free items, especially if the giver is clearing space on a short timeline. If you strictly adhere to your own narrow schedule, you might lose out to someone more readily available. On the flip side, if a giver cancels or changes their mind, rigidly insisting on your original plan can lead to frustration. Strive for balance. Keep enough structure so you don't inconvenience yourself greatly, but remain open to short-notice pickups if they're for valuable finds. Communicate politely but firmly what you can and can't do. This approach often cements your reputation as a reliable taker. Pitfall 25. Overlooking potential partnerships. Free sourcing doesn't have to be a lone endeavor. Some people fail to explore partnerships with friends, local thrift shops, or fellow resellers, missing out on valuable collaborations. Maybe a neighbor also loves collecting freebies, or a local business might give you a first look at items they'd normally discard. Working together can reduce competition, increase efficiency, and expand the variety of items you source. Overlooking these potential alliances is a missed opportunity. By networking and sharing resources, you'll not only avoid some common pitfalls, like traveling alone at odd hours, but also streamline the entire process. Pitfall 26. Neglecting to manage inventory for resale. If you plan on flipping your free finds, you'll soon discover that an unorganized stash can sabotage your efforts. It's easy to lose track of what you have, mix up items, or forget which pieces need repairs. Maintaining a simple spreadsheet or app that catalogs your inventory, item condition, cost, even if zero, and sale platform ensures you aren't duplicating efforts or confusing potential buyers. Regularly updating this record helps you see which items aren't moving, so you can discount them or donate them to free up space for new, more promising stock. Pitfall 27. Relying solely on one platform. There are numerous ways to source free items: online marketplaces, local Facebook groups, neighborhood apps, curb alerts, estate sales, and personal networks. Depending heavily on just one platform might cause you to miss out on other avenues that better suit your style or your region's trends. Diversifying your sources gives you a broader view of what's available. If one channel slows down, for instance, a local Facebook group hits a lull, you'll have others that remain active. Conversely, branching out too thinly can overwhelm you, so find a balanced set of platforms and stick to checking them regularly without stretching yourself too far. Pitfall 28. Overlooking community etiquette. Free sourcing communities often have unspoken norms or explicit guidelines. Ignoring these, such as repeatedly standing people up or haggling in a group that forbids reselling, can get you kicked out or tarnish your reputation. Understanding and respecting the community's culture goes a long way. For instance, if a group uses a first come, first served rule in the comments, abide by it rather than sending direct messages to jump the line. Building a positive presence can yield better leads, private tips, and even priority access to items, whereas negative behavior can quickly shut you out of potential goldmines. Pitfall 29. Grabbing duplicate items thoughtlessly. It's not unusual to find multiple freebies that serve the same function, like 4 office chairs or 3 coffee makers. While duplicates can be handy, especially for resale, repeatedly acquiring identical goods might clog your space if you can't move them fast. Before taking another version of something you already have, ask if it's truly better quality, more profitable, or truly needed. If not, it may just become redundant clutter. Keeping a mental note of what you currently own prevents you from picking up item after item in the same category, only to realize they sit unsold or unused. Pitfall 30. missing the bigger picture amid the day-to-day thrill of free sourcing, it's easy to lose sight of your overall objective. Whether it's furnishing your home cheaply, boosting a reselling side hustle, or exercising your upcycling creativity, reevaluate how each new piece fits your long-term plan. Collecting freebies should enrich or sustain your goals, not derail them. If you notice the process fueling anxiety or overshadowing other priorities, it's time to refocus. Pausing periodically to ask, does this align with my broader vision, steers you away from random acquisitions that feel exciting in the moment but ultimately lead to regret or wasted time. Pitfall 31, underestimating the power of presentation. Some individuals pick up a valuable free item but fail to showcase it properly for resale. Poor quality photos, dusty surfaces, or a cluttered background can drastically reduce buyer interest. Even if the item itself is top-notch, an unappealing presentation might cause potential buyers to scroll past. This pitfall is easily avoided by dedicating a small corner of your home or garage as a photo area. With decent lighting, a clean backdrop, and a quick wipe down of each piece, you can make your listing stand out. When you sidestep lazy presentation, you're more likely to grab a buyer's attention and close deals faster. Pitfall 32, treating givers with disrespect. It's free, so some takers feel they owe the giver nothing but minimal courtesy. This mindset leads to abrupt messages, tardiness, or even negotiating for more items once on site. Such behavior can sour the experience for everyone. Remember that givers are often making a conscious choice to pass something on at no cost. A little gratitude and good manners can lead them to think of you first next time they have more items. Disrespecting or pressuring givers not only damages your personal reputation but can also hurt the broader culture of free sharing in your community. Pitfall 33, forgetting environmental impact. Oddly, free sourcing can become wasteful if you continuously pick up items you have no real plan to use or rehome. They can end up in the trash eventually, which defeats the purpose of saving them from landfills in the first place. Reflect on whether each pickup truly prevents waste or if you're just postponing disposal. Additionally, consider your transportation footprint. Driving long distances for single trivial items negates some environmental benefits. Aim for consolidated pickups, thoughtful selection, and passing along items you can't personally use to others who might need them, preserving the eco-friendly spirit behind free sourcing. Pitfall 34. Overpromising to buyers. If you're flipping free items, it's easy to oversell their condition to make a quick buck. But when customers discover hidden flaws, you risk complaints, returns, or negative reviews that hurt your credibility. Transparency is key. If a table has a scuffed surface, disclose it. If an electronic device occasionally glitches, say so. This honesty might slightly lower the sale price, but it keeps your reputation intact, leading to repeat buyers and positive referrals. Underestimating the importance of clear, truthful listings is a surefire way to tank your reselling prospects. Pitfall 35, failing to evolve. As you gain experience in free sourcing, your needs, tastes, and skill sets will likely shift. Perhaps you started by grabbing any household item to decorate your apartment, but now you're focusing on specialized collectibles. Failing to update your approach, like ignoring new platforms or sticking to old search methods, can make you miss better opportunities. Regularly reassess which channels provide the best finds and whether your time is being spent effectively. Adapting your strategy ensures you remain ahead of others who rely on outdated habits, and it helps you avoid the frustration of feeling stuck in a routine that no longer suits you. Pitfall 36. Lack of clarity on item origin. Sometimes, a free listing vaguely states, household items, take what you want, leaving you unsure about brand or condition. If you habitually scoop up mystery boxes, you might wind up sorting a hodgepodge of useless trinkets. Before you commit, ask for specifics. Are these items from a smoke-free or pet-free home? Any known damages? While not every giver will detail everything, some basic questions can help you gauge if it's worth the trip. Avoiding complete blind pickups cuts down on wasted travel, frustrations, and potential hazards like bedbugs or severe mold. Pitfall 37. mismanaging time, constantly refreshing apps, responding to messages, and scheduling pickups can chew through your days. Free sourcing can become a time sink if you let it run your schedule instead of fitting it into your existing obligations. One way to avoid this is batching. Dedicate certain times of the day or week to check listings and set up appointments. Outside those windows, focus on other tasks. This structured approach prevents your routine from being hijacked by random notifications. It also makes you more consistent, as givers know when you're available and can plan around your schedule rather than expecting instant replies at all hours. Pitfall 38. Disregarding basic storage conditions. Some freebies are sensitive to temperature, humidity, or sunlight. For instance, vinyl records warp in heat, electronics corrode in damp areas, and textiles can develop mold in humid basements. Throwing everything into a random garage corner can degrade items quickly. A small oversight in storage can transform a valuable pickup into trash. Taking a moment to consider optimal conditions, such as using dehumidifiers, stable shelving, or protective covers, keeps items in saleable or usable shape. This step is particularly important if you're storing goods long-term, waiting for the right season or buyer. Pitfall 39. Treating networking as transactional. Online, it's easy to see free sourcing as a series of item trades. But building genuine relationships can prove more fruitful in the long run. Some people only interact with givers or other collectors when there's a direct exchange. However, a friendly follow-up, thanking someone later or asking how their move went, fosters goodwill. This can lead them to remember you the next time they have items to give. Similarly, connecting with local charities or community events can open unexpected channels for freebies. Overlooking these relationship-building moments makes your sourcing a purely transactional affair, missing the deeper community bonds that can yield consistent opportunities. Pitfall 40. Forgetting a contingency plan. Even a well-organized approach can go awry. Maybe the item is bigger than you thought, or it's in worse condition than described. Not having a plan B can cause frantic decisions on the spot. For instance, you might drive a small car but discover a massive cabinet that won't fit. Without a backup friend's truck or a quick rental option, you waste a trip. Alternatively, if the item is unusable, you could be stuck with disposal fees. Preparing contingency plans, like a list of people who can help with transport or places to discard scrap responsibly, turns unexpected hurdles into manageable detours rather than total disasters. Pitfall 41. Underutilizing social media connections. Relying solely on public posts in marketplace groups might cause you to miss exclusive offers from friends or acquaintances. People often mention their decluttering in casual social media updates, offering items before listing them elsewhere. If you don't engage in these platforms beyond official buy and sell threads, you might miss early notices. A quick comment, "I'd be happy to pick that up," can secure an item before it ever goes public. Neglecting your broader social network means missing a direct pipeline to free things from those who already know and trust you. Pitfall 42. Overlooking ethical disposal. At some point, you'll end up with freebies you can't fix or flip. Dumping them in the trash could violate local regulations or harm the environment. Hazardous materials, electronics, or large furniture often need specific disposal methods. Neglecting this responsibility adds to landfills or even leads to fines. To remain a conscientious sourcer, learn where to recycle e-waste, drop off old paint, or donate unrepairable scrap to proper facilities. Ethical disposal upholds the spirit of free sourcing, reducing waste rather than contributing to it, and secures your reputation as a responsible participant in the reuse cycle. Pitfall 43. Not tracking your real gains. With so many items flowing in and out, it's easy to lose sight of whether you're actually benefiting. You might claim you're saving or making money but not factor in your travel costs, time, or repairs. Over time, you could be spending more than you earn or saving less than you think. Maintain a simple record of costs versus estimated or actual value. This includes mileage, cleaning supplies, parts, and any disposal fees. Seeing these numbers in black and white prevents self-deception about your real gains. You can then adjust your sourcing approach to focus on truly profitable or beneficial items. Pitfall 44. Falling prey to scams. While scams are less common in free sourcing than in paid transactions, they still happen. A scammer might lure you with a promised high-value freebie, then request a deposit for shipping or push you into giving personal details. Always be cautious when meeting new people or dealing with unusual requests. Never wire money for a free item, and avoid giving sensitive information like your social security number. If something seems too good to be true, like a brand new high-end smartphone offered for free, proceed with skepticism. Rely on your instincts and typical online safety practices to stay protected from fraud. Pitfall 45. Disrespecting time constraints. Free items often come with a sense of urgency. The giver wants them gone by a certain day or hour. If you don't take the timeline seriously, you could show up late to find the item already claimed or tossed. Even worse, you may inconvenience someone who stayed home expecting you. Being timely demonstrates you value the giver's schedule, making them more likely to contact you for future freebies. Conversely, repeated lateness can brand you as unreliable, shutting you out of prime opportunities. A little punctuality goes a long way in standing apart as a respectful and conscientious taker. Pitfall 46. Underestimating how quickly items move. Popular freebies, like working electronics, quality furniture, or baby gear, can vanish within minutes of listing. If you're not prepared to respond swiftly, someone else will beat you to it. Avoiding this pitfall means setting notifications or having a routine for checking new posts so you can jump on promising offers quickly. That said, being quick doesn't mean being reckless. Keep your standards. But do stay on top of postings, especially if your local groups are highly active. In a fast-paced environment, a delay of even half an hour can cost you a great find. Pitfall 47. Poor reputation management. Givers and group admins notice patterns. If you frequently back out of pickups, fail to show gratitude, or argue with other members, your reputation will plummet. This can lead to fewer direct offers or even being blocked from groups. Maintaining a courteous demeanor, following through on your commitments, and contributing positively to discussions can significantly boost your standing. Sometimes, when a giver has multiple interested takers, they'll choose the person they trust to be prompt and polite. Overlooking this social dynamic means missing out on freebies that go to more reputable members. Pitfall 48. Glossing over resale platforms terms. If you're flipping free finds, different online marketplaces have specific rules. Some explicitly disallow selling items you got for free, or they require certain disclaimers. Violating these policies can get your listings removed or your account suspended. Similarly, shipping heavy or large items might conflict with a platform's guidelines. Take a moment to read the terms, especially regarding shipping, returns, and dispute resolution. This knowledge helps you avoid listing infractions that cost you time and potential earnings. Pitfall 49. Lack of self-awareness about trends. Trends shift. 1 month, everyone wants mid-century modern chairs, the next, bohemian rattan furniture might be in vogue. If you pick up items in bulk that are falling out of style, you could be stuck with inventory nobody wants. Conversely, ignoring a rising trend can cause you to miss profitable opportunities. Keep an eye on home decor magazines, social media channels, and local design trends. This awareness lets you selectively collect items that resonate with current tastes, dodging the pitfall of hoarding out-of-favor goods that linger unsold. Pitfall 50. Forgetting to maintain joy. Finally, a subtle yet significant pitfall is losing the pleasure that drew you to free sourcing in the first place. If your pursuit devolves into a stressful chase for every last freebie, or you start resenting the time it takes, you might burn out entirely. Step back periodically to recall why you started. Maybe you love the thrill of the hunt, the environmental impact, or the creative challenge of upcycling. Feed that motivation by celebrating small wins, a well-restored table or a grateful recipient who appreciates a donated item. Preserving the joy ensures you continue sourcing with positivity and purpose, instead of allowing common pitfalls to drain your enthusiasm. Lesson 13. negotiating for free items. Rethinking negotiation. In a free context, many people assume that because an item is free, there's no room, or need, for negotiation. However, negotiating for free items often revolves around more than just the price, since the cost is already zero. It can involve discussing convenient pickup times, additional accessories, or even securing an item before others show interest. In essence, you're negotiating the terms of how and when you'll receive the item, and how you can add value to the transaction for the giver. This shift in perspective can help you see that negotiation doesn't just mean haggling over price tags. It encompasses building rapport, addressing each other's needs, and aligning on pickup logistics to ensure a smooth transaction that both sides appreciate. Recognizing the giver's motivations before you begin any form of negotiation, it's crucial to understand why the person is giving the item away for free. Perhaps they're downsizing and need it gone quickly, or they're motivated by a desire to help someone else. Someone might be clearing a deceased relative's estate, while another individual could simply dislike the hassle of selling online. Each of these motivations calls for a slightly different approach. When a giver is pressed for time, for instance, offering a swift pickup can be more valuable to them than any other factor. Conversely, if the individual wants their item to go to a good home, demonstrating your genuine appreciation or need can seal the deal. Recognizing these underlying drivers sets the tone for friendly, targeted negotiation. Positioning yourself as the ideal recipient. You might not be paying money for the item, but you're still competing with other potential takers. One of the simplest ways to win a freebie is to show that you're the safest, most reliable bet. This can involve messaging the giver promptly, outlining exactly when you can pick it up, and emphasizing your readiness to adapt to their schedule. Sometimes, it helps to mention relevant context. Maybe you have the right vehicle or already have experience handling that type of item. If you're comfortable doing so, you can also express a bit of your personal story, explaining why the piece would be meaningful or useful to you. People often want to feel good about their giveaway, and if you stand out as appreciative and prepared, they'll be more inclined to choose you over someone else. The soft ask for extras. Negotiating for free items can also include inquiring about any additional pieces or parts they might be willing to include. For instance, if you're collecting a free gaming console, you could politely ask if they also have extra controllers or cables they no longer need. The key is a soft, respectful approach. Don't demand more freebies or seem pushy. You might say, by any chance, do you have any accessories or related items you're also looking to clear out? This gentle invitation frequently yields surprising results. Many people have complimentary extras lying around that they never bothered listing, and they're often glad to offload them all at once. This technique can boost your overall haul without sounding greedy, especially if you frame it as helping them declutter further. Overcoming pickup obstacles. Sometimes, a giver hesitates because they can't guarantee a convenient pickup schedule or they're worried about heavy lifting. In such cases, your negotiation revolves around offering a solution. You might say, if it helps, I can drop by on Saturday morning with a friend to move it safely, or I'm available early evenings, and I have a van to transport it. By proactively resolving their concerns, you remove barriers to parting with the item. This approach is a form of negotiation because you're adding your own effort or resources to alleviate the giver's burden. The result is a smoother path to acquiring the free item, and it also builds goodwill. You've demonstrated thoughtfulness and helpfulness, which can lead to future opportunities from the same source. Setting clear pickup arrangements. Even though money isn't exchanging hands, scheduling and logistics remain central to any negotiation over a free item. A giver might post, pick up only on weekday afternoons, but you work full-time and can't arrive until the evening. Instead of dismissing the opportunity, you can propose an alternative. I can come by tonight at 7 p.m., or anytime Saturday morning, whichever suits you best. Providing 2 or 3 specific options conveys that you respect their time but are also flexible. It transforms a rigid, possibly unworkable scenario into a cooperative dialogue. By offering workable scenarios, you signal that you're serious, reliable, and easy to deal with, making it harder for them to say no if they truly want the item gone. Negotiating bundles versus single items. You'll occasionally see a single post with multiple items offered for free. In these moments, your negotiation can revolve around whether you can take more than one piece. Sometimes the giver wants everything gone together, while other times they might be open to splitting. If they prefer a bulk haul, you could negotiate by agreeing to take extra items off their hands, even some you might not need, so you secure the one you truly want. Conversely, if you only want one specific piece from a larger lot, you can politely suggest someone else might benefit from the other items, allowing the giver to distribute them to multiple takers. Bundling and unbundling are subtle forms of negotiation that show consideration for the giver's desired outcome, whether it's clearing space quickly or ensuring items go to the right recipients. Requesting a hold-free items often disappear quickly due to high demand, so a short hold can be invaluable. But why should the giver hold something for you if someone else can pick it up sooner? Here's where negotiation skills come into play. You might say, "I'm definitely interested and can pick it up tomorrow afternoon, if you're okay holding it for me until then. I don't want to waste your time, so I promise to confirm with you again in the morning." By giving a definite time frame and reinforcing your commitment, you make it easier for them to justify waiting a bit longer. Also, reaffirming your reliability with a second, short confirmation call or message can ease any anxiety they have about being stood up. This approach is especially useful if you can't get there immediately but truly need or value the item. Sympathetic negotiation with emotional givers. Some items hold sentimental value. The giver might be parting with a family heirloom or a piece of furniture that's hosted countless memories. In such instances, the negotiation can be more emotional than logistical. Demonstrate empathy. "I can tell this piece means a lot to you. I'd be happy to send you a photo of how it looks in my space once I get it set up." This gentle promise, sending a picture or an update, can reassure the giver that their cherished object will be cared for. While this might not sound like negotiation in the traditional sense, it absolutely is an emotional negotiation that addresses the giver's need for closure or confirmation. By validating their feelings, you pave the way for a smoother handover, and they might even offer additional items once they trust you to honor their sentimental ties. Navigating group rules and etiquette. Negotiating for freebies within an online group or forum often involves observing and honoring the group's specific guidelines. Some groups enforce a first comment, first served rule, while others allow the giver to choose among interested takers. If the norms discourage private messaging to skip the line, be mindful not to break that rule. It can tarnish your reputation quickly. Instead, negotiate openly in the comments. "I'm local, can pick up this evening, and have a truck." If you decide to privately message the giver for scheduling details, clarify in public that you're doing so, PMing you for pickup details. This transparency shows respect for the community while still letting you communicate effectively. Understanding and following these unwritten rules or stated regulations can be the difference between a pleasant negotiation and a ban from the group. Leveraging trade possibilities. Sometimes, negotiating for a free item involves the possibility of offering something in return, just not money. Some communities encourage barter, even though the listing starts with free. You might say, "I have some extra gardening tools if you're interested, and I'd be glad to pass them on if you hold that bookshelf for me." While the item is technically listed as no cost, this trade sweetens the deal for the giver, making them more inclined to choose you. This approach can be especially helpful when multiple people are vying for the same piece. By offering a small but relevant trade, you stand out as someone who can reciprocate. Demonstrating your preferred taker qualities. Even in free sourcing circles, certain takers develop reputations as the go-to people, always punctual, polite, and transparent. When you interact with a new giver, referencing these good qualities can be part of your negotiation. For instance, you could mention, "I've picked up free furniture before, and the owners appreciated that I was on time and had the right equipment. Let me know if there's anything I can do to make this easy for you." By highlighting your track record, without bragging, you discreetly communicate that you're a dependable choice. In a scenario where multiple individuals are interested, demonstrating reliability can effectively win the negotiation by ensuring you're the favored recipient. Balancing patience and urgency. Negotiation often involves reading the giver's sense of urgency. If they need the item gone today, you might secure it by offering immediate pickup. I can be there within the hour if that's okay with you. Conversely, if they're not rushed but want reassurance it will be taken soon, you can propose a near future date that's guaranteed. However, avoid being too laid back. If the listing is popular, someone else might step in promptly and claim it. It's a delicate dance. You don't want to seem desperate or pushy, but you also can't ignore that free items move fast. Recognizing that timing is an asset, you use it to negotiate a better position, whether that means picking up right away or agreeing on a reasonable timeframe that fits both parties. The diplomacy of declining extras. In some negotiations, you may find the giver wants you to take not just the primary item but also additional stuff you don't really need. They might say, if you want the bookshelf, you'll have to grab the old TV stand, too. I need them both gone. This can put you in a tricky spot if you don't have space or use for the extra piece. You can negotiate gently. I appreciate you offering both. The bookshelf is really what I need. If it helps you out, I can probably take the TV stand for you, but I'm short on space. Could we see if anyone else wants that stand? If no one does, I'll try to figure something out. By not outright refusing, you show goodwill, but you also avoid burdening yourself with unneeded clutter. This approach respects the giver's desire to clear multiple items while still advocating for your own limitations. Expressing genuine gratitude. Don't underestimate how far a heartfelt thank you can go in negotiation. While it might not seem like a tactic, showing authentic appreciation can influence the giver to pick you over others. A short, genuine note about how you'll use the item or why it's a perfect fit for your home can create a bond. People often give things away to feel helpful or because they want the items to have a second life. By reflecting that sentiment back, I can't wait to place this in my new reading nook, and I really appreciate your generosity, you affirm the giver's good deed. In a scenario where the giver must choose among potential takers, your gratitude can tip the scales in your favor, effectively clinching the negotiation. Navigating indecisive givers. Some givers hesitate, not entirely ready to part with their belongings. They might post a free offer but backtrack or stall. Your negotiation here involves patience, empathy, and gentle encouragement. You could acknowledge their hesitation. I understand this item might hold memories for you. Please let me know if you need more time to think it over. This approach removes pressure while subtly reassuring them that you remain interested when they're ready. Sometimes, an indecisive giver is simply waiting for someone who appreciates the sentimental value enough to handle it gently. By respecting their pace, you keep the door open for eventual success. Handling last-minute changes. Occasionally, a giver might change pickup details unexpectedly, shifting the time or location, or deciding to give the item to someone else. Negotiation in these moments means finding a polite yet assertive way to hold them to their word without sounding confrontational. You might say, I've already made arrangements to pick it up this afternoon as we agreed. Could we still make that work? If not, please let me know a time that absolutely suits you, and I'll do my best to accommodate. By emphasizing your prior commitment, you gently remind them of your arrangement. If they remain firm on a change, you can decide whether adjusting is worthwhile, but either way, you've shown you're open-minded but also value clear communication. Haggling over condition or missing parts. Even though the item is free, you might discover it's not complete or fully functional, say a bike missing a tire or a vacuum that needs a new filter. At that point, you can negotiate for additional help or parts. For example, if you happen to find that missing tire in the garage, I'd love to have it. Otherwise, do you mind if I see if the spare is lying around? Although you're not paying for the item, this moment of negotiation clarifies whether you'll bear the cost and hassle of finding replacements. If the giver won't or can't assist, you can weigh your willingness to proceed. Recognizing these small negotiations can save you from surprises after you've already hauled the item away. Using polite curiosity to uncover extras. Sometimes, a giver has multiple items they haven't listed, either because they think nobody wants them or they haven't gotten around to posting. You can politely probe, "Thank you so much for the lamp. By the way, are you decluttering anything else? I'm always on the lookout for items that might need a new home." This approach is non-intrusive yet invites them to reveal hidden freebies, old books, spare curtains, a set of gardening tools, or leftover paint. It's a form of negotiation because you're leveraging the successful exchange to open the door for more items. Many givers appreciate that you save them the hassle of multiple postings, so they might happily let you take a few more things. Avoiding overbearing pressure. You never want to seem pushy. Remember, you're not paying the giver, and they're not obligated to give anything to you specifically. A heavy-handed negotiation style, "You must let me have it now or else," can backfire, causing them to give the item to someone else just to avoid conflict. If you sense hesitation, back off slightly. "I don't want to rush you. Let me know if you need a bit more time to decide." This respectful approach fosters trust and kindness, leaving a positive impression. If they do decide to part with the item, they'll likely offer it to the person who demonstrated patience and courtesy rather than the one who tried to force a quick decision. Overcoming busy schedules. Modern life is hectic, and coordinating free item pickups can become a logistical puzzle. Givers might be juggling work, family, or a packed social calendar. Your negotiation strategy involves offering multiple time slots or being willing to meet them halfway. Perhaps you can say, "If evenings are tough, I could swing by early Saturday. If that doesn't work, I'm free Wednesday at lunch." By expanding options, you lessen the giver's frustration and make it more likely they'll commit to a time. This approach also differentiates you from takers who might say, "I can only come Tuesday at 6 o'clock, narrowing the giver's choices. Flexibility often wins out in these scheduling negotiations. Suggesting a temporary hold for verification. Sometimes, you need to confirm something about the item, dimensions, compatibility, or whether it fits in your vehicle. You can negotiate for a brief hold while you verify. A polite approach is, "Could you hold it until tomorrow? I'd like to measure the space in my living room to ensure it fits. If it doesn't, I don't want to waste your time." This conversation frames the hold as a courtesy to avoid inconveniencing them later. By showing respect for their time, you increase the odds they'll agree. After all, a short hold to confirm details could be preferable for them than a last-minute cancellation or a no-show. The key is to be transparent and keep the hold short to maintain the giver's goodwill. The art of the follow-up. Occasionally, you find a free listing that intrigues you, but the giver never responds or is slow to finalize details. A follow-up message can be a subtle negotiation tool. "Hey, just wanted to circle back and see if you're still looking to rehome that desk. I'm still available and would love to pick it up if it's not already taken." This gentle reminder can prompt them to make a decision, either committing to giving the item to you or letting you know it's gone. The line between respectful follow-up and nagging is thin, so be considerate. One polite follow-up after a day or two is usually enough. If they ignore you or say it's taken, accept it graciously. Persisting beyond that can harm your reputation in the community. Negotiating in fast-moving online groups. In highly active free item groups, posts generate responses within seconds. Your negotiation skill here lies in crafting a concise yet appealing response. Instead of a generic, "interested. Please DM," you could say, "I can pick up tonight, have a hatchback car, and can bring an extra set of hands if needed. Thank you." This quick snapshot of your readiness addresses the giver's main concerns: how soon, how you'll transport it, and how easy the pickup will be. If they request additional info, respond promptly. The aim is to stand out from the sea of "me please" replies by showing immediate interest and problem solving. By addressing potential issues up front, you effectively negotiate your position in a swift, highly competitive setting. Emphasizing condition tolerance. Not every free item is perfect, some might have small stains, dents, or functional quirks. If you're okay with these imperfections, highlight that as part of your negotiation. For example, I'm completely fine if it has a small tear in the fabric, I can fix that. I just need something functional for now. This willingness to accept minor flaws can shift the giver's perception of you from a potential complainer to someone who genuinely understands and appreciates the item. They might have dealt with previous takers who griped about imperfections. By demonstrating acceptance, you remove friction. It also reassures them that they won't face backlash if the item isn't pristine, further motivation to select you as the recipient. Reading between the lines in listings and free item descriptions, the language can hint at how you should negotiate. If someone writes, "I need this out by Tuesday," no exceptions, the best approach is offering immediate or flexible pickup. If they post, "Would love to see it go to a good home," then emphasize how you'll cherish the piece. By reading emotional cues, such as urgency, sentiment, or exasperation, you tailor your negotiation strategy to align with their motivations. A rushed tone suggests a schedule-based negotiation. A nostalgic or heartfelt tone indicates emotional reassurance might be key. Observing these subtleties helps you approach each listing with tact and empathy, a vital part of successful negotiations. The benefit of suggesting alternatives: sometimes, a giver hesitates because they aren't sure a free item is the right path. They may consider donation to a charity or a friend. Rather than pressuring them, you might offer a beneficial alternative. If you're concerned about the item's value, you could list it for sale. However, I promise to give it a good home if you choose to give it away. If you decide to sell instead, no hard feelings. This balanced approach shows you respect their choice and may actually reaffirm them in giving it to you for free, because you're not pushing a one-sided agenda. Instead, you're guiding them to weigh their options rationally, and that willingness to lose the item can paradoxically make you more attractive as a taker, given your honest, even-handed stance. Negotiating pickup locations: a giver might say, "Pick up at my address only," but if you sense they're concerned about strangers coming to their home, you can propose meeting in a nearby public space. If you're more comfortable, "I can meet you at the parking lot near your building." This suggestion can remove barriers for someone who's wary of personal safety. The negotiation here focuses on location rather than item value. If the item is large, you can still discuss whether you can help them move it to a curb or shared area. By showing sensitivity to their security concerns, you build trust. They may reciprocate that goodwill by holding the item longer for you or offering additional freebies once they feel safe and respected. Adapting to cultural or language differences: in diverse communities, you might encounter language barriers or cultural norms that shape how people communicate about free items. Negotiation might require extra patience or clarification. For instance, if the giver speaks English as a second language, keep your messages simple and polite. Ask direct but respectful questions: "Do you need me to bring anything for moving? I can bring tools if needed." Similarly, be aware of cultural norms. Some individuals might prefer more formal communication, or they may see direct confrontation as impolite. Adapt your tone and approach to ensure you're not unintentionally offending them or creating confusion. When you're considerate of these nuances, it can smooth out negotiations and foster mutual respect. Seizing opportunity in group chats: aside from formal listing platforms, group chats, like neighborhood text threads or specialized hobby groups, can be prime spots for free sourcing. When someone casually mentions, "I might be getting rid of an old air conditioner," you can negotiate early. A simple, "I'd love to take that off your hands. Happy to pick up whenever is convenient," might secure the item before it even hits a public marketplace. The negotiation is more relaxed and conversational in these settings, often hinging on personal connection and timing. Remain friendly, don't push too hard, and be ready to finalize details quickly. This approach can yield fantastic items because you've preempted formal listings and the competition they bring. Offer a favor in return. While not common in every freebie scenario, offering a small favor, like giving them a ride somewhere or helping carry items out of their basement, can sweeten the deal for a giver on the fence. "If you'd like, I can also help you move that old box out of your garage while I'm there," can be a dealmaker if they're pressed for time or physically can't handle the labor. Such negotiations revolve around an exchange of services rather than cash. It's a subtle but powerful technique to stand out, especially in a saturated freebie market. By turning your pickup into a helpful act, you reinforce a sense of collaboration rather than a one-sided transaction. Cultivating long-term giver relationships. Negotiations don't always end after you pick up the item. If you sense the giver has more items to clear in the future, perhaps they're decluttering or renovating, you can solidify a relationship for future freebies. Say something like, "If you ever find other pieces you're looking to rehome, I'd be glad to look at them first. I can pick up quickly, and I'll keep an eye out for anything you might need in return." By offering to remain connected, you expand from a one-off negotiation to an ongoing exchange. This approach can lead to more effortless sourcing in the future, as the giver will contact you before publicizing any new items. Maintaining politeness when outbid. Inevitably, you'll lose out on some free items because someone else arrived sooner, or the giver had a friend in need. How you handle disappointment can shape future negotiations. If you react rudely or accuse the giver of being unfair, that could damage your reputation in the group or neighborhood. Instead, respond with grace, "No worries, I understand. Thanks for letting me know. If anything else comes up, I'm still interested." This courteous closure can surprise people. Many expect a sour reaction, and it leaves them with a positive memory of you. Next time they have items, they might even message you first, recalling your good attitude. The casual, question and suggestion method. One subtle negotiation tactic involves asking clarifying questions and then offering a helpful suggestion. For instance, if the giver mentions they're unsure how to transport the item to a donation center, you might say, "Would it be easier if I just picked it up directly from you this weekend?" That way, you don't have to worry about loading it or driving across town. This technique reframes your interest as a solution to their problem. You're not explicitly bargaining, but you are guiding them toward giving the item to you by demonstrating how convenient you can make the process. Often, they'll say, "Yes, that would be great," effectively finalizing the negotiation in your favor without any tension. Handling competing takers gracefully. In a scenario where multiple people simultaneously express interest, especially in a public comment thread, you can stand out by being respectful and solution-oriented. Instead of trying to one-up others aggressively, present your qualifications succinctly. "Happy to pick up today, if it fits your schedule." If someone else claims they can arrive earlier, you might counter with, "If the earlier option doesn't work out for you, I'll be on standby, no pressure." This conveys readiness without sabotage. Givers appreciate takers who avoid petty arguments or fights, so staying calm and polite can tip the scales your way when a giver has to choose among many. Sometimes, simply not engaging in a bidding war of words is the most effective negotiation stance. Phrasing polite ultimatums. On occasion, you might face a giver who keeps delaying a final decision or asks you to wait while they see if someone else wants the item. If you have limited time or alternative pickups, you can phrase a polite ultimatum: "I appreciate you keeping me in mind. I wanted to let you know I'm available only until Friday. After that, I might have to pass. Please let me know if Friday works for you." This statement sets a clear boundary without being rude. You're letting them decide, but also protecting your own schedule. If they truly prefer you as a taker, they'll likely commit before your deadline. If not, you move on guilt-free to other opportunities. Knowing when to walk away. Sometimes, the item's condition worsens upon inspection, or the giver's demands become too cumbersome, like insisting on a complicated pickup arrangement in the middle of your workday. In these cases, negotiating might mean gently declining. You might say, "Thanks for offering, but I'm afraid the timing/condition won't work for me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you find a great home for it." Walking away doesn't necessarily burn bridges if you handle it gracefully. The giver sees you respect both your limitations and their items. Strangely enough, a polite refusal can lead them to reconsider accommodations if they really want you to have it. And if not, you've saved yourself a stressful or unproductive transaction. Security checks for larger negotiations when dealing with pricier or more sensitive free items, like large appliances, electronics, or collectibles. You might be concerned about authenticity or potential theft. A discreet approach is to ask for background details. Where did you originally acquire it? Does it still have a serial number or receipt? While free items are seldom stolen, caution helps you avoid legal or ethical entanglements. If the giver gets defensive, you can politely back off. By framing your questions as curiosity or verifying necessary information for repairs, "I'd like to ensure I can get replacement parts in the future," you keep the tone friendly while also safeguarding against unknowingly receiving stolen goods. It's a negotiation balancing act, addressing your concern for legitimacy without implying the giver is dishonest. Diplomatic handling of add-ons or upgrades. Sometimes, a giver might say, "I have this lamp for free, but the new lampshade I bought costs $5 if you want it." That's essentially an upsell or partial cost. You can respond by politely negotiating the term of the bundle. "I'm definitely interested in the lamp. I might not need the new shade, though. Would you be okay letting the lamp go on its own for free?" Alternatively, if you do want the shade, you might check if they're open to discounting it or including it if you promise quick pickup. These small monetary side negotiations might arise in a free context, and your approach should stay courteous. Confirm what you truly need, assess if the price is reasonable, and proceed accordingly. You don't want to overshadow the free aspect with an awkward argument over a small fee. Acknowledging cultural gifting norms. In some cultures or families, giving items for free is tied to manners and etiquette, like exchanging small gifts or offering a token of gratitude. If you sense this vibe, you could offer a small gesture. "Thank you so much for the sofa. I baked some cookies if you'd like them as a small thank you." While not mandatory, this approach can solidify a deeper bond and show respect for their generosity. You're effectively negotiating beyond the item itself, expressing that you understand giving is a shared social tradition. This courtesy sometimes leads to the giver rummaging around for more items you might like, creating a mutually beneficial outcome that transcends a simple handover. Leveraging polite persistence. Sometimes a giver is inundated with replies and might lose track of who's who. A single polite follow-up can help you stand out, just a friendly check-in to see if the coffee table is still available. "I'd be happy to come by any time after 5 p.m. this week." This short, gentle nudge serves two purposes. It reminds them of your interest and underscores your flexible availability. If they were on the fence or overwhelmed, your persistence might re-spark their intention to choose you. However, avoid multiple follow-ups in rapid succession. A single, well-timed message is enough to reaffirm your interest without veering into annoyance. Balancing emotional resonance and practicality. Givers sometimes want an emotional reassurance, knowing their beloved item won't be trashed. A perfect negotiation blend involves practical readiness. "I can pick it up at 7 p.m., plus emotional reassurance, it'll fit perfectly in my craft room, and I promise to take good care of it." Combining both angles addresses their heart and mind. If you emphasize only efficiency, you might seem cold. If you only focus on sentiment, you could come off as a dreamer with no plan. Balancing both demonstrates you're an ideal candidate, caring enough to appreciate the item's history, yet organized enough to handle pickup smoothly. Givers often find that combo persuasive. Reframing no-shows or failures. Not every negotiation goes your way. Perhaps you scheduled a pickup, and the giver ghosted you or gave it away to someone else unexpectedly. Instead of burning bridges, send a brief polite note, "I'm sorry we missed each other. If the item is gone, no worries. Thanks for your time anyway." This positive closure might encourage them to reach out in the future if something else becomes available. In a free sourcing world, reputations stick. By staying gracious even after a mishap, you signal maturity and maintain the potential for second chances. Additionally, reflect on the situation. Was that a no-show a result of poor communication on your part? Use these lessons to refine your negotiation methods next time. Negotiating for partial or DIY disassembly. If you're picking up large items like wardrobes or playsets, the giver might worry about them being disassembled. You can negotiate by offering to do the dismantling carefully on site. Would it help if I brought my own tools and disassembled this before loading it up? That way, we don't have to maneuver it around corners. This is a big selling point if the giver is physically unable or lacks the tools or time. You're essentially taking on a minor service in exchange for a free item. By addressing a hidden pain point, disassembly, you remove a roadblock. This negotiation style works especially well for large furniture that might intimidate the giver or previous takers who don't want the hassle. Knowing your next steps if rejected. If a giver chooses someone else, you may feel disappointed. Yet sometimes, that chosen person doesn't show up or changes their mind. By indicating you remain interested, you position yourself as a strong fallback. I understand you picked someone else. If it falls through, I'm still here and happy to pick up. The giver might circle back if the first arrangement fails. Your calm acceptance when rejected can be a quiet negotiation tactic. You stay in their mental queue as a reliable plan B. This strategy pays off more often than you'd expect, because free items frequently suffer from no-shows or flaky takers. By playing the patient understudy, you might still land the piece in the end, all thanks to your respectful approach. Post-pickup appreciation. After successfully acquiring a free item, a small gesture of thanks can strengthen your future negotiation prospects with the same giver. For instance, you might send a quick message, "Just got the lamp set up, it looks fantastic. Really appreciate your kindness." This not only closes the loop politely but also keeps you in their good graces. People remember those who took the time to express gratitude. The next time they have something to give, they might contact you directly, bypassing public listings. Hence, your post-pickup thanks is effectively a subtle negotiation for future freebies. Leveraging community reputation. If you're active in a local free sourcing community, answering newbie questions, sharing tips, or occasionally offering your own freebies, your negotiation capital rises. Givers see you as a helpful, contributing member rather than someone who only appears to grab items. When you comment on a new listing, people may recall your positive presence and favor you. Negotiation becomes simpler. You don't have to prove your trustworthiness each time. Instead, your track record speaks for itself. This is the social capital aspect of negotiation in free sourcing circles. By building a good name, you negotiate from a position of collective respect. The benefit of offering to pay for minor costs. In some scenarios, the giver may have invested in minor maintenance, like new screws or a partial repair, just before deciding to give the item away. If you really want it, you can tactfully offer to cover that cost. "I know you just replaced the vacuum filter. I'm happy to reimburse you for that if you'd like." While it's still a free item overall, this gesture shows respect for the giver's out-of-pocket expense. They might decline the money, but the simple offer can cement you as considerate, improving your odds of being chosen. This negotiation dimension acknowledges that sometimes free still entails someone's prior effort or small expense. Being willing to return the favor. If you live in a tight-knit community, consider how you can reciprocate in the future. Maybe your neighbor is giving you a free lawnmower, and you know they occasionally need help with yard work. You could volunteer to mow their lawn once in a while or water their plants when they're away. While you're not trading money, you're opening a social contract that can be a powerful negotiation lever. "I'll definitely use this mower. I can swing by next time you need help trimming hedges, just let me know." This good-natured offer transforms a one-sided pickup into a mutual arrangement. People love knowing their generosity yields reciprocal kindness, making them more enthusiastic about handing you the item. Summarizing the deal. Finally, a crisp summary can wrap up your negotiation effectively. For instance, after hashing out details in messages or calls, you might confirm, "So I'll swing by your place at 2 p.m. on Saturday with a friend to help carry the sofa. We'll also check if you have those extra cushions you mentioned." Does that sound good? This final recap ensures no confusion remains. It's a mini negotiation tool that reconfirms your plan and invites them to correct anything if needed. You're not only cementing their commitment but also ensuring mutual understanding. Often, last-minute hiccups happen because of miscommunication. Summarizing upfront drastically reduces such risks. That clarity, in turn, sets the stage for a seamless pickup and fosters a positive vibe for any future freebies they might offer. Throughout these 10 sections, you've seen how negotiation in the free sourcing realm is about far more than price. It involves empathy, flexibility, and strategic thinking about timing, condition, and logistics. Whether you're dealing with emotional givers, tight time windows, or bundles of items, each scenario calls for thoughtful communication that addresses both your goals and the giver's needs. By applying the techniques discussed, like offering helpful solutions, practicing genuine gratitude, and building community goodwill, you'll set yourself apart from the passive or pushy takers who may not earn the giver's trust. Ultimately, skillful negotiation leads to more fulfilling, efficient acquisitions that keep your free sourcing endeavor humming along happily. Lesson 14, Maintaining safety while collecting free items. Staying aware of surroundings. Having a keen awareness of your environment is one of the most important parts of staying safe. When you approach a pickup location, take a moment to scan the area. Observe who's around and note any unusual activity or vehicles idling nearby. By focusing on these subtle cues, you'll have a sense of whether it's best to proceed or if you should leave and return another time. Trusting your instincts when something feels off can prevent complications before they start. Keeping your phone readily accessible can also help if an issue arises. Make sure it's charged, and consider enabling location sharing with a friend or family member. This simple measure ensures that others know where you are in real time. If you spot anything suspicious, don't hesitate to call or text someone, letting them know you're uncomfortable. Stay calm and confident. Moving with a sense of purpose often deters opportunistic trouble. Consider practicing situational awareness skills when entering new neighborhoods. Check whether the street is well lit, especially if your pickup will occur after dark. Scope out pedestrian traffic and note any open businesses that could serve as safe havens if needed. While no one wants to anticipate worst-case scenarios, just being mindful of exit points or busier sections of the street can make a difference. Keep in mind that free sourcing sometimes leads you to areas you've never visited. If possible, do a quick online search of the street or route for basic familiarity. Even looking at a map can lower the odds of getting lost. By planning ahead, you also reduce the chance of having to pull over in an unfamiliar zone while fiddling with directions on your phone. Bringing a companion whenever practical can amplify your sense of security. A friend or partner provides extra eyes and a voice of caution if a situation feels off. Beyond immediate safety, a second person can help load heavy items, ensuring you don't strain yourself. This team approach makes the entire pickup smoother and safer for everyone involved. Communicating clearly with givers. Reaching out to confirm the logistics of a pickup is more than polite, it's a key safety step. Coordinate the exact time, address, and any special instructions like gate codes or parking details. By clarifying these points beforehand, you minimize confusion upon arrival. This clarity also ensures the giver knows when to expect you, helping them prepare the item and clear any potential obstacles. Offer details about your vehicle and whether you'll arrive alone or with help. Transparency fosters trust and helps the giver feel comfortable letting you onto their property. If the item is large or located inside the house, politely inquire if it's possible to meet outside or in a public area like the driveway. Being accommodating yet cautious strikes a respectful balance. For in-home pickups, ask whether you'll need to navigate stairs or tight corridors. If so, let them know what you plan to do to prevent damage or injury. Sometimes, the giver can move the item closer to the door to simplify your visit. By anticipating needs, you show courtesy and reduce the window for unexpected complications in someone else's private space. Check if the giver is open to a quick phone call for final clarifications. A short conversation often reveals more about a person's demeanor than messaging alone. If they seem hurried or vague, you can decide whether to proceed or request a different arrangement. Conversely, a warm, clear conversation can reassure you of their reliability. Remember that both you and the giver have the right to change your mind if the arrangement becomes too complicated or feels risky. Politely canceling a pickup that seems off is far better than forcing an uncomfortable meeting. Maintaining open, honest communication keeps negotiations healthy and safe from start to finish. Planning transportation and routes ensuring you have the right vehicle for an item is a major safety factor. Attempting to wedge a large sofa into a tiny car could compromise visibility on the road, creating hazards. Before you commit to a pickup, get accurate measurements of the item and confirm it fits in your vehicle. If it's borderline, consider borrowing or renting a truck for a safer transport experience. Plotting your route in advance reduces stress and guesswork. By knowing which roads you'll take and where parking is available, you avoid sudden turns or frantic lane changes. This preparation is especially critical in neighborhoods with narrow streets or limited spaces for loading. Aim for a route that's well lit and somewhat familiar, if possible. If you need to travel after dark, set your navigation before departure so you're not fumbling with your phone while driving. Plan how you'll secure the item once it's in your vehicle. If you have bungee cords, rope, or straps, bring them along. A free dresser or appliance that shifts dangerously mid-drive can put you or others at risk. Spend the extra few minutes properly anchoring or wrapping the piece. This not only prevents property damage but also averts accidents on the road. Consider the item's weight and how it might affect your vehicle's handling. Overloading can reduce braking capability and cause swaying, especially if you're driving a smaller car. If you suspect you're approaching any limit, it may be wiser to split loads into multiple trips or recruit a friend with a sturdier vehicle. While it may require extra effort, ensuring a stable ride is essential for everyone's safety. Avoid rushing. Driving under time pressure can lead to reckless shortcuts or ignoring traffic signals. Schedule a generous window around your pickup to accommodate unexpected delays, like traffic congestion or the need for a second approach to loading. Maintaining a calm, methodical pace drastically cuts down on the chances of road mishaps or personal injury when you're collecting hefty or fragile goods. Handling large or heavy items safely. Approaching a big piece of furniture or a bulky appliance calls for careful planning. Even seasoned collectors can injure themselves by lifting improperly or tackling more weight than they can handle. One of the safest approaches is to use team lifting. Position each person on an opposite side of the object, bend from the knees rather than the waist, and lift in unison. Clear communication, counting to 3 before the actual lift, prevents uneven jerks that strain backs and shoulders. If you're alone and must move a sizable item, consider specialized equipment like dollies or furniture sliders. A furniture dolly with wheels is invaluable for hauling heavy loads across flat surfaces. Protect corners of your walls and doorframes by padding the edges of bulky items. This small precaution spares your home or the giver's property from unnecessary damage, reducing tension between you and the giver if they're present. Check your route from the pickup spot to your vehicle, removing tripping hazards or clutter. Ensure you're not walking backward down a stairwell without assistance. If you must navigate tight corners, measure them first. Setting a plan for how to pivot the item around tricky angles can spare you from last-minute contortions that risk damage or injury. Progress slowly, focusing on stable footing. Keep an eye out for your physical condition. If you feel sudden pain in your back or knees, pause immediately rather than pushing through. It's much safer to reassess or ask for help than to risk a more serious injury. Sometimes, it's best to declare a job too big if you don't have the right gear or enough help. A free item isn't worth a long recovery from a strained muscle or worse. Wear appropriate clothing and footwear. Closed-toe shoes with good traction help you keep a firm grip on the ground, reducing the likelihood of slipping. Avoid baggy sleeves or anything that might catch on corners or edges. Secure long hair or jewelry that could get tangled. This basic awareness of your attire goes a long way when wrestling with unwieldy objects. Ensuring personal security during pickups. Meet in public spaces whenever the item's size or nature allows. If you're collecting something small, ask if the giver can meet at a nearby coffee shop, mall parking lot, or community center. Public areas with cameras and foot traffic deter potential ill-intentioned behavior. This approach benefits both parties. It eases your mind about the giver's identity, and they don't need to reveal their private residence. Share your trip details with a friend or family member. Forward them the pickup address, expected arrival time, and the giver's contact info. Set a time frame for checking back in, especially if you're heading to someone's home. A quick text, "Arrived safely, picking up now," then a second one once you're done, "All set, heading home," can be enough. If you fail to check in, your friend will know to reach out. Trust your gut if anything feels off upon arrival. You're never obliged to proceed just because you arranged a pickup. If the surroundings look abandoned, if a stranger other than the giver insists you come inside, or if there's a group of people making you uneasy, you can politely excuse yourself. For instance, you might say, "Sorry, but something came up, I need to reschedule." Prioritizing your safety is always more important than trying to salvage an awkward situation. Stay vigilant about your personal belongings. If you set your phone, wallet, or keys down while loading an item, keep an eye on them. Lock your car if you step away for any reason. While most givers aren't out to scam you, petty theft can happen in a moment of inattention. Keeping your essentials secure ensures you won't leave with fewer possessions than you came with. Establish boundaries for entering someone's home. If an item is in a bedroom or basement, think carefully about whether you feel comfortable following them there. Try asking, "Could we move it closer to the door first?" If the giver objects unreasonably, reevaluate the risk. Most genuine folks will understand your caution and willingly accommodate a safer arrangement. Using technology for safety. Mobile apps can bolster your security. Enabling real-time location sharing with a trusted friend or family member provides peace of mind. Should an emergency arise, they can track you or dispatch help if they see you remain in an unfamiliar spot far longer than expected. This kind of digital safety net suits modern lifestyles, especially for evening pickups or remote rural locations. Online background checks, while not always feasible, can be considered if you're engaging in multiple transactions with the same person, like collecting a series of items from a single household. Simple online searches of the person's name or address might reveal red flags, though it's important to maintain ethical boundaries and not pry too deeply. In many free communities, repeated positive interactions or references from others are sufficient assurance. Use video calls for initial item inspections if possible. Some givers might be open to showing you the piece via live chat. This helps verify condition and authenticity before you invest time and fuel traveling. It also gives you a glimpse of the environment. While this step might feel extra cautious, it's far less trouble than traveling only to find out the listing was misleading, or worse, not safe. Rely on user ratings or feedback in online groups. If you're sourcing items through a platform that has reviews or references, glance through them. Givers who have successfully given items away multiple times with positive notes from recipients are less likely to be associated with risky behavior. Meanwhile, if there's a consistent pattern of people mentioning issues, like canceled pickups, suspicious behavior, or incomplete descriptions, proceed with heightened caution. Keep all communication within the platform if it offers secure messaging. Avoid jumping to personal emails or unverified messenger apps unless necessary. Many free item groups and apps have policies to protect users' privacy and discourage harassment. By sticking to official channels, you're adding a layer of accountability. Givers know messages are logged, so there's less incentive to act inappropriately. Preparing for environmental hazards. Free pickups sometimes lead you to damp basements, dusty attics, or outdoor sheds. These areas can harbor mold, pests, or even wildlife. Wear protective gear like gloves or a mask if you suspect a musty, dusty environment. If the item is stored in a yard, check for uneven ground or hidden holes that could cause a twisted ankle. Thoroughly scanning your surroundings lessens the chance of unpleasant surprises. If you plan to collect items from near roadside discard spots, be mindful of traffic. Park in a safe spot where passing cars can see you. Put on hazard lights and step onto sidewalks or shoulders with caution. Grabbing a piece from the curb shouldn't morph into a near miss with a speeding vehicle. Bright or reflective clothing helps in low visibility conditions. Consider weather conditions. Heavy rain or snow can make surfaces slippery and hamper visibility. If you must proceed in inclement weather, wear appropriate gear and allocate extra time. Rushing through a pickup because you're soaked or cold introduces mistakes and mishaps. Sometimes, rescheduling a day or two later is safer. Givers often understand and might be more amenable to waiting if it preserves everyone's well-being. Check that items aren't harboring unwelcome infestations. Furniture left outside in the rain might contain mold or pests. Pieces from a musty garage might have spiders or even small rodents. Do a quick inspection, shaking out cushions or looking into drawers. Though it might feel paranoid, spotting evidence of bugs or critters early can spare you from bringing that problem home. Be careful with sharp edges or rust on older metal objects. A free metal gate, for instance, might have corroded hinges. If you're not attentive, you could get a nasty cut from jagged fragments. Wear gloves, watch where you place your hands, and gently test for structural weaknesses before lifting. If something seems dangerously deteriorated, weigh if it's worth the trouble, and potential tetanus shots. Managing hygiene and cleanliness. Bringing home used items always carries some level of exposure to dust, allergens, or germs. Cleaning thoroughly before integrating them into your space prevents issues later. For fabrics, like cushions or upholstered chairs, vacuuming and steam cleaning can remove hidden debris and minor pests. Hard surfaces might need disinfectant wipes or a mild cleaning solution to eliminate grime. If you're collecting kitchenware or children's toys, be extra diligent. Wash them with hot soapy water or run them through a dishwasher if they're dishwasher safe. This step ensures items are sanitized and safe for consumption or play. Even if the giver insists they've cleaned it, an additional pass offers peace of mind, especially if you or your family has allergies. Store newly acquired items in a quarantine zone until you're sure they're pest-free and in good shape. A garage or covered outdoor space can be ideal. Observe them for a few days, look for signs like droppings, insects scattering when you move them, or foul odors. This precaution helps prevent the spread of potential infestations to the rest of your home. For items that might still be dusty or have mild odors, airing them out can do wonders. Let them sit outside under a covered porch or in a well-ventilated room. Sunshine and fresh air often help dissipate lingering smells, making subsequent cleaning more effective. Combining this with a light wipe down can refresh the piece significantly. If you encounter specialized materials, like leather, antique wood, or delicate fabrics, do a bit of research on the best care methods. Certain cleaning agents might stain or damage older finishes. By using the correct cleaning approach, you preserve the item's condition, ensuring its longevity and maintaining its potential value if you plan to resell. Staying prepared for unforeseen events. Carrying a basic emergency kit is wise, especially if you frequently drive to unfamiliar locations. Stock it with a flashlight, spare tire, jumper cables, first aid essentials, and a small toolkit. Unexpected breakdowns or minor injuries can disrupt your day if you're unprepared. With a few key tools, you're more self-reliant and less reliant on strangers for help in remote places. Make sure your phone has backup battery power or a car charger. You wouldn't want to lose communication right before you confirm directions or handle a potential emergency. If your phone dies while you're en route, you could end up lost or incapable of calling for assistance. A portable power bank is a compact, affordable way to prevent such scenarios. Keep a contingency plan in mind. If the item is bigger or heavier than described, do you have a friend who can show up on short notice? If you can't fit it in your vehicle, is there a nearby rental truck option? Having a mental list of backup resources turns a stressful surprise into a solvable puzzle. Preparedness reduces knee-jerk decisions that might risk your safety or cause property damage. Maintain situational flexibility. If a location seems sketchy upon arrival, trust your instincts and reschedule for daylight hours or request a different pickup spot. Givers who genuinely want to part with their items typically accommodate. If they refuse or become defensive, that's a signal to step away. No free object justifies placing yourself in a vulnerable situation. Engage in some mental role-play. What if the driveway is blocked? What if they want me to carry it through a narrow hallway? Thinking through plausible issues primes you to adapt quickly. Although you can't anticipate everything, this practice of calm foresight means you're seldom caught completely off guard, letting you handle curveballs with confidence and composure. Building a network of support. Having friends or family aware of your collecting hobby increases safety. They might volunteer to accompany you, offer a larger vehicle, or provide temporary storage if your home lacks space. By tapping into a support network, you lessen solo risk and expedite pickups. Mutual help can become a routine. You assist them with their projects, and they return the favor when you need a second pair of hands. Connecting with local free sourcing enthusiasts also fosters a sense of community watchfulness. If someone in a group reports suspicious behavior at a certain address, you'll know to exercise caution. Similarly, you can share your own experiences or tips, contributing to a safer culture for everyone. This exchange of knowledge acts as an informal security net. Encourage group-based pickups for larger hauls. 2 or 3 friends can cycle between multiple addresses over a weekend, helping each other load items. Not only does this reduce individual effort, but it also boosts everyone's comfort. In addition, the giver might be more at ease seeing a small group of friendly faces rather than a single stranger, especially if they're alone. Leverage social media or local forums for real-time updates. If you find a questionable listing, politely warn others. Likewise, if you've had a great, trustworthy interaction, giving positive feedback helps the community highlight safe, reliable givers. This group-based validation process reduces anonymity and risk, maintaining a safer environment for the entire circle of collectors. Offer skill sharing within your network. Maybe one friend is adept at repairing electronics, while another is strong at reassembling furniture. By pooling skills, you can handle a broader range of items without each person having to master everything individually. This synergy not only makes pickups safer but also improves success rates in refurbishing, cutting down wasted acquisitions. Keeping the process rewarding and safe. Always circle back to the reasons you started collecting free items: affordability, sustainability, the thrill of discovering hidden gems. When you keep these goals in mind, you're more likely to make balanced decisions about potential risks. If an arrangement starts feeling too complicated or sketchy, ask yourself if it aligns with the positive spirit of your hobby. Practice moderation. If you find yourself chasing every listing at odd hours and ignoring caution, you risk burnout or unsafe encounters. Setting boundaries, like avoiding late-night pickups, helps maintain a healthy pace. Remember, there will always be more freebies. Rushing into precarious situations out of fear of missing out can lead to regrets, injuries, or damage to your vehicle and belongings. When you do score a successful pickup, relish the satisfaction in a mindful way. Congratulate yourself for planning the details, checking the route, and communicating effectively. This celebration of small wins reinforces good habits. You'll be less tempted to cut corners next time if you appreciate how much safer and smoother it is to proceed thoughtfully. Encourage feedback from friends who help you. They might notice if you're repeatedly ignoring certain red flags or if you lifted incorrectly and strained your back. Constructive input from trusted allies can refine your approach, fostering continuous improvement in safe sourcing methods. Being open to their observations also keeps your relationship strong, showing you value their well-being and opinions. Stay flexible enough to evolve. New technologies, different local regulations, or shifts in your personal schedule might require updates to your safety protocols. If you move to a bigger city or start collecting more specialized items, adapt your routine accordingly. Continual learning and recalibration ensure that even as your interests shift, you remain rooted in safe, responsible practices that protect you, the people around you, and the broader community. Lesson 15: How to network for free opportunities. When it comes to accessing free items, one of the most transformative tactics involves building meaningful connections in your community. Many people focus on scavenging marketplaces or responding to online ads, but strong networks can unlock a steadier and more diverse flow of freebies. By cultivating relationships with neighbors, local businesses, and community organizations, you gain a web of contacts who regularly tip you off about upcoming giveaways or leftover items. This approach goes beyond one-off pickups, turning free sourcing into a more sustainable and collaborative effort. Fostering these bonds not only streamlines your access to resources but also enriches your social ties. Networking for free opportunities often starts with a mindset shift, embracing the idea that collaboration can surpass competition. Rather than rushing to snag every freebie first, you share knowledge and leads with others who can return the favor. This communal ethos encourages a spirit of reciprocity. When one person benefits from a tip, they're inclined to reciprocate later. The outcome is a better experience for everyone involved, items find appreciative owners, waste is reduced, and communities grow tighter. Whether you're in a bustling city or a small town, forming friendly connections can be more powerful than any single digital platform. A great introduction to community-based connections is your immediate circle. Friends, relatives, and neighbors might already have free items they're ready to part with, but they haven't publicly posted them. Let people in your life know about your interest in reusing, upcycling, or collecting giveaways. You'll be amazed how often someone says, "Oh, I had no idea you wanted that. I have one in my garage." This simple tactic transforms your personal relationships into networking channels. By checking in periodically, without pestering, you ensure your name comes to mind whenever they declutter. Getting started can be as casual as mentioning your hobby during everyday chats. At a family gathering, you might say you're looking for certain furniture to refurbish. Over coffee with neighbors, you can ask if they've seen any good curb alerts around. These interactions are less formal than cold calls or posted ads, but they frequently yield valuable leads. People are often happy to help someone they know and trust. By striking up these small conversations, you position yourself to receive freebies that never even appear in public listings. You can elevate this approach by reciprocating in kind. If your cousin helped you find a free bookshelf, you might later pass along a spare device or a useful tip about free electronics. Even small gestures, like offering to haul away something for them, solidify mutual support. Reciprocity cements relationships, ensuring you're not just a taker but also a giver. Over time, these supportive bonds turn into an informal but potent network that consistently funnels free items your way. Gaining traction in your community involves joining local online groups or neighborhood platforms. Many areas have specialized forums where residents discuss anything from lost pets to yard sales, and free items often pop up in the mix. Unlike larger classified sites, these neighborhood-focused boards foster a sense of familiarity and trust. Once you introduce yourself and participate helpfully, perhaps by answering questions or sharing local tips, people start recognizing your name. This familiarity boosts your credibility when you express interest in someone's giveaway. Some forums let you post a brief introduction, and you can mention your interest in repurposing or upcycling. Such a post frames you as someone who can help reduce clutter in the area. You might say, "I love giving new life to old furniture. If anyone has pieces they're thinking of discarding, I'd be thrilled to take them off your hands." This clarity invites private messages from neighbors who might have just the sort of items you're after. Their outreach is a direct result of you positioning yourself as a ready, reliable taker. These community groups also let you demonstrate your commitment to reciprocity. If you find that someone else is looking for a free item you can't personally use, pass the lead on to them. That spirit of generosity elevates your standing in the group, making others more apt to return the favor. Over time, you become known as the person who fosters positive exchanges, rather than hoarding every opportunity. By shaping the culture in these forums toward collaboration, you effectively broaden your own network of potential freebies. In-person events remain a rich networking environment for free stuff. Neighborhood gatherings, local fairs, or volunteer days often gather residents who share an ethos of community. Chatting with someone at a bake sale can blossom into a conversation about how they have leftover household items they'd be happy to donate. Sometimes, these spontaneous connections yield bigger results than meticulously combing through apps. By being open, approachable, and explaining your interest in reusing items, you multiply your chances that acquaintances will remember you next time they have a surplus. Organizing or participating in local swap meets can dramatically expand your sphere of contacts. Many cities host clothing swaps, book exchanges, or take a thing, leave a thing tables at community centers. Attending these events introduces you to like-minded individuals also invested in reducing waste. Friendships formed here can outlast the events themselves. You might swap phone numbers with someone who consistently unearths unique freebies. Later, a simple text like, "Hey, I just saw free planters by my office, need them," triggers an ongoing cycle of beneficial leads and gift giving. Local business connections can be a treasure trove for free sourcing. Small shops, restaurants, or offices often have items they're happy to offload when doing renovations or replacing old inventory. By introducing yourself politely to owners or managers, you pave the way for future freebies. Simple gestures like chatting with a cafe manager about how you upcycle used wooden pallets can lead them to think of you the next time they have surplus packaging materials. Restaurants frequently replace chairs, tables, and decor, sometimes tossing them out if they see no profit in selling. A friendly rapport with the manager can net you these items before they're consigned to the dumpster. For instance, if you visit a particular eatery regularly and strike up conversations about sustainability, they might mention a plan to renovate in a few months. By expressing interest well ahead, you position yourself to be the first call when they finalize decisions. Corporate office cleanouts offer another rich avenue. Large companies periodically upgrade furniture or reorganize storage rooms, discarding older but still functional desks, chairs, or equipment. If you have connections inside these companies, maybe a friend works there, ask them to keep an ear out. Let them know you're open to collecting items that would otherwise end up as waste. Often, an HR or administrative department welcomes the chance to give items away, reducing disposal hassles and landfill impact. Warehouses sometimes have leftover pallets, crates, or materials that can be repurposed. If you approach the staff with courtesy and explain your upcycling interest, they may grant permission to take items slated for disposal. While not always advertised, these freebies can accumulate quickly, especially if shipments come in large volumes. Cultivating relationships with warehouse supervisors or forklift operators helps you snag these items at exactly the right moment, before they become garbage. Beyond everyday businesses, event venues, conference centers, or hotels can also be key allies. They often replace decor, signage, or furniture. A polite inquiry to the manager or event coordinator can unearth troves of surplus goods. For instance, after a big conference, a hotel might have leftover branded lanyards, water bottles, or decor elements. If they see you as a solution for quick removal, you'll become an invaluable contact. Offering to pick up items promptly boosts your standing in their eyes, guaranteeing future calls when they have more to discard. Charities and nonprofit organizations are excellent partners for discovering and sharing free resources. While nonprofits typically gather donations for their own causes, they sometimes accumulate surplus items outside their usual scope. For instance, a homeless shelter might receive office furniture it can't use. If you build a relationship with staff or volunteers, they'll likely let you know when extra goods appear. You can help them by hauling away items that don't align with their mission, giving them space to store what truly benefits them. Volunteering is a powerful way to merge altruism with networking. By spending time helping at a local thrift store or food bank, you naturally meet others who share your community-minded spirit. These relationships foster trust, and people may start tipping you off about items headed for the donation bin. You can then step in, either collecting them or directing them to better-suited recipients. Through volunteering, you not only gain potential freebies but also bolster the positive impact of charitable work. Another angle is to connect with organizers of charity events, like auctions, rummage sales, or fun runs. After these functions wrap up, leftover goods often remain. Coordinators may have no plan for dealing with unsold items or promotional giveaways, creating an opportunity for you. By expressing readiness to pick things up swiftly, you relieve them of post-event cleanup. In return, you collect a wide array of freebies, from water bottles to event banners that can be upcycled into creative projects. Some nonprofits hold periodic donation drives where they accept large volumes of goods, from clothing to home supplies. If they receive far more than they can distribute, they sometimes look for individuals who can take the excess quickly. Being on good terms with these organizations positions you as a go-to person when they have surplus. This setup benefits everyone. The nonprofit frees up space, you acquire free resources, and nothing goes to waste. Collaborations with charities also extend to your personal donation efforts. If you plan to rehome items you no longer need, ones you initially found for free, you can partner with nonprofits to channel those pieces to vulnerable groups. Over time, staff and volunteers will see you as a trustworthy ally in the cycle of giving. This cycle amplifies your network's reach, since nonprofits tend to maintain broad connections across the community, including other charities and local leaders. Schools and educational institutions frequently offer free opportunities if you establish rapport. Teachers, principals, or administrators might discard old textbooks, desks, or art supplies during end-of-semester cleanouts. Building a friendly relationship with these educators ensures you're the first to know when they're disposing of items. A quick email or visit at the right time can secure boxes of books or lab equipment, all free to a known, reliable collector who can whisk them away. Look into extracurricular clubs or organizations within schools, like theater groups that might change stage props or backdrops. After each production, they often need to clear storage for the next show. If you've introduced yourself as someone who repurposes materials, they'll likely contact you. These props can be invaluable if you enjoy upcycling or reselling theatrical decor to event planners. By lending a hand with takedown or offering small donations to their club, you deepen the relationship. Parent-teacher associations, PDAs, or booster clubs also rotate through items, from sports gear to fundraising event supplies. Attending a school's open house or community day gives you the chance to mention your interest in free resources. PDAs sometimes coordinate rummage sales, where unsold goods might end up free near closing time. If they know you in advance, they might set aside leftover items for you, sparing them from hauling it to thrift shops or landfills. Don't overlook adult education centers or vocational schools. These places frequently upgrade equipment, like sewing machines, power tools, or culinary utensils, when they receive funding for new models. A respectful inquiry to instructors or program directors about used gear can pay off. Emphasize that you're interested in responsibly recycling or reusing items, which aligns with many institutions' green initiatives. They'll appreciate your readiness to lighten their storage or disposal burdens. Higher education institutions, like colleges or universities, often hold massive move-out days each semester. Students discard dorm furnishings, electronics, and decor by the curb. Coordinating with campus officials or student organizations can help you rescue items in an orderly manner, rather than rummaging through chaotic piles. Sometimes, campus sustainability groups sponsor swap events where you can network with staff who handle large volumes of used goods. Your presence there signals you're a reliable partner for ongoing free item management. Local governments, municipalities, or city departments are another fruitful source for freebies. Their offices periodically clear out outdated equipment, desks, or shelving. By meeting city staff or council members who oversee surplus policies, you can get advanced notice when they plan disposal. Many cities hold surplus auctions, but they sometimes let people claim certain items first if it speeds up the clearance process. Building these connections requires professional courtesy, following any formal guidelines or paperwork, but it can unlock valuable municipal freebies. Attending public forums or city hall meetings might sound tedious, but it's a chance to engage with local officials. Show interest in community events and mention your passion for reuse. If you prove helpful, like volunteering at cleanup days or offering to remove bulky trash from a neighborhood park, officials may remember you when they have leftover materials. It's not uncommon for public works departments to discard things like signage, benches, or landscaping materials that can be recycled in creative ways. Libraries can become allies in your quest. They often reorganize shelves or upgrade furniture, discarding older items. Librarians might also weed out books that are no longer in circulation. By befriending library staff, you stand ready to adopt volumes that don't make it to the official book sale. In small towns, libraries double as community hubs, so word travels fast if you're the friendly local who recycles or reuses items. They may also connect you with genealogical societies, historical clubs, or reading circles that rotate through resources you'd love to have. Local government occasionally hosts events that generate leftover freebies, like job fairs, festivals, or public celebrations. Post-event, they might have leftover promotional items, chairs, tables, or decor. If you're known to municipal employees, you can offer quick pickup and free removal, simplifying their post-event cleanup. This tactic not only gets you free resources but also eases the city's burden. Maintaining professionalism and reliability in these interactions further cements your network with official contacts. Neighborhood watch groups or civic associations can also clue you in. By attending monthly meetups or participating in block parties, you form relationships with community leaders. If they're organizing a block-wide yard sale or a large-scale trash collection event, they might let you do a preview for items set to be tossed. With a healthy rapport, they know you'll follow guidelines about not leaving a mess. These layers of trust turn local governance into a consistent source of free leads. Faith communities and churches can be a gateway to finding free items you might not otherwise access. Many religious groups have a tradition of sharing resources among members. By respectfully getting to know congregation leaders, you learn about rummage sales or donation drives they hold. At times, leftover items remain that the church can't store indefinitely, paving the way for you to collect them. Tread sensitively, ensuring you understand their customs and show genuine respect for their community's values. When a church or mosque redecorates or upgrades furniture, pews, tables, or even decor, these items might be given away rather than sold. A friendly talk with the facilities manager, explaining how you can promptly remove items, can open doors. However, it's vital to approach humbly. Many religious spaces guard their items carefully or donate them to members in need first. Patience and willingness to abide by their internal processes matter here. Faith-based youth programs sometimes change out equipment for events, crafts, or camp activities. If you volunteer occasionally, like helping at a summer fair, you'll interface with organizers who see your commitment. That's the ideal moment to mention your readiness to take leftover supplies or decor. They'll likely be grateful not to store them in closets for another year. In turn, you might offer to help them set up or tear down, reinforcing the reciprocal dynamic that fosters trust. Some religious communities maintain outreach initiatives like soup kitchens or homeless shelters. If these programs receive donations that don't match their immediate needs, like office desks or specialized appliances, they might pass them along. By forging genuine friendships and proving you're not just there for personal gain, you position yourself as a valuable helper. And in these tight-knit circles, word spreads. A caretaker or parishioner might have a basement full of items they'll gladly give you once they see your positive spirit in action. Moreover, faith communities often network with one another across denominations or affiliates. Your involvement in a single congregation can lead to introductions at another parish's fundraiser, or a joint holiday event. Each new link widens your network, bringing you into contact with more people who might have free items. The foundation is your consistent willingness to serve and share resources, reflecting the community ethic that underpins most religious settings. Digital tools remain a powerful medium for expanding your free sourcing network, but their impact multiplies when you approach them as a relationship-building tool, not just a transactional one. Instead of hopping onto a freebie app solely to claim stuff, engage with the community by leaving helpful comments or offering tips on repairs. People notice contributors who enhance the experience rather than just snatching items. This presence fosters recognition and trust, leading others to tag or mention you when something arises that fits your niche. Automation can help you stay on top of leads. Setting up alerts for key phrases, like free furniture or need gone ASAP, lets you respond quickly. Yet, after you snag an item through these alerts, follow up with a friendly note to the giver. Expressing gratitude or inquiring politely about any future decluttering they plan fosters a personal bond. Over time, these one-time digital interactions evolve into recurring connections with people who appreciate your politeness and reliability. Consider organizing or co-hosting a virtual giveaway event. You can propose a spring clear-out day in your local free cycle or buy nothing group, encouraging members to list items simultaneously. By taking on a leadership role, helping structure the event, reminding members to post photos, or managing a pinned thread, your name becomes familiar to everyone. This visibility cements your status as a community resource, and individuals will seek you out for free exchanges down the road. You can also leverage your existing social media, like Instagram or Twitter, to document your upcycling or reuse projects. Posting before and after pictures of a reclaimed table or rehomed houseplants can inspire friends and followers. People who see these transformations might reach out, saying, "I have an old shelf, do you want it?" This networking is indirect but highly effective. You cultivate an online persona known for creatively rescuing items, prompting free offers from acquaintances. Group chats or direct messaging circles can amplify your freebies network among close friends and family. Create a small chat dedicated to reusing or sharing items, like a family and friends gift circle. Encourage everyone to post pictures of items they no longer need. Being the initiator means you'll see the offers first, but also you facilitate a platform where members feel comfortable exchanging among themselves. This synergy not only secures freebies for you but also fosters a mini economy of giving. Cultural or hobby-based groups offer specialized benefits for free sourcing. If you're into a particular craft, like knitting, painting, or woodwork, join local clubs that revolve around that interest. Members frequently end up with surplus materials or tools they'd rather gift to a fellow enthusiast than let collect dust. The best part is that these freebies are highly targeted. You're receiving exactly the kinds of items you love working with. People in these hobby circles often host or attend workshops, expanding your social sphere further. When you show genuine curiosity and share your own experiences, others become invested in your creative journey. If they upgrade to more advanced equipment, they may pass along their older gear to you. By staying active in discussions, asking for project advice, sharing your progress, you nurture deeper connections that translate into reliable leads. Beyond local clubs, large-scale conventions or trade shows related to your interest can be prime networking zones. While many items at these events are on sale, exhibitors sometimes discard display materials or leftover merchandise afterward. If you form friendly rapport with a booth owner, complimenting their brand or discussing shared passions, they might invite you to take extra stock. At the close of a weekend expo, many vendors prefer gifting items to paying for shipping them back. If you're skilled in a niche, like fixing old cameras or refurbishing vintage bicycles, mention it often. That skill is a magnet for freebies. Collectors might have gear they can't fix themselves or a stash of parts occupying space. They'd rather give it to someone who can restore or appreciate it. Word of mouth travels fast in specialty circles, so soon enough, you'll be known as the go-to person for certain items. This brand recognition within a hobby community sets a steady flow of leads. Hobby-based networking also lets you trade knowledge for goods. For example, if you're adept at sewing, you might repair a friend's torn jacket in return for some free yard sale leftovers they've got stored away. People often appreciate skill-based favors as much as money. This trade of talents cements camaraderie. You'll find that once you solve a problem for someone in your hobby group, they'll keep an eye out for items you'd enjoy taking under your creative wing. Professional gatherings, even if unrelated to your free sourcing goals, can spark random yet fruitful connections. Conferences or seminars in your career field might lead to chats about corporate cleanouts or business expansions. If you mention you restore used office furniture or love upcycling items for side projects, colleagues could recall that conversation the next time their company discards old desks. Such unexpected leads can outweigh the freebies found through typical channels. Extend networking beyond your primary job environment. Industry associations, like local chambers of commerce or specialized professional clubs, host mixers and luncheons. Striking up casual conversations can reveal that a business is closing or relocating, situations that often produce large volumes of freebies. By providing a swift pickup solution, you position yourself as someone who can solve an immediate problem for the business owner. Entrepreneurs who frequent co-working spaces can also become valuable contacts. These spaces rotate furniture, tech gadgets, or promotional items when rebranding. By building rapport with coworkers or staff, you glean inside info on upcoming changes. If they trust you, they'll gladly pass along freebies, knowing you'll pick them up promptly. Building your presence at co-working sites, maybe hosting a brief workshop on DIY or upcycling, enhances your visibility as the local reuse enthusiast. Remember that your professional image matters. If you come across as disorganized or unreliable, potential donors might doubt you can handle a large haul. Keeping a respectful, confident demeanor in professional networks ensures they see you as a capable resource. Conversely, demonstrating success, like quickly removing items without fuss, reinforces your brand. Over time, these professional relationships function much like personal ones, yielding repeated opportunities. Being mindful of corporate etiquette can also help. Always ask if they have formal disposal procedures. Some offices must follow guidelines for equipment retirement or privacy concerns. Show that you respect these rules. I understand you might have to wipe data before giving away computers. I'm happy to accommodate any steps required. This cooperative stance reassures them that you're not a risky wildcard, but a conscientious partner who values their policies. Local influencers and community leaders can amplify your free sourcing pursuits. Influencers might include social media personalities, bloggers, or well-known local figures who shape trends. Community leaders could be council members, nonprofit heads, or event organizers. By connecting with them, you gain visibility among their followers or constituents. They may promote your interest in upcycling or resource sharing, funneling new leads to you. A practical first step is to attend local influencer meetups or city leadership forums. Politely introduce yourself, sharing how your free sourcing passion contributes to sustainability or community bonding. If you present a clear, positive impact, they might mention you in newsletters, blog posts, or social updates. For instance, a neighborhood influencer might say, "Need to declutter? Contact this person who upcycles old furniture and keeps it out of landfills." That endorsement taps into a ready-made audience. When bridging these networks, be prepared with quick, clear examples of your success. Perhaps you talk about how you helped rehome hundreds of pounds of materials that would have gone to the dump. Or you show before and after photos of items you've salvaged. Influencers and leaders love stories that highlight practical community benefits. Once they grasp the scope of your achievements, they can speak confidently about you to others, doubling your network almost overnight. Collaborations with local personalities can stretch further, such as co-organizing events or challenges that encourage reuse. An influencer might host a Green Living Week, inviting you to run a workshop on spotting hidden value in used goods. People who attend these sessions learn new skills and also meet you, someone who's open to freebies and ready to reciprocate. The synergy of live instruction, influencer promotion, and community curiosity builds a cycle of fresh connections. Public recognition, like a short local newspaper feature or an online interview, can also stem from your influencer ties. If they recommend you to a journalist seeking a story on zero-waste lifestyles or creative upcyclers, you'll appear in media that many locals read. Once people see your name in a feature, they'll be more inclined to reach out with freebies they'd normally discard. Thus, your network grows organically from media exposure, anchored by those initial relationships with community figures. To keep your network thriving, nurture it intentionally over time. People's lives and priorities shift, so a contact who wasn't relevant last year might become essential next year if they move, change jobs, or take on new roles. A light, occasional check-in, like a message saying, "Hope you're doing well, anything new you're clearing out?" maintains those ties without feeling intrusive. You'd be surprised how often a simple greeting triggers a memory. "Actually, I do have an old coffee table I need gone." Organize your connections to avoid confusion. A basic spreadsheet or contact list can outline names, how you met, and any relevant details. Maybe a local business manager said to check in after the holidays, or an art teacher mentioned leftover supplies in spring. Setting reminders or calendar notes helps you circle back at the ideal time. This structured approach demonstrates reliability and ensures you don't bombard them randomly. Hosting small gatherings can strengthen your web of contacts. Consider throwing a free exchange social at a community center or your backyard. Encourage attendees to bring items they no longer need and to swap with others. Such events foster direct conversation, forging new friendships and unveiling hidden freebies. Acting as the organizer or co-host puts you at the heart of this exchange, a position that naturally leads people to approach you with further offers. Staying genuine is key. Networking shouldn't feel like you're hunting people solely for freebies. Show real interest in their stories, families, or businesses. Ask questions about how they're doing outside the scope of item sharing. This authenticity creates a deeper bond, making them more inclined to remember and help you when they spot an opportunity. People want to assist someone they like and trust, not just a faceless name. Building a supportive reputation cements your place in the free sourcing ecosystem. If you commit to picking up items at a certain time, do it. If someone asks for your expertise or a small favor, try to oblige. When others see you as dependable and generous, your network spontaneously expands. Residents mention you to neighbors, businesses keep you in mind, and that chain of positive word of mouth can outlast any single platform or event. Over time, you develop a stable pipeline of leads, an ever-growing community of people eager to share their discards with you. Online meetups or summits aimed at frugality, minimalism, or environmental activism can also enlarge your network beyond local bounds. Virtual events draw participants from various regions, offering perspective on how different communities handle free item exchanges. You might learn best practices from someone thousands of miles away, then adapt them to your area. Exchanging contact info with these digital acquaintances can lead to cross-network collaborations, like pen pals for thrift tips or group chats dedicated to reusing strategies. Forums dedicated to specific causes, like zero waste, upcycling art, or eco-friendly living, are goldmines for forging relationships. Within these niche digital hubs, members share leads, success stories, and instructions on how to salvage or repurpose items. If you consistently post constructive feedback, creative solutions, or praise for others' projects, you become a respected voice. Later, if you mention searching for a certain piece, forum friends may volunteer help or direct you to local contacts. Distance need not limit these relationships. A collaborator from another region might share tips on how their local coffee shops donate used grounds for gardeners, inspiring you to replicate that practice with your local shops. You can even orchestrate item swaps by mail if shipping costs are manageable and you trust each other. Gradually, your worldview and resource pool expand, reinforcing your ability to secure freebies through a broader web of alliances. At times, your network can connect you to philanthropic or social enterprises that hold major donation events. If an organization organizes a coat drive, they might end up with surplus hats or gloves that remain unclaimed. By networking with the organizers, you can rescue these extras for distribution to other shelters or to repurpose them creatively. In this way, your circle of connections fosters an overlap between charitable projects and your personal sourcing goals, forming a robust ecosystem of giving. Maintaining active engagement in these digital gatherings and online communities requires balance. Too much self-promotion or constant requests can alienate your peers. Aim to be a contributing member first, offer advice, highlight someone else's achievements, or troubleshoot a problem. Then, when you do mention your own interest in free items, the community perceives you as supportive rather than purely self-serving. This consistent reciprocity cements a beneficial exchange over the long run. Strategic alliances with professionals like estate sale coordinators, moving companies, or remodeling contractors can also yield significant freebies. These professionals see clients discarding large volumes of household goods or building materials. If you develop friendly terms with a moving company, for instance, they may call you whenever clients abandon leftover items rather than shipping them. This arrangement relieves them from extra hauling, and you gain first dibs on free goods. Estate sale organizers frequently find items that, after the sale ends, remain unsold. A quick mention that you're open to removing unsold pieces can be attractive. They often want to finalize the estate swiftly, and having a reliable contact to handle leftover items is a relief. They may also want to avoid the cost or hassle of a clean-out service. Positioning yourself as the zero-cost solution is a smart way to deepen these professional ties. Remodeling contractors handle demolition and construction phases where old fixtures, cabinets, or appliances might be discarded. If you express interest in reclaiming salvageable materials, they could let you know whenever they remove, say, a functioning oven or antique doorknobs from a site. Such a partnership depends on punctuality and respect for the job site's rules. Contractors won't risk project delays or complications. Yet, if you prove trustworthy, you can access a steady flow of valuable freebies. Attending local trade shows for real estate, construction, or architecture fosters direct introductions. A short conversation with a booth representative, explaining how you love reusing and upcycling, plants a seed. They might keep your card on file and contact you months later about leftover tiles or lighting fixtures. These random but fruitful leads start from quick, genuine connections in a professional setting. Consider reciprocating in a professional sense, too. If you run a small business or have a skill that benefits these contractors or estate planners, mention it. I can help you design promotional flyers if you ever need it, for instance. Such gestures differentiate you from others who just want to glean freebies. Collaborative synergy makes them more inclined to call you first, strengthening a bond that crosses both personal and professional lines. To maintain momentum in this vast web of relationships, reflection is key. Periodically assess which channels yield the most free items and where your time is best spent. Some networks might become dormant, or you might outgrow certain needs. By refining your efforts, focusing on the strongest connections, you remain efficient. Meanwhile, keep a mindful eye out for new opportunities or expansions within your existing circles. Don't be shy about a brief follow-up with high-value contacts, like a business owner who gave you a big batch of freebies last season. A polite message saying, "Hope all is well, any new items you're clearing out this quarter," can re-spark interest. They might not have thought of you unless you reminded them. The skill lies in balancing consistency with not bombarding them so often that you appear pushy. When forging new relationships, a good rule of thumb is, give before you ask. That might mean offering a small favor, piece of advice, or resource. If your neighbor wants to learn basic carpentry, you can share your know-how, expecting nothing in return. Later, they might reciprocate by passing along leftover lumber. This approach fosters genuine good feelings, ensuring your network is built on kindness rather than transactional motives alone. When disagreements or misunderstandings arise, maybe someone promised you items that never materialize, handle them diplomatically. Send a polite note clarifying the situation but accept it if they change their minds. Maintaining composure preserves relationships, leaving the door open for future interactions. In a wide network, not every lead ends happily. Overreaction or hostility can tarnish your reputation, undoing months of goodwill. Finally, remember that networking for free opportunities isn't just about the items you collect, it's about weaving a supportive fabric of connections. Each relationship you build can blossom in unforeseen ways, enriching your personal life and the broader community. Whether it's a neighbor who calls you first when they have leftover paint or a business manager who sets aside office chairs they're discarding, these ties form a long-lasting infrastructure of generosity and trust. By consistently nurturing these connections, you create a thriving network that continually yields benefits far beyond material acquisitions. Lesson 16, Spotting Hidden Treasures. Understanding the concept of hidden value. Hidden treasures aren't always obvious. Items that appear broken, outdated, or unremarkable might harbor strong potential once repaired, cleaned, or repurposed. Recognizing these hidden gems starts by imagining possibilities beyond a piece's current state. Whether it's a wobbly chair with sturdy wood or a dusty box of vinyl records with collector's potential, what matters is looking past superficial flaws to see underlying quality or rarity. Adopting this mind frame transforms you from a casual observer into a treasure hunter, constantly scanning for overlooked items waiting to shine. The role of brand significance. One way to spot hidden gems is to learn which brands hold enduring value. In furniture, electronics, or kitchenware, certain companies consistently produce long-lasting goods. Even if the item seems worn, the brand name might suggest it's worth refurbishing. Recognizing a high-end manufacturer can instantly shift your perspective on something that looks mundane. Researching brand histories and hallmark labels helps you understand why certain names, though faded or partially obscured, could still signify durability, craftsmanship, or collectability. Investigating material. Quality materials can reveal surprising worth. Solid hardwood outperforms most composite boards, while real leather may age beautifully compared to synthetic alternatives. Even tarnished metals like brass or silver can shine again after polishing. Learning to distinguish genuine materials, like wool, cotton, or cast iron, lets you gauge an item's real potential. If you see that the skeleton is strong or the fabric is top grade, the initial battered look may be a minor obstacle. Knowing which materials hold up well to restoration helps you spot treasures that others discard too hastily. Reading cultural or historical context. Some pieces carry a story woven into their design or era. An antique radio from a famous manufacturer might be more than decor, it could fascinate collectors eager to preserve audio history. Similarly, a mid-century modern table might match a popular design movement, boosting its market demand. Spotting these cultural or historical ties, like Art Deco motifs or vintage sports emblems, requires a bit of awareness about design periods or niche hobbies. By connecting an item to a wider historical narrative, you turn an ordinary find into a treasure that enthusiasts value. Potential for upcycling projects. Sometimes, an item's true worth lies in what it can become. A cracked mirror could become the center of a mosaic, or a box of mismatched teacups might re-emerge as whimsical planters. People often abandon these objects, not realizing the creative possibilities. If you enjoy DIY transformations, keep an open mind about how you can transform junk into decorative or functional pieces. This is where artistic vision turns hidden scraps into something eye-catching, personalized, and potentially marketable if you decide to sell your upcycled creations. Developing a treasure hunter's instinct. Spotting hidden gems starts with a heightened sense of curiosity. Instead of dismissing items at a glance, ask yourself what potential each piece might hold. This inquisitive approach evolves as you collect more information about construction methods, design trends, and resale markets. Over time, you hone a treasure hunter's instinct, quickly scanning for signs of craftsmanship or rarity without needing a lengthy inspection. That practiced intuition often separates successful free sourcers from those who pass over valuable finds. From surface damage to deeper potential surface damage, scratches, dents, stains, often scares people away. But if these are purely cosmetic, you could have a diamond in the rough. A little sanding, restaining, or painting might restore a table's natural elegance. Always weigh the repair effort against the potential payoff. If you see a structurally solid piece under the scuffs, it's a candidate for quick renewal. The leap from damaged eyesore to beautiful centerpiece can be surprisingly short when you're willing to fix minor flaws. Signs of vintage or retro appeal. Not every old item has value, but certain vintage aesthetics are perpetually in vogue. Retro vinyl players, film cameras, or neon signage can command attention among collectors or nostalgia lovers. Spotting design features like bold fonts, classic color palettes, or unusual shapes might hint at a piece's retro flair. If you verify it hails from a trend-setting period, like the 1960s or 1980s, that status alone can elevate interest and resale value. The key is distinguishing truly iconic retro designs from merely outdated ones. Evaluating electronic fixability. Electronics sometimes intimidate people, especially if they're labeled broken or missing cords. But a surprising number of gadgets require minimal effort to revive. A vintage gaming console might just need a new power adapter, or an old stereo could benefit from replacing a single fuse. If you have basic tech knowledge or know a repair-savvy contact, you can rescue these items for pennies. Even if you're not an expert, searching tutorials can provide step-by-step guidance. Spotting the difference between a hopelessly fried circuit board and a fixable quirk unlocks hidden tech treasures. Hidden value in lesser-known categories. It's common to focus on furniture or electronics, but hidden gems can lurk in unexpected categories, like art supplies, craft materials, or old maps. A random bundle of thread might include high-end embroidery floss, or a trunk of worn costumes could thrill a local theater group. If you maintain a broad curiosity, you'll notice these overlooked areas. Keeping an open mind about different niches, like vintage board games, specialized cooking gear, or rare car parts, lets you spot treasures others pass by. Using online tools for quick research. When you encounter an unfamiliar item, a swift online check can confirm whether it's valuable. Searching brand names, serial numbers, or distinctive markings often yields insights in seconds. Even a quick image search might reveal going prices or collector interest. By coupling your initial hunch with a bit of digital digging, you upgrade guesswork into educated decisions. This approach safeguards against missing out on high-value pieces or dragging home true junk you thought was gold. Detecting collectibles in boxes of miscellany at rummage sales or free piles. Boxes stuffed with random knickknacks might hide collectible gems, like limited edition pins, vintage postcards, or small figurines from beloved franchises. Developing a scanning method helps you spot these small valuables. Look for logos, printing years, or brand stamps. Check the underside of figurines or the edges of postcards for maker info. If you notice an iconic brand or date matching a popular collector's era, you've likely uncovered a hidden treasure in an otherwise unexciting pile. Picking apart furniture components. Sometimes a large, battered piece of furniture might not be salvageable in its entirety, yet certain parts, like ornate legs, decorative trim, or quality hardware, hold independent value. Salvaging these elements for upcycling or resale can be more profitable than trying to restore the entire item. Antique drawer pulls or carved spindles can fetch a decent price online, as crafters, woodworkers, and DIY enthusiasts search for authentic pieces to incorporate into new projects. By breaking furniture into its valuable components, you're essentially turning a free cast-off into multiple smaller treasures. Appraising handmade versus mass-produced. Handmade items often contain more artistry and rarer techniques. A hand-stitched quilt might command a niche price compared to a factory-produced blanket. Same with hand-thrown pottery that displays unique glazing patterns or artisan signatures. Identifying these handmade touches, like irregular stitching or subtle variations in shape, can reveal an object's distinct character. Such uniqueness frequently translates to emotional or market value. Meanwhile, mass-produced goods typically show consistent finishes or molded edges. Learning to tell these differences helps you single out items worthy of deeper exploration. Reading between the lines of free descriptions. Online listings sometimes mask hidden treasures with vague titles like old stuff or miscellaneous household items. The lack of detail can deter many takers, but if you see even a hint of quality, like solid wood dresser or vintage camera, it's worth investigating. Sellers may not realize the significance of their freebies or lack the time to detail them. By reaching out politely with a few questions, you unearth real gems sitting unnoticed behind nondescript labels. Recognizing value in antique textiles, crocheted blankets, embroidered tablecloths, or handcrafted lace might seem outdated. Yet collectors prize these textiles for their intricate designs and labor-intensive origins. If you examine stitches closely, you can often spot whether the piece is machine-made or crafted by hand. Subtle irregularities signal authentic craftsmanship. Even items with minor flaws could be salvaged for patchwork or framed as decorative art. Knowing a bit about old lace patterns or embroidery techniques helps you gauge whether you're holding a casually dismissed vintage masterpiece. Uncovering potential in old media stacks of dusty VHS tapes or cassettes might contain rare recordings, limited releases, or content that's never been digitized. Classic gaming cartridges or older PC software sometimes command high prices from enthusiasts craving nostalgic experiences. While not everything on a cassette or tape is gold, certain titles in good condition can be collectible. If you have the means to test or verify them, you might find hidden value in media formats that mainstream audiences have long abandoned. Identifying craftsmanship in musical instruments like guitars, violins, or brass horns occasionally surface as freebies. Many are mass-manufactured student models, but some might be older or custom-made, boasting better materials and craftsmanship. Check for signs like quality woods, spruce tops, rosewood back, brand labels, or hand-carved elements. Even if the piece needs repairs, a well-built instrument can be rejuvenated. Musicians and collectors often pay for instruments that have good bones, so a battered guitar from a respected maker can be a diamond in the rough. Spotting timeless decor trends. Design trends come and go, yet some styles remain timeless. Minimalist shapes, neutral palettes, or classic patterns often endure. If you spot a gently used sofa with mid-century modern lines or a lamp with vintage industrial flair, it could be a permanent classic. Examine finishing touches. Brass fixtures or elegantly tapered legs signal longevity of style. These pieces integrate into modern interiors without looking dated, which boosts their resale potential and universal appeal. Hidden value in culturally specific items. Objects from particular cultural traditions, like Japanese lacquerware, African masks, or Native American pottery, may hold artistic and historical significance. Sometimes, they show up in free listings because owners don't fully appreciate their context. Confirming authenticity can be tricky, but certain patterns, materials, or makers' marks provide clues. If genuine, these items resonate strongly with collectors and cultural enthusiasts. Even if an exact origin is unclear, distinctive craftsmanship or symbolism might indicate hidden importance. Approach with respect, acknowledging cultural heritage and possibly consulting experts before flipping or altering it. Understanding condition grading for items like books, trading cards, or collectibles. Minor differences in condition can drastically alter value. Mint might fetch a premium, while acceptable might yield little return. Learning the nuances of condition grading, like how small creases or taped spines affect resale, makes a huge difference in spotting potential. Even if an item doesn't appear pristine, if its grade is still above average for its category, it may hold hidden worth. This skill involves careful inspection and honest evaluation, helping you avoid wasted pickups or missing out on valuable copies. Examining makers' marks and stamps on ceramics, silverware, or artisanal crafts an embossed or stamped mark can confirm authenticity, date, or region of origin. Look for stamps under plates, behind frames, or on metal surfaces. Some marks are easily recognizable once you study them, like a hallmark from a renowned silver workshop or a signature from a local potter with a following. Spotting these hints transforms guesswork into certainty that your free find is special, not a generic imitation. Online databases often help decode cryptic symbols, so quickly referencing them can confirm if you've uncovered a noteworthy piece. Distinguishing hand-painted versus printed art decor items and paintings can be tricky. Mass-produced prints sometimes mimic hand-painted originals. A closer look at brushstrokes can confirm if it's paint on canvas or just an ink pattern. If you see raised textures or slight variations in color, it's likely authentic. In contrast, uniform dot patterns hint at a print. You can also check the canvas edges or the backside to see if paint bled through. This swift analysis can reveal whether the art is a cheap reproduction or a genuine, possibly valuable painting. Spotting potential in untested electronics. Untested often equates to free or discounted because owners don't want to confirm if it works. But if you're comfortable troubleshooting, an untested device could be a gem. Maybe it just lacks a charger, or an internal battery is dead. With minimal risk, you can pick up these items and test them at home. If they power on smoothly, you've gained a functional device for little effort. If not, you've lost only the time spent checking. This gamble can pay off big, especially for niche electronics that remain in demand among hobbyists. Identifying rare book editions to a casual observer, an old hardcover might be worthless. But rare first editions or limited prints command a devoted following. If you see early printings of famous novels, collector sets in good shape, or books with special inscriptions, don't dismiss them. Collectors often track down specific publisher runs or unique cover art. Condition, dust jackets, and imprint details all matter. If you can confirm it's a scarce edition, like a first run of a classic author, you're holding a hidden treasure, especially if it's well preserved. Knowing when vintage appliances are worth saving. Retro appliances, like a classic 1950s fridge or 1970s blender, can appeal to fans of vintage kitchens or set designers needing period decor. Check if they can still function or be easily repaired. Though they may be heavy and energy inefficient, certain retro models remain iconic. If you see bright pastel colors, chrome details, or brand tags from a famous era, it might be worth exploring. Even if they aren't fully functional, they might be valuable for display or parted out for original components. Interpreting odd shapes and components. Occasionally, freebies include unfamiliar mechanical parts, industrial molds, or leftover materials from specialized crafts. To many, these look like random junk. But to a sculptor or hobbyist, they can be gold. A unique metal shape might become a lamp base, or a machinist might salvage gears for custom projects. Spotting the imaginative uses behind odd shapes is a hallmark of a hidden treasure mindset. You see beyond the item's original purpose, recognizing alternate ways it might be valued by creative individuals. Recognizing potential in damaged packages. Boxes of items labeled damaged packaging might scare away typical takers. Yet often, the contents inside remain intact. This scenario appears frequently in big retail discards or moving remnants. If you confirm that the item itself is unscathed, like a brand new blender with a ripped box, you've essentially gained a fresh product. Even if the packaging is unsightly for resale, the piece's utility might be unaffected. Thus, battered boxes can conceal pristine goods that people skip merely because they assume damaged box equals damaged item. Hidden treasures in surplus building supplies. Surplus tiles, bricks, or hardwood planks left over from construction projects can be unexpectedly valuable. Homeowners might ditch them after completing their renovation. These partial supplies come in handy for smaller repairs or accent projects, like a tiled tabletop or a brick walkway. If they're high-quality materials, you can integrate them into upcycling endeavors. Some specialty woods or artisan tiles are expensive to buy outright, so scoring them for free can open bigger design possibilities. Big value in small accessories. It's not always the large items that yield the biggest wins. Small accessories, like watch bands, camera lenses, or specialized adapters, can be highly sought after by hobbyists who can't find them in stores anymore. At a glance, these bits and bobs look unimportant. But if they match a classic watch model or a discontinued camera brand, enthusiasts might pay a premium. By carefully scanning small freebies, bags of random cables or boxes of dusty attachments, you can discover hidden add-ons that collectors eagerly chase. Learning from missed opportunities. Every treasure hunter recalls times they dismissed an item only to learn later it had significant worth. These moments are learning opportunities. You might have misjudged brand significance or overlooked a minor detail that indicated rarity. Reflecting on these misses refines your future approach. Keeping a mental or written note of items you underestimated helps you identify patterns. With each oversight corrected, your skill in spotting hidden treasures grows sharper, making you less likely to repeat past mistakes. Following market trends. For context, trends influence what's considered a treasure. When a certain style of home decor becomes trendy, related items spike in value. For instance, the rise of farmhouse chic revived interest in antique milk cans and distressed wooden signs. Similarly, vinyl records soared in popularity amid a renewed love for analog music. Staying attuned to these shifts helps you snag items that are hidden only because mainstream interest is just blossoming. Timely awareness can transform a free find into something that sells quickly or elevates your personal space in a contemporary style. Practicing holistic inspection. A quick glance often isn't enough to confirm an item's hidden value. Instead, cultivate a thorough inspection habit, testing weight, sniffing for mildew, checking corners for craftsman stamps, flipping it over to see if anything's scrawled on the bottom. If it's an electronic device, open battery compartments or remove panels to peek at internal components. This holistic approach ensures you don't overlook a crucial detail that indicates quality or serious damage. While it may take an extra minute or two, it consistently reveals secrets that separate mundane freebies from hidden gems. Trusting intuition, but verifying intuition plays a big role in spotting treasures. Sometimes an item feels special. Maybe it exudes an aura of careful craftsmanship or a faint sense of nostalgia. Cultivating that gut feeling is valuable, but always follow up with verification. If your instincts say an old tea set is prime, check for maker's marks or confirm if the porcelain glaze is consistent with known vintage types. Balancing intuition with objective checks prevents guesswork from leading you astray. Joining enthusiast forums. For knowledge enthusiast communities, like classic car forums, antique furniture Facebook groups, or vintage camera subreddits, are goldmines of specialized knowledge. If you frequently pick up items in a particular category, connect with these groups to learn the signs of authenticity or model rarities. Posting photos for quick input can confirm whether your hunch about a hidden treasure is correct. Over time, these forums become your extended resource, filling knowledge gaps and validating your finds. The community environment encourages sharing stories, triumphs, and mishaps, accelerating your learning curve. Timing and season. Certain times of the year are more likely to yield hidden treasures. Spring cleaning season often sees people discarding items they no longer want, including valuable antiques or collectibles they've forgotten about. College move-out weeks can reveal dorm furniture and decor with hidden worth. Estate sales peak at various times, and holiday cleanups might bring out stashed-away decorations from bygone eras. By anticipating these seasonal waves, you can plan your hunting strategies for when hidden treasures become more abundant in free listings or curbside piles. Spotting potential in tech accessories. Old phone chargers, obsolete connectors, and random cables sometimes appear useless, but there's a niche market for discontinued or rare tech peripherals. A collector might need a special cable to resurrect a legacy gaming console. Even a vintage phone charger might serve a hobbyist who wants an authentic setup. By recognizing brand imprints or model numbers on cords, you identify potential interest among retro tech enthusiasts. Instead of passing them up, gather these cables in a small stash. Over time, you'll likely find someone who needs exactly that connector, proving it a hidden gem in the realm of electronics. Assessing artwork with little-known signatures. While famous artist signatures are obvious clues, lesser-known local or regional artists can also gain traction. A painting signed by someone who later garnered acclaim might be a surprise fortune. Alternatively, a piece from a dedicated but lesser-known painter can still hold decorative value. If you suspect the signature belongs to a local artist, a quick search on social media or artist databases may confirm if they have a small following. This niche appeal can be enough to classify the item as a hidden treasure worth preserving or displaying. Learning the language of antique hardware. Old hardware, like ornate doorknobs, skeleton keys, or cast-iron hinges, often carries historical charm. People ripping out old fixtures might see them as trash, but you, spotting the craftsmanship, recognize their uniqueness. Collectors and DIY renovators crave authentic hardware for period-correct restorations. Examine metal finishing, inscriptions, or patent numbers to gauge age. Even a single high-quality knob can be worth more than you'd expect if it completes someone's set. Once you master antique hardware clues, these small, junk pieces start to shimmer with hidden potential. Functional tinkering. For rare items. Tinkering doesn't just apply to electronics. A mechanical typewriter with stuck keys may be easily freed with lubrication and a new ribbon. A vintage sewing machine missing a belt might roar back to life if you match the correct part. Being open to small mechanical fixes broadens your scope of hidden treasures. The ability to restore these items means you seize opportunities others skip due to intimidation. Combine tinkering with minor cosmetic refreshes, and you have a fully functional vintage piece sought after by hobbyists or home decorators. Cross-referencing trends on resale platforms. Resale platforms can hint at what's hot or undervalued in your area. By regularly browsing categories, like vintage decor or electronics, you see patterns in items that sell fast or command higher prices. This knowledge informs your treasure hunt. If you notice mid-century bar carts fetch a premium, that battered rolling cart you found might be a diamond in the rough. Cross-referencing these trends helps you gauge if a potential fix-up project truly aligns with a healthy demand, ensuring your effort pays off. Harnessing historical reproductions. Reproductions of classic designs sometimes hold moderate worth, especially if they're faithful to the original style. People might give them away believing they're worthless knockoffs. Yet certain high-quality reproductions or licensing deals, like classic Coca-Cola signs or reissues of iconic Eames chairs, retain collectible appeal. Spotting authenticity versus cheap imitation takes practice. Look for official licensing labels or consistent manufacturing details. While not as valuable as the genuine antique, a well-done repro can still interest collectors who appreciate the style without affording the original. Interior components that outlast exteriors. In some items, the exterior may be wrecked, but internal parts remain pristine. A scratched-up camera body with a perfectly working lens is a prime example. A dented vintage fridge may have shelves in excellent shape someone else needs for a restoration. If you train yourself to check inside, you can salvage valuable pieces. Stripping down a large object for its best components might be more practical than attempting a full restoration, and dedicated hobbyists will often pay for these salvaged parts. Breaking up sets for greater gain. Sometimes, a free item bundle includes multiple pieces. Splitting them yields higher collective value. For instance, a large dinnerware set might be incomplete, but the matching teapot or sugar bowl could be individually sought after. This principle applies to book series, toy collections, or toolkits. The missing or extra elements might hamper the item's overall allure, but parted out, each segment can become a hidden treasure. Understanding how to separate sets cleverly can boost your returns. Balancing restoration costs and rewards. A crucial step in unveiling hidden value is calculating restoration costs, time, money, or resources, against the potential reward. While you might identify a rare piece, if it needs extensive repairs or specialized parts, the net benefit could be minimal. Conversely, a simpler project with a moderate payoff might be more worthwhile. Knowing your own skill set, budget, and market demand helps you gauge if an item's hidden worth justifies the work. This balanced perspective keeps you from drowning in cumbersome projects that never pay off. Training your eye through repetition. Like any skill, spotting hidden treasures gets sharper with practice. Each time you inspect freebies, be it furniture, books, or decor, you refine your ability to spot craftsmanship, authenticity, or unique details. Over dozens of pickups, your brain forms a mental catalog of what typically signals value. Through repetition, you'll spot hallmark cues faster. You learn to sense weight differences that imply quality wood, or notice the subtle finishing that reveals hand-stitched fabric. As you gather experiences, your treasure hunting proficiency naturally intensifies. Revealing inner layers. Occasionally, an item's true essence is hidden by an outer shell, like a wooden chest coated in layers of ugly paint. If you see hints of solid oak beneath chipped color or sense that an old trunk's sturdy hardware is overshadowed by decades of grime, a little scraping or polishing can reveal a gem. Approaching items with the notion of peeling back layers, literal or figurative, encourages you to see potential well beyond first impressions. Those who invest in careful stripping or refinishing sometimes uncover exquisite grains and detailing no one else noticed. Connecting with specialty repair shops. Networking with local repair experts can expand your treasure hunting confidence. If you strike up a relationship with a furniture restorer, you'll learn which damages are easily fixed and which are deal breakers. A conversation with an electronics repair guru might highlight how simple or complex certain device issues are. Their guidance helps you accurately weigh the time and cost of repairs. Moreover, they might share leads about customers discarding reparable items, great opportunities for you to intercept and transform them into discovered gems. Transforming the overlooked into statement pieces. Hidden treasures aren't always about direct monetary value, sometimes it's about discovering a future conversation piece. For instance, a battered antique door could become your dining table's centerpiece with imaginative design. The personal satisfaction of turning something seemingly worthless into a stunning focal point can be priceless. Even if you aren't selling it, the unique flair it brings to your home transforms it from a free cast-off into an object of admiration that guests can't help but compliment. Celebrating each find, big or small. Finally, maintaining enthusiasm for this process keeps your eyes sharp for hidden treasures. Each time you spot a gem, whether it's a valuable antique or simply a quirky piece that brings you joy, celebrate the discovery. This positive reinforcement makes the hunt rewarding, fueling future endeavors. Over time, you'll accumulate stories of how you uncover treasures in unexpected places, and those anecdotes serve as motivation. This sense of excitement ensures you remain vigilant, open-minded, and proactive in your quest to uncover the next hidden marvel amidst the realm of free items. Lesson 17, Upcycling and Repurposing Free Items. Rethinking the value of used. When people talk about free items, they often envision scuffed furniture or mismatched dishware no one wants. However, there's an entire world of possibility lurking beneath the surface of used objects. This is where upcycling and repurposing come into play. Instead of seeing only flaws or age, you begin to see raw materials and components that can be transformed into something new and valuable. This mental shift is essential if you hope to breathe fresh life into discarded goods. Whether your goal is to decorate your home inexpensively, reduce waste, or kickstart a small business flipping items for profit, upcycling broadens your perspective. An old window frame might become a picture collage display, while a battered door can evolve into a stylish table. The key is to spot potential where others see rubbish. Defining upcycling versus repurposing. Although the terms sometimes overlap, there's a subtle difference between upcycling and repurposing. Upcycling typically involves enhancing an item's form and function while preserving or improving its core materials, for instance, turning a scratched wooden chair into a painted, reupholstered accent piece. Repurposing often shifts an item from its original function entirely, like making a bookshelf from a wooden ladder. Both methods keep materials out of landfills, but upcycling can focus on artistic upgrades, whereas repurposing might revolve around innovation. For free items that come your way, either approach can yield exciting results. A tall side table can get upcycled with fresh paint, or you can repurpose it by turning it into an indoor plant stand. Understanding these methods helps you decide the best route to reimagine each freebie. Advantages of upcycling and repurposing. One of the biggest benefits of transforming freebies is financial savings. Rather than buying brand new furniture or decor, you harness existing resources at little to no cost. You add creativity and skill instead of money. Beyond frugality, these processes also cut down on waste, a valuable contribution to environmental sustainability. Each time you intercept an item that might have ended up in a dumpster, you extend its lifespan and reduce consumption of new resources. Moreover, upcycled or repurposed pieces often hold unique character that mass-produced goods can't replicate. A vintage dresser with newly painted florals stands out in a way no store-bought item can. If you eventually sell your creations, you step into the entrepreneurial world of handmade or custom goods, leveraging the story behind each transformation to appeal to eco-conscious buyers. Finding inspiration and ideas. If you're new to upcycling or repurposing, you might wonder where to begin. The internet abounds with DIY tutorials, step-by-step guides, and vibrant communities devoted to creative reuse. Platforms like Pinterest and Instagram showcase countless before and after pictures that reveal how small tweaks drastically change an item's vibe. You could look up tags like #upcycledfurniture or #repurposedecor to spark your imagination. Offline, local craft fairs, maker spaces, or workshops can further expand your repertoire of techniques. Conversations with fellow upcyclers or crafters lead to fresh perspectives. Maybe someone shares a method for turning old shutters into a functional mail organizer. The more ideas you gather, the more you'll realize that almost any freebie can serve as a canvas for your creativity. Assessing condition and feasibility. Not every free item suits every upcycling or repurposing plan. Before starting a project, evaluate the piece's integrity and potential. Is the wood too rotted for refinishing, or can it be salvaged? Does rust compromise metal's strength beyond safe usage? If you're aiming for a sturdy end product, like a chair, you'll need a strong foundation. Alternatively, for purely decorative pieces, minor structural issues might be tolerable. Another factor is your own skill set. Do you have the know-how to replace upholstery or weld broken metal legs? Perhaps you can learn, but be honest about the time and tools you have. Overambitious attempts with no plan can lead to frustration. By thoroughly inspecting each item and matching it with feasible goals, you're setting yourself up for success in upcycling or repurposing. Essential tools for upcycling. To effectively upcycle and repurpose free items, assembling a reliable toolkit is key. Common supplies include sandpaper, paintbrushes, drills, screwdrivers, and a decent multi-purpose adhesive. If you plan to work with wood often, you'll want a sander or at least a sanding block to smooth surfaces and remove old finishes. A basic sewing kit can handle fabric repairs or cushion reupholstery, while paint pens or stencils help add decorative details. Over time, you might expand to power tools like a jigsaw or circular saw, enabling more ambitious transformations. Always prioritize safety gear, goggles, gloves, and masks, since tasks like stripping paint or cutting wood produce dust and debris. Even if your space is small, keep your tools organized in a corner or a rolling cart, ready for when inspiration, or a free item, strikes. Safety precautions in crafting. Working on upcycling projects can be fun, but it involves physical risk. Old paint might contain lead, so sanding or stripping it should happen outdoors or in well-ventilated rooms with masks on. Using power tools demands diligence. Ensure you read manuals, secure your workpiece, and never rush a cut. Be mindful about flammable materials like varnishes or solvents. Store them responsibly and keep them away from open flames. Also, test electronics carefully if you plan to incorporate them into a repurposed lamp or desk. Thoroughly check cords for fraying or internal damage. Another overlooked safety measure is posture. Using a stable table or workbench prevents strain on your back when painting or sanding for long stretches. Staying proactive about safety not only keeps you healthy but also ensures consistent progress without setbacks. Preparing surfaces for refinish. Much of upcycling success hinges on prepping surfaces correctly. For wooden pieces, removing old varnish or peeling paint is vital before applying new stains or colors. Start with coarse sandpaper to strip away top layers, then use finer grits to achieve a smooth finish. Wipe away dust thoroughly. Leftover particles can ruin paint adhesion. If a piece has minor cracks or chips, wood filler or putty can even out the surface. For metal objects, a rust removal product or wire brush is your friend. Once the rust is gone, apply a rust-inhibiting primer before final paint coats. Always ensure the piece is fully dry and free of grease or residues. Proper prep might seem tedious, but it cements the final result's durability and attractiveness. Choosing the right paints and finishes. Selecting compatible finishes can make or break your upcycled creation. For wood furniture, chalk paint offers a matte, vintage charm, whereas latex or acrylic paints often provide brighter, more modern looks. Oil-based paints can yield a durable coat but come with longer drying times and stronger fumes. If you desire a distressed, shabby chic vibe, you might purposely sand edges after painting. Finishes like polyurethane or lacquer seal and protect surfaces. Water-based polyurethane is popular for lower odor and easier cleanup. For metal, specialized rust-proof paints ensure longevity outdoors. Don't shy away from mixing techniques. Maybe a vibrant top color with a wax finish to highlight details. Experimentation helps you discover combos that match your personal style, but always do small tests on hidden spots to confirm you like the outcome before committing. Incorporating decorative elements. Part of the joy in upcycling is adding creative flourishes. Stencils can transform a dull tabletop into a conversation piece with motifs or lettering. Decoupage, applying cut-out paper or fabric, injects personality, and using a clear sealant like Mod Podge keeps it durable. You can also incorporate hardware, like new drawer pulls or ornate hinges, for a dramatic facelift. Adhering mosaic tiles or broken china shards can bring color and texture to wooden frames or planters. These design touches elevate a piece from prepared to refined. The trick is balancing bold statements with the piece's original charm. Feel free to experiment. If you make a misstep, like a messy stencil, sand it off, repaint, and try again. Consistent creativity refines your skills and ensures every item becomes uniquely your own. Upcycling inspiration for beginners not sure where to start. Try a small project first, like transforming a wooden chair. Sand it. Pick a fresh paint color, and recover the seat with a fun fabric. This straightforward approach teaches surface prep, painting, and minor upholstery in a single go. Alternatively, convert glass jars into decorative storage by painting them or adding decorative labels. Another simple venture is refinishing a side table's top with peel-and-stick wallpaper or a mosaic design. These beginner-friendly upcycles build confidence and help you understand your own style and skill preferences. As you see how basic methods yield big changes, you'll be eager for larger, more elaborate endeavors. Complex projects for advanced makers. Once you're comfortable, you can aim for more ambitious upcycling feats, like turning an old dresser into a bathroom vanity. That involves cutting a hole for plumbing, reinforcing structural support, and applying a water-resistant finish. Another challenge might be creating a bar cart from a salvaged industrial cart, requiring metalwork, custom shelving, and careful varnishing. You might even repurpose vintage doors into a unique bed headboard, complete with sanding, painting, and mounting. Advanced projects typically demand multiple skill sets, woodworking, metal cutting, or sewing, so plan meticulously and ensure you have or can borrow the right tools. Tackling these challenges showcases the impressive potential of free items when combined with expertise and perseverance. Merging multiple free finds into one item. Sometimes, synergy occurs when you combine various freebies into a single cohesive piece. Perhaps you find an antique wooden frame and a small, round mirror on separate occasions. By fitting them together, you create a distinctive mirrored frame. Or you could salvage legs from a broken table and attach them to a wooden crate for a custom coffee table with built-in storage. The process of mixing parts from different sources is especially rewarding because it transforms random cast-offs into a design that looks intentionally crafted. This modular approach also helps you use up leftover odds and ends, reducing waste while amplifying your project's uniqueness. Integrating upcycled pieces into interiors. After completing an upcycling project, the next step is integrating it gracefully into your living space. Consider color palettes and room themes. A newly upcycled turquoise dresser might serve as a bold accent in a neutral bedroom. In a minimalist living room, a single refurbished armchair with intricate stenciling can be the focal point. Balance is key. If your piece is highly decorative, ensure surrounding items don't clash. Experiment with placement. Sometimes, an upcycled stool might look perfect in a corner reading nook or a hallway. Don't be afraid to swap pieces around, especially as you complete more projects. Over time, you might form a cohesive environment that reflects your personal style, each item telling a story of creative reuse. Public or outdoor upcycling ideas. Repurposing free items isn't limited to indoor spaces. Think about your garden, patio, or balcony. Wooden pallets can become vertical planters or seating benches with some sanding and cushions. Old windows or doors might transform into decorative yard dividers or greenhouse-style potting stations. Metal buckets could be upcycled into planters or used for storing gardening tools. Even chipped teapots or ceramic bowls can become whimsical bird baths or feeders. Outdoor upcycling often emphasizes durability, so opt for weather-resistant finishes. The result is an inviting outdoor area that merges practical function with repurposed creativity, showcasing your resourcefulness to neighbors or guests. Repurposing for storage solution. Storage is a perpetual challenge in many homes, making repurposing a fantastic tactic to tidy up on a budget. Wooden crates, if sturdy, can stack to form shelving units for books or kitchenware. A large vintage trunk might serve as a coffee table plus hidden storage for blankets. Old drawers, detached from their original dresser, can be mounted on walls as floating shelves or used as underbed containers on wheels. Cleverly reconfiguring these freebies gives your home a personalized storage system that's both functional and stylish, proving that trash can indeed become treasure. Turning textiles into new creations. Fabric-based freebies, like tablecloths, curtains, or unused clothing, open pathways to creative transformations. Sew old curtains into cushion covers, or patch various fabric pieces into a quilt. If you have a flair for sewing, you might convert oversized men's shirts into trendy dresses or aprons. Even if your sewing skills are basic, you can craft reusable tote bags from durable textiles. By cutting and restitching the material, you give it a second life. This approach is particularly fulfilling because textiles often pile up in thrift shops or in people's closets. With each rescued piece, you're not just saving money but also decreasing the demand for new fabric production. Combining natural elements. Sometimes the best upcycling merges found items with elements from nature, like driftwood, stones, or branches. If you pick up a free glass tabletop, you could attach it to a driftwood base for a rustic coffee table. Smooth river stones might become handles on cabinet doors. A broken chair can morph into a whimsical garden seat if you embed branches or vines. Nature complements reclaimed materials by adding organic shapes and textures, producing a harmonious blend. Make sure any wood you gather from outdoors is dried and pest-free before incorporating it. This synergy with nature not only creates unique pieces but also emphasizes sustainability, highlighting that all materials can coexist in creative design. Upcycling collaborations and workshops. It's not necessary to upcycle alone. Inviting friends or family to collaborate on projects can be a fun group activity. Each person brings different ideas, and brainstorming collectively often sparks new approaches. Additionally, local maker spaces or community centers occasionally hold upcycling workshops. Attending or leading one fosters skills exchange. You might learn advanced painting methods from someone else, while teaching them your best technique for decoupage. These gatherings also serve as networking hubs where you might find more free item leads. A fellow upcycler could mention they have leftover pallets, or you might invite them to rummage your leftover materials for their own project. Collaboration ensures you keep learning and stays social, intensifying your passion for repurposing. Marketing your upcycled items. If your goal extends to generating income, you'll need strategies for selling your finished pieces. Online marketplaces, local craft fairs, or consignment shops can be avenues to showcase your transformations. Good photographs are essential. Take clear, well-lit shots, highlighting details and telling the item's story. Mention how it's sustainably upcycled from rescued materials, appealing to eco-minded shoppers. Price your items considering labor, creativity, and the item's uniqueness. Many consumers appreciate the time and artistry behind one-of-a-kind goods, so they're willing to pay more than you'd expect. While the market can be competitive, your personal touch and the narrative of giving new life to discards often resonate strongly with a niche of buyers seeking custom, meaningful furnishings or decor. Scaling upcycling into a business. Starting out, you may just transform a few freebies for personal enjoyment. But if the demand rises and you have a knack, you can expand into a full-fledged side hustle or small enterprise. Scaling involves consistent sourcing of materials, free items, a dedicated workspace, and a steady brand identity that customers learn to recognize. You might adopt a signature style, like bright retro designs or distressed farmhouse finishes, that sets your pieces apart. Building relationships with local donors can ensure a steady flow of supplies. Over time, you might hire helpers or outsource specialized tasks like upholstery. Documenting your process on social media is key to attracting loyal fans and potential customers. If done wisely, upcycling can transition from a hobby to a thriving business that merges profit with a sense of environmental stewardship. Creating themed collections. An effective way to elevate your upcycling profile is by producing themed collections. For instance, you might release a nautical set of repurposed items. Think of reclaimed wood painted in navy and white, rope handles, and anchor stencils. Another collection might revolve around a bohemian vibe, full of vibrant patterns and tassels. Grouping your upcycled pieces by theme streamlines your marketing, as customers can envision these items together in a room. It also gives you a direction. You'll consistently pick color schemes, hardware, and accent details that align with the theme. Releasing fresh collections each season or quarter keeps your work relevant and engaging for returning buyers or admirers. Documenting before and after transformations. A compelling aspect of upcycling is the dramatic change from junk to gem. Documenting these stages helps you reflect on your progress and also serves as powerful promotional material if you sell or share your projects. Snap pictures of the free item in its original condition, holes, stains, chipped paint, and all. Then record the steps: sanding, painting, sewing, or assembling. Finally, capture the finished piece from multiple angles. Side-by-side comparisons tell a captivating story, illustrating the piece's journey and your effort. People love seeing the creative process, and it builds credibility. Prospective buyers can see you truly revitalized something old rather than simply painting over flaws. Even if you don't sell your pieces, these photo records become a personal portfolio of your evolving artistry. Incorporating eco-friendly practices. Upcycling already leans eco-friendly, but you can further green your methods by choosing low VOC paints, non-toxic adhesives, and biodegradable or upcycled packing materials if you ship products. When cleaning old finishes, opt for safer solvents or natural cleaners. Also consider reusing leftover scraps. Smaller wood offcuts might become coasters or decorative plaques, while fabric remnants can create patchwork cushions or pot holders. Minimizing waste within your upcycling process aligns with the movement's ethos of sustainability. You can share these practices in your project descriptions, highlighting that your approach to reimagining items also respects the environment at each step. Handling larger architectural salvage beyond furniture and decor. Upcycling can include larger architectural elements like windows, doors, beams, and shutters. These salvage items can become room dividers, headboards, or entire wall installations. If you have the space, gathering such pieces from demolition sites or free listings can yield substantial building blocks for creative designs. An old barn door, for instance, might become a sliding partition in a modern home. However, such undertakings require more planning, structural integrity is crucial, and proper mounting ensures safety. Additionally, be mindful of potential hazards, like lead paint or compromised wood. With careful preparation, architectural salvage projects can form the centerpiece of an upcycled environment, bridging past and present in striking ways. Upcycling for gifts and community projects. Another gratifying aspect of upcycling and repurposing is creating handmade gifts for loved ones or donating to community efforts. An upcycled toy chest, carefully painted with a child's favorite characters, can become a memorable birthday present. A refashioned clothing hamper might help a local shelter in need of organizational solutions. These thoughtful contributions spread goodwill and highlight the value in repurposed materials. By custom tailoring each item's style and function to suit the recipient, you instill deeper meaning in the piece. Meanwhile, you practice your upcycling craft, refine techniques, and expand your network. A grateful friend or organization might reciprocate by mentioning you to others or offering additional free items. Working with different mediums. Diversity of materials is a hallmark of free sourcing. One day you might find a wooden desk, the next day a box of mismatched tiles, and later some leftover PVC piping. Don't shy away from unfamiliar materials. A mosaic tabletop could incorporate broken tile shards, while PVC pipe might become modular storage or a whimsical garden arch. Exploring these mediums enriches your skill set. Each new material demands different cutting methods, adhesives, or finishing processes. Over time, your toolkit broadens, and you begin thinking across categories: metal with wood, fabric with glass, or plastic with rope. This willingness to experiment fuels endless creativity and ensures your repurposing never stagnates. Overcoming common pitfalls. While upcycling is highly rewarding, pitfalls exist. Underestimating the time or tools needed can cause frustration if you're halfway through reupholstering a sofa and realize you lack the proper stapler. Another issue is over-decorating. Too many elements can clutter a design. Pace yourself to avoid burnout and learn to judge when a project is complete. Also keep an eye on finishing quality. An uneven paint job or sloppy joints undermine your item's perceived value. By acknowledging these traps, you can plan projects more realistically, giving each piece the care it deserves. Accept that some attempts will be learning experiences rather than masterpieces, and approach each new endeavor with improved caution and technique. Collaborating with local businesses. Part of upcycling's charm lies in community connections. You might form relationships with local hardware shops, paint stores, or even small boutiques. They may provide discounts on supplies or let you display your finished items in their windows, gaining exposure. In exchange, you highlight their store when telling customers where you sourced materials. Similarly, if you sell your creations, a boutique might offer a corner shelf for your upcycled art. These symbiotic relationships help you access supplies more affordably and expand your audience. Don't hesitate to pitch collaboration ideas. A cafe could feature your revamped chairs, or a bookstore might display reworked shelves showcasing your craft. Each alliance weaves you deeper into your local creative scene. Documenting techniques and tricks. As your repertoire grows, consider recording your best methods in a personal journal or digital file. Note which primer worked best on metal surfaces, how many coats of chalk paint you typically apply, or what ratio of paint to water yields a successful whitewash. Also track repair hacks, like substituting wood glue with epoxy under certain conditions. This living repository ensures consistency in future projects and helps you refine your craft. Additionally, if you decide to teach workshops or create tutorial videos, you'll have a reference for the small details that novices find invaluable. Over time, your documentation becomes a unique knowledge bank, reflecting your journey from newbie upcycler to seasoned maker. Infusing personal style. One of the most fulfilling parts of upcycling is that each piece can reflect your personal aesthetic. Maybe you adore bold geometric patterns, or you gravitate towards subdued, earthy tones. By consistent use of a signature palette, motif, or finish, you develop a recognizable style that ties your projects together. This is particularly helpful if you sell items. Buyers learn to identify your hallmark. Even if you keep them at home, a consistent style unifies your space. Don't be afraid to evolve it over time. Your aesthetic might shift from industrial chic to bohemian flair as you discover new techniques or influences. Embrace these changes, as they keep your creations fresh and authentic. Experimenting with stencil and transfer techniques for custom detailing. Stencils and image transfers offer fantastic possibilities. A plain wooden tabletop transforms with a floral stencil pattern. Or you can transfer vintage artwork or typography onto dressers and cabinet doors. The process typically involves printing your chosen design, applying a special medium, then carefully transferring it onto the surface. While it takes patience to avoid wrinkles or blurring, the result can appear as though painted by hand. Stencils are simpler. Tape them in place, dab paint gently, and peel away to reveal crisp shapes. You can layer multiple stencils for depth or incorporate shading for realism. These finishing touches infuse your repurposed items with a polished, artisan feel. Incorporating LED lighting technology merges well with upcycling. Adding LED strips or small light fixtures can breathe new life into items. An old mirror frame might become an illuminated vanity piece. A wooden crate can double as a nightlight for a child's room if you attach LED strips inside. Because LEDs produce little heat, they're safer for upcycled installations than older bulbs. Just ensure cords are neatly managed, or use battery-powered lights for a cordless look. This modern twist often impresses people who don't expect older materials to blend seamlessly with contemporary lighting. The glow also highlights textures and colors you've worked hard to create. Storytelling and branding. If you're showcasing your upcycled projects, whether online or at local events, telling each piece's story resonates with audiences. Share how you found the item, the condition it was in, and the transformation process. Perhaps you discovered an old door left curbside, once belonging to a historic home. When you transform it into a statement table, that narrative enriches its appeal. Branding. Your upcycling endeavor might involve naming your mini business or blog, using consistent colors in your promotional materials, and stamping your finished products with a small maker's mark. Customers enjoy connecting with the maker and the story behind each item, making your brand distinct from generic retail. Building a loyal community. As you craft upcycled goods, you naturally attract like-minded folks interested in eco-conscious practices and creativity. Encourage feedback from these supporters. Ask what they'd love to see next or which color scheme intrigues them. Host occasional giveaways or limited releases to keep them engaged. Online, you could form a group where members swap ideas or highlight their own upcycling attempts. Offline, you might run small demos or show and tells in a local library or maker space. The result is a supportive micro-community that shares resources, tips, and enthusiasm. By nurturing these connections, you create lasting relationships that extend beyond a single transaction. People support your journey because they feel part of it, proud to champion sustainable reuse. Revitalizing fabrics and upholstery. Fabrics often deteriorate first in furniture, but a worn-out cushion doesn't mean the entire chair is junk. Learning basic upholstery, removing old staples, replacing padding, and attaching fresh cloth, dramatically upgrades a piece's look and feel. If you enjoy patterns, you can experiment with bold prints on seat cushions, reintroducing color into a drab room. Reupholstery also hides small structural flaws if the item is basically sound. Seat webbing might need reinforcing, which is a straightforward fix once the fabric is off. For older chairs, add a layer of new foam for comfort. This synergy of comfort and style ensures a rescued piece becomes more desirable than it ever was in its original form. Transforming office supplies. In the digital age, many office essentials become obsolete quickly: file cabinets, paper trays, or even large conference tables. Instead of viewing them as relics, consider repurposing them for home storage or decorative solutions. A metal file cabinet can be painted bright teal, with each drawer labeled for craft supplies. A wide conference table might become your new dining surface, needing only a sanding and stain to shed its corporate vibe. Desk organizers can transform into bathroom caddies or kitchen spice racks. By shifting these items' environments, you underscore how office junk can integrate seamlessly into home life once it's spruced up with creativity. Discovering hidden drawers and secret compartments. Some older furniture pieces include hidden compartments or drawers that might initially be stuck. Gently prying them open can reveal small storage spaces for personal items, an exciting novelty if you intend to keep the piece. If you plan to sell, these features add an element of mystery. A dresser with a hidden jewelry box or a side table concealing a secret slot is intriguing. When you're upcycling, highlight such unique aspects. Clean them up, ensure they function well, and maybe decorate the hidden sections with a surprise pattern. This playful charm enthralls buyers who crave furniture with a story or an unexpected twist, elevating the piece's perceived value. Combining old and new materials. Upcycling doesn't mandate that all components must be old. Mixing modern hardware, like sleek brushed steel handles, onto a vintage wooden desk can yield a compelling contrast. Or you might incorporate new, durable tabletop glass onto an antique sewing machine base. This blend often appeals to those who appreciate the tension between rustic and contemporary aesthetics. The old portion carries history, while the new piece adds functional or design improvements. If executed tastefully, the synergy is eye-catching and practical. The secret is ensuring cohesive color palettes or complementary shapes so the end product looks intentional rather than haphazard. Storytelling through themed rooms. Upcycled items can anchor themed spaces. Imagine a reading nook decked out in reclaimed bookstore shelving, an old library card catalog turned side table, and a battered ladder turned blanket rack. Each piece ties back to the concept of bookish chic. Or for a coastal retreat, gather weathered wood from a boat salvage, plus netting or rope details. Upcycled decor cements the theme more authentically than store-bought replicas because the materials have genuine age and texture. The narrative that each item has a past resonates strongly with guests. By carefully curating multiple upcycled pieces around one storyline, you create immersive environments that are more than just rooms, they're experiences, each item a page in the bigger story you're telling. Emphasizing repair over replacement at its heart, upcycling champions the idea that repairing items should come before discarding them. A chipped ceramic vase might regain its splendor through gold kintsugi-style mending, turning the breakage into a decorative highlight. A wobbly chair leg can be stabilized with glue and a brace. This shift from disposable to mendable fosters a mindset of valuing longevity in objects. For freebies, it's especially relevant. You're saving items slated for the trash, proving they still have a future. Emphasizing repair nurtures deeper respect for craftsmanship and resources, reminding us that extending an item's life can be profoundly satisfying. Collaborating with skilled artisans. Some upcycling concepts exceed your expertise, like intricate metal welding or advanced wood carving. In those cases, teaming up with local artisans can produce remarkable results. You supply a free item's raw materials and creative direction, and they contribute specialized skills. For instance, reimagining a wrought iron bed frame might call for a blacksmith's input, or converting a carriage wheel into a functional chandelier might need an electrician's knowledge. The final piece emerges from joint effort, blending your visionary approach with their technical prowess. Splitting any resulting profit or trading services fosters mutual respect, leading to ongoing partnerships that expand both of your capabilities. Documenting environmental impact. As you delve deeper into upcycling, you might become curious about its broader ecological significance. Calculating how many pounds of material you've saved from landfills or how many gallons of water are conserved by reusing wood can be enlightening. Sharing these metrics with friends, family, or potential buyers underscores the value of your efforts. It's one thing to show a pretty upcycled table, it's another to say, I rescued 20 pounds of oak from the dump, which equals a sizable carbon saving. These tangible numbers can make your items more appealing, especially to eco-conscious communities. They also give you personal satisfaction, seeing the cumulative positive effect your hobby or business has on the planet. Designing for versatility when repurposing an item, sometimes it's wise to embed flexibility into the design. For example, an upcycled coffee table with adjustable height legs could later serve as a desk or kitchen workspace. A modular shelf might allow reconfiguration if the owner's storage needs change. By thinking beyond a single function, you amplify an item's lifespan. Future owners might keep it around longer since it adapts to their evolving lifestyles. This foresight is particularly beneficial if you sell the piece, as prospective buyers often look for multi-use options that justify the investment in custom or upcycled furniture. Balancing creativity with resale appeal. If your end goal is selling your upcycled projects, you'll want to gauge how far you push creative boundaries. Highly artistic or eccentric pieces may enchant certain buyers but alienate a wider audience. On the flip side, subtle or universally appealing designs might attract more buyers but feel less personally expressive. Striking the right balance can be tricky. Some sellers create multiple lines, a standard collection with broad appeal and a signature, art series, for those seeking distinctive flair. This approach ensures you don't stifle your creativity while still catering to various markets. Monitoring which pieces sell faster helps refine your direction. Over time, you'll hone a style that resonates with your personal tastes and an appreciative buyer base. Inspiring others to upcycle. Having experienced the transformative magic of upcycling freebies, you can inspire friends or the broader community to try it themselves. Simple gestures like gifting a small upcycled item or sharing a how-to post on social media might spark someone else's interest. Leading a local workshop or producing brief tutorial videos can also motivate novices. When people witness firsthand how you turned a bland dresser into a unique art piece, they realize upcycling is within reach. Encouraging others doesn't diminish your own supply of freebies, in fact, it broadens the culture of reuse, making more people likely to rescue and share items. Over time, you create a ripple effect that champions sustainability on a community-wide scale. Showcasing upcycled spaces. If you accumulate enough repurposed furnishings, your living or working space might become an unofficial showroom. Inviting neighbors or clients for a tour provides real-world context on how such items function daily. They see that upcycled furniture is stable, comfortable, and aesthetically pleasing. You can explain each piece's backstory, where you found it, how you fixed it, and what materials you used. This narrative approach transforms an ordinary visit into an immersive experience. In turn, guests might donate more freebies or commission custom work. Even if you're not selling, you highlight the value of secondhand materials, influencing others to adopt similar practices or at least to see used goods differently. Evolving with new trends and techniques. The creative landscape for upcycling and repurposing never stands still. New trends pop up, like color block painting or eco-resin art, while classic techniques go in and out of fashion. Staying curious ensures you don't get stuck in outdated methods. Maybe you experiment with poured epoxy finishes that create vibrant, glossy surfaces. Or you might learn advanced distressing techniques that mimic authentic age. Engaging with online tutorials, maker fairs, or crafters on social media helps keep your skill set fresh. This perpetual learning means your upcycled pieces remain contemporary and appealing, fueling ongoing excitement for each new project you undertake. Turning mistakes into innovations. Along the way, you'll make plenty of errors, botched paint jobs, misaligned cuts, or adhesives that don't hold. Rather than letting these setbacks discourage you, treat them as opportunities to discover novel solutions. A paint drip might become an intentional texture effect if you refine the approach. A miscalculated saw cut might inspire a design tweak that's more interesting than the original plan. This flexible mindset is crucial to the upcycling ethos, to see potential beyond conventional boundaries. Each mistake you conquer contributes to a more inventive outcome and fosters resilience in your creative process. Over time, you'll realize that your most praised creations often started from a misstep you cleverly salvaged. Encouraging a personal sense of pride. Finally, remember that upcycling free items should bring personal fulfillment, an intangible reward that transcends monetary gain or environmental impact alone. Each piece you complete embodies your ingenuity, patience, and resourcefulness. The satisfaction of watching an object metamorphose from discarded to delightful is profound. It shows that with enough vision and effort, you can rewrite an item's fate. This sense of accomplishment fosters self-confidence, fueling more ambitious ideas and a greater willingness to take on new challenges. Whether your motivation is purely creative, or you aim to build a thriving repurposing enterprise, take pride in every step. In the end, your journey exemplifies how imagination, combined with upcycled materials, can generate beauty, utility, and sustainable living, for both yourself and the broader community. Lesson 18: Managing inventory costs when sourcing free items. It's easy to overlook the costs associated with storing, transporting, and maintaining them. Even if the initial acquisition is $0, hidden expenses can add up: gas for pickups, packing materials, repairs, or wasted space. Managing these inventory costs becomes critical if you want to keep free sourcing sustainable, whether it's just a hobby or part of a growing resale venture. By taking a mindful approach, you'll preserve your budget, optimize your storage, and maintain a healthy rhythm of acquisition and distribution. This lesson explores strategies for controlling the sometimes unseen financial burden behind your free collection efforts. A fundamental principle is recognizing that free doesn't always mean zero total cost. Each item you bring home demands some level of attention, time, space, cleaning, or refurbishing. If these elements exceed your capacity, the item effectively imposes a cost on you, even without a purchase price. Take, for instance, bulky furniture. You might have picked it up for free from a curbside, but if it requires an expensive truck rental or has to be stored in a paid unit for months, you're losing money. By assigning a rough monetary value to these resource drains, you develop a sharper sense of whether an item is truly worth collecting. Another essential aspect is building a budget for your free sourcing activities, even though you're not paying for the items themselves. For many people, the idea of a budget only applies to direct purchases. But a separate micro-budget for your free inventory can shed light on recurring expenses, from buying paint and brushes for refurbishing to covering occasional hauling fees. This budgeting step doesn't have to be complex, it can be as simple as tracking in a spreadsheet or a notes app. But it forms a crucial foundation. Once you see the monthly total of these small costs, you can plan to offset them, or decide to pass up certain items that are too expensive to fix. Time itself is a cost often overlooked. If you spend hours driving across town to pick up one questionable freebie, or days struggling to repair something that yields minimal benefit, that's time you could have directed to more profitable or enjoyable pursuits. Placing a value on your labor can help filter out low-value acquisitions. Even if you're just upcycling for personal satisfaction, be honest about your time constraints. Overloading yourself with endless, project pieces can lead to burnout and frustration, effectively devaluing your entire sourcing hobby. Finally, a critical concept is the opportunity cost of space. In a storage room, garage, or workshop, each square foot you devote to an unproductive free item can't house something else more beneficial. If you're trying to flip items for profit, tying up your workspace with unsellable clutter slows your progress. Similarly, in a personal context, a disorganized home environment might raise stress levels or hamper daily living. Recognizing the cost of space compels you to keep your inventory lean, focusing on items with the highest potential for usage or resale, rather than collecting indiscriminately. To effectively control inventory costs, you can establish a system to categorize potential pickups. Think of it like a quick mental check. Is this item immediately usable, a simple fix, or a project piece needing significant time and money? Items requiring less effort or expense should rank higher. Meanwhile, a piece that needs extensive repairs or specialized parts might sit in a queue, eating up resources. By quickly categorizing freebies, you avoid hauling random projects home that never see completion. Another proactive measure is standardizing a pickup radius. Fuel can be a silent drain on your budget if you frequently drive long distances for a single free item. Setting a limit, like staying within a 10 or 15-mile radius, helps curb transportation costs. Of course, you might stretch that radius for an exceptionally valuable find, but having a default guideline prevents you from chasing every lead across the city. This geographic discipline ensures your free sourcing remains efficient, saving both time and fuel. Once you acquire items, cycle them swiftly. Think of your inventory like a revolving door rather than a stagnant holding pen. If something lingers too long, it bogs down your system and racks up hidden costs, like storage fees or wasted space. You can impose self-deadlines. If I haven't repaired or sold this by the end of the month, I'll donate it to a thrift shop or relist it as free for someone else. Such time-bound policies discourage hoarding and keep your workspace fluid, ensuring fresh acquisitions have room to breathe. Maintaining a small stock of essential repair supplies can streamline your refurbishment process and save money in the long run. Buying sandpaper, paint, or basic replacement parts in bulk or when on sale can be more economical than purchasing them at full price for each individual project. This inventory of inventory supplies means you're less tempted to buy overpriced materials on the fly, which can sabotage your budget. But be mindful, stocking too many materials you don't use can lead to waste, so track your consumption patterns to keep the supply balanced. When you do decide to invest in an item's restoration, set a spending cap relative to its prospective value. For a potential flip, you might decide never to exceed 30% of its estimated selling price in repair costs. If it's a personal use piece, identify what you'd normally pay for a similar new item, then keep your refurbishing expenses below that figure. This approach ensures you don't pour excessive resources into a piece that can't recover or justify the outlay. Having a cost threshold in place transforms vague, I might fix it up one day, impulses into strategic decisions about whether to proceed or walk away. An overlooked budgetary factor is the cost of listing and marketing items if you plan to resell. Platforms like certain online marketplaces may charge fees, or you might pay for premium listings to reach more buyers. Even if you rely on free apps or local Facebook groups, you spend time taking photos, writing descriptions, and dealing with inquiries. This labor represents a hidden cost. Hence, if you approach your free sourcing as a side hustle, factor in an hour or two each week dedicated to listing tasks. Over-accumulating items can lead to a backlog that demands significant time to advertise or coordinate with potential takers. Equipment maintenance is another area that siphons money quietly. If you use your personal vehicle for hauling large items, the wear and tear can mount up, tires, suspension, or extra oil changes. Similarly, if you're using tools like a power sander or drill, you'll occasionally need replacement bits, sanding pads, or machine tune-ups. While these costs might be sporadic, ignoring them skews your perception of how profitable or cost-effective your free sourcing truly is. Keeping a record helps you see patterns, like how frequently you replace a particular tool, and adjust your strategy accordingly, perhaps by investing in more durable equipment or partnering with a friend who also upcycles. Hoarding spares for future use might sound thrifty, but it can trap you in an inventory bloat. Over time, you collect spare handles, extra fabric scraps, or leftover paint cans. If managed well, these can reduce future costs. However, if your storeroom becomes a hoarder's paradise of never-used supplies, it's a net loss, both financially, if you purchase them, and in terms of storage. A solution is regular inventory checks. If you haven't used certain spares in 6 months or a year, consider donating or discarding them. This keeps your workspace organized, ensuring you can quickly find the materials you genuinely need. Collaboration can reduce both your direct and indirect costs. Teaming up with a friend for pickups can split gas expenses. Working with a local restorer who might handle advanced fixes at a discount in exchange for items you can't use is another approach. If you're flipping furniture, you can share a storage unit with a partner, dividing rental fees while each uses allocated space. Similarly, bulk ordering finishing supplies or hardware with others can net volume discounts. By forming these alliances, you not only lower expenses but also expand your resources and skill sets, making the entire free sourcing venture smoother. Lastly, keep an eye on intangible costs like stress or clutter anxiety. A home overrun by half-finished freebies can harm mental well-being or strain relationships with roommates or family. While intangible, these stressors push people to abandon free sourcing altogether. Learning to manage your inventory includes ensuring you maintain a livable environment. Communicating openly with those who share your space about how many items you'll keep at once or which areas are designated for project storage fosters harmony. Regularly reevaluating and decluttering prevents these intangible costs from overshadowing the joy and practicality of collecting free items. Tracking your inventory effectively helps you stay on top of costs. Even a simple spreadsheet listing each item's date of acquisition, any repair expenses, and target completion date can work wonders. You can add a status column, like to repair, listed for sale, or ready to donate. This document ensures no item languishes overlooked for months, silently consuming space or money. By revisiting this tracker weekly, you hold yourself accountable and consistently move items through your pipeline, reducing wasted resources. Another method to tame costs is adopting a one-in, one-out policy for certain categories. If you already have multiple chairs waiting for repairs, decide not to pick up another until you've finished at least one. This approach is especially helpful if you're prone to accumulating numerous projects but rarely finishing them. It curbs impulse pickups, forcing you to evaluate your real bandwidth. By capping how many items of a certain type you keep, you avoid the hidden cost of time spent managing an unwieldy stockpile. Consider the total cost of each item's life cycle, from acquisition and repair to selling or eventual disposal. For instance, if you snag a free desk but wind up paying for disposal 6 months later because it never sold or you lost interest, that's a net cost. Each piece should ideally have a final destination, be it a completed upcycle in your home, a confirmed buyer, or a planned donation. The clearer your plan, the lower your risk of incurring disposal charges or grudgingly paying for a junk removal service. Life cycle thinking helps you remain strategic at every stage. Rental storage is a tempting solution for overflow, but it can quickly become a financial black hole. Before you commit to a storage unit, calculate if the items inside genuinely justify the monthly rent. If they don't, you're better off not picking them up in the first place or letting them go sooner. Storage can serve as a short-term measure. Maybe you found a large volume of seasonal items you'll sell in the right season, but be sure to set an end date. Otherwise, the cumulative rent might exceed the profit or value gleaned from those freebies. Keep shipping expenses in mind if you expand to an online market beyond your local area. For heavy or bulky items, shipping can be prohibitive. Even smaller goods might require packaging materials and shipping fees that eat into potential earnings. Some resellers incorporate shipping costs into the final price, but if you're not careful, you could lose money or undercut your competitive advantage. If your budget doesn't cover these logistics, consider focusing on local sales or pickups, which reduce complexity and cost. Alternatively, factor shipping into your initial cost calculation. Is the item still free if shipping materials and postage devour your margin? One way to mitigate costs is by standardizing certain item categories. For instance, if your specialty is refurbishing wooden chairs, you likely know the typical hardware, paint, and fabric needed. You'll keep a limited range of seat cushion materials on hand, so you can quickly rotate new finds. This specialization streamlines your inventory management and supply stock, reducing the guesswork and impulse buys that inflate costs. Specialization also helps you gain expertise, working faster and making fewer mistakes, which saves time and money in the long run. In contrast, chasing every niche or random freebie can scatter your focus. Suppose you pick up electronics one week, then a set of vintage teacups the next, followed by large office furniture. You might need wildly different storage solutions, tools, and sales strategies for each category. While variety can be fun, it can also balloon your costs. If your space or budget is limited, focusing on a narrower range of items is often more cost-effective. By understanding the market and typical refurbishing needs of one or two categories, you minimize supply redundancy and reduce the chance of half-completed projects lying around. Batch processing, your repairs or refurbishments is another efficiency booster that keeps expenditures in check. If you're planning to paint multiple pieces, do them all in one session, mixing paint once, cleaning brushes once. Similarly, group your sanding tasks or minor woodworking repairs. This approach saves on setup time, electricity, if using power tools, and material wastage. It also fosters a sense of production rhythm. Once you're in painting mode, you move from one piece to the next seamlessly, lowering the incremental time spent resetting your workspace. Batching keeps you from stretching each project out in a fragmented, inefficient manner. Another technique is partial disassembly or parting out. If you pick up an item but realize it won't be easily sold or used in its current form, consider salvaging the valuable components. This approach can offset costs by letting you discard the rest promptly rather than holding onto a large, unwieldy object. For instance, a damaged dresser might have salvageable drawer pulls and intact wooden boards that can be repurposed. Removing these pieces frees up storage space while potentially yielding valuable bits for future projects. It also helps you avoid spending on expensive brand new hardware or materials down the line. Maintaining a strong local network can also alleviate costs. If your friend loves painting but hates sanding, you might exchange tasks, trade your prep work for their finishing touches. Or an acquaintance might have free storage space in exchange for helping them fix some items. Collaboration, when done fairly, reduces each person's individual outlay, be it in money or time. This communal approach can be especially helpful for bigger pieces that require multiple people to move or for projects needing specialized tools. Leveraging social connections and skill sharing keeps expenses from piling solely on your shoulders. Marketing, especially if you're selling upcycled pieces, can be a hidden cost if you choose premium ad placements or pay for social media boosts. While occasional paid promotions might be worthwhile, like a holiday season campaign to move your refurbished chairs, overuse can strain your budget. Focus on organic methods first, share in relevant Facebook groups, post pictures on Instagram with strategic hashtags, and build a reputation through word of mouth. If you do invest in paid ads, set a budget cap and monitor results to ensure your expenses don't overshadow profits. For those with a penchant for auctions or estate clearouts, be aware of free items that come with conditions, like mandatory pickups of an entire lot. Taking additional junk just to get the few pieces you want can lead to disposal fees or hours of sorting. Before committing, confirm if you can walk away with only the parts you need. If not, weigh whether the overall cost of discarding the excess is worth acquiring the real gems. This skillful negotiation or clarity up front prevents the disappointment of hauling a truckload of junk that ends up costing you more than the treasure you aimed for. Engaging with local charities can also help keep inventory costs manageable. Some nonprofits might offer free or low-cost disposal if you donate items that didn't sell. Others may let you rent a booth at a low rate during rummage sales, saving you marketing costs. However, be cautious not to treat charities as dumping grounds for worthless items. Only donate pieces in decent shape or that they can actually use. Building a positive relationship with charities ensures they might occasionally pass along items they can't use themselves but see as upcycling candidates. This circle of goodwill benefits both parties and curtails expenses on your side. While it's tempting to chase volume, collecting as many freebies as possible, quality often trumps quantity in cost management. Each low-quality item you pick up demands at least some resources, time to evaluate, space to store, maybe cleaning. If it ends up worthless, that's a total loss. Instead, pick items that align with your skill set and your market or personal needs. Over time, you'll develop a keen sense for which freebies present real potential and which ones are merely a burden in disguise. This quality over quantity mindset helps you focus your energy and reduce extraneous costs. Lastly, don't underestimate the power of bartering. If you have a piece someone else wants, they might offer painting services or storage space in return. Bartering bypasses monetary expenses, creating a win-win scenario. Both parties reduce out-of-pocket costs while obtaining what they need. In a robust local network, bartering can replace multiple cash transactions, benefiting everyone. By staying open to trade offers, you keep your effective inventory costs lower, preserve your cash, and deepen community ties. This synergy embodies the very spirit of free sourcing, harnessing collective resources and creativity to minimize waste and expense. Keeping personal consumption in check is crucial for managing inventory costs. Sometimes, a free item might not need any repairs or upgrades, but we bring it home purely because it's free, only to realize it doesn't fit our decor or we don't actually need it. Stacking up these impulsive acquisitions ultimately means more effort or cost down the road when you have to store them or get rid of them. Practicing restraint, even in the face of perfectly good freebies, ensures you invest your resources, time, money, storage, only in items that genuinely enhance your living space or your resale stock. If your free sourcing path leans toward flipping, consistent branding can also reduce overheads. For instance, if you consistently produce a certain style of upcycled furniture, your marketing materials or listing templates remain uniform. This saves time since you don't need to redesign or rewrite everything with each listing. You can also store brand-appropriate finishing supplies, like your signature paint colors, knowing you'll use them again. Standardizing your brand approach is an indirect cost-saving measure, preventing wasted hours on reinventing processes or buying one-off design elements that never get reused. In some cases, you can pool resources with fellow upcyclers or free sourcers. Perhaps you form a small collective where members rotate hosting yard sales. By combining items, you attract a bigger crowd than you would individually, spreading the advertising cost among multiple sellers. Another possibility is a shared workshop space. Splitting rent and utilities with others who also need a place to refurbish items lowers your overhead dramatically. While these group ventures require coordination and trust, they can be game changers in cost management if structured fairly. Leveraging local events can help you shift inventory quickly and cheaply. Some communities hold monthly swap meets, free markets, or free day events where people come together to exchange items. By participating, you can offload pieces that haven't sold or that you no longer want to store. Each item you move out is one less cost center, freeing up space and mental bandwidth. Meanwhile, you can keep an eye out for higher potential replacements. This cyclical approach balances inflow with outflow, preventing excessive buildup of unsold freebies. As you refine your cost management strategies, consider implementing a quick profit and loss assessment for each project. If you're flipping, track the item's final sale minus the cost of materials, time, and overhead like listing fees. Even if you don't officially run a business, seeing these numbers clarifies which types of items yield solid returns and which barely break even. Over time, you'll notice patterns. Maybe large wood tables always sell well, while small plastic gizmos rarely do. Adapting your sourcing choices based on these insights is a surefire way to tighten up inventory expenses. If you find your free sourcing hobby is expanding faster than you can handle, setting monthly or weekly pickup limits can keep costs under control. For instance, you could aim to pick up no more than 2 items a week or only attend free sourcing events on weekends. This self-imposed boundary prevents you from swamping yourself with unplanned acquisitions. It also gives you consistent intervals to process, fix, and sell the items you have before gathering more. This level of pacing helps keep your cost metrics stable rather than wildly fluctuating from one frenzy of acquisitions to the next. Periodic inventory audits can be a game changer. Every month or quarter, line up all your items, virtually or physically, and evaluate progress. Ask questions like, which pieces are lying untouched, or, did I overspend on materials for that dresser? Some items might be better off donated or relisted if they're not moving. Such audits curb complacency, forcing you to confront the real cost and viability of each piece. Seeing everything in one place also encourages you to group items for batch processing or to identify duplicates that could be sold in bundles. Delaying gratification is another trick. If you spot a free listing but aren't sure about the cost of refurbishing or storage, waiting 24 hours to reflect can clarify whether it's truly worth it. If the item gets claimed by someone else during that window, it likely wasn't meant to be. If it remains, your interest is presumably genuine, not impulsive. This waiting period helps you evaluate costs, time, materials, space, calmly, preventing rash pickups that bloat your budget. Over time, disciplined cooling off fosters a more curated, cost-efficient approach to sourcing. Managing relationships with frequent item donors can also reduce hidden costs. If a local business or neighbor often gives away freebies, politely explaining your constraints, like limited storage or a preference for certain types of items, means they'll only contact you for relevant offers. This targeted approach avoids the expense of rummaging through items you can't use. In return, you might show gratitude with a small gesture, like a gift card or offering to help them haul away something else. Cultivating respectful donor relationships saves you from wasted trips or dealing with worthless objects out of obligation. Considering insurance or liability for your workspace may matter once you collect enough items or handle them in higher value contexts. If your workshop is at home, does your homeowner's policy cover accidents related to refurbishing furniture or selling them? If you store items in a rented facility, do you need a separate policy to protect against theft or damage? While insurance might seem overkill for a small hobby, it becomes relevant if you store valuable items or host clients in your workspace. Factoring such protective measures into your budget ensures you're not blindsided by big financial hits if misfortune strikes. If you operate with partial automation, like setting online alerts for keywords or using chatbots to handle buyer inquiries, be mindful of subscription fees. Some alert services or specialized apps might charge monthly. Evaluate if the money you save by quickly nabbing high-value freebies or cutting your admin time offsets that subscription. If it does, great, it's an efficient solution. If not, reevaluate whether you can rely on free alerts or manual scanning. Similarly, if using shipping or inventory management software for your flipping operation, track if its cost is recouped through higher sales volume or better organization. Occasionally, you might encounter deals where sellers, or givers, ask for a small sum to cover pickup fees or partial shipping for a free item. These borderline scenarios can be tricky. If the item's worth it, paying $10 for a costly shipping scenario might still be beneficial. But if you find yourself repeatedly paying minor fees, your cost advantage erodes. Approach these requests with a cost-benefit analysis, ensuring each micro-fee doesn't accumulate into a big overhead. Having a dedicated space at home, a free item workshop or corner of the garage, streamlines operations. If your refurbishment zone merges with living areas, you risk paint spills on couches or tools scattered around, raising friction with other household members, and potential replacement costs for damaged property. By designating a workshop, you centralize tools, keep surfaces ready for painting or sanding, and maintain some order. This zone also makes cleanup more manageable, reducing the cost of accidental damage or extended cleaning sessions after each project. If you intend to host a yard sale or pop-up market day to sell your refurbished freebies, plan these events methodically. Marketing them via local social media or flyers might cost a bit, but coordinate with neighbors to hold a community sale. That shared advertisement often draws bigger crowds with each seller only paying a fraction of the promotional costs. A well-organized event ensures maximum foot traffic, boosting your likelihood of clearing inventory fast. This approach cuts ongoing storage and listing fees, freeing up capital and space for your next wave of free finds. Stay open to learning from the results. If a certain item line consistently fails to sell, it indicates you're wasting resources acquiring and revamping them. Similarly, if you notice metal items sell quickly while wooden ones linger, shift your sourcing priorities. This agile mindset is essential for balancing costs. Keep metrics on how quickly different categories move and how much net profit or personal use you get from them. Over time, refine your sourcing to items that yield the best ratio of low cost, minimal time, and high return or usefulness. This data-driven approach ensures you continually sharpen your inventory cost management. In summary, effectively managing inventory costs in free sourcing requires a multifaceted strategy. Start with a mental shift: freebies aren't automatically costless. Factor in gas, time, repairs, and even intangible burdens like clutter. This foundation helps you approach each item with a healthy skepticism, only committing when you're confident the total cost remains manageable. Develop processes like budgeting, categorizing items by complexity, and implementing time or space limits. By systematizing your approach, you avoid a chaotic accumulation of half-baked projects. Keep specialized supplies on hand for your typical fixes, but not so many that you drown in materials you never use. This balance of readiness and restraint keeps your overhead lean. Leverage partnerships, collaborations with friends, local artisans, or community groups, to share costs and resources. Whether splitting transport fees, renting a shared workshop, or bartering services, these alliances lighten the financial load on each individual. At the same time, they enrich the social aspect of your free sourcing journey, making it more enjoyable and less stressful. Maintaining a fluid inventory cycle ensures items don't stagnate. Adopt a finish it or move it on mentality. Either quickly restore and sell items to recoup expenses or promptly donate what you can't tackle in a reasonable timeframe. The discipline of regularly clearing out older stock, combined with your cost awareness, prevents meltdown scenarios where you're buried in a mountain of freebies, each incurring hidden expenditures. Finally, stay adaptable. Monitor your strategies by tracking costs, analyzing data, and listening to your gut. If certain categories or approaches consistently pay off, focus on them. If random pickups lead to disproportionate costs, pivot accordingly. The more you refine your methods, the simpler, and cheaper, managing your free item inventory becomes. Through each thoughtful decision, you preserve the fundamental thrill of sourcing free things while keeping your budget intact, ensuring your pastime or mini-business remains both sustainable and rewarding. Lesson 19, Introduction to Minimal Effort Reselling. Reimagining reselling with minimal effort. Reselling doesn't have to be an exhausting, full-time endeavor. A minimal effort approach leans on efficiency and simplicity, letting you capture profit without getting tangled in a demanding daily grind. It focuses on low overhead strategies, selectively sourcing high-potential items, selling them with streamlined listings, and minimizing post-sale complications. This approach suits both hobbyists wanting small, steady gains and time-strapped individuals desiring extra income. By committing to minimal effort, you trim away the unproductive activities that slow many fledgling resellers, focusing on profitable core tasks. Key principles of a low-workload strategy. A minimal effort strategy emphasizes 4 core pillars: 1. Quick acquisition of inventory, 2. Efficient item assessment, 3. Concise, appealing listings, and 4. Smooth buyer interactions. Rapid acquisition means you don't spend hours scouring every post or rummage sale, you rely on alerts and targeted searches. Efficient assessment ensures you only keep items that require minimal refurbishing or hold strong demand. Listings must strike a balance between thorough detail and brevity. Buyers get the essential info without you spending half a day drafting each post. Finally, short buyer interactions mean clear communication and smart automation where possible, so inquiries don't drain your time. Who benefits from minimal effort reselling? anyone short on time or not wanting the stress of large-scale flipping is an ideal candidate for this approach. Students balancing studies with side earnings, stay-at-home parents juggling family tasks, or full-time employees wanting a low-impact side hustle all find minimal-effort reselling attractive. Rather than turning reselling into a second career, these individuals prioritize convenience and manageable workflows. They pick items that nearly sell themselves or need light prep, ensuring each hour of effort yields tangible rewards. By recognizing personal limits, time, space, or energy, people can craft a reselling strategy that fits comfortably within their lifestyle. Avoiding the burnout cycle. Traditional reselling can spiral into an all-consuming routine, chasing every lead, piling up inventory, rushing to fix flaws, and fielding countless customer queries. Burnout creeps in when excitement morphs into endless labor. A minimal-effort approach wards off this cycle by injecting deliberate restraint. You say no to items with heavy damage, no to pickups that require a 45-minute drive, no to labor-intensive platforms if you can succeed with simpler ones. By setting boundaries around your time and resources, you keep enjoyment intact. Minimal-effort reselling is about sustaining motivation, protecting your mental space so the side hustle remains fun, not a burdensome chore. Setting realistic income goals at the outset. Define what success looks like in monetary or personal terms. Maybe you aim to make a few $100s monthly to cover groceries, or you want an extra cushion for weekend trips. Minimal effort reselling rarely yields massive, fast fortunes, but it can steadily chip in a respectable amount over time. With realistic expectations, you sidestep disappointment and adapt your volume of sourcing and selling accordingly. You won't demand that each flip pays your mortgage, rather, you'll welcome small, easy wins that accumulate into a worthwhile payout. Clarity in goals keeps you from overextending or feeling pressure to expand beyond your minimal effort framework. Embracing the low-hanging fruit mindset. Minimal effort resellers learn to seize opportunities that are straightforward and obvious, low-hanging fruit. That means snatching up items that practically sell themselves, well-known, in-demand products in decent condition requiring minimal repairs. If an object's brand recognition or popularity ensures a fast sale, it's prime for your minimal approach. You look for freebies that demand little marketing spin because the buyer's demand already exists. This tactic spares you from investing undue time in fancy listings or refurbishing and frees you to rinse and repeat the process. Simple item categories for quick profit. Not all merchandise suits minimal effort. Categories like small electronics in working condition, gently used children's gear, or popular household appliances often fetch consistent interest. Clothing can be profitable if you stick to recognizable brand pieces in good shape. Buyers trust established labels and typically don't require elaborate item descriptions. Simple furniture, like a small dresser or bookshelf, can also move fast if it's in good condition. The trick is sticking to items that thrive in a "what you see is what you get" model, reducing the need for extensive polishing or marketing. Leveraging free listing platforms. Platforms like Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist offer zero listing fees, perfect for minimal effort resellers to keep overhead low. Their localized, casual nature allows for easy pickups and short buyer interactions. Some specialty apps cater to quick sales or neighborhood deals, like OfferUp or Nextdoor. Because these platforms are user-friendly, you can snap a quick photo, type a brief description, and post within minutes. The lower friction translates to less time spent on each listing. Avoid more complex e-commerce sites if they require shipping, multi-step payments, or fees that slice into your modest profit margins. The one-photo technique. When you want to keep your listing process minimal, adopt the one-photo technique, a single, well-lit image that captures the item's essence. While multiple angles can help for pricey or intricate items, simpler goods often don't demand an extensive photo gallery. If your item is in obvious good shape, like a gently used toaster or a small end table, one clear shot can suffice. This approach drastically cuts listing prep time and signals buyers that what they see is what they get. You might add a second picture if you want to highlight a special feature or brand label, but you won't spend an hour staging an elaborate photo shoot. Short, impactful descriptions focus on essential info, item name, brand, condition, plus any notable perks. Brand X coffee maker, great condition, works perfectly, free filters included. That's all many buyers need. Spare them long backstories or sales copy. A minimal effort approach relies on clarity over flair, bullet the highlights if you want. For electronics, mention if cables or chargers are included. For furniture, note approximate dimensions. This minimal approach respects your time and the buyer's. People scanning local listings want quick details, so a short, factual description meets their needs without requiring you to compose paragraphs. Less friction in reading often speeds up the sale. Streamlining pickup and delivery. A big time drain in reselling can be coordinating pickups. Minimal effort resellers streamline this by setting clear guidelines: pickup only, available daily 5 to 8 p.m., or public meetup at X location. By standardizing a pickup window or location, you avoid endless back-and-forth scheduling. Some sellers meet at a busy supermarket parking lot near their home for safety and convenience, doing multiple handovers in one go. If a buyer can't manage your parameters, politely move on. Forcing complex arrangements defies the minimal effort spirit. Using pre-written templates for communication. Buyers tend to ask the same questions: is this available? What's the condition? Where's pickup? Instead of typing out replies repeatedly, keep a set of quick response templates. A note on your phone with standard phrases about item availability, pickup address, or condition details can save countless minutes. Copy, paste, tweak if needed, and send. This consistent approach also reduces miscommunication. Everyone receives the same, clear instructions. Over time, you refine these templates to handle most inquiries with minimal fuss. Negotiation boundaries. Price negotiations can consume mental energy. To protect your minimal effort approach, decide on your bottom line early. If you're flipping a free chair at $30, you might be fine with $25 but not lower. Sticking to that boundary prevents endless haggling. Some minimal effort resellers even adopt firm price listings to eliminate negotiations altogether. While that might reduce the pool of buyers, it also spares you from the time sink of dealing with relentless bargain hunters. Others add, or best offer, but only consider offers within a small range. The key is keeping negotiations short, direct, and stress-free. Batching your listings. One efficient tactic is batching. Gather a few items, photograph them in one session, then draft listings all at once. This approach harnesses momentum. You're already in listing mode, so you complete multiple postings faster. Maybe you line up 3 small appliances, snap them one by one on a plain background, then write short descriptions in a single sitting. If you drip these listings out over a few days, your local feed sees a steady presence from you, but your actual work happened in a single, contained effort. Batching saves time, fosters consistency, and helps you sustain minimal effort over repeated sales cycles. Leveraging automation tools. Beyond templates, you can use scheduling tools or autoresponders if your platform allows it. Some advanced marketplace services let you set up an auto-reply with pickup details or disclaimers. Even simpler, you can rely on phone automation apps that send a polite text if you miss a buyer's call, stating you'll respond soon. Another trick is scheduling posts so they appear in local groups at optimal times, like weekends, without you manually pressing post. These small automations shave off repetitive tasks, letting you focus on item curation and quick closures rather than administrative overhead. Embrace technology to lighten your reseller workload. Prioritizing condition-ready items. Minimal effort reselling thrives when items require minimal prep. If you're picking freebies, focus on those in near-sellable state or needing tiny touch-ups. Stained upholstery or major mechanical flaws likely require more involvement than your model intends. Resist the lure of a big potential profit if the fix is too time-consuming or uncertain. A functional coffee maker or a clean, sturdy bookshelf stands out as a sure, swift sale, aligning with minimal prep. Be ready to pass on items that appear broken, heavily soiled, or incomplete, recognizing that any deeper restoration effort contradicts your minimal work principle. Quick cleaning techniques. Even lightly worn freebies benefit from a simple cleanup before listing. But in a minimal effort style, skip elaborate detailing regimens. A moist cloth or a mild cleaner can remove dust and surface smudges. For electronics, a quick test run ensures it works, and a wipe down with disinfectant suffices. Furniture might need just a damp rag to clear grime or cobwebs. Spending a few minutes to make an item presentable often translates into faster sales and fewer buyer concerns. The trick is not to dive into time-intensive, deep cleaning, especially if the expected sale price doesn't justify that labor. The per item time component of the best ways to remain minimal is setting a time cap for each item. Decide, for instance, you won't spend more than 30 minutes from pickup to listing completion. That includes any small fixes, photos, and writing the ad. If it's a piece needing more attention, politely skip it. With each new freebie, you quickly gauge whether it falls within that half-hour threshold. This discipline prevents overcommitment. Over time, you might reduce the threshold further, maybe 20 minutes, pushing you to refine your speed, skill, and selection process. A time cap also ensures you can easily see how many items you can realistically handle per week. Consistent pricing tactics. Haggling and price guessing can be an energy drain. Minimize it by adopting consistent price brackets for common item types. You might always list small home appliances at $10 to $20 unless they're a high-end brand. Chairs might go for $15 to $25, while bigger furniture lands in the $30 to $50 range, depending on condition. This uniform approach simplifies your listing workflow, no need for deep market research each time. Buyers might occasionally mention a brand or a special feature, but you can remain firm, explaining you keep fair, standard rates. By building a reputation for transparent pricing, you streamline the entire negotiation process. Avoiding item proliferation in minimal effort reselling. Item proliferation is a sneaky threat. Before you know it, you're juggling 15 listings across multiple platforms. If new inquiries come daily, you might spend hours on messaging alone. To combat this, periodically pause sourcing once you hit a comfortable number of active listings. Resist the impulse to gather more freebies until you've cleared space. This controlled approach ensures you don't drown in tasks or transform your laid-back hustle into a hectic second job. By throttling how many items you keep in your pipeline, you protect your minimal approach, focusing on quick, quality flips rather than volume mania. Local networks for faster sales. Instead of always relying on broad online marketplaces, cultivate local networks for offloading items with minimal back and forth. A neighborhood app group or a circle of colleagues might be eager for certain freebies. If they trust you to provide functional, fair-priced items, deals happen swiftly, often with minimal haggling. Over time, you develop a small client list. When you mention you have a used blender or side table, a friend or neighbor snaps it up without question. This personal approach cuts out public listing prep, buyer screening, or repeated Q&A. The directness keeps your reselling both frictionless and time-efficient. Handling no-shows gracefully. No-shows and last-minute cancellations can disrupt minimal-effort operations. You may waste time waiting or relisting an item. Develop a fallback plan to handle them with minimal fuss. Perhaps you set a short grace period. If a buyer is late by 15 minutes without updating, you move on to the next interested party. Communicate that policy from the start to deter flaky behavior. Over time, repeating buyers learn you run a tight ship. You might keep a wait list of potential buyers. Once the original fails to show, you message the next person in line. This system ensures you don't linger for hours, frustrated and losing momentum. The art of quick drop-in. Sometimes, you can arrange drop-in hours at your residence, if you're comfortable, or a safe public spot. You let multiple potential buyers know you'll be available, say, Saturday from 10 a.m. to noon. They can swing by to see multiple items if they're deciding. You avoid scheduling separate meetups for each person or item. This minimal effort tactic can lead to multiple sales in one short window. It requires some planning, ensuring items are ready to show and a safe space for quick transactions, but the payoff is fewer scattered interactions across the week. Preemptive buyer screening. While minimal effort reselling encourages a streamlined approach, a little screening prevents wasted time. If you sense a buyer is overly picky or has difficulty following pickup instructions, politely and swiftly clarify expectations. If they remain indecisive or keep asking for extra photos and details, weigh whether it's worth continuing. In some cases, you can gently say, "Let me know when you've decided," effectively halting an unproductive chat. This stance helps you avoid sinking time into fruitless negotiations. Serious buyers appreciate clarity, the rest either step up or step away without dragging you into a spiral of endless questions. Rewarding loyalty. Just like any business, rewarding repeat buyers fosters loyalty. Maybe you offer a small discount or a bundle deal if someone wants multiple items. Or you give them first crack at future finds. "I'll message you next time I get a coffee table, since I know you like mid-century style." This approach cements relationships, ensuring easier, repeated sales. Loyal customers are less likely to haggle aggressively, more apt to show up on time, and might even accept items sight unseen if they trust your descriptions. These repeat transactions reduce your overhead of constant new listing prep and messaging. Over time, a core group of loyal buyers forms, smoothing your entire minimal effort reselling process. Automating price drops. Occasionally, an item won't sell at your initial price, but you still want minimal negotiation. Automating a price drop can handle that gracefully. For instance, you can note in your listing, "Price will decrease by $5 each week until sold," or use an app feature that reduces the price after a set time. Interested buyers watch the listing, and once it hits their budget, they'll jump. This eliminates the need for you to manually repost or slash prices in real time. It also signals a straightforward approach to potential hagglers: they can wait, but they risk someone else snatching it up first. Simplified record keeping. Even a minimal effort reseller benefits from basic records. A quick log of each item, listing date, cost of any minor repairs, and final sale amount suffices to track profitability. You don't need fancy accounting software, a simple spreadsheet or phone note works. This record helps you see your overall earnings, ensuring you're not slowly sinking money into, say, repeated paint purchases. You'll also notice if certain item types remain unsold or keep delivering the best returns. Over time, you refine your selection to focus on items that net consistent gains with minimal overhead. Cross-listing wisely. While listing on multiple platforms can enhance visibility, do so selectively. If cross-listing each item requires significant extra time, copying photos, rewriting details, monitoring separate inboxes, it might not align with minimal effort principles. Maybe limit cross-listing to 2 main marketplaces. Or if an item is niche, place it only on the specialized forum where enthusiasts gather. Cross-listing efficiently means reusing the same text and images, plus setting up a system to promptly remove sold listings from all platforms. If you find that juggling multiple accounts is too time-consuming, scale back to whichever yields the easiest, fastest sales. Financial buffer for refunds and returns. Though you're dealing in secondhand items, occasional issues may arise, like a buyer discovering a malfunction you overlooked. Handling refunds can chew up your time and earnings if you're unprepared. Minimal effort reselling suggests you disclaim items as is whenever appropriate. Yet having a small financial buffer can absorb rare return costs or compensations to maintain goodwill. This is especially true if you accidentally misrepresented an item's condition. Reserves also let you swiftly refund a disgruntled buyer rather than entering a protracted dispute. Minimizing drama keeps your operation breezy and your reviews positive. Phasing out non-performers. If certain categories or item types consistently fail to move or cause headaches, like large couches that require 2-person pickup or fragile antiques needing specialized packing, phase them out. Minimal effort resellers aren't obligated to serve every market segment. By letting go of items that repeatedly hamper your flow, you preserve mental energy for more fruitful categories. This strategic pruning ensures you maintain a curated inventory of pieces that sell promptly with minimal friction. Over time, that selective focus yields a stress-free cycle, reinforcing the entire point of minimal effort reselling, doing less but profiting more effectively. Sourcing efficiently. Minimal effort sourcing dovetails with minimal effort reselling. Instead of scouring countless online listings daily, set alerts for specific keywords or categories. You might check your local free groups only once or twice a day, prioritizing items matching your known quick-sell niches. If the item is posted, respond swiftly with a polite but short message. By skipping random browsing and adopting targeted strategies, you minimize time spent evaluating duds. This laser focus ensures each new piece you pick up is highly likely to move with minimal overhead. Preemptive collaboration with donors. Cultivating relationships with individuals who frequently give away items can further reduce effort. If someone's repeatedly clearing out a relative's estate or downsizing offices, ask if they can message you directly next time. Maybe you arrange to collect multiple items in a single trip, cutting transport costs. Some donors appreciate a reliable taker who arrives promptly and spares them from listing each piece individually. Over time, these direct pipelines deliver freebies tailor-made for your minimal approach, ready to list with minimal cleaning or fuss. Upselling and bundling. Occasionally, you can pad your profit without adding significant labor by offering bundles. If a buyer inquires about a nightstand, mention you also have a matching lamp or small dresser available, potentially scoring a bigger combined sale. This method doesn't require extra listing beyond a short add-on mention. It also saves you from additional meetups, as the buyer collects multiple items at once. Similarly, you can gently upsell. If you like this small bookshelf, I've got a slightly larger one that pairs well with it. The aim is to leverage existing interest, not orchestrate a major marketing push. Setting micro deadlines for buyers. Some buyers drag out the transaction with uncertain pickup times or repeated rescheduling. A minimal effort mindset embraces micro deadlines. You might let a prospective buyer hold an item for 24 hours but no longer, after which you'll offer it to the next in line. State that from the start, so no one feels ambushed. This approach keeps your workflow moving. Overly indecisive buyers will either adapt or leave, saving you from indefinite holdups. The more streamlined your buyer timeline, the less you spin your wheels waiting for someone to finalize a plan. Learning and scaling comfortably over time, you may realize you can handle a slightly broader scope if everything else is well managed. That's scaling at your own pace, not because you feel forced to. Minimal effort reselling is fluid. If you become more skilled at quick repairs or enjoy staging items for better photos, you can expand gently. The core principle remains: never let your reselling balloon into a second full-time job unless that's your deliberate choice. Keep checking in with yourself. Are you enjoying the process, or feeling burdened? If the latter, contract again, pivot to simpler items, or revise your listing strategies. Growth must remain comfortable rather than obligatory. Minimizing return inquiries. Preempting buyer dissatisfaction can protect you from post-sale complications. Provide a concise but honest condition note: some scratches on the side, otherwise works fine, or used book, cover worn, pages intact. This honesty helps buyers set realistic expectations and reduces requests for refunds or returns. Additionally, short demonstration videos for electronics can quell any doubts. Remember, minimal effort doesn't mean lacking transparency, just keep it succinct. Clear, precise disclaimers ensure fewer after-sale headaches. Simplifying payment methods. Offering only one or two simple payment options, like cash on pickup or a popular mobile payment app, shortens transaction time. Explaining complicated payment instructions or chasing buyers who promise to pay next payday undermines the minimal approach. If local laws or app terms allow it, prefer immediate, straightforward methods that close the deal swiftly. Buyers who want complicated terms or layaway are best avoided. This directness ensures you don't keep track of partial payments or risk buyers backing out mid-process. Fast inventory turnover tactics. Consider fire sales if items linger. Dropping the price drastically after a set time can spur quick interest, clearing out older stock and freeing mental space. Another method, rotate listings frequently so they reappear at the top of local feeds. Some platforms allow a bump or refresh feature every few days. If free, that's an effortless push. If it costs money, weigh the item's potential profit before spending. The objective is to maintain momentum. Items that stay visible typically move faster, ensuring minimal time spent waiting or re-advertising. Dealing with problematic buyers. A minimal effort reseller also has a minimal tolerance for problematic buyers, those who constantly negotiate, flake out, or exhibit rude behavior. Politely but firmly disengage. "I'm sorry, I think this transaction won't work out," closes the conversation. This spares you from drama that can escalate into wasted hours. While it might feel abrupt, it's crucial for mental well-being. There's little reason to accommodate consistent negativity or chaotic demands, especially when many polite buyers exist. Protecting your time is paramount. One or two toxic interactions can derail your minimal approach. Measuring results for ongoing improvement. Maintaining a casual scoreboard of how many hours you spend sourcing, listing, meeting, and the total earned helps you refine your minimal effort approach. Suppose you net $300 monthly, devoting about 10 hours of real work. That's $30 an hour, a decent side hustle. If you notice a trend, say, you spend too many hours driving or dealing with queries, tighten that part. Maybe you pick freebies closer to home or clarify your listing details further to reduce buyer confusion. Each small adjustment shapes a more streamlined, profitable routine, letting you confirm you're hitting the sweet spot of minimal labor and respectable gains. Community feedback on pricing. Minimal effort includes using external feedback to speed decision-making. Ask trusted reselling friends or neighbors, "Does $25 for this used lamp seem fair?" They'll likely confirm or suggest $20 or $30, saving you from prolonged guesswork or extensive online research. This crowdsourced approach works quickly, letting you post the item with confidence. If your circle is broad enough, you can gauge prices in real time, then finalize your listing within minutes. Over time, you rely less on consultation as you internalize typical local price ranges. Packaging lightly. When necessary for local transactions, minimal packaging might suffice, a reusable grocery bag or a piece of bubble wrap around fragile corners. If you occasionally ship smaller items, keep it simple, sturdy mailers or a fitted box with minimal padding, enough to avoid damage. Avoid elaborate packaging that takes ages to assemble. Let the buyer know you're dispatching as is, but safely. People seeking fancy unboxing experiences typically shop big retailers, not local resellers. Function trumps flourish in minimal effort shipping, saving you from additional supply costs or complicated returns. Efficiency in communication channels. Multi-channel communication, texts, app chats, emails, can scatter your attention. Pick the platform you prefer for business, maybe Facebook Messenger or a single phone number, and direct all buyers there. This concentration prevents missing messages or toggling multiple apps. In your listing, clearly state, "Message me here to coordinate pickup." If someone tries contacting you on a different channel, politely redirect them. You lower the risk of chaos and ensure quick, consistent replies. Centralizing communication forms a key pillar of minimal labor. You only have to check one inbox or phone for updates. Periodic offload strategy. Despite best efforts, you'll accumulate slower moving or slightly flawed items. Implement a routine donation or liquidation approach every few months. If you find you've relisted an item multiple times with little interest, offload it to a local thrift store or host a bulk-free day. Minimizing clingers prevents them from draining your focus. You might glean a small tax deduction if donating to certain organizations. The real benefit is psychological. You free up mental and physical space, reaffirming your minimal approach. By regularly purging stale inventory, you maintain a fresh, appealing lineup of items that rotate out quickly. Long-term sustainability of minimal effort reselling. The longevity of this approach rests on consistent self-awareness. Tastes evolve, local markets shift, and your personal schedule might become busier or freer. Periodically check if your methods remain workable. Maybe you can handle a few more items now, or maybe you want to scale back. You might discover new product niches that yield quick sales with minimal prep. By staying flexible and open to minor adjustments, you ensure minimal effort reselling remains a sustainable, rewarding sideline, or even a permanent micro-enterprise. This method's strength lies in its adaptability. As your life changes, your minimal effort approach can pivot accordingly. Tying it all together, minimal effort reselling merges the thrill of flipping free, or cheaply acquired, items with a no-fuss approach that respects your time and resources. By deliberately focusing on items that practically sell themselves, you dodge the stress of heavy refurbishments or intense buyer negotiations. Your aim is consistent but modest income, harvested through swift listings and short buyer conversations, all while preserving your sanity in schedule. Each phase, sourcing, listing, pickup, and sale, gets optimized to cut out needless work. The result is a self-contained system that yields profits without becoming a burden. Staying motivated through small wins. Because minimal effort reselling banks on quick flips, you'll see sales in short cycles, a table sold in 2 days, a microwave out the door in hours. These mini victories keep you motivated. A sense of progress accumulates as each item leaves your inventory, replaced by a little extra cash and freed up space. If occasional setbacks occur, like a no-show buyer or an overestimated item's value, your approach's low overhead ensures minimal losses. Such quick recoveries maintain momentum. Stringing together these small successes fosters confidence and proves that a more relaxed reselling style can indeed deliver. Expanding only when it makes sense. You might occasionally toy with the idea of going bigger, adding shipping, exploring niche collector markets, or acquiring more complex items. Resist impulsive leaps unless they align with your lifestyle or time capacity. If expansions start ballooning your daily workload or require specialized knowledge you lack, they undermine the minimal approach. Instead, integrate new methods gradually. Test them on 1 or 2 items. If you can handle them without stress or big cost spikes, fine. If not, revert to your bread-and-butter formula. This cautious approach ensures your hustle remains enjoyable rather than overwhelming. Respecting boundaries and schedules. A hallmark of minimal effort is respecting boundaries, your own and potential buyers. Lay out your availability and stick to it. Don't feel pressured to respond to messages at 2 a.m. or accommodate last-minute late-night pickups if that disrupts your routine. Similarly, if you encounter pushy buyers demanding immediate changes, politely reiterate your policies. The more you protect your schedule, the more you preserve the effortlessness that defines your reselling method. Setting these lines fosters a calmer dynamic, making each transaction an easy, low-stress process. Confidence in your chosen path. Minimal effort reselling might look unambitious compared to full-scale flipping or entrepreneurial expansions, but it's a legitimate approach tailored to those valuing time and simplicity. Trust that this model works. Thousands of casual resellers make pocket money or cover monthly bills by flipping freebies or secondhand items without drowning in an avalanche of tasks. Your success story emerges when you consistently pick items that align with quick turnover, short listing times, and manageable buyer interactions. With each item sold, you affirm that less is more can be a perfectly viable mantra in the reselling sphere, lightening your workload, keeping your life balanced, and still reaping satisfying financial benefits. Lesson 20. Success Stories of Free Sourcing. A hobbyist's accidental business. One of the most inspiring success stories comes from a casual collector who started picking up free items just for personal use. Initially, they'd salvage functional household goods, like a gently used coffee maker or a sturdy bookcase, from local curb alerts. Over time, they realized they had a knack for quickly refurbishing these freebies, adding small improvements before selling them online. The extra income began as a trickle but turned into a consistent monthly stream. Eventually, they branded their reselling activities under a fun name and opened a small social media page to showcase available pieces. Without intentionally planning it, a simple pastime of free find, quick fix, and flip became a self-sustaining venture that covered their utility bills each month. From college dorm to reseller extraordinary student, living on a tight budget, decided to furnish a dorm using only free sources, garage sale leftovers and campus move-out piles. This approach saved them hundreds on brand new decor. Soon, roommates and friends noticed the cool, personalized touches in the dorm, prompting them to ask for help finding similar items. The students saw an opportunity. They began collecting freebies that popped up around campus at the end of each semester, storing them in a friend's basement for minimal cost. When the new term started, they resold these now in-demand items, like lamps, microwaves, and mini fridges, to incoming students. The result? A neat profit each semester, funding textbooks and weekend outings, all from a zero-cost inventory of campus throwaways. A family's seasonal treasure hunts. In one heartwarming story, a family turned free sourcing into a bonding activity. Each spring, they'd pile into the car on large item pickup day, scouting neighborhoods for discarded furniture, tools, and children's toys. They made a rule: everything they picked had to be transformable with minimal repairs or cleaning. Children learned basic DIY skills, like painting and sanding, and parents taught them about reusing and sustainability. At the end of each season, they'd host a modest yard sale, splitting the profits among the kids' piggy banks. Over years, these family outings not only saved money on household purchases but also instilled a strong sense of resourcefulness and environmental stewardship in the children. Local charity partnership: a small-town thrift store partnered with a resourceful free sourcer who specialized in collecting unsold garage sale leftovers. The arrangement worked like this: after a weekend yard sale ended, the sourcer would swing by, gather up leftover goods, often marked free by the sellers, and filter out anything suitable for the thrift store. In return, the store allowed them to sell or refurbish choice items in a corner of the shop, taking a small commission. This partnership revitalized the thrift store's inventory with new, interesting stock weekly. Meanwhile, the sourcer's portion of profit steadily grew. Best of all, it prevented heaps of usable items from being trashed, a win for the sourcer, the store, and the local community. A community cleanup success: in a city initiative, volunteers organized a free day event at a local park where neighbors brought items they no longer needed. One creative attendee, a budding entrepreneur, walked away with a treasure trove of outdated electronics, broken jewelry, and old frames. By carefully salvaging functional parts, they built an online store selling refurbished phone chargers, unique jewelry made from mismatched pieces, and collage frames. Over a year, they amassed a loyal customer base appreciative of the eco-friendly mission. Their success story gained local press coverage, spotlighting how a single, free swap event can spark innovation in a small enterprise. The volunteer organizers now repeat the event annually, each time discovering more success stories sprouting from the community's shared resources. Upcycled furniture: as a design brand, a design student began scouring curbside freebies to hone their furniture restoration skills. They posted their first few projects on social media, like a battered wooden chair transformed into a sleek reading nook piece. The enthusiastic response led them to adopt a consistent design style, rebranding these upcycled items under a personal label. Over time, friends and strangers requested custom pieces, each paying a fair price. Within 2 years, the design student had a small workshop and a growing list of commissions, all fueled by a supply of free or nearly free furniture. Their unique brand aesthetic caught on locally, culminating in a pop-up gallery show. Today, they balance a part-time design job with an equally thriving upcycling business, proof that free sourcing can ignite a career in creative fields. Small appliances, big wins: a tech-savvy individual noticed that many freebie listings involved small home appliances, blenders, toasters, coffee machines, often given away for minor defects or because the owner upgraded. A quick fix here or a replacement part there restored them. They'd then snap a simple photo, list the appliance at a moderate price, and watch it sell fast. This cycle repeated weekly, each device taking under an hour to repair and post. Over time, the cumulative profit snowballed. Without turning it into a full-blown operation, they pocketed hundreds of extra dollars each month. Eventually, they branched into electronics repair, but always maintaining their easy flipping formula for small appliances, a consistent, low-stress revenue stream. Reselling for travel adventures. One spirited couple funded their traveling dreams by flipping free items. They'd hunt for deals over weekends, setting aside no more than 5 hours for pickups and minor repairs. By Sunday afternoon, they'd have new listings up. Using a one in, one out rule, they ensured they never hoarded too many freebies. Each sales profit went straight into a travel fund. Within a year, they covered airfare for a European excursion. Over the next year, they funded a cross-country road trip. Their approach showcased how steady, small profits from rummage sale leftovers and curb alerts can finance life experiences, no need for a second job or a full-time flipping hustle. One day pop-up market success. A resourceful friend group decided to hold a single-day pop-up market at a local community center, featuring only items they'd sourced for free over a month. They fixed and cleaned everything, priced items reasonably, and attracted thrifty shoppers looking for lightly refurbished goods. The pop-up sold nearly 80% of the stock in a single afternoon. Each friend left with several $100s in pocket, plus leftover items donated to charity. The event took minimal overhead beyond renting the center for a few hours, and local shoppers appreciated a curated selection of affordable, upcycled finds. The group repeated the event each season, refining their selection and drawing bigger crowds, forming a repeating success story year-round. Turning scrap into artwork. And artists specializing in scrap metal creations used free sourcing as their supply chain. While many metal items, like old tools, car parts, or machinery bits, might appear worthless, they found hidden sculptural potential. Welded together, these scraps morphed into animal figures, abstract shapes, or functional garden art. At weekend art fairs, the artist's booth garnered wide interest due to the unique, eco-friendly concept. Pieces sold anywhere from $20 for a small figurine to over $500 for elaborate sculptures. Their social media presence grew as they documented each transformation. Eventually, a local gallery displayed the works, and commissions flowed in. This cross between recycling and artistic design underscored how junk could become collectible art, enabling a full-time creative pursuit from cost-free metal scraps. Church rummage revival. In a quiet town, a church rummage sale was struggling to attract visitors. A free sourcer visited near the event's end, noticing piles of unsold items. They proposed a partnership, collecting leftover, still useful goods post-sale and selling them online or in private channels. Partial proceeds would go back to the church's charity fund. It was a win-win. The rummage sale no longer had to figure out disposal, while the sourcer curated items, posted them swiftly, and easily found buyers. The church's charity fund benefited from monthly checks, enabling more community outreach. Word spread, so other local churches joined in, leading the sourcer to expand operations. This synergy showcased how a single rummage rescue can grow into an entire support network for nonprofits, and a stable side hustle for a savvy free sourcer. Tool Lending Library Emergence. A neighborhood launched a tool lending library to reduce individual purchase needs. Residents donated or parted with extra tools for free. A volunteer spearheaded collecting, cleaning, and labeling each item. Seeing duplicates or rarely used tools, they'd sell some to raise funds for the library's upkeep. Through local listings, these rehomed tools fetched quick cash that covered the library's improvements, like better storage racks and a computerized checkout system. Meanwhile, neighbors enjoyed free access to a robust tool collection. This initiative blossomed into a well-loved community asset. The volunteers' short once-a-week administrative sessions kept it sustainable, and the sale of excess donations became an ongoing success story, showcasing how free sourcing can reinforce communal sharing and financial stability simultaneously. Family-owned upcycling boutique. A crafts-oriented family regularly rescued free furniture from estate cleanouts. They used a small barn on their property as a workshop, each member tackling different tasks. Dad handled carpentry, Mom specialized in painting, and teenagers helped with final touches and online postings. Within a year, they rented a tiny storefront in town, calling it an upcycled boutique. Locals loved the homey vibe and the story behind each piece. Because their entire supply was free or close to it, the profit margins remained healthy despite modest pricing. Tourists visiting the quaint downtown area also flocked to the boutique, drawn by unique, sustainable decor. Over several years, the family expanded their line to include accessories made from leftover wood scraps, plus seasonal items like holiday-themed signs. The boutique thrived as a living testament to the power of free raw materials combined with family teamwork. Minimal effort traders windfall. One success tale involves a part-time trader adopting the minimal effort approach. They limited themselves to picking up just 2 easy-to-sell items per week. Over a few months, that equated to around 40 items total, each flipping for an average of $30 profit. That's $1,200 in fairly passive income. Their method was straightforward: a single listing photo, a short description, and local pickups only. By avoiding complex refurbishing or shipping, they never spent more than a couple of hours a week on their mini business. Surprised by this consistent income, they repeated the cycle every season, earning enough to pay certain bills without ever feeling overworked. The trader's story spread among friends, proving you don't need a massive operation or daily hustle to reap steady gains from free sourcing. Digital nomads funding hack. A digital nomad traveling the country with a camper found that local free sourcing was a practical way to offset travel costs. Staying briefly in each town, they'd browse free listings for small, high-demand items, like smartphone chargers, baby gear, or small kitchen appliances, and store them in their van. At the next stop, usually a busier city, they'd quickly resell those items, recouping extra income for gas and campsite fees. Their overhead remained minimal: no warehouse, no complex shipping, just opportunistic pickups and local sales. Over months, these steady micro-profits funded large chunks of their journey, letting them roam without burning through savings. This agile strategy exemplified how free sourcing plus strategic flipping can power a flexible, mobile lifestyle. College clubs. Environmental drive. A university's environmental club decided to reduce campus waste by collecting any leftover goods students abandoned at the end of the semester. The group stored these items, ranging from cookware to mini fridges, and held a back-to-school sale each fall. Pricing was modest, but demand soared because new students preferred cheap, slightly used gear to pricey new purchases. Proceeds funded the club's sustainability projects, like tree planting and campus recycling campaigns. Over several years, they cut campus landfill contributions significantly while raising enough money to expand their environmental initiatives. The approach was so successful, other schools replicated the model, leading to a broader movement of free sourcing campus junk and turning it into beneficial programs. Household makeover on a shoestring. A young couple determined to decorate their first home with minimal expenses turned exclusively to free listings and curbside finds. Weekends became a treasure hunt. Within 3 months, they'd furnished nearly every room with quality items. They repainted or lightly mended pieces to match their chosen color palette, spending only on paint, minor hardware, and some new upholstery fabric. Sharing before and after photos on social media spurred admiration from friends, and requests for tips. Soon, they launched a small blog offering advice on free sourcing, using affiliate links for recommended tools or supplies. The blog's income covered the couple's project costs, culminating in a stylish home at almost zero net expense. Now, they occasionally consult for others wanting to replicate a cheap yet chic interior revamp. Local bazaar star. An energetic retiree discovered a knack for flipping freebies at the local weekend bazaar. They'd gather items from nearby Facebook curb alert groups, focusing on home decor and small collectibles. Each Friday, they'd clean or lightly restore them, then set up a simple booth on Saturday morning at the bazaar. Shoppers loved rummaging through an eclectic selection priced for quick turnover. The retiree built a loyal clientele, always unveiling new items each weekend. Within half a year, they consistently earned a few $100s per bazaar session, enough to supplement retirement income comfortably. Despite minimal overhead, just a small stall fee and cleaning supplies, the retiree found a rewarding pastime that also fostered social interactions with fellow vendors and repeat customers. Neighborhood sharing events. A tight-knit neighborhood initiated quarterly sharing events, where people gathered unwanted goods in a communal spot. Inspired by really free markets, these gatherings let folks claim items at no cost. However, one entrepreneurial resident took a slightly different angle. They'd attend each event, pick up items they believed had resale potential, and quickly list them online. Far from being greedy, they always offered neighbors first dibs. The arrangement pleased everyone. Neighbors freed up space, the resident curated and sold items to a broader market, and part of the profit was reinvested in neighborhood improvements like potluck supplies or mini beautification projects. The initiative blossomed into a beloved local tradition, each event renewing the cycle of freebies turned into beneficial funds for communal good. Seasonal outdoor supplies. Success. An outdoors enthusiast consistently picked up free camping gear, sporting goods, and gardening tools at seasonal giveaways. People often discard these when moving or after losing interest. The enthusiast inspected and tested each piece, discarding anything truly beyond repair. The rest was stored neatly in a shed. Come spring, they'd list these items, capitalizing on the seasonal surge in demand for outdoor gear. Each year, they sold tents, coolers, bicycles, and yard tools well above zero cost, often 50 to 70% below retail, yet still profitable. The entire operation took a few weekends a year, yielding enough income to fund the enthusiast's own outdoor adventures. By leveraging the cyclical nature of free sports and garden gear, they found an easy, repeatable method that coexisted seamlessly with their passion for the great outdoors. Charity Auction Innovations. A local nonprofit organized a creative fundraiser, an upcycle auction. They invited crafters and free sourcers to donate repurposed or refurbished items made from freebies. All proceeds went to community development programs. The event became a hit, drawing art lovers and sustainability-minded patrons alike. Attendees bid on unique furniture, artistic lighting fixtures, or repurposed vintage clothing. Many pieces sold at higher-than-expected prices because of their handmade charm and the cause behind them. The success story made local news, inspiring other charities to replicate the concept. Year after year, the upcycle auction remains a highlight, showcasing how a synergy of free-sourced materials and creativity can yield substantial philanthropic impact. A crafter's subscription box. A crafty individual realized they had a surplus of interesting materials, fabric scraps, vintage buttons, leftover ribbons, all free from rummage scraps. They curated monthly, craft supply boxes, and sold subscriptions online to fellow DIY enthusiasts who liked receiving an assortment of upcycled bits to spark new projects. Each box only needed a small amount of curation, but subscribers enjoyed the surprise element. This business idea grew organically, with minimal overhead, since almost all materials were free. Though not wildly profitable, it provided steady side income and kept loads of potential waste in circulation, fueling the creativity of other crafters. Over time, the subscription model expanded to specialized boxes, like Vintage Sewing Notions, catering to niche audiences and reinforcing a stable community around upcycled crafting. Pop-up Free Store, for the homeless. A group of social workers combined efforts with local free sourcers to address homelessness in their city. Volunteers collected clothing, blankets, and small personal care items from free listings. Then, they organized periodic, free store, events in community centers, where homeless individuals could shop at no charge. Volunteers ensured donated clothing was cleaned, and items like old backpacks or sleeping bags were tested for usability. The success. A remarkable improvement in the comfort and dignity of those experiencing homelessness. Some items, like business attire, even help job seekers present themselves for interviews. The circle of success extended as more residents recognized the initiative's impact and started contributing free items proactively. The minimal cost to run the store, just volunteer time and basic logistics, amplified the project's sustainability. Turning construction leftovers into DIY kits. A handy carpenter saw that many construction sites tossed leftover wood planks or partial sheets of drywall once a job wrapped. Seeking to reduce waste, he negotiated with site managers to haul away these scraps for free. Sorting them carefully, he cut standard shapes and packaged them as DIY birdhouse kits or small garden box kits, complete with nails and simple instructions. Neighbors and local hobbyists appreciated the ready-to-build sets, purchasing them for family projects. Within months, the carpenter's weekend venture thrived as a side business. Customers loved the eco-friendly backstory and the convenience of pre-cut pieces. By bridging surplus construction materials and consumer craft needs, he turned discarded lumber into profitable, easy-to-assemble kits everyone enjoyed. Ecotourism Lodge furnished by free items. An ecotourism startup decided to furnish their remote nature lodge with as many free-sourced or upcycled pieces as possible. The founders traveled to nearby communities, collecting items, old tables, lamps, wooden bed frames, often destined for dumpsters. With minimal cleaning and some earthy, cohesive styling, the lodge soon boasted a warm, rustic charm. Guests were intrigued by the lodge's all-reclaimed ethos, driving strong word of mouth. The savings on new furniture went into better insulation, solar panels, and nature programs, further elevating the lodge's eco-credentials. Over its first year, the lodge earned a glowing reputation among sustainable travelers, who admired not just the scenic location but also the resourceful, environment-first mindset. This story demonstrates how free sourcing can underpin a successful eco-conscious brand narrative without sacrificing comfort or style. Entrepreneurs E-Waste Goldmine. An IT-savvy entrepreneur noticed how offices regularly discard outdated computers, printers, and other gadgets, often still partially functional. After building relationships with office managers, they'd collect these e-waste items for free. Knowing how to refurbish or strip usable parts, they either sold intact machines or parted out valuable components like RAM and hard drives. The best gear was sold to budget-conscious consumers, while leftover metal scraps were recycled for a small rebate. Within a year, the entrepreneur's e-waste recapture program churned consistent revenue, requiring just a modest warehouse corner and some electronics knowledge. This venture not only boosted profits but also prevented stacks of electronics from reaching landfills, an environment when tied to a clever free sourcing model. Children's Art Collective. A volunteer at a community center created a children's art collective, fueled by free or discarded craft materials, bits of yarn, partial paint sets, leftover stickers from yard sales. Kids attended weekly sessions, transforming these scraps into collages, sculptures, and colorful drawings. The collective organized an annual exhibit, selling or auctioning some of the children's more polished creations to parents and local art enthusiasts. Proceeds funded new creative programs at the center. Over time, the idea expanded to multiple neighborhoods, each running a local version of the art collective. The results were twofold. Kids gained a free, imaginative outlet, and the community saw the value of reusing materials rather than trashing them, forging many more success stories around collaborative art. Interior designers. Budget-friendly portfolio. An aspiring interior designer struggled to attract clients without a large portfolio. They decided to decorate small living spaces using freebies found online. Documenting each transformation in detail, they styled rooms elegantly on a shoestring. Clients who saw these transformations were amazed that the furnishings cost almost nothing beyond minor restoration. Word spread, people realized this designer could achieve stylish results on minimal budgets. As a result, the designer landed paying gigs among first-time homeowners and rental property owners wanting a fresh look. The freebies to designed rooms pipeline became their signature, proving design skill and frugality can coexist. Business soared, and the portfolio expanded. Eventually, the designer no longer needed free items for demonstration, but they continued using them as a cost-saving value proposition for budget-conscious clients. Garage sale leftovers turned Etsy treasures. A crafty individual specialized in converting random garage sale throwaways, like vintage scarves, broken jewelry, or antique glassware, into bohemian chic necklaces, earrings, and home accents. They polished or repurposed the components, weaving them into handmade accessories. An Etsy shop showcased these one-of-a-kind pieces, each with a backstory of rescued materials. Shoppers valued the uniqueness and eco-friendly angle, leading to positive reviews. The sellers' monthly side income steadily grew as they refined their brand. Partnerships with local rummage events and estate clearouts kept their raw material stock free and abundant. Over time, they grew so successful they had to hire a part-time assistant to manage shipping. This success story demonstrates how creativity, combined with free-sourced odds and ends, can spark a thriving online handmade business. Mobile Swap and Sell Truck. A creative duo repurposed a decommissioned food truck into a traveling swap and sell boutique. They'd load it with curated free-sourced items, mostly clothing, small home goods, and decorative pieces. Driving to local festivals or busy neighborhoods, they set up shop, letting visitors swap items or buy at modest prices. Part of the inventory was always free to those who donated something in return. The duo's social media presence garnered a loyal following, with folks tracking the truck's schedule. The low overhead of running a truck, combined with a rotating free inventory, yielded a vibrant microbusiness. Their story highlights how mobility and community engagement can maximize free sourcing potential, turning an old truck into a beloved local attraction. Remote Village Infrastructure Boost. In a remote region, a small nonprofit gleaned free building materials, surplus bricks, metal roofing sheets, and leftover cement bags, by contacting construction sites in nearby towns. Volunteers transported these free supplies on weekends, gradually piecing together community enhancements like a modest school extension or a public communal hall. The cost savings on raw materials allowed them to invest in better tools and pay local workers a fair wage. By channeling freebies from urban discard sites to a rural location where such items were scarce, the nonprofit revitalized the village's infrastructure. Over a few years, the improvements were substantial, and the project became a model of how simple networking and resourcefulness can have an outsized social impact. Fashion enthusiasts thrift flip. A style-savvy individual scoured free sections for clothes with potential, think quality fabrics or timeless silhouettes. Minimal damage was acceptable, as it presented an opportunity for creative tailoring. Each thrift flip was documented, ripping seams, adjusting hemlines, re-dyeing fabrics. On social media, they posted short before and after reels, mesmerizing viewers with swift transformations. The newly styled clothes sold via direct messages at modest but consistent profits. Over time, brand partnerships with eco-fashion groups emerged. This fashion enthusiast eventually launched a mini-label, promoting secondhand fabrics and designs. Their clientele grew to appreciate both the original pieces' stories and the skillful modernizations. By bridging free sourcing and fashion design, they carved out a distinctive, ethical niche in a fast fashion world. Free tool exchange sparks entrepreneurship. One day, an unemployed technician started collecting functional but discarded tools, wrenches, drills, saws, found for free at yard sale leftovers or online listings. They began exchanging these tools within their trade circle, trading a needed hammer for a used but valuable measuring device, and so forth. Realizing the potential, they expanded into reconditioning the best tools and reselling them. Soon, local handymen sought this budding tool exchange for cheap yet reliable gear. The technician's confidence soared, culminating in a small storefront that doubled as a fix-it shop. Over a couple of years, their approach transformed from a personal coping mechanism to a stable small business. The story underscores how systematically rehoming free or lightly used tools can propel someone toward a fulfilling livelihood. Retirement Home Decor Initiative. A philanthropic interior decorator started redecorating local retirement home common areas using free-source decor, like gently used curtains, small couches, and colorful paintings. Volunteers pitched in to repaint pieces to match uplifting color schemes. Residents and staff loved the refresh, which cost almost nothing. Encouraged by the success, the decorator formed a network of free sourcers, who scouted small furnishings and cheery art to revamp other care facilities. Donations from paint companies or upholstery stores supplemented the freebies. One by one, more homes requested these makeovers, each receiving an inviting new ambience that brightened residents' daily lives. The initiative's success story spread, proving that design improvements needn't be expensive, and the social benefit was immeasurable. Single mother's budget victory. A single mother working 2 jobs found it difficult to afford decent furniture and clothing for her kids' rapidly growing needs. She discovered free sourcing groups on social media, quickly learning to scan them daily. Nabbing items like strollers, kids' beds, or gently worn clothes saved her a fortune over constant retail purchases. Grateful for the cost relief, she also regifted items her children outgrew, feeding back into the free sourcing community. Over time, she became an informal mentor, advising other parents on efficient ways to find freebies. Despite her limited resources, she managed to build a welcoming home environment for her family. Her story is a poignant reminder of how free sourcing can be a lifeline for families needing to stretch every dollar. Event Planner's Hidden Advantage. A small event planner recognized that freebies offered interesting decor elements. Old crates, chalkboards, and decorative frames collected cheaply formed quirky centerpieces and photo booth props. Each event showcased a distinct, charming aesthetic without ballooning the client's budget. The planner's reputation soared among cost-conscious brides and businesses seeking unique setups. Over time, they curated a personal, prop library, frequently replenished with new finds. Instead of shelling out for costly rentals, the planner rotated these items, restyling them for different themes. This approach turned every free item into an asset, fueling a blossoming event business that thrived on creativity more than capital. Salvaging books for a microlibrary. A bibliophile noticed many free listings for used books or saw boxes of them abandoned at yard sales. They rescued volumes in decent shape, systematically categorizing them. Over months, they built a collection of hundreds of titles: fiction, self-help, cookbooks, children's stories. Then they installed a microlibrary shelf in a local cafe with the owner's permission, letting patrons borrow books freely. Donations from patrons poured in, and the library grew. The cafe's foot traffic increased as reading enthusiasts spent more time browsing. The collector eventually sold duplicates or rare finds online, funding expansions like new shelving. This synergy blossomed, and the cafe library became a beloved local fixture, showcasing how free-sourced books can cultivate community literacy and a small side revenue stream from sales. Emergency housing support. A real estate agent discovered that battered but still functional furniture kept appearing in local free listings. They started amassing these pieces, storing them in a friend's garage. Whenever a low-income tenant or family moving into emergency housing needed basic furnishings, the agent could quickly supply them. Word spread among social workers, who referred families for a no-cost or minimal-fee furniture package. This not only aided community members in crisis but also elevated the agent's reputation as someone who cares beyond just making sales. While not a direct profit model, the agent reaped intangible benefits: client loyalty, referrals, and a stronger community presence. Over time, they formalized this home essentials program, occasionally selling extra items at a modest price to cover transport costs, balancing goodwill with sustainability. Small farms tool and equipment savings. A small organic farm embraced free sourcing to reduce overhead. They picked up agricultural tools, like extra shovels, wheelbarrows, fencing material, from listings posted by property owners clearing out barns. Some equipment needed minor repairs, but the farm had spare parts or welding expertise. By systematically acquiring these freebies, the farm avoided spending large sums on brand new equipment. Profits previously sunk into tools went into farm improvements and marketing. As production increased, the farm remained lean and competitive, attributing part of its success to cost-free expansions in tool inventory. They even started a local tool loan program for neighboring farms, creating a supportive mini-network where everyone benefited from these salvaged implements. Furniture restoration mentorship. An older craftsman, retired from a cabinet-making career, turned free sourcing into a mentoring opportunity for local teens. He'd gather cheap or free wooden furniture, chairs, desks, side tables, and hold evening workshops where teens learned sanding, wood filling, and basic finishing. They'd fix each piece collaboratively, then the craftsman oversaw postings on a local resale site. Profits were split among the teen group, funding their extracurricular activities. Over 2 summers, the group restored and sold dozens of items, each teen gaining practical skills and a sense of accomplishment. The craftsmen found renewed purpose, and the community lauded the program for bridging generations through hands-on learning. Many workshop alumni still talk about how that early exposure to furniture restoration shaped their confidence and interest in trade skills. Entrepreneurial neighborhood kids. In one suburb, 2 enterprising teenagers used free sourcing to fund their hobbies. They'd bike around on large trash pickup days, quickly snatching items like gently used toys, small appliances, or sports gear. They stored these in a family garage corner, cleaned them, and took simple, for sale, pictures using a phone. Buyers in the neighborhood found it convenient to pick up locally from known teens. Profits paid for the kids' gaming consoles and skateboards, plus a bit extra socked away for college savings. Their parents supervised transactions for safety but allowed them independence in pricing and negotiations. Over a few summers, the teens honed real-world business skills, all from free items neighbors were discarding. Elderly care closet. A retired nurse noticed many families donated or threw away medical aids after a loved one's recovery, like walkers, canes, or shower stools. She began collecting these items for free, verifying they remained safe. Then she organized a small, elderly care closet in her garage. When neighbors needed short-term equipment, for instance, after surgeries, they could borrow it without having to buy new. Return rates stayed high, and the nurse kept everything sanitized. Donations of gently used medical aids continuously replenished the inventory. Over time, the care closet expanded to include blood pressure monitors and simple bed railings. This service became a godsend for older adults on fixed incomes, and families praised its convenience. The nurse's modest storage and minimal upkeep costs were outweighed by the gratitude and social good generated. The eco-fashion blogger, a college grad, passionate about sustainable style, launched a blog demonstrating how to craft chic outfits from free or thrifted clothing. Each week, they found a few giveaway garments, like a vintage denim jacket or a floral dress. They posted quick tutorials, bleaching denim for a boho vibe, adding embroidery to plain t-shirts, or restyling oversized men's shirts into tunics. The blog's consistent, creative content drew a growing readership. Brands wanting to align with eco-fashion offered sponsorships. Eventually, the blogger earned enough to offset living costs purely from ads, affiliate links to sewing supplies, and occasional brand collaborations. Their success story demonstrated that consistent, inspirational content about free-sourced clothes can carve out a profitable niche in the vast world of fashion blogging. Zero-waste workshop maven. A zero-waste enthusiast frequently gathered potential craft materials, wine corks, old newspapers, plastic bottle caps, from local free listings or salvage events. She experimented with ways to repurpose them into everyday objects, from cork bulletin boards to braided newspaper baskets. Demand for these crafts was modest, but her real success arrived when she hosted paid workshops showing others how to replicate her zero-waste techniques. Each workshop sold out, people eager to learn practical steps for reusing common trash. Her overhead remained tiny, free raw materials and a small rental fee for the workshop venue. Public libraries sometimes waived the venue fee for educational programming. Over time, her monthly workshop income comfortably matched a part-time job. By teaching zero-waste crafts, she exemplified how knowledge sharing combined with free resources fosters both environmental and financial wins. Hospitality venues embrace green decor. Two event coordinators for a local hotel realized they spent heavily on fresh floral arrangements and disposable decor. After discovering free sourcing, they began collecting gently used artificial flowers, surplus candle holders, leftover party linens, and vases. With a few creative touches, like re-dyeing or rearranging faux florals, they established a library of reusable decor for weddings and conferences. Clients appreciated cost-effective packages with a green edge, and the hotel saved thousands in annual decor budgets. The coordinators' initiative impressed upper management, leading to promotions. Their success story prompted other hotels in the chain to replicate the model, proving that free-source decor could meet professional standards at a fraction of the cost. Key takeaways from these success stories: from small personal gains to large-scale community impact, each success story of free sourcing underscores the same principle: with creativity and commitment, trash can transform into treasure. Whether someone sells freebies for extra income, donates upcycled goods to help nonprofits, or builds entire entrepreneurial ventures, the possibilities are vast. A common thread is that these achievements rely on minimal or no initial investment, leveraging time, networking, and a willingness to see potential in discarded objects. The fruitfulness of free sourcing goes beyond money. These stories highlight sustainability, community building, skill development, and even personal empowerment. Common traits among success stories: most success stories share recurring elements: consistency in searching for items, readiness to jump on good opportunities, and a pragmatic approach to maintenance or refurbishment. These individuals or groups typically cultivate local relationships, whether with donors, event organizers, or buyers, enabling smoother transactions. They also keep overheads extremely low, treating free items carefully to prevent hidden costs. Finally, they maintain a flexible mindset, pivoting when an item or approach doesn't work, ensuring they're not bogged down by lengthy or fruitless pursuits. Lessons for aspiring free sourcers: newcomers can glean valuable lessons from these successes. First, start small, pick a few item types or a manageable method, preventing overwhelm. Second, connect with your community, collaborations amplify results. Third, harness a specific angle that resonates with you, whether it's upcycled art, minimal effort flipping, or philanthropic projects. Fourth, remain open to unexpected leads. Sometimes the best items emerge from networking or local events, not just online listings. Lastly, track your progress, refine your process, and maintain a sense of adventure. Free sourcing works best when it stays fun and fulfilling. Diversifying or specializing: many successful stories show that some individuals thrive by diversifying, flipping furniture, electronics, and clothes alike. Others flourish through specialization, like focusing on a single category: appliances, tools, or kids' gear. Both paths can succeed if they match your resources and interests. The real trick is balancing variety or niche depth so you don't overcommit. Diversification may mean broader leads but risk of scattered focus. Specialization can yield expertise and efficiency but might limit the available freebies you can handle. Evaluate your personality and environment to find the sweet spot that keeps sourcing consistently rewarding. Continual evolution and inspiration: the best part of these success stories is that they inspire even greater efforts, often snowballing into more significant ventures or deeper community ties. Someone who starts flipping small freebies may branch into a local co-op, while a person running a free store may eventually champion citywide reuse programs. By staying curious and humble, each success story feeds into a larger movement, showing that free sourcing can shift cultures toward thrift, sustainability, and mutual support. No matter how small or big the outcome, these experiences show that your free sourcing journey can continually evolve, sparking fresh accomplishments and forging new roads ahead. Conclusion: embracing the endless possibilities of free sourcing. Across these 20 lessons, we've explored the expansive world of free sourcing, unearthing its unique advantages, learning essential strategies, and celebrating real-life success stories. It's a realm shaped by resourcefulness, community spirit, and creative reinvention. At its heart, free sourcing connects people who see value where others perceive only clutter or waste. Whether you're a hobbyist seeking rare finds, an upcycler brimming with inventive ideas, or a budding entrepreneur aiming to flip items for extra income, the process begins by cultivating an open mind and a willingness to see beyond the surface. This journey has shown that free rarely means zero cost. There's effort in discovering, picking up, and often improving what you gather. Yet, by adopting clever tactics, like scanning local opportunities, leveraging online tools, honing negotiation skills, or refining your upcycling techniques, you transform potential burdens into welcome opportunities. A single piece of furniture, rescued from the curb, can become a standout home addition or a quick profit once properly cleaned or repainted. By aligning these efforts with your personal goals, be it saving money, promoting sustainability, or strengthening local connections, you give each free find a deeper purpose. While the scope of free sourcing can be vast, the fundamental principles remain consistent: approach each interaction with honesty, manage your resources with care, and keep learning from your results. Engaging your community, through donation partnerships, event collaborations, and genuine neighborhood relationships, infuses your efforts with a sense of shared benefit. And the stories we've highlighted prove that a spark of creativity, a dash of perseverance, and the right network can turn overlooked or discarded objects into meaningful successes. As you continue on your free sourcing path, remember that the true value lies not just in the items themselves, but in the creativity, relationships, and opportunities you cultivate. By championing secondhand and upcycling, you're weaving a more sustainable, collaborative future, one resourceful discovery at a time.